When asked why they had delayed over 24 hours before reporting their son's absence, Mr. and Mrs. Macklin refused comment. Police Chief Richard Borton also declined comment, but a police department source told the News that the Corcoran boy's relationship with his stepfather was not a good one, and that he had spent nights out of the house before. The source speculated that the boy's final grades may have played a part in the boy's failure to turn up. Derry School Superintendent Harold Metcalf declined comment on the Corcoran boy's grades, pointing out they are not a matter of public record. "I hope the disappearance of this boy will not cause unnecessary fears," Chief Borton said last night. "The mood of the community is understandably uneasy, but I want to emphasize that we log 30 to 50 missing person reports on minors each and every year. Most turn up alive and well within a week of the initial report. This will be the case with Edward Corcoran, God willing." Borton also reiterated his conviction that the murders of George Denbrough, Betty Ripson, Cheryl LaMonica, Matthew Clements, and Veronica Grogan were not the work of one person. "There are essential differences in each crime," Borton said, but declined to elaborate. He said that local police, working in close cooperation with the Maine State Attorney General's office, are still following up a number of leads. Asked in a telephone interview last night how good these leads are, Chief Borton replied, "Very good." Asked if an arrest in any of the crimes was expected soon, Borton declined comment. From the Derry News, June 22, 1958, page 1. Court orders surprise exhumation. In a bizarre new twist to the disappearance of Edward Corcoran, Derry District Court Judge Erhart K. Moulton ordered the exhumation of Corcoran's younger brother Dorsey late yesterday. The court order followed a joint request from the county attorney and the county medical examiner. Dorsey Corcoran, who also lived with his mother and stepfather at 73 Charter Street, died of what were reported to be accidental causes in May of 1957. The boy was brought into the Derry Home Hospital suffering from multiple fractures, including a fractured skull. Richard P. Macklin, the boy's stepfather, was the admitting person. He stated that Dorsey Corcoran had been playing on a stepladder in the garage and had apparently fallen from the top. The boy died without recovering consciousness 3 days later. Edward Corcoran, 10, was reported missing late Wednesday. Asked if either Mr. or Mrs. Macklin was under suspicion in either the younger boy's death or the older boy's disappearance, Chief Richard Borton declined comment. From the Derry News, June 24, 1958, page 1. Macklin arrested in beating death, under suspicion in unsolved disappearance. Chief Richard Borton of the Derry Police called a news conference yesterday to announce that Richard P. Macklin of 73 Charter Street had been arrested and charged with the murder of his stepson, Dorsey Corcoran. The Corcoran boy died in Derry Home Hospital of reported accidental causes on May 31st of last year. The medical examiner's report shows that the boy was badly beaten, Borton said. Although Macklin claimed the boy had fallen from a stepladder while playing in the garage, Borton said the county medical examiner's report showed that Dorsey Corcoran was severely beaten with some blunt instrument. When asked what sort of instrument, Borton said, "It might have been a hammer. Right now the important thing is the medical examiner's conclusion that this boy was struck repeated blows with some object hard enough to break his bones. The wounds, particularly those in the skull, are not at all consistent with those which might be incurred in a fall. Dorsey Corcoran was beaten within an inch of his life, and then dumped off at the home hospital emergency room to die." Asked if the doctors who treated the Corcoran boy might have been derelict in their duty when it came to reporting either an incidence of child abuse or the actual cause of death, Borton said, "They will have serious questions to answer when Mr. Macklin comes to trial." Asked for an opinion on how these developments might bear on the recent disappearance of Dorsey Corcoran's older brother Edward, reported missing by Richard and Monica Macklin 4 days ago, Chief Borton answered, "I think it looks much more serious than we first supposed, don't you?" From the Derry News, June 25, 1958, page 2. Teacher says Edward Corcoran often bruised. Henrietta Dumont, who teaches 5th grade at Derry Elementary School on Jackson Street, said that Edward Corcoran, who has now been missing for nearly a week, often came to school covered with bruises. Mrs. Dumont, who has taught one of Derry's 2 5th-grade classes since the end of World War II, said that the Corcoran boy came to school one day about 3 weeks before his disappearance with both eyes nearly closed shut. When I asked him what happened, he said his father had taken him up for not eating his supper. When asked why she had not reported a beating of such obvious severity, Mrs. Dumont said, "This isn't the first time I've seen such a thing as this in my career as a teacher. The first few times I had a student with a parent who was confusing beatings with discipline, I tried to do something about it. I was told by the assistant principal, Gwendolyn Rayburn in those days, to stay out of it. She told me that when school employees get involved in cases of suspected child abuse, it always comes back to haunt the school department at tax appropriation time. I went to the principal, and he told me to forget it, or I would be reprimanded. I asked him if a reprimand in a matter like that would go on my record. He said a reprimand did not have to be on a teacher's record. I got the message." Asked if the attitude in the Derry school system remained the same now, Mrs. Dumont said, "Well, what does it look like in light of this current situation? And I might add that I would not be speaking to you now if I hadn't retired at the end of this school year." Mrs. Dumont went on, "Since this thing came out, I get down on my knees every night and pray that Eddie Corcoran just got fed up with that beast of a stepfather and ran away. I pray that when he reads in the paper or hears on the news that Macklin has been locked up, Eddie will come home." In a brief telephone interview, Monica Macklin hotly refuted Mrs. Dumont's charges. "Rich never beat Dorsey, and he never beat Eddie either," she said. "I'm telling you that right now, and when I die I'll stand at the throne of judgment and look God right in the eye and tell him the same thing." From the Derry News, June 28, 1958, page 2. "Daddy had to take me up, 'cause I'm bad," Tot told nursery teacher before beating death. A local nursery school teacher, who declined to be identified, told a news reporter yesterday that young Dorsey Corcoran came to his twice-weekly nursery school class with bad sprains of his right thumb and 3 fingers of his right hand less than a week before his death in a purported garage accident. It was hurting him enough so that the poor little guy couldn't color his Mr. Do safety poster, the teacher said. The fingers were swelled up like sausages. When I asked Dorsey what happened, he said that his father, stepfather Richard P. Macklin, had bent his fingers back because he had walked across a floor his mother had just washed and waxed. "Daddy had to take me up 'cause I'm bad," was the way he put it. I felt like crying, looking at his poor, dear fingers. He really wanted to color his poster like the other children, so I gave him some baby aspirin and let him color while the others were having story time. He loved to color the Mr. Do posters. That was what he liked best, and now I'm so glad I was able to help him have a little happiness that day. When he died, it never crossed my mind to think it was anything but an accident. I guess at first I thought he must have fallen because he couldn't grip very well with that hand. Now I think I just couldn't believe an adult could do such a thing to a little person. I know better now. I wish to God I didn't. Dorsey Corcoran's older brother, Edward, 10, is still missing. From his cell in Derry County Jail, Richard Macklin continues to deny any part in either the death of his younger stepson or the disappearance of the older boy. From the Derry News, June 30th, 1958, page 5. Macklin questioned in deaths of Grogan, Clements. Produces unshakable alibis, source claims. From the Derry News, July 6th, 1958, page 1. Macklin to be charged only with murder of stepson Dorsey, Borton says. Edward Corcoran still missing. From the Derry News, July 24th, 1958, page 1. Weeping stepfather confesses to bludgeon death of stepson. In a dramatic development in the district court trial of Richard Macklin for the murder of his stepson Dorsey Corcoran, Macklin broke down under the stern cross-examination of County Attorney Bradley Whitson and admitted he had beaten the 4-year-old boy to death with a recoilless hammer, which he then buried at the far end of his wife's vegetable garden before taking the boy to Derry Home Hospital's emergency room. The courtroom was stunned and silent as the sobbing Macklin, who had previously admitted beating both of his stepsons occasionally, if they had it coming for their own good, poured out his story. "I don't know what came over me. I saw he was climbing on the damn ladder again, and I grabbed the hammer from the bench where it was laying, and I just started to use it on him. I didn't mean to kill him. With God as my witness, I never meant to kill him." "Did he say anything to you before he passed out?" Whitson asked. "He said, 'Stop, Daddy, I'm sorry. I love you,'" Macklin replied. "Did you stop?" "Eventually. Macklin said. He then began to weep in such a hysterical manner that Judge Erhard Moulton declared the court in recess. From the Derry News, September 18, 1958, page 16. Where is Edward Corcoran? His stepfather, sentenced to a term of 2 to 10 years in Shawshank State Prison for the murder of his 4-year-old brother, Dorsey, continues to claim he has no idea where Edward Corcoran is. His mother, who has instituted divorce proceedings against Richard P. Macklin, says she thinks her soon-to-be ex-husband is lying. Is he? I, for one, really don't think so, says Father Ashley O'Brien, who serves the Catholic prisoners at Shawshank. Macklin began taking instruction in the Catholic faith shortly after beginning his prison term, and Father O'Brien has spent a good deal of time with him. He is sincerely sorry for what he has done, Father O'Brien goes on, adding that when he initially asked Macklin why he wanted to be a Catholic, Macklin replied, I hear they have an act of contrition, and I need to do a lot of that, or else I'll go to hell when I die. He knows what he did to the younger boy, Father O'Brien said. If he also did something to the older one, he doesn't remember it. As far as Edward goes, he believes his hands are clean. How clean Macklin's hands are, in the matter of his stepson Edward, is a question which continues to trouble Derry residents, but he has been convincingly cleared of the other child murders which have taken place here. He was able to produce ironclad alibis for the first 3, and he was in jail when 7 others were committed in late June, July, and August. All 10 murders remain unsolved. In an exclusive interview with the News last week, Macklin again asserted that he knows nothing of Edward Corcoran's whereabouts. I beat them both, he said in a painful monologue which was often halted by bouts of weeping. I loved them, but I beat them. I don't know why, any more than I know why Monica let me or why she covered up for me after Dorsey died. I guess I could have killed Eddie as easy as I did Dorsey, but I swear before God and Jesus and all the saints of heaven that I didn't. I know how it looks, but I didn't do it. I think he just ran away. If he did, that's one thing I've got to thank God for. Asked if he is aware of any gaps in his memory, if he could have killed Edward and then blocked it out of his mind, Macklin replied, I ain't aware of any gaps. I know only too well what I did. I've given my life to Christ, and I'm going to spend the rest of it trying to make up for it. From the Derry News, January 27, 1960, page 1. Body not that of Corcoran youth, Borton announces. Police Chief Richard Borton told reporters early today that the badly decomposed body of a boy about the age of Edward Corcoran, who disappeared from his Derry home in June of 1958, is definitely not that of the missing youth. The body was found in Ainsford, Massachusetts, buried in a gravel pit. Both Maine and Massachusetts state police at first theorized that the body might be that of the Corcoran boy, believing that he might have been picked up by a child molester after running away from the Charter Street home where his younger brother had been beaten and killed. Dental charts showed conclusively that the body found in Ainsford was not that of the Corcoran youth, who has now been missing for 19 months. From the Portland Press-Herald, July 19, 1967, page 3. Convicted murderer commits suicide in Falmouth. Richard P. Macklin, who was convicted of the murder of his 4-year-old stepson 9 years ago, was found dead in his small third-floor Falmouth apartment late yesterday afternoon. The parolee, who had lived and worked quietly in Falmouth since his release from Shawshank State Prison in 1964, was an apparent suicide. The note he left indicates an extremely confused state of mind, Assistant Falmouth Police Chief Brandon K. Roach said. He refused to divulge the note's contents, but a police department source said it consisted of 2 sentences. I saw Eddie last night. He was dead. The Eddie referred to may well have been Macklin's stepson, brother of the boy Macklin was convicted of killing in 1958. It was the disappearance of Edward Corcoran which eventually led to Macklin's conviction for the beating death of Edward's younger brother, Dorsey. The elder boy has been missing for 9 years. In a brief court proceeding in 1966, the boy's mother had her son declared legally dead so she could enter into possession of Edward Corcoran's savings account. The account contained a sum of $16. 3. Eddie Corcoran was dead, all right. He died on the night of June 19th, and his stepfather had nothing at all to do with it. He died as Ben Hanscom sat home watching TV with his mother, as Eddie Kasprak's mother anxiously felt Eddie's forehead for signs of her favorite ailment, phantom fever, as Beverly Marsh's stepfather, a gent who bore, in temperament at least, a remarkable resemblance to Eddie and Dorsey Corcoran's stepfather, lifted a high-stepping kick into the girl's derriere and told her to get out there and dry those goddamn dishes like your mummer told you. As Mike Hanlon got yelled at by some high school boys, one of whom would some years later sire that fine, upstanding young homophobe John Webby Garton, passing in an old Dodge while Mike pulled weeds out of the garden beside the small Hanlon home out on Witcham Road, not far from the farm owned by Henry Bauer's crazy father. As Richie Tozier was sneaking a look at the half-undressed girls in a copy of Gem he had found at the bottom of his father's socks and underwear drawer, and getting a regular good boner, and as Bill Denbrough was throwing his dead brother's photograph album across the room in horrified unbelief. Although none of them would remember doing so later, all of them looked up at the exact moment Eddie Corcoran died, as if hearing some distant cry. The news had been absolutely right about one thing. Eddie's rank card was just bad enough to make him afraid to go home and face his stepdad. Also, his mother and the old man were fighting a lot this month, and that made things even worse. When they got going at it hot and heavy, his mother shouted a lot of mostly incoherent accusations. His stepdad responded to these first with grunts, then yells to shut up, and finally with the enraged bellows of a boar which has gotten a quiver of porcupine needles in its snout. Eddie had never seen the old man use his fists on her, though. Eddie didn't think he quite dared. He had saved his fists for Eddie and Dorsey in the old days, and now that Dorsey was dead, Eddie got his little brother's share as well as his own. These shouting matches came and went in cycles. They were most common at the end of the month, when the bills came in. A policeman, called by a neighbor, might drop by once or twice when things were at their worst, and tell them to tone it down. Usually that ended it. His mother was apt to give the cop the finger and dare him to take her in, but his stepdad rarely said boo. His stepdad was afraid of the cops, Eddie thought. He lay low during these periods of stress. It was wiser. If you didn't think so, just look at what happened to Dorsey. Eddie didn't know the specifics and didn't want to, but he had an idea about Dorsey. He thought that Dorsey had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The garage on the last day of the month. They told Eddie that Dorsey fell off the stepladder in the garage. If I told him once to stay off in it, I told him 60 times, his stepdad had said. But his mother wouldn't look at him except by accident. And when their eyes did meet, Eddie had seen a frightened, ratty little gleam in hers that he didn't like. The old man just sat there silently at the kitchen table with a quart of Rheingold, looking at nothing from beneath his heavy, lowering eyebrows. Eddie kept out of his reach. When his stepfather was bellowing, he was usually, not always, but usually, all right. It was when he stopped that you had to be careful. 2 nights ago, he had thrown a chair at Eddie when Eddie got up to see what was on the other TV channel. Just picked up one of the tubular aluminum kitchen chairs, swept it back over his head, and let fly. It hit Eddie in the butt and knocked him over. His butt still ached, but he knew it could have been worse. Could have been his head. Then there had been the night when the old man had suddenly gotten up and rubbed a handful of mashed potatoes into Eddie's hair for no reason at all. One day last September, Eddie had come in from school and foolishly allowed the screen door to slam shut behind him while his stepdad was taking a nap. Macklin came out of the bedroom in his billowy boxer shorts, hair standing up in corkscrews, cheeks grizzled with 2 days of weekend beard, breath grizzled with 2 days of weekend beer. "There now, Eddie," he said. "I got to take you up for slamming that fucking door." In Rich Macklin's lexicon, taking you up was a euphemism for beating the shit out of you, which was what he then did to Eddie. Eddie had lost consciousness when the old man threw him into the front hall. His mother had mounted a pair of low coat hooks out there, especially for him and Dorsey to hang their coats on. These hooks had rammed hard steel fingers into Eddie's lower back, and that was when he passed out. When he came to 10 minutes later, he heard his mother yelling that she was going to take Eddie to the hospital, and he couldn't stop her. "After what happened to Dorsey?" his stepdad had responded. "You want to go to jail, woman?" That was the end of her talk about the hospital. She helped Eddie into his room where he lay shivering on his bed, his forehead beaded with sweat. The only time he left the room during the next 3 days was when they were both gone. Then he would hobble slowly into the kitchen, groaning softly, and get his stepdad's whiskey from under the sink. A few nips dulled the pain. The pain was mostly gone by the 5th day, but he had pissed blood for almost 2 weeks. And the hammer wasn't in the garage anymore. What about that? What about that, friends and neighbors? Oh, the craftsman hammer, the ordinary hammer, was still there. It was the Scotty Recoilless which was missing. His stepdad's special hammer. The one he and Dorsey had been forbidden to touch. "If one of you touches that baby," he had told them the day he bought it, "you'll both be wearing your guts for earmuffs." Dorsey had asked timidly if that hammer was very expensive. The old man told him he was damn tootin'. He said it was filled with ball bearings, and you couldn't make it bounce back up no matter how hard you brought it down. Now it was gone. Eddie's grades weren't the best because he had missed a lot of school since his mother's remarriage, but he was not a stupid boy by any means. He thought he knew what had happened to the Scotty Recoilless hammer. He thought maybe his stepfather had used it on Dorsey and then buried it in the garden or maybe thrown it in the canal. It was the sort of thing that happened frequently in the horror comics Eddie read, the ones he kept on the top shelf of his closet. He walked closer to the canal, which rippled between its concrete sides like oiled silk. A swatch of moonlight glimmered across its dark surface in a boomerang shape. He sat down, swinging his sneakers idly against the concrete in an irregular tattoo. The last 6 weeks had been quite dry, and the water flowed past perhaps 9 feet below the worn soles of his sneakers. But if you looked closely at the canal's sides, you could read the various levels to which it sometimes rose quite easily. The concrete was stained a dark brown just above the water's current level. This brown stain slowly faded to yellow, then to a color that was almost white at the level where the heels of Eddie's sneakers made contact after he swung them. The water flowed smoothly and silently out of a concrete arch that was cobbled on the inside, past the place where Eddie sat, and then down to the covered wooden footbridge between Bassey Park and Derry High School. The bridge's sides and plank footing, even the beams under the roof, were covered with an intaglio of initials, phone numbers, and declarations. Declarations of love, declarations that so-and-so was willing to suck or blow, declarations that those discovered sucking or blowing would lose their foreskins or have their assholes plugged with hot tar, occasional eccentric declarations that defied definition. One that Eddie had puzzled over all this spring read, "Save Russian Jews, collect valuable prizes." What exactly did that mean? Anything? And did it matter? Eddie didn't go into the kissing bridge tonight. He had no urge to cross over to the high school side. He thought he would probably sleep in the park, maybe in the dead leaves under the bandstand. But for now it was fine just to sit here. He liked it in the park, and came often when he had to think. Sometimes there were people making out in the groves of trees which dotted the park, but Eddie left them alone, and they left him alone. He had heard lurid stories in the playground at school about the queers that cruised in Bassey Park after sundown, and he accepted these stories without question, but he himself had never been bothered. The park was a peaceful place, and he thought the best part of it was right here where he was sitting. He liked it in the middle of summer when the water was so low it chuckled over the stones and actually broke up into isolated streamlets that twisted and turned and sometimes came together again. He liked it in late March or early April, just after ice out, when he would sometimes stand by the canal, too cold to sit then, your ass would freeze, for an hour or more, the hood of his old parka, now 2 years too small for him, pulled up, his hands plunged into his pockets, unaware that his skinny body was shivering and shaking. The canal had a terrible, irresistible power in the week or two after the ice went out. He was fascinated by the way the water boiled whitely out of the cobbled arch and roared past him, bearing sticks and branches and all manner of human trash along with it. More than once, he had envisioned walking beside the canal in March with his stepdad and giving the bastard a great big motherfucking push. He would scream and fall in, his arms pinwheeling for balance, and Eddie would stand on the concrete parapet and watch him carried off downstream, his head a black bobbing shape in the middle of the unruly white-capped current. He would stand there, yes, and he would cup his hands around his mouth and scream, "That was for Dorsey, you rotten cocksucker! When you get down to hell, Tell the devil the last thing you ever heard was me telling you to pick on somebody your own size! It would never happen, of course, but it was an absolutely grand fantasy. A grand dream to dream as you sat here by the canal. A hand closed around Eddie's foot. He had been looking across the canal toward the school, smiling a sleepy and rather beautiful smile as he imagined his stepfather being carried off in the violent rip of the spring runoff, being carried out of his life forever. The soft yet strong grip startled him so much that he almost lost his balance and tumbled into the canal. It's one of the queers the big kids are always talking about, he thought. And then he looked down. His mouth dropped open. Urine spilled hotly down his legs and stained his jeans black in the moonlight. It wasn't a queer. It was Dorsey. It was Dorsey. As he had been buried, Dorsey in his blue blazer and gray pants, only now the blazer was in muddy tatters. Dorsey's shirt was yellow rags. Dorsey's pants clung wetly to legs as thin as broomsticks. And Dorsey's head was horribly slumped, as if it had been caved in at the back and consequently pushed up in the front. Dorsey was grinning. "Eddie," his dead brother croaked, just like one of the dead people who were always coming back from the grave in the horror comics. Dorsey's grin widened. Yellow teeth gleamed, and somewhere, way back in that darkness, things seemed to be squirming. "Eddie, I came to see you, Eddie." Eddie tried to scream. Waves of gray shock rolled over him, and he had the curious sensation that he was floating. But it was not a dream. He was awake. The hand on his sneaker was as white as a trout's belly. His brother's bare feet clung somehow to the concrete. Something had bitten one of Dorsey's heels off. "Come on down, Eddie." Eddie couldn't scream. His lungs didn't have enough air in them to manage a scream. He got out a curious, reedy moaning sound. Anything louder seemed beyond him. That was all right. In a second or two, his mind would snap, and after that, nothing would matter. Dorsey's hand was small but implacable. Eddie's buttocks were sliding over the concrete to the edge of the canal. Still making that reedy, moaning sound, he reached behind himself and grabbed the concrete edging and yanked himself backward. He felt the hand slide away momentarily, heard an angry hiss, and had time to think, "That's not Dorsey. I don't know what it is, but it's not Dorsey." Then adrenaline flooded his body, and he was crawling away, trying to run even before he was on his feet, his breath coming in short, shrieky whistles. White hands appeared on the concrete lip of the canal. There was a wet slapping sound. Drops of water flew upward in the moonlight from dead, pallid skin. Now Dorsey's face appeared over the edge. Dim red sparks gleamed in his sunken eyes. His wet hair was plastered to his skull. Mud streaked his cheeks like war paint. Eddie's chest finally unlocked. He hitched in breath and turned it into a scream. He got to his feet and ran. He ran, looking back over his shoulder, needing to see where Dorsey was, and as a result he ran smack into a large elm tree. It felt as if someone, his old man for instance, had set off a dynamite charge in his left shoulder. Stars shot and corkscrewed through his head. He fell at the base of the tree as if poleaxed, blood trickling from his left temple. He swam in the waters of semi-consciousness for perhaps 90 seconds. Then he managed to gain his feet again. A groan escaped him as he tried to raise his left arm. It didn't want to come. It felt all numb and far away, so he raised his right and rubbed his fiercely aching head. Then he remembered why he had happened to run full tilt into the elm tree in the first place, and looked around. There was the edge of the canal, white as bone and straight as string in the moonlight. No sign of the thing from the canal, if there ever had been a thing. He continued turning, working his way slowly through a complete 360 degrees. Bassey Park was silent and as still as a black and white photograph. Weeping willows draggled their thin, tenebrous arms, and anything could be standing, slumped and insane, within their shelter. Eddie began to walk, trying to look everywhere at once. His sprained shoulder throbbed in painful sync with his heartbeat. "Eddie," the breeze moaned through the trees. "Don't you want to see me, Eddie?" He felt flabby corpse fingers caress the side of his neck. He whirled, his hands going up as his feet tangled together, and he fell. He saw that it had only been willow fronds moving in the breeze. He got up again. He wanted to run, but when he tried, another dynamite charge went off in his shoulder, and he had to stop. He knew somehow that he should be getting over his fright by now, calling himself a stupid little baby who got spooked by a reflection or maybe fell asleep without knowing it and had a bad dream. That wasn't happening, though. Quite the reverse, in fact. His heart was now beating so fast he could no longer distinguish the separate thuds, and he felt sure it would soon burst in terror. He couldn't run, but when he got out of the willows he did manage a limping jog trot. He fixed his eyes on the streetlight that marked the park's main gate. He headed in that direction, managing a little more speed, thinking, "I'll make it to the light, and that's all right. I'll make it to the light, and that's all right. Bright light. No more fright. Up all night. What a sight!" Something was following him. Eddie could hear it bludgeoning its way through the willow grove. If he turned, he would see it. It was gaining. He could hear its feet, a kind of shuffling, squelching stride. But he would not look back, no. He would look ahead at the light. The light was all right. He would just continue his flight to the light. And he was almost there. Almost! The smell was what made him look back. The overwhelming smell, as if fish had been left to rot in a huge pile that had become carrion slushy in the summer heat. It was the smell of a dead ocean. It wasn't Dorsey after him now. It was the creature from the Black Lagoon. The thing's snout was long and pleated. Green fluid dripped from black gashes like vertical mouths in its cheeks. Its eyes were white and jelly-like. Its webbed fingers were tipped with claws like razors. Its respiration was bubbly and deep, the sound of a diver with a bad regulator. As it saw Eddie looking, its green-black lips wrinkled back from huge fangs in a dead and vacant smile. It shambled after him, dripping, and Eddie suddenly understood. It meant to take him back to the canal, to carry him down into the dank blackness of the canal's underground passage, to eat him there. Eddie put on a burst of speed. The arc sodium light at the gate drew closer. He could see its halo of bugs and moths. A truck went by, headed for Route 2, the driver working his way up through the gears, and it crossed Eddie's desperate, terrified mind that he could be drinking coffee from a paper cup and listening to a Buddy Holly tune on the radio, completely unaware that less than 200 yards away there was a boy who might be dead in another 20 seconds. The stink! The overwhelming stink of it. Gaining all around him. It was a park bench he tripped over. Some kids had casually pushed it over earlier that evening, heading toward their homes at a run to beat the curfew. Its seat poked an inch or two out of the grass, one shade of green on another, almost invisible in the moon-driven dark. The edge of the seat smacked Eddie in the shins, causing a burst of glassy, exquisite pain. His legs flipped out behind him, and he thumped into the grass. He looked behind him and saw the creature bearing down, its white poached egg eyes glittering, its scales dripping slime the color of seaweed, the gills up and down its bulging neck and cheeks opening and closing. "Argh!" Eddie croaked. It seemed to be the only noise he could make. "Argh! Argh! Argh! Argh!" He crawled now, fingers hooking deep into the turf. His tongue hung out. In the second before the creature's fish-smelling, horny hands closed around his throat, a comforting thought came to him. This is a dream. It has to be. There's no real creature, no real Black Lagoon, and even if there was, that was in South America, or the Florida Everglades, or someplace like that. This is only a dream, and I'll wake up in my bed, or maybe in the leaves under the bandstand, and Then batrachian hands closed around his neck, and Eddie's hoarse cries were choked off. As the creature turned him over, The chitinous hooks which sprouted from those hands scrawled bleeding marks like calligraphy into his neck. He stared into its glowing white eyes. He felt the webs between its fingers pressing against his throat like constricting bands of living seaweed. His terror-sharpened gaze noted the fin, something like a rooster's comb and something like a hornpout's poisonous back fin, standing atop the creature's hunched and plated head. As its hands clamped tight, shutting off his air, he was even able to see the way the white light from the arc sodium lamp turned a smoky green as it passed through the membranous head fin. "You're not real," Eddie choked. But clouds of grayness were closing in now, and he realized faintly that it was real enough, this creature. It was, after all, killing him. And yet some rationality remained, even until the end. As the creature hooked its claws into the soft meat of his neck, as his carotid artery let go in a warm and painless gout that splashed the thing's reptilian plating, Eddie's hands groped at the creature's back, feeling for a zipper. They fell away only when the creature tore his head from his shoulders with a low, satisfied grunt. And as Eddie's picture of what it was began to fade, it began promptly to change into something else. 4. Unable to sleep, plagued by bad dreams, a boy named Michael Hanlon rose soon after first light on the first full day of summer vacation. The light was pale, bundled up in a low, thick mist that would lift by 8 o'clock, taking the wraps off a perfect summer day. But that was for later. For now, the world was all gray and rose, as silent as a cat walking on a carpet. Mike, dressed in corduroys, a T-shirt, and black high-topped Keds, came downstairs, ate a bowl of Wheaties. He didn't really like Wheaties, but he had wanted the free prize in the box, a Captain Midnight magic decoder ring, then hopped on his bike and pedaled toward town, riding on the sidewalks because of the fog. The fog changed everything, made the most ordinary things like fire hydrants and stop signs into objects of mystery, things both strange and a trifle sinister. You could hear cars but not see them, and because of the fog's odd acoustic quality, you could not tell if they were far or near until you actually saw them come rolling out of the fog with ghost halos of moisture ringing their headlamps. He turned right on Jackson Street, bypassing downtown, and then crossed to Main Street by way of Palmer Lane. And during his short ride down this little byway's 1 block length, he passed the house where he would live as an adult. He did not look at it. It was just a small 2-story dwelling with a garage and a small lawn. It gave off no special vibration to the passing boy, who would spend most of his adult life as its owner and only dweller. At Main Street, he turned right and rode up to Bassey Park, still wandering, simply riding and enjoying the stillness of the early day. Once inside the main gate, he dismounted his bike, pushed down the kickstand, and walked toward the canal. He was still, as far as he knew, impelled by nothing more than purest whim. Certainly it did not occur to him to think that his dreams of the night before had anything to do with his current course. He did not even remember exactly what his dreams had been, only that one had followed another until he had awakened at 5 o'clock, sweaty but shivering, and with the idea that he ought to eat a fast breakfast and then take a bike ride into town. Here in Bassey, there was a smell in the fog he didn't like, a sea smell, salty and old. He had smelled it before, of course. In the early morning fogs, you could often smell the ocean in Derry, although the coast was 40 miles away. But the smell this morning seemed thicker, more vital, almost dangerous. Something caught his eye. He bent down and picked up a cheap 2-blade pocket knife. Someone had scratched the initials EC on the side. Mike looked at it thoughtfully for a moment or two and then pocketed it. Finders keepers, losers weepers. He glanced around. Here, near where he had found the knife, was an overturned park bench. He righted it, setting its iron footings back into the holes they had made over a period of months or years. Beyond the bench he saw a matted place in the grass, and leading away from it, 2 grooves. The grass was springing back up, but those grooves were still fairly clear. They went in the direction of the canal. And there was blood. The bird, remember the bird, remember the... But he did not want to remember the bird. and so he pushed the thought away. Dogfight, that's all. One of them must have hurt the other one pretty bad. It was a convincing thought by which he was somehow not convinced. Thoughts of the bird kept wanting to come back. The one he had seen out at the Kitchener Ironworks. One Stan Uris never would have found in his bird book. Stop it. Just get out of here. But instead of getting out, he followed the grooves. As he did, he made up a little story in his mind. It was a murder story. Here's this kid, out late, see? Out past the curfew. The killer gets him. And how does he get rid of the body? Drags it to the canal and dumps it in, of course. Just like an Alfred Hitchcock Presents. The marks he was following could have been made by a dragging pair of shoes or sneakers, he supposed. Mike shivered and looked around uncertainly. The story was somehow a little too real. And suppose that it wasn't a man who did it, but a monster. Like out of a horror comic, or a horror book, or a horror movie, or a bad dream, a fairy tale or something. He decided he didn't like the story. It was a stupid story. Tried to push it out of his mind, but it wouldn't go. So what? Let it stay. It was dumb. Riding into town this morning had been dumb. Following these two matted grooves in the grass was dumb. His dad would have a lot of chores for him to do around the place today. He ought to get back and start in, or when the hottest part of the afternoon rolled around, he would be up the barn loft pitching hay. Yes, he ought to get back. And that's just what he was going to do. Sure you are, he thought. Want to bet? Instead of going back to his bike and getting on and riding home and starting his chores, he followed the grooves in the grass. There were more drops of drying blood here and there. Not much, though. Not as much as there had been in that matted place back there by the park bench he had set to rights. Mike could hear the canal now, running quiet. A moment later he saw the concrete edge materialize out of the fog. Here was something else in the grass. My goodness, it's certainly your day for finding things, his mind said with dubious geniality. And then a gull screamed somewhere, and Mike flinched, thinking again of the bird he had seen that day just this spring. Whatever that is in the grass, I don't even want to look at it. And that was, oh, so very true, but here he was, already bending over it, hands planted just above his knees to see what it was. A tattered bit of cloth with a drop of blood on it. The seagull screamed again. Mike stared at the bloody scrap of cloth and remembered what had happened to him in the spring. 5. Each year during April and May, the Hanlon farm woke up from its winter doze. Mike would let himself know that spring had come again, not when the first crocuses showed under his mom's kitchen windows, or when kids started bringing immies and croakers to school, or even when the Washington Senators kicked off the baseball season, usually getting themselves shellacked in the process, but only when his father hollered for Mike to help him push their mongrel truck out of the barn. The front half was an old Model A Ford car, the back end a pickup truck with a tailgate which was the remainder of the old henhouse door. If the winter hadn't been too cold, the two of them could often get it going by pushing it down the driveway. The truck's cab had no doors. Likewise, there was no windshield. The seat was half of an old sofa that Will Hanlon had scrounged from the Derry dump. The stick shift ended in a glass doorknob. They would push it down the driveway, one on each side, and when it got rolling good, Will would jump in, turn on the switch, retard the spark, step down on the clutch, punch the shift into first gear with his big hand clamped over the doorknob. Then he would holler, "Put me over the hump!" He'd pop the clutch and the old Ford engine would cough, choke, chug, backfire, and sometimes actually start to run, rough at first, then smoothing out. Will would roar down the road toward Rulin Farms, turn around in their driveway. If he had gone the other way, Henry Bauer's crazy father Butch probably would have blown his head off with a shotgun, and then roar back, the unmuffled engine blatting stridently, while Mike jumped up and down with excitement, cheering, and his mom stood in the kitchen doorway wiping her hands on a dish towel and pretending a disgust she didn't really feel. Other times, the truck wouldn't roll start, and Mike would have to wait until his father came back from the barn, carrying the crank and muttering under his breath. Mike was quite sure that some of the words so muttered were swears, and he would be a little frightened of his daddy then. It wasn't until much later, during one of those interminable visits to the hospital room, where Will Hanlon lay dying, that he found out his father muttered because he was afraid of the crank. Once it had kicked back viciously, flown out of its socket, and tore the side of his mouth open. "Stand back, Mikey," he would say, slipping the crank into its socket at the base of the radiator. And when the A was finally running, he'd say that next year he was going to trade it for a Chevrolet, but he never did. That old A Ford hybrid was still in back of the home place, up to its axles and henhouse tailgate in weeds. When it was running, and Mike was sitting in the passenger seat, smelling hot oil and blue exhaust, excited by the keen breeze that washed in through the glassless hole where the windshield had once been, he would think, "Spring's here again, we're all waking up." And in his soul he would raise a silent cheer that shook the walls of that mostly cheerful room. He felt love for everything around him, and most of all, for his dad, who would grin over at him and holler, "Hold on, Mikey! We gonna wind this baby up! We gonna make some birds run for cover!" Then he would tear up the driveway, the A's rear wheels spitting back black dirt and gray clods of clay, both of them jouncing up and down on the sofa seat inside the open cab, laughing like stark, natural-born fools. Will would run the A through the high grass of the back field, which was kept for hay, toward either the south field, potatoes, the west field, corn and beans, or the east field, peas, squash, and pumpkins. As they went, birds would burst up out of the grass before the truck, squawking in terror. Once a partridge flew up, a magnificent bird as brown as late autumn oaks, the explosive coughing whir of its wings audible even over the pounding engine. Those rides were Mike Hanlon's door into spring. The year's work began with the rock harvest. Every day for a week they would take the A out and load the bed with rocks, which might break a harrow blade when the time came to turn the earth and plant. Sometimes the truck would get stuck in the mucky spring earth, and Will would mutter darkly under his breath more swears, Mike surmised. He knew some of the words and expressions, others, such as "son of a whore," puzzled him. He had come across the word in the Bible, and so far as he could tell, a whore was a woman who came from a place called Babylon. He had once set out to ask his father, but the A had been in mud up to her coil springs. There had been thunderclouds on his father's brow, and he had decided to wait for a better time. He ended up asking Richie Tozier later that year, and Richie told him, his father had told him, a whore was a woman who got paid for having sex with men. "What's having sex?" Mike had asked, and Richie had wandered away holding his head. On one occasion, Mike had asked his father why, since they harvested rocks every April, there were always more of them the following April. They'd been standing at the dumping-off place near sunset on the last day of that year's rock harvest. A beaten dirt track, not quite serious enough to be called a road, led from the bottom of the west field to this gully near the bank of the Kenduskeag. The gully was a jumbled wasteland of rocks that had been dragged off Will's land through the years. Looking down at this Badlands, which he had made first alone and then with the help of his son, somewhere under the rocks he knew were the rotting remains of the stumps he had yanked out one at a time before any of the fields could be tilled. Will had lighted a cigarette and said, "My daddy used to tell me that God loved rocks, houseflies, weeds, and poor people above all the rest of his creations, and that's why he made so many of them. But every year it's like they come back." "Yeah, I think they do," Will said. "That's the only way I know to explain it." A loon cried from the far side of the Kenduskeag in a dusky sunset that had turned the water a deep orange red. It was a lonely sound, so lonely that it made Mike's tired arms tighten with goose flesh. "I love you, Daddy," he said suddenly, feeling his love so strongly that tears stung his eyes. "Why, I love you too, Mikey," his father said, and hugged him tight in his strong arms. Mike felt the rough fabric of his father's flannel shirt against his cheek. "Now what do you say we go back? We got just time to get a bath each before the good woman puts supper on the table." "Ya?" Mike said. "Ya yourself," Will Hanlon said, and they both laughed, feeling tired but feeling good. Arms and legs worked, but not too overworked. Their hands rock-roughened, but not hurting too bad. Spring's here, Mike thought that night, drowsing off in his room while his mother and father watched the honeymooners in the other room. Spring's here again, thank you, God, thank you very much. And turning to sleep, sinking down, he had heard the loon call again. the distance of its marshes blending into the desire of his dreams. Spring was a busy time, but it was a good time. Following the rock harvest, Will would park the A in the high grass back of the house and drive the tractor out of the barn. There would be harrowing then, his father driving the tractor, Mike either riding behind and holding on to the iron seat or walking alongside, picking up any rocks they had missed and throwing them aside. Then came planting, and following the planting came summer's work. Hoeing, hoeing, hoeing. His mother would refurbish Larry, Moe, and Curly, their 3 scarecrows, and Mike would help his father put moose blowers on top of each straw-filled head. A moose blower was a can with both ends cut off. You tied a length of heavily waxed and rosined string tightly across the middle of the can, and when the wind blew through it, a wonderfully spooky sound resulted, a kind of whining croak. Crop-eating birds decided soon enough that Larry, Moe, and Curly were no threats, but the moose blowers always frightened them off. Starting in July, there was picking as well as hoeing. Peas and radishes first, then the lettuce and the tomatoes that had been started in the shed boxes, then the corn and beans in August, more corn and beans in September, then the pumpkins and the squash. Somewhere in the midst of all that came the new potatoes, and then, as the days shortened and the air sharpened, he and his dad would take in the moose blowers, and sometimes during the winter they would disappear. It seemed they had to make new ones each spring. The day after, Will would call Norman Sadler, who was as dumb as his son Moose, but infinitely more good-hearted, and Normie would come over with his potato digger. For the next 3 weeks, all of them would work picking potatoes. In addition to the family, Will would hire 3 or 4 high school boys to help pick, paying them $0.25 a barrel. The A Ford would cruise slowly up and down the rows of the south field, the biggest field, always in low gear, the tailgate down, the back filled with barrels, each marked with the name of the person picking into it. And at the end of the day, Will would open his old creased wallet and pay each of the pickers cash money. Mike was paid, and so was his mother. That money was theirs, and Will Hanlon never once asked either of them what they did with it. Mike had been given a 5% interest in the farm when he was 5 years old enough, Will had told him then, to hold a hoe and to tell the difference between witchgrass and pea plants. Each year he had been given another 1%, and each year, on the day after Thanksgiving, Will would compute the farm's profits and deduct Mike's share. But Mike never saw any of that money. It went into his college account and was to be touched under absolutely no other circumstances. At last the day would come when Normie Sadler drove his potato digger back home. By then, the air would have most likely turned gray and cold, and there would be frost on the drift of orange pumpkins piled against the side of the barn. Mike would stand in the dooryard, his nose red, his dirty hands stuffed into his jeans pockets, and watch as his father drove first the tractor and then the A Ford back into the barn. He would think, "We're getting ready to go to sleep again." Spring vanished. Summer gone. Harvest time done. All that was left now was the butt end of autumn. Leafless trees, frozen ground, a lacing of ice along the banks of the Kenduskeag. In the fields, crows would sometimes land on the shoulders of Moe, Larry, and Curly and stay as long as they liked. The scarecrows were voiceless, threatless. Mike would not exactly be dismayed by the thought of another year ending. At 9 and 10, he was still too young to make mortal metaphors, because there was plenty to look forward to. Sledding in McCarran Park or on Rulin Hill out here in Derrytown if you were brave, although that was mostly for big kids. Ice skating, snowball fights, snow fort building. There was time to think about snowshoeing out for a Christmas tree with his daddy, and time to think about the Nordica downhill skis he might or might not get for Christmas. Winter was good. Watching his father drive the A back into the barn, spring vanished, summer gone, harvest time done, always made him feel sad, the way the squadrons of birds heading south for the winter made him feel sad. Or the way a certain slant of light could sometimes make him feel like crying for no good reason. We're getting ready to go to sleep again. It was not all school and chores and school. Will Hanlon had told his wife more than once that a boy needed time to go fishing, even if it wasn't fishing he was really doing. When Mike came home from school, he first put his books on the TV in the parlor, second made himself some kind of snack. He was particularly partial to peanut butter and onion sandwiches, a taste that made his mother raise her hands in helpless horror. And third, studied the note his father had left him, telling Mike where he Will was, and what Mike's chores were: certain rows to be weeded or picked, baskets to be carried, produce to be rotated, the barn to be swept, whatever. But on at least one school day a week, and sometimes two, there would be no note. And on these days, Mike would go fishing, even if it wasn't really fishing he was doing. Those were great days. Days when he had no particular place to go and consequently felt no urge to get there in a hurry. Once in a while, his father left him another sort of note. No chores, one might say. Go over to Old Cape and look at trolley tracks. Mike would go over to the Old Cape area, find the streets with the tracks still embedded in them, and inspect them closely, marveling to think of things like trains that had run right through the middle of the streets. That night he and his father might talk about them, and his dad would show him pictures from his Derry album of the trolleys actually running. A funny pole went from the roof of the trolley up to an electrical wire, and there were cigarette ads on the side. Another time he had sent Mike to Memorial Park, where the standpipe was, to look at the bird bath. And once they had gone to the courthouse together to look at a terrible machine that Chief Borton had found in the attic. The gadget was called a tramp chair. It was cast iron, and there were manacles built into the arms and legs, rounded knobs stuck out of the back and seat. It reminded Mike of a photograph he had seen in some book, a photograph of the electric chair at Sing Sing. Chief Borton let Mike sit in a tramp chair and try on the manacles. After the first ominous novelty of wearing the manacles wore off, Mike looked questioningly at his father and Chief Borton, not sure why this was supposed to be such a horrible punishment for the vags, Borton's word for them, that had drifted into town in the 20s and 30s. The knobs made the chair a little uncomfortable to sit in, sure, and the manacles on your wrists and ankles made it hard to shift to a more comfortable position, but, well, you're just a kid, Chief Borton said, laughing. What do you weigh, 70, 80 pounds? Most of the vags Sheriff Sully posted into that chair in the old days would go twice that. They'd feel a bit uncomfortable after an hour or so, really uncomfortable after 2 or 3, and right bad after 4 or 5. After 7 or 8 hours, they'd start bellowing, and after 16 or 17, they'd start crying, mostly. And by the time their 24-hour tour was up, they'd be willing to swear before God and man that the next time they came riding the rods up New England way, they'd give Derry a wide berth. So far as I know, most of them did. 24 hours in the tramp chair was a hell of a persuader. Suddenly, there seemed to be more knobs in the chair, digging more deeply into his buttocks, spine, the small of his back, even the nape of his neck. "Can I get out now, please?" he said politely, and Chief Borton laughed again. There was a moment, one panicked instant of time, when Mike thought the chief would only dangle the key to the manacles in front of Mike's eyes and say, "Sure, I'll let you out when your 24 hours is up." "Why'd you take me there, Daddy?" he asked on the way home. "You'll know when you're older," Willard replied. "You don't like Chief Borton, do you?" "No." His father had replied in a voice so curt that Mike hadn't dared ask any more. But Mike enjoyed most of the places in Derry his father sent or took him to, and by the time Mike was 10, Willard succeeded in conveying his own interest in the layers of Derry's history to his son. Sometimes, as when he had been trailing his fingers over the slightly pebbled surface of the stand in which the Memorial Park birdbath was set, or when he had squatted down to look more closely at the trolley tracks which grooved Mont Street in the Old Cape, he would be struck by a profound sense of time. Time as something real, as something that had unseen weight, the way sunlight was supposed to have weight. Some of the kids in school had laughed when Mrs. Greengus told them that, but Mike had been too stunned by the concept to laugh. His first thought had been, light has weight? Oh, my Lord, that's terrible. Time is something that would eventually bury him. The first note his father left him in that spring of 1958 was scribbled on the back of an envelope and held down with a salt shaker. The air was spring warm, wonderfully sweet, and his mother had opened all the windows. "No chores," the note read. "If you want to, ride your bike out to Pasture Road. You'll see a lot of tumbled masonry and old machinery out in the field on your left. Have a look around, bring back a souvenir. Don't go near the cellar hole. And be back before dark. You know why." Mike knew why, all right. He told his mother where he was going, and she frowned. "Why don't you see if Randy Robinson wants to go with you?" "Yeah, okay, I'll stop by and ask him," Mike said. He did, too, but Randy had gone up to Bangor with his father to buy seedling potatoes. So Mike rode his bike over to Pasture Road alone. It was a goodish ride, a little over 4 miles. Mike reckoned it was 3 o'clock by the time he leaned his bike against an old wooden slat fence on the left side of Pasture Road and climbed into the field beyond. He would have maybe an hour to explore, and then he would have to start home again. Ordinarily, his mother would not be upset with him as long as he was back by 6 when she put dinner on the table, but one memorable episode had taught him that wasn't the case this year. On that one occasion, when he had been late for dinner, she had been nearly hysterical. She took after him with a dish rag, whopping him with it as he stood open-mouthed in the kitchen entryway, his wicker creel with the rainbow trout in it at his feet. "Don't you ever scare me like that!" she had screamed. Don't you ever, ever, ever! Each ever had been punctuated by another dish rag swat. Mike had expected his father to step in and put a stop to it, but his father hadn't done so. Perhaps he knew that if he did, she would turn her wildcat anger on him as well. Mike had learned the lesson. One whopping with the dish rag was all it took. Home before dark. Yes, ma'am, right-o. He walked across the field toward the Titanic ruins standing in the center. This was, of course, the remains of the Kitchener Ironworks. He had ridden past it, but had never thought to actually explore it, and he had never heard any kids saying that they had. Now, stooping to examine a few tumbled bricks that had formed a rough cairn, he thought he could understand why. The field was dazzlingly bright, washed by sun from the spring sky. Occasionally, as a cloud passed before the sun, a great shudder of shadow would travel slowly across the field. But there was something spooky about it all the same, a brooding silence that was broken only by the wind. He felt like an explorer who's found the last remnants of some fabulous lost city. Up ahead and to the right, he saw the rounded side of a massive tile cylinder rising out of the high field grass. He ran over to it. It was the ironworks' main smokestack. He peered into its bore and felt a fresh chill worm up his spine. It was big enough so he could have walked into it if he had wanted, but he didn't want to. God knew what strange guck there might be clinging to the smoke-blackened inner tiles, or what nasty bugs or beasts might have taken up residence inside. The wind gusted. When it blew across the mouth of the fallen stack, it made a sound eerily like the sound of the wind vibrating the waxed strings he and his dad put in the moose blowers every spring. He stepped back nervously, suddenly thinking about the movie he and his father had watched last night on the early show. It had been called Rodan, and watching it had seemed like great fun at the time. His father laughing and shouting, "Get that bird, Mikey!" every time Rodan made its appearance, Mike shooting with his finger until his mom popped her head in and told him to hush up before they gave her a headache with the noise. It didn't seem so funny now. In the movie, Rodan had been released from the bowels of the earth by these Japanese coal miners who had been digging the world's deepest tunnel. And looking into that black bore of this pipe, it was all too easy to imagine that bird crouched at the far end, its leathery, bat-like wings folded over its back, staring at the small, round boy face looking into the darkness, staring with its gold-ringed eyes. Shivering, Mike pulled back. He walked a ways down the smokestack, which had sunken into the earth to half of its circumference. The land rose slightly, and on impulse he scrambled his way up on top. The stack was a lot less scary on the outside, its tiled surface sun-warm. He got to his feet and strolled along, holding his arms out. The surface was really too wide for him to need to worry about falling off, but he was pretending he was a tight-wire walker in the circus, liking the way the wind blew through his hair. At the far end, he jumped down and began to examine stuff. More bricks, twisted molds, hunks of wood, pieces of rusty machinery. "Bring back a souvenir," his father's note had said. He wanted a good one. He wandered closer to the mill's yawning cellar hold, looking at the debris, being careful not to cut himself on the broken glass. There was a lot of it around. Mike was not unmindful of the cellar hold and his father's warning to stay out of it. Neither was he unmindful of the death that had been dealt out on this spot 50-odd years before. He supposed that if there was a haunted place in Derry, this was it. But either in spite of that or because of it, he was determined to stay until he found something really good to take back and show his father. He moved slowly and soberly toward the cellar hold, changing its course to parallel its ragged side, when a warning voice inside whispered that he was getting too close, that a bank weakened by the spring rains could crumble under his heels and pitch him into that hole, where God only knew how much sharp iron might be waiting to impale him like a bug, leaving him to die a rusty, twitching death. He picked up a window sash and tossed it aside. Here was a dipper, big enough for a giant's table, its handle rippled and warped by some unimaginable flash of heat. Here was a piston, too big for him to even budge, let alone lift. He stepped over it. And... what if I find a skull? He thought suddenly. The skull of one of the kids who were killed here while they were hunting for chocolate Easter eggs back in whenever it was. He looked around the sun-washed, empty field, nastily shocked by the idea. The wind blew a low conch note in his ears, and another shadow cruised silently across the field like the shadow of a giant bat or bird. He became aware all over again of how quiet it was here, and how strange the field looked with its straggling piles of masonry and its beached iron hulks leaning this way and that. It was as if some horrid battle had been fought here long ago. "Don't be such a dip," he replied uneasily to himself. "They found everything there was to find 50 years ago, after it happened. And even if they didn't, some other kid or grown-up would have found the rest since then. Or do you think you're the only person who ever came here hunting for souvenirs? No, I don't think that. But what?" the rational side of his mind demanded. And Mike thought he was talking just a little too loud, a little too fast. Even if there was still something to find, it would have decayed long ago, so what? Mike found a splintered desk drawer in the weeds. He glanced at it, tossed it aside, and moved a little closer to the cellar hold, where the stuff was thickest. Surely he would find something there. But what if there are ghosts? That's but what. What if I see hands coming over the edge of that cellar hold? And what if they start to come up, kids in the remains of their Easter Sunday clothes? Clothes that are all rotted and torn and marked with 50 years of spring mud and fall rain and caked winter snow. Kids with no heads. He had heard at school that, after the explosion, a woman had found the head of one of the victims in a tree in her backyard. Kids with no legs. Kids flayed open like codfish. Kids just like me, who would maybe come down and play, down there where it's dark, under the leaning iron girders and the big old rusty cogs. Oh, stop it! For the Lord's sake! But a shudder wrenched its way up his back, and he decided it was time to take something, anything, get the dickens out of here. He reached down, almost at random, and came up with a gear-toothed wheel about 7 inches in diameter. He had a pencil in his pocket, and he used it quickly to dig the dirt out of the teeth. Then he slipped his souvenir in his pocket. He would go now. He would go, yes, but his feet moved slowly in the wrong direction, toward the cellar hold. And he realized, with a dismal sort of horror, that he needed to look down inside. He had to see. He gripped a spongy support beam leaning out of the earth and swayed forward, trying to see down and inside. He couldn't quite do it. He had come to within 15 feet of the edge. That was still a little too far to see the bottom of the cellar hold. I don't care if I see the bottom or not. I'm going back now. I've got my souvenir. I don't need to look down into any crummy old hole. Daddy's note said to stay away from it. But the unhappy, almost feverish curiosity that had gripped him would not let go. He approached the cellar hold step by queasy step, aware that as soon as the wooden beam was out of his reach, there would be no more grab holds, also aware that the ground here was indeed squelchy and crumbly. In places along the edge, he could see depressions like graves that had fallen in, and knew that they were the sites of previous cave-ins. Heart thudding in his chest like the hard measured strides of a soldier's boots, he reached the edge and looked down. Nested in the cellar hold, the bird looked up. Mike was not at first sure what he was seeing. All the nerves and pathways in his body seemed frozen, including those which conducted thoughts. It was not just the shock of seeing a monster bird, a bird whose breast was as orange as a robin's and whose feathers were the unremarkably fluffy gray of a sparrow's feathers. Most of it was the shock of the utterly unexpected. He had expected monoliths of machinery half submerged in stagnant puddles and black mud. Instead, he was looking down into a giant nest which filled the cellar hold from end to end and side to side. It had been made out of enough timothy grass to make a dozen bales of hay, but this grass was silvery and old. The bird sat in the middle of it, its brightly ringed eyes as black as fresh, warm tar, and for an insane moment before his paralysis broke, Mike could see himself reflected in each of them. Then the ground suddenly began to shift and run out from beneath his feet. He heard the tearing sound of shallow roots giving way and realized he was sliding. With a yell, he threw himself backward, pinwheeling his arms for balance. He lost it and thumped heavily to the littered ground. Some hard, dull chunk of metal pressed painfully into his back, and he had time to think of the tramp chair before he heard the whirring, explosive sound of the bird's wings. He scrambled to his knees, crawled, looked back over his shoulder, and saw it rising out of the cellar hold. Its scaly talons were a dusky orange. Its beating wings, each more than 10 feet across, blew the scraggy timothy grass this way and that, patternlessly, like the wind generated by helicopter rotors. It uttered a buzzing, chirruping scream. A few loose feathers slipped from its wings and spiraled back down into the cellar hold. Mike gained his feet again and began to run. He pounded across the field, not looking back now, afraid to look back. The bird did not look like Rodan, but he sensed it was the spirit of Rodan, risen from the cellar hold of the Kitchener Ironworks like a horrible bird in the box. He stumbled, went to one knee, got up and ran on. That weird, chirruping, buzzing screech came again. A shadow covered him, and when he looked up he saw the thing. It had passed less than 5 feet over his head. Its beak, dirty yellow, opened and closed, revealing a pink lining inside. It whirled back toward Mike. The wind it generated washed across his face, bringing a dry, unpleasant smell with it. Attic dust, dead antiques, rotting cushions. He jigged to his left, and now he saw the fallen smokestack again. He sprinted for it, running all out, his arms pumping in short, jabbing strokes at his sides. The bird screamed, and he heard its fluttering wings. They sounded like sails. Something slammed into the back of his head. Warm fire traced its way up the nape of his neck. He felt it spread as blood began to trickle down the back of his shirt collar. The bird whirled around again, meaning to pick him up with its talons and carry him away like a hawk with a field mouse, meaning to carry him back to its nest, meaning to eat him. As it flew at him, swooping down, its black, horribly alive eyes fixed on him, Mike cut sharply right. The bird missed him, barely. The dusty smell of its wings was overpowering, unbearable. Now he was running parallel to the fallen smokestack, its tiles blurring by. He could see where it ended. If he could reach the end of the button hook to the left, get inside, he might be safe. He thought the bird was too big to squeeze inside. He came very close to not making it. The bird flew at him again, pulling up as it closed in, its wings flapping and pushing air in a hurricane, its scaly talons now angled toward him and descending. It screamed again, and this time Mike thought he heard triumph in its voice. He lowered his head, put his arm up, and rammed straight forward. The talons closed, and for a moment the bird had him by the forearm. The grip was like the clutch of incredibly strong fingers tipped with tough nails. They bit like teeth. The bird's flapping wings were thunder in his ears. He was dimly aware of feathers falling around him, some brushing past his cheeks like phantom kisses. The bird rose then, and for just a moment, Mike felt himself pulled upward, first straight, then on tiptoe, and for one freezing second he felt the toes of his keds lose contact with the earth. "Let me go!" He screamed at it and twisted his arm. For a moment the talons held on, and then the sleeve of his shirt ripped. He thumped back down. The bird squalled. Mike ran again, brushing through the thing's tail feathers, gagging at the dry smell. It was like running through a shower curtain of feathers. Still coughing, eyes stinging from both tears and whatever vile dust coated the bird's feathers, he stumbled into the fallen smokestack. There was no thought now of what might be lurking inside. He ran into the darkness, his gasping sobs taking on a flat echo. He went back perhaps 20 feet, and then turned toward the bright circle of daylight. His chest was rising and falling in quick jerks. He was suddenly aware that, if he had misjudged either the size of the bird or the size of the smokestack's muzzle, he had killed himself as surely as if he had put his father's shotgun to his head and pulled the trigger. There was no way out. This wasn't just a pipe, it was a blind alley. The other end of the stack was buried in the earth. The bird squalled again, and suddenly the light at the end of the smokestack was blotted out as it lighted on the ground outside. He could see its yellow, scaly legs, each as thick as a man's calf. Then it cocked its head down and looked inside. Mike found himself again staring into those hideously bright, fresh tar eyes with their gold wedding rings of iris. The bird's beak opened and closed, and each time it snapped shut, he heard an audible click, like the sound you hear in your own ears when you snap your teeth together hard. Sharp, he thought. Its beak is sharp. I guess I knew birds had sharp beaks, but I never really thought about it until now. It squawked again. The sound was so loud in the tile throat of the stack that Mike clapped his hands to his ears. The bird began to force itself into the mouth of the stack. "No!" Mike cried. "No, you can't!" The light faded as more of the bird's body pressed its way into the stack's bore. Oh, my Lord! Why didn't I remember it was mostly feathers? Why didn't I remember it could squeeze? The light faded, was gone. Now there was only an inky blackness, the suffocating attic smell of the bird, and the rustling sound of its feathers. Mike fell on his knees and began to grope on the curved floor of the smokestack, his hands spread wide, feeling. He found a piece of broken tile, its sharp edges furred with what felt like moss. He cocked his arm back and pegged it. There was a thump. The bird uttered its buzzing, chirruping sound again. "Get out of here!" Mike screamed. There was silence. And then that crackly, rustling sound began again as the bird resumed forcing itself into the pipe. Mike felt along the floor, found other pieces of tile, and began to throw one after another. They thumped and thudded off the bird and then clinked to the tile sleeve of the smokestack. "Please, God," Mike thought incoherently. "Please, God! Please, God! Please, God!" It came to him that he ought to retreat down the smokestack's bore. He had run in through what had been the stack's base. It stood to reason that it would narrow as he backed up. He could retreat, yes, and listen to that low, dusty rustle as the bird worked its way in after him. He could retreat, and if he was lucky, he might get beyond the point where the bird could continue to advance. But what if the bird got stuck? If that happened, he and the bird would die in here together. They would die in here together and rot in here together. In the dark. "Please, God!" he screamed, and was totally unaware that he had cried out aloud. He threw another piece of tile, and this time his throw was more powerful. He felt, he told the others much later, as if someone were behind him at that moment, and that someone had given his arm a tremendous push. This time there was no feathery thud. Instead, there was a splatting sound, the sound a kid's hand might make slapping into the surface of a bowl of half-solidified Jell-O. This time the bird screamed not in anger, but in real pain. The tenebrous whir of its wings filled the smokestack. Stinking air streamed past Mike in a hurricane, flapping his clothes, making him cough and gag and retreat as dust and moss flew. Light appeared again, gray and weak at first, then brightening and shifting as the bird retreated from the stack's muzzle. Mike burst into tears, fell to his knees again, and began grubbing madly for more pieces of tile. Without any conscious thought, he ran forward with both hands full of tiling. In this light he could see the pieces were splotched with blue-gray moss and lichen, like the surface of slate gravestones. Until he was nearly at the mouth of the stack, he intended to keep the bird from coming back in if he could. It bent down, cocking its head, the way a trained bird on a perch will sometimes cock its head, and Mike saw where his last shot had struck home. The bird's right eye was nearly gone. Instead of that glittering bubble of fresh tar, there was a crater filled with blood. Whitish-gray goo dripped from the corner of the socket and trickled along the side of the bird's beak. Tiny parasites wriggled and squirmed in this pussy discharge. It saw him and lunged forward. Mike began to throw chunks of tile at it. They struck its head and beak. It withdrew for a moment and then lunged again, beak opening, revealing that pink lining again, revealing something else that caused Mike to freeze for a moment. his own mouth dropping open. The bird's tongue was silver, its surface as crazy cracked as the surface of a volcanic land, which is first baked and then slagged off. And on this tongue, like weird tumbleweeds that had taken temporary root there, were a number of orange puffs. Mike threw the last of his tiles directly into that gaping maw, and the bird withdrew again, screaming its frustration, rage, and pain. For a moment, Mike could see its reptilian talons. Then its wings ruffled the air, and it was gone. A moment later, he lifted his face, a face that was gray-brown under the dirt, dust, and bits of moss that the bird's wind machine wings had blown at him, toward the clicking sound of its talons on the tile. The only clean places on Mike's face were the tracks that had been washed clean by his tears. The bird walked back and forth overhead. Tuck, 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 tuck. Mike retreated a bit, gathered up more chunks of tile, and heaped them as close to the mouth of the stack as he dared. If the thing came back, he wanted to be able to fire at it from point-blank range. The light outside was still bright. Now that it was May, it wouldn't get dark for a long time yet. But suppose the bird just decided to wait? Mike swallowed, the dry sides of his throat rubbing together for a moment. Overhead, tuck, tuck, tuck. He had a fine pile of ammunition now. In the dim light, here beyond the place where the angle of the sun made a shadow spiral inside the pipe, it looked like a pile of broken crockery swept together by a housewife. Mike rubbed the palms of his dirty hands along the sides of his jeans and waited to see what would happen next. A space of time passed before something did. Whether 5 minutes or 25, he could not tell. He was only aware of the bird walking back and forth overhead like an insomniac pacing the floor at 3 a.m. Then its wings fluttered again. It landed in front of the smokestack's opening. Mike, on his knees just behind his pile of tiling, began to peg missiles at it before it could even bend its head down. One of them slammed into a plated yellow leg and drew a trickle of blood so dark it seemed almost as black as the bird's eyes. Mike screamed in triumph, the sound thin and almost lost under the bird's own enraged squawk. "Get out of here!" Mike cried. "I'm going to keep hitting you until you get out of here. I swear to God I will." The bird flew up to the top of the smokestack and resumed its pacing. Mike waited. Finally, its wings ruffled again as it took off. Mike waited, expecting the yellow feet, so like hen's feet, to appear again. They didn't. He waited longer, convinced it had to be some kind of a trick, realizing at last that that wasn't why he was waiting at all. He was waiting because he was scared to go out, scared to leave the safety of this bolt hole. Never mind stuff like that. I'm not a rabbit. He took as many chunks of tile as he could handle comfortably, and put some more inside his shirt. He stepped out of the smokestack, trying to look everywhere at once, and wishing madly for eyes in the back of his head. He saw only the field stretching ahead and around him, littered with the exploded, rusting remains of the Kitchener Ironworks. He wheeled around, sure he would see the bird perched on the lip of the stack like a vulture, a one-eyed vulture now, only wanting the boy to see him before it attacked for the final time, using that sharp beak to jab and rip and strip. But the bird was not there. It was really gone. Mike's nerves snapped. He uttered a breaking scream of fear and ran for the weather-beaten fence between the field and the road, dropping the last pieces of tile from his hands. Most of the others fell out of his shirt as the shirt pulled free of his belt. He vaulted over the fence one-handed, like Roy Rogers showing off for Dale Evans on his way back from the corral with Pat Brady and the rest of the buckaroos. He grabbed the handlebars of his bike and ran beside it 40 feet up the road before getting on. Then he pedaled madly, not daring to look back, not daring to slow down, until he reached the intersection of Pasture Road and Outer Main Street, where there were lots of cars passing back and forth. When he got home, his father was changing the plugs on the tractor. Will observed that Mike looked powerful, musty, and dusty. Mike hesitated for just a split second, and then told his father that he'd taken a tumble from his bike on the way home, swerving to avoid a pothole. "Did you break anything, Mikey?" Will asked, observing his son a little more carefully. "No, sir." "Sprains?" "Sure?" Mike nodded. "Did you pick yourself up a souvenir?" Mike reached into his pocket and found the gear wheel. He showed it to his father, who looked at it briefly and then plucked a tiny crumb of tiling from the pad of flesh just below Mike's thumb. He seemed more interested in this. "From that old smokestack?" Will asked. Mike nodded. "You go inside there?" Mike nodded again. "See anything in there?" Will asked, and then, as if to make a joke of the question, which hadn't sounded like a joke at all, he added, "Buried treasure?" Smiling a little, Mike shook his head. "Well, don't tell your mother you was mucking about in there," Will said. "She'd shoot me first, and you second." He looked even more closely at his son. "Mikey, are you all right?" "Huh?" You look a little peaky around the eyes. "I guess I might be a little tired," Mike said. "It's 8 or 10 miles there and back again, don't forget. You want some help with the tractor, Daddy?" "No, I'm about done screwing it up for this week. You go on in and wash up." Mike started away, and then his father called to him once more. Mike looked back. "I don't want you going around that place again," he said. "At least not until all this trouble is cleared up and they catch the man who's doing it. You didn't see anybody out there, did you? No one chased you or hollered you down?" "I didn't see any people at all," Mike said. Will nodded and lit a cigarette. "I think I was wrong to send you there. Old places like that. Sometimes it can be dangerous." Their eyes locked briefly. "Okay, Daddy," Mike said. "I don't want to go back anyway. It was a little spooky." Will nodded again. "Less said the better, I reckon. You go and get cleaned up now, and tell her to put on 3 or 4 extra sausages." Mike did. 6. "Never mind that now," Mike Hanlon thought, looking at the grooves which went up to the concrete edge of the canal and stopped there. "Never mind that. It might just have been a dream anyhow." And there were splotches of dried blood on the lip of the canal. Mike looked at these, and then he looked down into the canal. Black water flowed smoothly past. Runners of dirty yellow foam clung to the canal's side, sometimes breaking free to flow downstream in lazy loops and curves. For a moment, just a moment, 2 clots of this foam came together and seemed to form a face, a kid's face, its eyes turned up in an avatar of terror and agony. Mike's breath caught, as if on a thorn. The foam broke apart, became meaningless again, and at that moment there was a loud splash on his right. Mike snapped his head around, shrinking back a little, and for a moment he believed he saw something in the shadows of the outflow tunnel where the canal resurfaced after its course under downtown. Then it was gone. Suddenly, cold and shuddering, he dug in his pocket for the knife he had found in the grass. He threw it into the canal. There was a small splash, a ripple that began as a circle and was then tugged into the shape of an arrowhead by the current. Then, nothing. Nothing except the fear that was suddenly suffocating him, and the deadly certainty that there was something near, something watching him, gauging its chances, biding its time. He turned, meaning to walk back to his bike. To run would be to dignify those fears and undignify himself. And then that splashing sound came again. It was a lot louder the second time, so much for dignity. Suddenly he was running as fast as he could, beating his buns for the gate and his bike, jamming the kickstand up with one heel and pedaling for the street as fast as he could. That sea smell was all at once too thick, much too thick. It was everywhere, and the water dripping from the wet branches of the trees seemed much too loud. Something was coming. He heard dragging, lurching footsteps in the grass. He stood on the pedals, giving it everything, and shot out onto Main Street without looking back. He headed for home as fast as he could, wondering what in hell had possessed him to come in the first place. What had drawn him? And then he tried to think about the chores. The whole chores, and nothing but the chores. After a while, he actually succeeded. And when he saw the headline in the paper the next day, "Missing Boy Prompts New Fears," he thought about the pocket knife he had thrown into the canal. The pocket knife with the initials EC scratched on the side. He thought about the blood he had seen on the grass. And he thought about those grooves which stopped at the edge of the canal. Chapter 7. The Dam in the Barrens. 1. Seen from the expressway at 4:45 in the morning, Boston seems a city of the dead, brooding over some tragedy in its past, a plague, perhaps, or a curse. The smell of salt, heavy and cloying, comes off the ocean. Runners of early morning fog obscure much of what movement would be seen otherwise. Driving north along Storrow Drive, sitting behind the wheel of the black '84 Cadillac he picked up from Butch Carrington at Cape Cod Limousine, Eddie Kasprak thinks you can feel this city's age. Perhaps you can get that feeling of age nowhere else in America but here. Boston is a sprat compared with London, an infant compared with Rome. But by American standards, at least, it is old, old. It kept its place on these low hills 300 years ago, when the tea and stamp taxes were unthought of, Paul Revere and Patrick Henry unborn. Its age, its silence, and the foggy smell of the sea, all of these things make Eddie nervous. When Eddie's nervous, he reaches for his aspirator. He sticks it in his mouth and triggers a cloud of revivifying spray down his throat. There are a few people in the streets he's passing, and a pedestrian or two on the walkways of the overpasses. They give lie to the impression that he has somehow wandered into a love-crafty tale of doomed cities, ancient evils, and monsters with unpronounceable names. Here, ganged around a bus stop with a sign reading Kenmore Square City Center, he sees waitresses, nurses, city employees, their faces naked and puffed with sleep. That's right, Eddie thinks, now passing under a sign which reads Tobin Bridge. That's right. Stick to the buses. Forget the subways. The subways are a bad idea. I wouldn't go down there if I were you. Not down below. Not in the tunnels. This is a bad thought to have. If he doesn't get rid of it, he will soon be using the aspirator again. He's glad for the heavier traffic on the Tobin Bridge. He passes a monument works. Painted on the brick side is a slightly unsettling admonishment. Slow down. We can wait. Here is a green reflectorized sign which reads, To 95 Main, NH, all northern New England points. He looks at it, and suddenly a bone-deep shudder racks his body. His hands momentarily weld themselves to the wheel of the Cadillac. He would like to believe it is the onset of some sickness, a virus, or perhaps one of his mother's phantom fevers. But he knows better. It is the city behind him, poised silently on the straight edge that runs between day and night, and what that sign promises ahead of him. He's sick, all right, no doubt about that, but it's not a virus or a phantom fever. He's been poisoned by his own memories. I'm scared, Eddie thinks. That was always what was at the bottom of it, just being scared. That was everything. But in the end, I think we turned that around somehow. We used it. But how? He can't remember. He wonders if any of the others can. For all their sakes, he certainly hopes so. A truck drones by on his left. Eddie has still got his lights on, and now he hits his brights momentarily as the truck draws safely ahead. He does this without thinking. It has become an automatic function, just part of driving for a living. The unseen driver in the truck flashes his running lights in return, quickly, twice, thanking Eddie for his courtesy. If only everything could be that simple and that clear, he thinks. He follows the signs to I-95. The northbound traffic is light, although he observes that the southbound lanes into the city are starting to fill up even at this early hour. Eddie floats the big car along, pre-guessing most of the directional signs, and getting into the correct lane long before he has to. It has been years, literally years, since he has guessed wrong enough to be swept past an exit he wanted. He makes his lane choices as automatically as he flashed OK to cut back in to the trucker, as automatically as he once found his way through the tangle of paths in the Derry Barrens. The fact that he's never before in his life driven out of downtown Boston, one of the most confusing cities in America to drive in, does not seem to matter much at all. He suddenly remembers something else about that summer. Something Bill said to him one day. You've got a compass in your head, Eddie. How that had pleased him. It pleases him again as the '84 Dorado shoots back onto the turnpike. He slides the limo's speed up to a cop-safe 57 miles an hour and find some quiet music on the radio. He supposes he would have died for Bill back then, if that had been required. If Bill had asked him, Eddie would simply have responded, "Sure, Big Bill. You got a time in mind yet?" Eddie laughs at this. Not much of a sound, just a snort, but the sound of it startles him into a real laugh. He laughs seldom these days, and he certainly did not expect to find many chucks, Richie's word, meaning chuckles, as in, "You had any good chucks today, Eds?" on this black pilgrimage. But, he supposes, if God is dirty mean enough to curse the faithful with what they want most in life, he's maybe quirky enough to deal you a good chuck or two along the way. "Had any good chucks lately, Eds?" he says out loud, and laughs again. Man, he had hated it when Richie called him Eds, but he'd sort of liked it, too. The way he thought Ben Hanscom got to like Richie calling him Haystack. It was something like a secret name, a secret identity. A way to be people that had nothing to do with their parents' fears, hopes, constant demands. Richie couldn't do his beloved voices for shit, but maybe he did know how important it was for creeps like them to sometimes be different people. Eddie glances at the change lined up neatly on the Dorado's dashboard. Lining up the change is another of those automatic tricks of the trade. When the toll booths come up, you never want to have to dig for your silver. Never want to find that you've gotten in an automatic toll lane with the wrong change. Among the coins are 2 or 3 Susan B. Anthony silver dollars. They are coins, he reflects, that you probably only find in the pockets of chauffeurs and taxi drivers from the New York area these days, just as the only place you are apt to see a lot of $2 bills is at a racetrack payoff window. He always keeps a few on hand because the robot toll-taker baskets on the George Washington and the Triborough bridges take them. Another of those lights suddenly comes on in his head. Silver dollars. Not these fake copper sandwiches, but real silver dollars, with Lady Liberty dressed in her gauzy robes stamped upon them. Ben Hanscom's silver dollars. Yes, but wasn't it Bill or Ben or Beverly who once used one of those silver cartwheels to save their lives? He's not quite sure of this. In fact, not quite sure of anything. Or is it just that he doesn't want to remember? It was dark in there, he thinks suddenly. I remember that much. It was dark in there. Boston's well behind him now, and the fog is starting to burn off. Ahead is Maine, NH, all northern New England points. Derry is ahead, and there is something in Derry which should be 27 years dead, and yet is somehow not. Something with as many faces as Lon Chaney. But what is it, really? Didn't they see it at the end as it really was, with all its masks cast aside? He can remember so much, but not enough. He remembers that he loved Bill Denbrough. He remembers that well enough. Bill never made fun of his asthma. Bill never called him little sissy queer boy. He loved Bill like he would have loved a big brother. Or a father. Bill knew stuff to do, places to go, things to see. Bill was never up against it. When you ran with Bill, you ran to beat the devil and you laughed. But you hardly ever ran out of breath. And hardly ever running out of breath was great, so fucking great, Eddie would tell the world. When you ran with Big Bill, you got your chucks every day. Sure, kid, every day, he says in a Richie Tozier voice, and laughs again. It had been Bill's idea to make the dam in the Barrens, and it was, in a way, the dam that had brought them all together. Ben Hanscom had been the one to show them how the dam could be built, and they had built it so well that they'd gotten in a lot of trouble with Mr. Nell, the cop on the beat, but it had been Bill's idea. And although all of them except Richie had seen very odd things, frightening things, in Derry since the turn of the year, it had been Bill who had first found the courage to say something out loud. That dam. That damn dam. He remembered Victor Criss. "Ta-ta, boys, it was a real baby dam, believe me, you're better off without it." A day later, Ben Hanscom was grinning at them, saying, We could flood. We could flood out the... 2. Whole barrens if we wanted to. Bill and Eddie looked at Ben doubtfully, and then at the stuff Ben had brought along with him, some boards scrounged from Mr. McKibben's backyard. But that was okay, since Mr. McKibben had probably scavenged them from someone else's. A sledgehammer, a shovel. I don't know, Eddie said, glancing at Bill. When we tried yesterday, it didn't work very good. The current kept washing our sticks away. This'll work, Ben said. He also looked to Bill for the final decision. Well, let's give it a try, Bill said. I called Richie Tozier this morning. He's gonna be over later, he said. Maybe him and Stanley will want to help. Stanley who? Ben asked. Eurus, Eddie said. He was still looking cautiously at Bill, who seemed somehow different today, quieter, less enthusiastic about the idea of the dam. Bill looked pale today, distant. Stanley Eurus. I guess I don't know him. Does he go to Derry Elementary? He's our age, but he just finished the 4th grade, Eddie said. He started school a year late because he was sick a lot when he was a little kid. You think you took Chong yesterday? You just ought to be glad you're not Stan. Someone's always racking Stan to the dogs and back. He's Jewish, Bill said. Lots of kids don't like him because he's Jewish. Oh, yeah? Ben asked, impressed. Jewish, huh? He paused, and then said carefully, Is that like being Turkish, or is it more like, Egyptian? I guess it's more like Turkish, Bill said. He picked up one of the boards Ben had brought and looked at it. It was about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. My dad says most Jews have big noses and lots of money, but Stan's got a regular nose and he's always broke, Eddie said. Yeah, Bill said, and broke into a real grin for the first time that day. Ben grinned. Eddie grinned. Bill tossed the board aside, got up, and brushed off the seat of his jeans. He walked to the edge of the stream, and the other 2 boys joined him. Bill shoved his hands in his back pockets and sighed deeply. Eddie was sure Bill was going to say something serious. He looked from Eddie to Ben, and then back to Eddie again, not smiling now. Eddie was suddenly afraid. But all Bill said then was, You got your aspirator, Eddie? Eddie slapped his pocket. I'm loaded for bear. Say, how'd it work with the chocolate milk? Ben asked. Eddie laughed. Worked great, he said. He and Ben broke up while Bill looked at them, smiling but puzzled. Eddie explained, and Bill nodded, grinning again. Eddie's mom is worried that he's gonna break, and she won't be able to get her refund. Eddie snorted, made as if to push him into the stream. Watch it, fuckface, Bill said, sounding uncannily like Henry Bowers. I'll twist your head so far around you'll be able to watch when you wipe yourself. Ben collapsed, shrieking with laughter. Bill glanced at him, still smiling, hands still in the back pockets of his jeans. Smiling, yeah, but a little distant again, a little vague. He looked at Eddie and then cocked his head toward Ben. Kid's soft, he said. Yeah, Eddie agreed, but he felt somehow that they were only going through the motions of having a good time. Something was on Bill's mind. He supposed Bill would spill it when he was ready. The question was, did Eddie want to hear what it was? Kid's mentally retarded. Retreaded, Ben said, still giggling. You gonna show us how to build a dam, or are you gonna sit there on your big can all day? Ben got to his feet again. He looked first at the stream, flowing past them at moderate speed. The Kenduskeag was not terribly wide this far up in the barrens, but it had defeated them yesterday just the same. Neither Eddie nor Bill had been able to figure out how to get a foothold on the current. But Ben was smiling, the smile of one who contemplates doing something new. Something that will be fun, but not very hard. Eddie thought, he knows how. I really think he does. Okay, he said. You guys want to take your shoes off, because you're going to get your little footsies wet. The mind mother in Eddie's head spoke up at once. Her voice as stern and commanding as the voice of a traffic cop. Don't you dare do it, Eddie. Don't you dare. Wet feet. That's one way, one of the thousands of ways that colds start, and colds lead to pneumonia. So don't you do it. Bill and Ben were sitting on the bank, pulling off their sneakers and socks. Ben was fussily rolling up the legs of his jeans. Bill looked up at Eddie. His eyes were clear and warm, sympathetic. Eddie was suddenly sure Big Bill knew exactly what he had been thinking, and he was ashamed. You coming? Yeah, sure, Eddie said. He sat down on the bank and undressed his feet, while his mother ranted inside his head. But her voice was growing steadily more distant and echoey, he was relieved to note, as if someone had stuck a heavy fishhook through the back of her blouse and was now reeling her away from him down a very long corridor. 3. It was one of those perfect summer days which, in a world where everything was on track and on the beam, you would never forget. A moderate breeze kept the worst of the mosquitoes and black flies away. The sky was a bright, crisp blue. Temperatures were in the low 70s. Birds sang and went about their birdie business in the bushes and second-growth trees. Eddie had to use his aspirator once, and then his chest lightened and his throat seemed to widen magically to the size of a freeway. He spent the rest of the morning with it stuffed forgotten into his back pocket. Ben Hanscom, who had seemed so timid and unsure the day before, became a confident general once he was fully involved in the actual construction of the dam. Every now and then he would climb the bank and stand there with his muddy hands on his hips, looking at the work in progress and muttering to himself. Sometimes he would run a hand through his hair, and by 11 o'clock it was standing up in crazy, comical spikes. Eddie felt uncertainty at first, then a sense of glee, and finally an entirely new feeling, one that was at the same time weird, terrifying, and exhilarating. It was a feeling so alien to his usual state of being that he was not able to put a name to it until that night, lying in bed and looking at the ceiling and replaying the day. Power. That was what the feeling had been. Power. It was going to work, by God. And it was going to work better than he and Bill, maybe even Ben himself, had dreamed it could. He could see Bill getting involved, too. Only a little at first, still mulling over whatever it was he had on his mind. And then, bit by bit, committing himself fully. Once or twice, he clapped Ben on one meaty shoulder and told him he was unbelievable. Ben flushed with pleasure each time. Ben got Eddie and Bill to set one of the boards across the stream and hold it as he used the sledgehammer to seat it in the stream bed. There! It's in. But you'll have to hold it or the current will just pull it loose, he told Eddie. So Eddie stood in the middle of the stream holding the board while water sluiced over its top and made his hands into wavering starfish shapes. Ben and Bill located a second board 2 feet downstream of the first. Ben used the sledge again to seat it, and Bill held it while Ben began to fill up the space between the two boards with sandy earth from the stream bank. At first it only washed away around the ends of the boards in gritty clouds, and Eddie didn't think it was going to work at all. But when Ben began adding rocks and muddy gook from the stream bed, the clouds of escaping silt began to diminish. In less than 20 minutes, he had created a heaped brown canal of earth and stones between the two boards in the middle of the stream. To Eddie, it looked like an optical illusion. If we had real cement, instead of just mud and rocks, they'd have to move the whole city over to the old Cape side by the middle of next week, Ben said, slinging the shovel aside at last and sitting on the bank until he got his breath back. Bill and Eddie laughed, and Ben grinned at them. When he grinned, there was a ghost of the handsome man he would become in the lines of his face. Water had begun to pile up behind the upstream board now. Eddie asked what they were going to do about the water escaping around the sides. Let it go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't? Nope. Why not? I can't explain exactly. You gotta let some out, though. How do you know? Ben shrugged. I just do, the shrug said, and Eddie was silenced. When he was rested, Ben got a third board, the thickest of the 4 or 5 he had carried laboriously across town to the Barrens, and placed it carefully against the downstream board, wedging one end firmly into the stream bed and socking the other against the board Bill had been holding, creating the strut he had put in his little drawing the day before. Okay, he said, standing back. He grinned at them. You guys should be able to let go now. The gook in between the two boards will take most of the water pressure. The strut will take the rest. Won't the water wash it away? Eddie asked. Nope. Water's just going to push it in deeper. And if you're wrong, we get to kill you, Bill said. That's cool, Ben said amiably. Bill and Eddie stepped back. The two boards that formed the basis of the dam creaked a little, tilted a little, and that was all. Hot shit! Eddie screamed, excited. It's great, Bill said, grinning. Yeah, Ben said. Let's eat. 4. They sat on the bank and ate, not talking much, watching the water stack up behind the dam and sluice around the ends of the boards. They had already done something to the geography of the stream banks, Eddie saw. The diverted current was cutting scalloped hollows into them. As he watched, the new course of the stream undercut the bank enough on the far side to cause a small avalanche. Upstream of the dam, the water formed a roughly circular pool, and at one place, it had actually overflowed the bank. Bright, reflecting rills ran off into the grass and the underbrush. Eddie slowly began to realize what Ben had known from the first. The dam was already built. The gaps between the boards and the banks were sluiceways. Ben had not been able to tell Eddie this because he did not know the word. Above the boards, the Kenduskeag had taken on a swelled look. The chuckling sound of shallow water, babbling its way over stones and gravel, was now gone. All the stones upstream of the dam were underwater. Every now and then, more sod and dirt, undercut by the widening stream, would fall into the water with a splash. Downstream of the dam, the watercourse was nearly empty. Thin trickles ran restlessly down its center, but that was about all. Stones which had been underwater for God knew how long were drying in the sun. Eddie looked at these drying stones with mild wonder, and that weird other feeling. They had done this. They. He saw Frog hopping along and thought maybe old Mr. Froggy was wondering just where the water had gone. Eddie laughed out loud. Ben was neatly stowing his empty wrappers in the lunch bag he had brought. Both Eddie and Bill had been amazed by the size of the repast Ben had laid out with businesslike efficiency. 2 PB&J sandwiches, 1 bologna sandwich, a hard-cooked egg complete with a pinch of salt twisted up in a small piece of waxed paper, 2 fig bars, 3 large chocolate chip cookies, and a ring ding. What did your ma say when she saw how bad you got racked? Eddie asked him. Ben looked up from the spreading pool of water behind the dam and belched gently against the back of his hand. Oh, well, I knew she'd be grocery shopping yesterday afternoon, so I was able to beat her home. I took a bath and washed my hair. Then I threw away the jeans and the sweatshirt I was wearing. I don't know if she'll notice they're gone or not. Probably not the sweatshirt. I got lots of sweatshirts, but I guess I ought to buy myself a new pair of jeans before she gets nosing through my drawers. The thought of wasting his money on such a non-essential item cast momentary gloom across Ben's face. What about the way you were bruised up? I told her I was so excited to be out of school that I ran out the door and fell down the steps, Ben said, and looked both amazed and a little hurt when Eddie and Bill began laughing. Bill, who had been chowing up a piece of his mother's devil's food cake, blew out a brown jet of crumbs and then had a coughing fit. Eddie, still howling, clapped him on the back. Well, I almost did fall down the steps, Ben said. Only it was because Victor Criss pushed me, not because I was running. I'd be as hot as a tamale in a sweatshirt like that, Bill said, finishing the last bite of his cake. Ben hesitated. For a moment it seemed he would say nothing. It's better when you're fat, he said finally. Sweatshirts, I mean. Because of your gut? Eddie asked. Bill snorted. Because of your Yeah, my tits. So what? Yeah, Bill said mildly. So what? There was a moment of awkward silence, and then Eddie said, Look how dark the water's getting when it goes around that side of the dam. Oh, cripes, Ben shot to his feet. Current's pulling out the fill. Geez, I wish we had cement. The damage was quickly repaired, but even Eddie could could see what would happen without someone there to almost constantly shovel in fresh fill. Erosion would eventually cause the upstream board to collapse against the downstream board, and then everything would fall over. "We can shore up the sides," Ben said. "That won't stop the erosion, but it'll slow it down." "If we use sand and mud, won't it just go on washing away?" Eddie asked. "We'll use chunks of sod." Bill nodded, smiled, and made an O with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "Let's go. I'll dig 'em, and you show me where to put 'em in, Big Ben." From behind them, a stridently cheery voice called, "My God! Someone put the Y-pool down in the Barrens, belly-button lint and all!" Eddie turned, noticing the way Ben tightened up at the sound of a strange voice, the way his lips thinned. Standing above them and a ways upstream, on the path Ben had crossed the day before, were Richie Tozier and Stanley Uris. Richie came bopping down to the stream, glanced at Ben with some interest, and then pinched Eddie's cheek. "Don't do that! I hate it when you do that, Richie." "Ah, you love it, Eds," Richie said, and beamed at him. "So what do you say? You having any good chucks or what?" 5. The 5 of them knocked off around 4 o'clock. They sat much higher on the bank, the place where Bill, Ben, and Eddie had eaten lunch was now underwater, and stared down at their handiwork. Even Ben found it a little difficult to believe. He felt a sense of tired accomplishment, which was mixed with uneasy fright. He found himself thinking of Fantasia and how Mickey Mouse had known enough to get the brooms started, but not enough to make them stop. "Fucking incredible," Richie Tozier said softly, and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Eddie glanced over at him, but Richie was not doing one of his numbers now. His face was thoughtful, almost solemn. On the far side of the stream where the land first rose and then tilted shallowly downhill, they had created a new piece of bogland. Bracken and holly bushes stood in a foot of water. Even as they sat here, they could see the bog sending out fresh pseudopods, spreading steadily westward. Behind the dam, the Kenduskeag, shallow and harmless just this morning, had become a still, swollen band of water. By 2 o'clock, the widening pool behind the dam had taken so much embankment that the spillways had grown almost to the size of rivers themselves. Everyone but Ben had gone on an emergency expedition to the dump in search of more materials. Ben stuck around, methodically sodding up leaks. The scavengers had returned not only with boards, but with 4 bald tires, the rusty door of a 1949 Hudson Hornet, and a big piece of corrugated steel siding. Under Ben's leadership, they had built 2 wings on the original dam, blocking off the water's escape around the sides again, and, with the wings raked back at an angle against the current, the dam worked even better than before. "Stop that sucker cold," Richie said. "You're a genius, man." Ben smiled. "It's not so much." "I got some Winstons," Richie said. "Who wants one?" He produced the crumpled red and white pack from his pants pocket and passed it around. Eddie, thinking of the hell a cigarette would raise with his asthma, refused. Stan also refused. Bill took one, and after a moment's thought, Ben took one too. Richie produced a book of matches with the words Roy Tan on the outside, and lit first Ben's cigarette, then Bill's. He was about to light his own when Bill blew out the match. "Thanks a lot, then, bro, you wet," Richie said. Bill smiled apologetically. The 3 on a match," he said. "Bad luck." "Bad luck for your folks when you were born," Richie said, and lit his cigarette with another match. He lay down and crossed his arms beneath his head. The cigarette jutted upward between his teeth. "Winston tastes good like a cigarette should." He turned his head slightly and winked at Eddie. "Ain't that right, Eds?" Ben, Eddie saw, was looking at Richie with a mixture of awe and wariness. Eddie could understand that. He had known Richie Tozier for 4 years, and he still didn't really understand what Richie was about. He knew that Richie got A's and B's in his schoolwork, but he also knew that Richie regularly got C's and D's in deportment. His father really racked him about it, and his mother just about cried every time Richie brought home those poor conduct grades. And Richie would swear to do better, and maybe he even would, for a quarter or 2. The trouble with Richie was that he couldn't keep still for more than a minute at a time, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut at all. Down here in the Barrens, That didn't get him in much trouble. But the Barents weren't Never Never Land, and they couldn't be the wild boys for more than a few hours at a stretch. The idea of a wild boy with an aspirator in his back pocket made Eddie smile. The trouble with the Barents was that you always had to leave. Out there in the wider world, Richie's bullshit was always getting him in trouble. With adults, which was bad, and with guys like Henry Bowers, which was even worse. His entrance earlier today was a perfect example. Ben Hanscom had no more than started to say hi when Richie had fallen on his knees at Ben's feet. He then began a series of gigantic salams, his arms outstretched, his hands flopping against the muddy bank every time he bowed again. At the same time, he had begun to speak in one of his voices. Richie had about a dozen different voices. His ambition, he had told Eddie one rainy afternoon when they were in the little raftered room over the Kasparek garage reading Little Lulu comic books, was to become the world's greatest ventriloquist. He was going to be even greater than Edgar Bergen, he said, and he would be on the Ed Sullivan Show every week. Eddie admired this ambition, but foresaw problems with it. First, all of Richie's voices sounded pretty much like Richie Tozier. This was not to say Richie could not be very funny from time to time. He could be. When referring to verbal zingers and loud farts, Richie's terminology was the same. He called it getting off a good one, and he got off good ones of both types frequently, usually in inappropriate company, however. Second, when Richie did ventriloquism, his lips moved, not just a little on the P and B sounds, but a lot and on all the sounds. Third, when Richie said he was going to throw his voice, it usually didn't go very far. Most of his friends were too kind or too bemused with Richie's sometimes enchanting, often exhausting charm to mention these little failings to him. Salaming frantically in front of the startled and embarrassed Ben Hanscom, Richie was speaking in what he called his Nigger Jim voice. "Lawks a mussy, it's be Haystack Calhoun," Richie screamed. "Don't fall on me, Mr. Haystack, sir. You's gwine to cream me if you do. Lawks a mussy, 300 pounds of swangin' meat, 88 inches from tit to tit. Haystack be smellin' just like a loader panther shit. I's gwine to lead you into the ring, Mr. Haystack, sir. I sure enough gwine to lead you. Just don't you be fallin' on this here black boy." "Don't worry," Bill said. "It's just Richie. He's crazy." Richie bounced to his feet. "I heard that, Dembro. You better leave me alone or I'll sick Haystack here on you." "Best part of you ran down your father's leg," Bill said. "True," Richie said, "but look how much good stuff was left. How you doing, Haystack? Richie Tozier is my name. Doing voices is my game." He popped his hand out. Thoroughly confused, Ben reached for it. Richie pulled his hand back. Ben blinked. Relenting, Richie shook. "My name's Ben Hanscom, in case you're interested," Ben said. "Seen you around school," Richie said. He swept a hand at the spreading pool of water. "This must have been your idea. These wet ends couldn't light a firecracker with a flamethrower." "Speak for yourself, Richie," Eddie said. "Oh, you mean it was your idea, Eds? Jesus, I'm sorry." He fell down in front of Eddie and began salaming wildly again. "Get up, stop it, you're splattering mud on me," Eddie cried. Richie jumped to his feet a second time and pinched Eddie's cheek. "Cute, cute, cute!" Richie exclaimed. "Stop it, I hate that!" "Fess up, Eds. Who built the dam?" "Ben showed us," Bill said. "Good deal." Richie turned and discovered Stanley Uris standing behind him, hands in his pockets, watching quietly as Richie put on his show. "This here's Stan the Man Uris," Richie told Ben. "Stan's a Jew. Also, he killed Christ. At least that's what Victor Chris told me one day. I've been after Stan ever since. I figure if he's that old, he ought to be able to buy us some beer. Right, Stan?" "I think that must have been my father," Stan said in a low, pleasant voice, and that broke them all up, Ben included. Eddie laughed until he was wheezing and tears were running down his face. "Ha! Good one!" Richie cried, striding around with his arms thrown up over his head like a football referee signaling the extra point was good. "Stan the Man gets off a good one! Great moments in history! Yowza! Yowza! Yowza!" "Hi," Stan said to Ben, seeming to take no notice of Richie at all. "Hello," Ben replied. "We were in the same class in second grade. You were the kid who never said anything, Stan finished, smiling a little. Right. Stan wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful, Richie said. Which he frequently does. Yowza, yowza, yow. Shut up, Richie, Bill said. Okay, but first I have to tell you one more thing, much as I hate to. I think you're losing your dam. Valley's gonna flood, partners. Let's get the women and children out first. And without bothering to roll up his pants, or even to remove his sneakers, Richie jumped into the water and began to slam sods into place on the near side wing of the dam, where the persistent current was pulling Phil out in muddy streamers again. A piece of Red Cross adhesive tape was wrapped around one of the bows of his glasses, and the loose end flapped against his cheekbone as he worked. Bill caught Eddie's eye, smiled a little, and shrugged. It was just Richie. He could drive you bug shit, but it was still sort of nice to have him around. They worked on the dam for the next hour or so. Richie took Ben's commands, which had become rather tentative again, with 2 more kids to general, with perfect willingness, and fulfilled them at a manic pace. When each mission was completed, he reported back to Ben for further orders, executing a backhand British salute and snapping the soggy heels of his sneakers together. Every now and then he would begin to harangue the others in one of his voices. The German commandant, Toodles, the English butler, the Southern senator, who sounded quite a bit like Foghorn Leghorn, and who would, in the fullness of time, evolve into a character named Buford Kissdrivel, the movie-tone newsreel narrator. The work did not just go forward, it sprinted forward. And now, shortly before 5 o'clock, as they sat resting on the bank, it seemed that what Richie had said was true. They had stopped the sucker cold. The car door, the piece of corrugated steel in the old tires, had become the second stage of the dam, and it was backstopped by a huge, sloping hill of earth and stones. Bill, Ben, and Richie smoked. Stan was lying on his back. A stranger might have thought he was just looking at the sky, but Eddie knew better. Stan was looking into the trees on the other side of the stream, keeping an eye out for a bird or two he could write up in his bird notebook that night. Eddie himself just sat cross-legged, feeling pleasantly tired and rather mellow. At that moment, the others seemed to him like the greatest bunch of guys to chum with a fellow could ever hope to have. They felt right together. They fitted neatly against each other's edges. He couldn't explain it to himself any better than that, and since it didn't really seem to need any explaining, he decided he ought to just let it be. He looked over at Ben, who was holding his half-smoked cigarette clumsily and spitting frequently, as if he didn't like the taste of it much. As Eddie watched, Ben stubbed it out and covered the long butt with dirt. Ben looked up, saw Eddie watching him, and looked away, embarrassed. Eddie glanced at Bill and saw something on Bill's face that he didn't like. Bill was looking across the water and into the trees and bushes on the far side, his eyes gray and thoughtful. That brooding expression was back on his face. Eddie thought Bill looked almost haunted. As if reading his thought, Bill looked around at him. Eddie smiled, but Bill didn't smile back. He put his cigarette out and looked around at the others. Even Richie had withdrawn into the silence of his own thoughts, an event which occurred about as seldom as a lunar eclipse. Eddie knew that Bill rarely said anything important unless it was perfectly quiet, because it was so hard for him to speak. And he suddenly wished he had something to say, or that Richie would start in with one of his voices. He was suddenly sure Bill was going to open his mouth and say something terrible, something which would change everything. Eddie reached automatically for his aspirator, pulled it out of his back pocket, and held it in his hand. He did this without even thinking about it. Can I tell you guys something? Bill asked. They all looked at him. Crack a joke, Richie, Eddie thought. Crack a joke, say something really outrageous, embarrass him, I don't care, just shut him up. Whatever it is. I don't want to hear it. I don't want things to change. I don't want to be scared. In his mind, a tenebrous, croaking voice whispered, I'll do it for a dime. Eddie shuddered and tried to unthink that voice. And the sudden image it called up in his mind, the house on Neibolt Street, its front yard overgrown with weeds, gigantic sunflowers nodding in the untended garden off to one side. Sure, Big Bill, Richie said. What's up? Bill opened his mouth, more anxiety on Eddie's part, closed it, blessed relief for Eddie, and then opened it again, renewed anxiety. If you guys laugh. I'll never hang around with you again, Bill said. It's crazy, but I swear I'm not making it up. It really happened. We won't laugh, Ben said. He looked around at the others. Will we? Stan shook his head, so did Richie. Eddie wanted to say, yes, we will too, Billy. We'll laugh our heads off and say you're really stupid, so why don't you shut up right now? But, of course, he could not say any such thing. This was, after all, Big Bill. He shook his head miserably. No, he wouldn't laugh. He had never felt less like laughing in his life. They sat there above the dam Ben had showed them how to make, looking from Bill's face to the expanding pool and the likewise expanding bog beyond it, and then back to Bill's face again, listening silently, as he told them about what had happened when he opened George's photograph album, how Georgie's school photograph had turned its head and winked at him, how the book had bled when he threw it across the room. It was a long, painful recital, and by the time he finished, Bill was red-faced and sweating. Eddie had never heard him stutter so badly. At last, though, the tale was told. Bill looked around at them, both defiant and afraid. Eddie saw an identical expression on the faces of Ben, Richie, and Stan. It was solemn, awed fear. It was not in the slightest tinctured by disbelief. An urge came to him then, an urge to spring to his feet and shout, "What a crazy story! You don't believe that crazy story, do you? And even if you do, you don't believe we believe it, do you? School pictures can't wink. Books can't bleed. You're out of your mind, Big Bill." But he couldn't very well do so, because that expression of solemn fear was also on his own face. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. "Come back here, kid," the hoarse voice whispered. "I'll blow you for free. Come back here." "No!" Eddie moaned at it. "Please go away. I don't want to think about that." "Come back here, kid." And now Eddie saw something else. Not on Richie's face, at least he didn't think so, but on Stan's and Ben's for sure. He knew what that something else was. Knew because that expression was on his own face, too. Recognition. "I'll blow you for free." The house at 29 Neibolt Street was just outside the Derry train yards. It was old and boarded up, its porch gradually sinking back into the ground, its lawn an overgrown field. An old trike, rusting and overturned, hid in that long grass, one wheel sticking up at an angle. But on the left side of the porch, there was a huge, bald patch in the lawn, and you could see dirty cellar windows set into the house's crumbling brick foundation. It was in one of those windows that Eddie Kasprak first saw the face of the leper 6 weeks ago. 6. On Saturdays, when Eddie could find no one to play with, he often went down to the train yards. No real reason, he just liked to go out there. He would ride his bike out Witcham Street and then cut to the northwest along Route 2, where it crossed Witcham. The Neibolt Street Church School stood on the corner of Route 2 and Neibolt Street, a mile or so farther on. It was a shabby, neat, wood-frame building with a large cross on top and the words, "Suffer the little children to come unto me," written over the front door in gilt letters 2 feet high. Sometimes on Saturdays, Eddie heard music and singing coming from inside. It was gospel music, but whoever was playing the piano sounded more like Jerry Lee Lewis than a regular church piano player. The singing didn't sound very religious to Eddie either, although there was lots of stuff in it about beautiful Zion and being washed in the blood of the Lamb and what a friend we have in Jesus. The people singing seemed to be having much too good a time for it to really be sacred singing, in Eddie's opinion. But he liked the sound of it all the same, the way he liked to hear Jerry Lee hollering out, "Whole lot of shaking going on." Sometimes he would stop for a while across the street, leaning his bike against the tree and pretending to read on the grass, actually jiving along to the music. Other Saturdays, the church school would be shut up and silent, and he would ride out to the train yard without stopping, out to where Neibolt Street ended in a parking lot with weeds growing up through the cracks in the asphalt. There he would lean his bike against the wooden fence and watch the trains go by. There were a lot of them on Saturdays. His mother told him that in the old days, you could catch a GS and WM passenger train at what was then Neibolt Street Station, but the passenger trains had stopped running around the time the Korean War was starting up. If you got on the northbound train, you went to Brownsville Station, she said, and from Brownsville, you could catch a train that would take you all the way across Canada if you wanted, all the way to the Pacific. The southbound train would take you to Portland, and then on down to Boston, and from South Station, the country was yours. But the passenger trains have gone the way of the trolley lines now, I guess. No one wants to ride a train when they can just jump in a Ford and go. You may never even ride one. But great long freights still came through Derry. They headed south, loaded down with pulpwood, paper, and potatoes, and north with manufactured goods for those towns of what Maine people sometimes called the Big Northern: Bangor, Millinocket, Machias, Presque Isle, Holton. Eddie particularly liked to watch the northbound car carriers with their loads of gleaming Fords and Chevys. "I'll have me a car like one of those someday," he promised himself. Like one of those, or even better, maybe even a Cadillac. There were 6 tracks in all, swooping into the station like strands of cobweb tending toward the center. Bangor and Great Northern lines from the north, the Great Southern and Western Maine from the west, the Boston and Maine from the south, and Southern Seacoast from the east. One day 2 years before, when Eddie had been standing near the latter line and watching a train go through, a drunken trainman had thrown a crate out of a slow-moving boxcar at him. Eddie ducked and flinched backward, although the crate landed in the cinders 10 feet away. There were things inside it, live things that clicked and moved. "Last run, boy!" the drunken trainman had shouted. He pulled a flat brown bottle from one of the pockets of his denim jacket, tipped it up, drank, and flipped it into the cinders, where it smashed. The trainman pointed at the crate. "Take him home to your mom. Compliments of the Southern fucking Seacoast bound for welfare line." He had reeled forward to shout these last words as the train pulled away, gathering speed now, and for one alarming moment Eddie thought he was going to tumble right out. When the train was gone, Eddie went to the box and bent cautiously over it. He was afraid to get too close. The things inside were slithery and crawly. If the trainman had yelled that they were for him, Eddie would have left them right there. But he had said, "Take him home to your mom." And like Ben, when someone said "Mom," Eddie jumped. He scrounged a hank of rope from one of the empty Quonset warehouses and tied the crate onto the package carrier of his bike. His mother had peered inside the crate even more warily than Eddie himself, and then she screamed, but with delight rather than terror. There were 4 lobsters in the crate, big 2-pounders with their claws pegged. She cooked them for supper, and had been extremely grumpy with Eddie when he wouldn't eat any. "What do you think the Rockefellers are eating this evening at their place in Bar Harbor?" she asked indignantly. "What do you think the swells are eating at 21 and Sardi's in New York City? Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? They're eating lobster, Eddie, same as we are. Now come on, give it a try." But Eddie wouldn't. At least, that was what his mother said. Maybe it was true, but inside it felt more to Eddie like couldn't than wouldn't. He kept thinking of the way they had slithered inside the crate, and the clicking sounds their claws had made. She kept telling him how delicious they were and what a treat he was missing until he started to gasp for breath and had to use his aspirator. Then she left him alone. Eddie retreated to his bedroom and read. His mother called up her friend Eleanor Dunton. Eleanor came over, and the two of them read old copies of Photoplay and Screen Secrets and giggled over the gossip columns and gorged themselves on cold lobster salad. When Eddie got up for school the next morning, his mother was still in bed, snoring away and letting frequent farts that sounded like long, mellow cornet notes. She was getting off some good ones, Richie would have said. There was nothing left in the bowl where the lobster salad had been except a few tiny blots of mayonnaise. That was the last Southern Seacoast train Eddie ever saw, and when he later saw Mr. Braddock, the Derry trainmaster, he asked him hesitantly what had happened. "Company went broke," Mr. Braddock said. "That's all there was to it. Don't you read the papers? It's happening all over the damn country. Now get out of here. This ain't no place for a kid." After that, Eddie would sometimes walk along Track 4, which had been the Southern Seacoast track, and listen as a mental conductor chanted names inside his head, reeling them off in a lovely down-east monotone. Those names, those magic names. Camden, Rockland, Bar Harbor, Wiscasset, Bath, Portland, Ogunquit, the Berricks. He would walk down Track 4, heading east until he got tired, and the weeds growing up between the crossties made him feel sad. Once he had looked up and seen seagulls, probably just fat old dump gulls who didn't give a shit if they ever saw the ocean, but that had not occurred to him then, wheeling and crying overhead, and the sound of their voices had made him cry a little too. There had once been a gate at the entrance to the train yards, but it had blown over in a windstorm and no one had bothered to replace it. Eddie came and went pretty much as he liked, although Mr. Braddock would kick him out if he saw him, or any other kid for that matter. There were truck drivers who would chase you sometimes, but not very far, because they thought you were hanging around just so you could hawk something, and sometimes kids did. Mostly, though, the place was quiet. There was a guard booth, but it was empty, its glass windows broken by stones. There had been no full-time security service since 1950 or so. Mr. Braddock shooed the kids away by day, and a night watchman drove through 4 or 5 times a night in an old Studebaker with a searchlight mounted outside the vent window, and that was all. There were tramps and hobos sometimes, though. If anything about the train yard scared Eddie, they did. Men with unshaven cheeks and cracked skin and blisters on their hands and cold sores on their lips. They rode the rails for a while, and then climbed down for a while and spent some time in Derry, and then got on another train and went somewhere else. Sometimes they had missing fingers. Usually they were drunk and wanted to know if you had a cigarette. One of these fellows had crawled out from under the porch of the house at 29 Niebolt Street one day, and had offered to give Eddie a blowjob for a quarter. Eddie had backed away, his skin like ice, his mouth as dry as lint balls. One of the hobo's nostrils had been eaten away. You could look right into the red, scabby channel. "I don't have a quarter," Eddie said, backing toward his bike. "I'll do it for a dime," the hobo croaked, coming toward him. He was wearing old green flannel pants. Yellow puke was stiffening across the lap. He unzipped his fly and reached inside. He was trying to grin. His nose was a red horror. I don't have a dime either," Eddie said, and suddenly thought, "Oh my God, he's got leprosy. If he touches me, I'll catch it too." His control snapped and he ran. He heard the hobo break into a shuffling run behind him, his old string-tied shoes slapping and flapping across the riotous lawn of the empty Saltbox house. "Come back here, kid. I'll blow you for free. Come back here." Eddie had leaped on his bike, wheezing now, feeling his throat closing up to a pinhole. His chest had taken on weight. He hit the pedals and was just picking up speed when one of the hobo's hands struck the package carrier. The bike shimmied. Eddie looked over his shoulder and saw the hobo running along behind the rear wheel, gaining, his lips drawn back from the black stumps of his teeth in an expression which might have been either desperation or fury. In spite of the stones lying on his chest, Eddie had pedaled even faster, expecting that one of the hobo's scab-crusted hands would close over his arm at any moment, pulling him from his Raleigh and dumping him in the ditch, where God knew what would happen to him. He hadn't dared look around until he had flashed past the church school and through the Route 2 intersection. The bow was gone. Eddie held this terrible story inside him for almost a week, and then confided it to Richie Tozier and Bill Dembro one day when they were reading comics over the garage. "You didn't have leprosy, you dummy," Richie said. "He had the sif." Eddie looked at Bill to see if Richie was ribbing him. He had never heard of a disease called the sift before. It sounded like something Richie might have made up. "Is there such a thing as the sift, Bill?" Bill nodded gravely. "Only it's the sif, not the sift. It's short for syphilis." "What's that?" "It's a disease you get from fucking," Richie said. "You know about fucking, don't you, Eds?" "Sure," Eddie said. He hoped he wasn't blushing. He knew that when you got older, stuff came out of your penis when it was hard. Vincent Boogers Taliendo had filled him in on the rest one day at school. What you did when you fucked, according to Boogers, was you rubbed your cock against a girl's stomach until it got hard. Your cock, not the girl's stomach. And then you rubbed some more until you started to get the feeling. When Eddie asked what that meant, Boogers had only shaken his head in a mysterious way. Boogers said that you couldn't describe it, but you'd know it as soon as you got it. He said you could practice by lying in the bathtub and rubbing your cock with ivory soap. Eddie had tried this, but the only feeling he got was the need to urinate after a while. Anyway, Boogers went on, after you got the feeling, this stuff came out of your penis. Most kids called it cum, Booger said, but his big brother had told him that the really scientific word for it was jism. And when you got the feeling, you had to grab your cock and aim it real fast so you could shoot the jism into the girl's belly button as soon as it came out. It went down into her stomach and made a baby there. Do girls like that? Eddie had asked Boogers Taliendo. He himself was sort of appalled. I guess they must, Boogers had replied, looking mystified himself. Now listen up, Eds, Richie said, because there may be questions later. Some women have got this disease. Some men, too, but mostly it's women. A guy can get it from a woman, or another guy if they're queer, Bill added. Right. The important thing is you get the sif from screwing someone who's already got it. What does it do? Eddie asked. Makes you rot, Richie said simply. Eddie stared at him, horrified. It's bad, I know, but it's true, Richie said. Your nose is the first thing to go. Some guys with the sif, their noses fall right off. Then their cocks. Please, Bill said. I just ate. Hey, man, this is science, Richie said. So what's the difference between leprosy and the sif? Eddie asked. You don't get leprosy from fucking, Richie said promptly, and then went off into a gale of laughter that left both Bill and Eddie mystified. 7. Following that day, the house at 29 Neibolt Street had taken on a kind of glow in Eddie's imagination. Looking at its weedy yard and its slumped porch and the boards nailed across its windows, he would feel an unhealthy fascination take hold of him. And 6 weeks ago, he'd parked his bike on the gravelly verge of the street. The sidewalk ended 4 houses farther back, and walked across the lawn toward the porch of that house. His heart had been beating hard in his chest, and his mouth had that dry taste again, listening to Bill's story of the dreadful picture. He knew that what he had felt when approaching that house was about the same as what Bill had felt going into George's room. He did not feel as if he was in control of himself. He felt pushed. It did not seem as if his feet were moving. Instead, the house itself, brooding and silent, seemed to draw closer to where he stood. Faintly, he could hear a diesel engine in the train yard. That and the liquid metallic slam of couplings being made. They were shunting some cars onto sidings, picking up others, making a train. His hand gripped his aspirator, but, oddly, his asthma had not closed down as it had on the day he fled from the hobo with the rotted nose. There was only that sense of standing still and watching the house slide stealthily toward him, as if on a hidden track. Eddie looked under the porch. There was no one there. It was not really surprising. This was spring, and hobos showed up most frequently in Derry from late September to early November. During those 6 weeks or so, a man could pick up day work on one of the outlying farms if he looked even half decent. There were potatoes and apples to pick, snow fence to string, barn and shed roofs which needed to be patched before December came along, whistling up winter. No hobos under the porch, but plenty of sign they had been there. Empty beer cans, empty beer bottles, empty liquor bottles. A dirt-crusted blanket lay against the brick foundation like a dead dog. There were drifts of crumpled newspapers, and one old shoe and a smell like garbage. There were thick layers of old leaves under there. Not wanting to do it, but unable to help himself, Eddie had crawled under the porch. He could feel his heartbeat slamming in his head now, driving white spots of light across his field of vision. The smell was worse underneath. Booze and sweat and the dark brown perfume of decaying leaves. The old leaves didn't even crackle under his hands and knees. They and the old newspapers only sighed. I'm a hobo, Eddie thought incoherently. I'm a hobo and I ride the rods, that's what I do. Ain't got no money, ain't got no home, but I got me a bottle and $1 and a place to sleep. I'll pick apples this week and potatoes the week after that, and when the frost locks up the ground like money inside a bank vault, why, I'll hop a GS&WM box that smells of sugar beets, and I'll sit in the corner and pull some hay over me, if there is some, and I'll drink me a little drink and chew me a little chew, and sooner or later I'll get to Portland or Beantown. If I don't get busted by a railroad security dick, I'll hop one of those Bama Star boxes and head down south. When I get there, I'll pick lemons or limes or oranges. If I get vagged, I'll build roads for tourists to ride on. Hell, I've done it before, ain't I? I'm just a lonesome old hobo, ain't got no money, ain't got no home. But I got me one thing. I got me a disease that's eating me up. My skin's cracking open. My teeth are falling out, and you know what? I can feel myself turning bad like an apple that's going soft. I can feel it happening. Eating from the inside to the out. Eating me. Eddie pulled the stiffening blanket aside, tweezing at it with his thumb and forefinger, grimacing at its matted feel. One of those low cellar windows was directly behind it, one pane broken, the other opaque with dirt. He leaned forward, now feeling almost hypnotized. He leaned closer to the window, closer to the cellar darkness, breathing in that smell of age and must and dry rot, closer and closer to the black, and surely the leper would have caught him if his asthma hadn't picked that exact moment to kick up. It cramped his lungs with a weight that was painless, yet frightening. His breath at once took on a familiar, hateful, whistling sound. He drew back, and that was when the face appeared. Its coming was so sudden, so startling, and yet, at the same time, so expected, that Eddie could not have screamed even if he hadn't been having an asthma attack. His eyes bulged, his mouth creaked open. It was not the hobo with the flayed nose, but there were resemblances, terrible resemblances. And yet, this thing could not be human. Nothing could be so eaten up and remain alive. The skin of its forehead was split open, white, bone, coated with a membrane of yellow mucousy stuff, peered through the lens of a bleary searchlight. The nose was a bridge of raw gristle above two red flaring channels. One eye was a gleeful blue. The other socket was filled with a mass of spongy brown-black tissue. The leper's lower lip sagged like liver. It had no upper lip at all. Its teeth poked out in a sneering ring. It shot one hand out through the broken pane. It shot the other through the dirty glass to the left, shattering it to fragments. Its questing, clutching hands crawled with sores. Beetles crawled and lumbered busily to and fro. Mewling, gasping, Eddie hunched his way backward. He could hardly breathe. His heart was a runaway engine in his chest. The leper appeared to be wearing the ragged remains of some strange silvery suit. Things were crawling in the straggles of its brown hair. "How about a blowjob, Eddie?" the apparition croaked, grinning with its remains of a mouth. It lilted. "Bobby does it for a dime. He will do it any time. 15 cents for overtime." It winked. "That's me, Eddie. Bob Gray. And now that we've been properly introduced..." One of its hands splatted against Eddie's right shoulder. Eddie screamed thinly. "That's all right," the leper said, and Eddie saw with dreamlike terror that it was crawling out of the window. The bony shield behind its peeling forehead snapped the thin wooden strip between the two panes. Its hands clawed through the leafy, mulchy earth, the silver shoulders of its suit, costume, whatever it was, began to push through the gap. That one glaring blue eye never left Eddie's face. "Here I come, Eddie. That's all right," it croaked. "You'll like it down here with us. Some of your friends are down here." Its hand reached out again, and in some corner of his panic-maddened, screaming mind, Eddie was suddenly, coldly sure that if that thing touched his bare skin, he would begin to rot too. The thought broke his paralysis. He skittered backward on his hands and knees, then turned and lunged for the far end of the porch. Sunlight, falling in narrow, dusty beams through the cracks between the porch boards, striped his face from moment to moment. His head pushed through the dusty cobwebs that settled in his hair. He looked back over his shoulder and saw that the leper was halfway out. "It won't do you any good to run, Eddie," it called. Eddie had reached the far end of the porch. There was a latticework skirt there. The sun shone through it, printing diamonds of light on his cheeks and forehead. He lowered his head and slammed into it with no hesitation at all, tearing the entire skirt free with a scream of rusted halfpenny nails. There was a tangle of rose bushes beyond, and Eddie tore through these, stumbling to his feet as he did so, not feeling the thorns that scrawled shallow cuts along his arms and cheeks and neck. He turned and backed away on buckling legs, pulling his aspirator out of his pocket, triggering it. Surely it hadn't really happened. He'd been thinking about that hobo, and his mind had just put on a show, shown him a movie, a horror movie, like one of those Saturday matinee pictures with Frankenstein and Wolfman that they had sometimes at the Bijou or the Gem or the Aladdin. Sure, that was all. He had scared himself. What an asshole! There was even time to utter a shaky laugh at the unsuspected vividness of his imagination before the rotting hands shot out from under the porch, clawing at the rose bushes with mindless ferocity, pulling at them, stripping them, printing beads of blood on them. Eddie shrieked. The leper was crawling out. He was wearing a clown suit, he saw, a clown suit with big orange buttons down the front. It saw Eddie and grinned. Its half-mouth dropped open, and its tongue lolled out. Eddie shrieked again, but no one could have heard one boy's breathless shriek. Under the pounding of the diesel engine in the train yard, the leper's tongue had not just dropped from its mouth. It was at least 3 feet long and had unrolled like a party favor. It came to an arrow point, which dragged in the dirt. Foam, thick, sticky, and yellowish, coursed along it. Bugs crawled over it. The rose bushes, which had been showing the first touches of spring green when Eddie broke through them, now turned a dead and lacy black. "Blow job," the leper whispered, and tottered to its feet. Eddie raced for his bike. It was the same race as before, only it now had the quality of a nightmare, where you can only move with the most agonizing slowness no matter how hard you try to go fast. And in those dreams, didn't you always hear or feel something, some it, gaining on you? Did you always smell its stinking breath, as Eddie was smelling it now? For a moment, he felt a wild hope. Perhaps this really was a nightmare. Perhaps he would awake in his own bed, bathed in sweat, shaking, maybe even crying, but alive, safe. Then he pushed the thought away. Its charm was deadly, its comfort fatal. He did not try to mount his bike immediately. He ran with it instead, head down, pushing the handlebars. He felt as if he was drowning, not in water, but inside his own chest. "Blow job," the leper whispered again. "Come back any time, Eddie. Bring your friends." Its rotting fingers seemed to touch the back of his neck. But perhaps that was only a dangling strand of cobweb from under the porch, caught in his hair and brushing against his shrinking flesh. Eddie leaped onto his bike and pedaled away, not caring that his throat had closed up tight as Tilly again, not giving 2 sucks for his asthma, not looking back. He didn't look back until he was almost home, and of course there was nothing behind him when he finally did but 2 kids headed over to the park to play ball. That night, lying straight as a poker in bed, one hand folded tightly around his aspirator, looking into the shadows, he heard the leper whisper, "It won't do you any good to run, Eddie." 8. "Wow," Richie said respectfully. It was the first thing any of them had said since Bill Denbrough finished his story. "Have you got another cigarette, Richie?" Richie gave him the last one in the pack he had hawked, almost empty, from his dad's desk drawer. He even lit it for Bill. "You didn't dream it, Bill?" Stan asked suddenly. Bill shook his head. "No, dream." "Real," Eddie said in a low voice. Bill looked at him sharply. "What?" "Real," I said. Eddie looked at him almost resentfully. "It really happened. It was real." And before he could stop himself, before he even knew he was going to do it, Eddie found himself telling the story of the leper that had come crawling out of the basement at 29 Neibolt Street. Halfway through the telling, he began to gasp and had to use his aspirator. And at the end, he burst into shrill tears, his thin body shaking. They all looked at him uncomfortably, and then Stan put a hand on his back. Bill gave him an awkward hug while the others glanced away, embarrassed. "It's all right, Eddie. It's okay." "I saw it too," Ben Hanscom said suddenly. His voice was flat and harsh and scared. Eddie looked up, his face still naked with tears, his eyes red and raw-looking. "What?" "I saw the clown," Ben said. "Only, he wasn't like you said, at least not when I saw him. He wasn't all gushy, he was dry." He paused, ducked his head, and looked at his hands, which lay palely on his elephantine thighs. "I think he was the mummy." "Like in the movies?" Eddie asked. "Like that, but not like that," Ben said slowly. "In the movies he looks fake. It's scary, but you can tell it's a put-up job, you know? All those bandages, they look too neat or something, but this guy, he looked the way a real mummy would look, I think. If you actually found one in a room under a pyramid, I mean, except for the suit." "What suit?" Ben looked at Eddie. "A silver suit with big orange buttons down the front." Eddie's mouth dropped open. He shut it and said, "If you're kidding, say so. I still dream about that guy under the porch." "It's not a joke," Ben said, and began to tell the story. He told it slowly, beginning with his volunteering to help Mrs. Douglas count and store books, and ending with his own bad dreams. He spoke slowly, not looking at the others. He spoke as if deeply ashamed of his own behavior. He didn't raise his head again until the story was over. "You must have dreamed it," Richie said finally. He saw Ben wince and hurried on. "Now, don't take it personal, Big Ben, but you gotta see that balloons can't, float against the wind." "Pictures can't wink, either," Ben said. Richie looked from Ben to Bill, troubled. Accusing Ben of dreaming awake was one thing. Accusing Bill was something else. Bill was their leader, the guy they all looked up to. No one said so out loud, no one needed to. But Bill was the idea man, the guy who could think of something to do on a boring day, the guy who remembered games the others had forgotten. And in some odd way, they all sensed something comfortably adult about Bill. Perhaps it was a sense of accountability, a feeling that Bill would take the responsibility if responsibility needed to be taken. The truth was, Richie believed Bill's story, crazy as it was, and perhaps he didn't want to believe Ben's, or Eddie's for that matter. "Nothing like that ever happened to you, huh?" Eddie asked Richie. Richie paused, began to say something, shook his head, paused again, then said, "Scariest thing I seen lately was Mark Penderless taking a leak in McCarran Park. Ugliest hogger you ever saw." Ben said, "What about you, Stan?" "No," Stan said quickly and looked somewhere else. His small face was pale, his lips pressed together so tightly they were white. "Was there something, Stan?" Bill asked. "No, I told you." Stan got to his feet and walked to the embankment, hands in his pockets. He stood watching the water course over the top of the original dam and pile up behind the second water gate.
"Come on now, Stanley,"
Richie said in a shrill falsetto. This was another of his voices, Granny Grunt. When speaking in his Granny Grunt voice, Richie would hobble around with one fist against the small of his back and cackle a lot. He still, however, sounded more like Richie Tozier than anyone else.
"Fess up, Stanley. Tell your old granny about the bad clown, and I'll give you a chocolate chip cookie. You just tell—"
"Shut up!" Stan yelled suddenly, whirling on Richie, who fell back a step or two, astonished. "Just shut up!" "Yowza, boss," Richie said, and sat down. He looked at Stan Uris mistrustfully. Bright spots of color flamed in Stan's cheeks, but he still looked more scared than mad. "That's okay," Eddie said quietly. "Never mind, Stan." "It wasn't a clown," Stanley said. His eyes flicked from one of them to the next, to the next, to the next. He seemed to struggle with himself. You can tell, Bill said, also speaking quietly. We did. It wasn't a clown. It was... Which was when the carrying, whiskey-roughened tones of Mr. Nell interrupted, making them all jump as if they had been shot. Jesus Christ on a jumped-up chariot-driven crutch! Look at this mess! Jesus Christ! Chapter 8. Georgie's Room and the House on Neibolt Street. 1. Richard Tozier turns off the radio, which has been blaring out Madonna's Like a Virgin on WZON, a station which declares itself to be Bangor's AM stereo rocker, with a kind of hysterical frequency, pulls over to the side of the road, shuts down the engine of the Mustang the Avis people rented him at Bangor International, and gets out. He hears the pull and release of his own breath in his ears. He has seen a sign which has caused the flesh of his back to break out in hard ridges of goose flesh. He walks to the front of the car and puts one hand on its hood. He hears the engine ticking softly to itself as it cools. He hears a jay scream briefly and then shut up. There are crickets, and as far as the soundtrack goes, that's it. He has seen the sign, he passes it, and suddenly he is in Derry again. After 25 years, Richie Trashmouth Tozier has come home. He has burning agony suddenly needles into his eyes, breaking his thought cleanly off. He utters a strangled little shout, and his hands fly up to his face. The only time he felt anything even remotely like this burning pain was when he got an eyelash caught under one of his contacts in college, and that was only in one eye. This terrible pain is in both. Before he can reach even halfway to his face, the pain is gone. He lowers his hands again slowly, thoughtfully, and looks down Route 7. He left the turnpike at the Etna Haven exit, wanting, for some reason he doesn't understand, not to come in by the turnpike, which was still under construction in the Derry area when he and his folks shook the dust of this weird little town from their heels and headed out for the Midwest. No, the turnpike would have been quicker, but it would have been wrong. So he had driven along Route 9 through the sleeping nestle of buildings that was Haven Village, then turned off on Route 7, and as he went the day grew steadily brighter. Now this sign. It was the same sort of sign which marked the borders of more than 600 Maine towns, but how this one had squeezed his heart. Penobscot County, Derry, Maine. Beyond that, an Elks sign, a Rotary Club sign, and completing the trinity, a sign proclaiming the fact that Derry Lions roar for the United Fund. Past that one, there's just Route 7 again, continuing on in a straight line between bulking banks of pine and spruce. In this silent light, as the day steadies itself, those trees look as dreamy as blue-gray cigarette smoke stacked on the moveless air of a sealed room. Derry, he thinks. Derry. God help me, Derry. Stone the crows. Here he is on Route 7. 5 miles up, if time or tornado has not carried it away in the intervening years, will be the Rulin Farms, where his mother bought all of their eggs and most of their vegetables. 2 miles beyond that, Route 7 became Witcham Road, and of course Witcham Road eventually became Witcham Street. Can you gimme hallelujah, world without end, amen? And somewhere along there, between the Rulin Farms and town, he would drive past the Bowers place, and then the Hanlon place. A mile or so after Hanlon's, he would see the first glitter of the Kendustgeeg and the first spreading tangle of Poison Green, the lush lowlands that had been known for some reason as the Barrens. I really don't know if I could face all of that, Richie thinks. I mean, let's tell the truth here, folks. I just don't know if I can. The whole previous night has passed in a dream for him. As long as he continued traveling, moving forward, making miles, the dream went on. But now he has stopped, or rather the sign has stopped him, and he has awakened to a strange truth. The dream was the reality. Derry is the reality. It seems he just cannot stop remembering. He thinks the memories will eventually drive him mad, and now he bites down on his lip and puts his hands together palm to palm, tight, as if to keep himself from flying apart. He feels that he will fly apart, and soon. There seems to be some mad part of him which actually looks forward to what may be coming, but most of him only wonders how he's going to get through the next few days. And now his thoughts break off again. A deer is walking out into the road. He can hear the light thud of its spring-soft hoofs on the tar. Richie's breath stops in mid-exhale, then slowly starts again. He looks dumbfounded, part of him thinking that he never saw anything like this on Rodeo Drive. No, he'd needed to come back home to see something like this. It's a doe. Doe, a deer, a female deer, a voice chants merrily in his head. She's come out of the woods on the right and pauses in the middle of Route 7, front legs on one side of the broken white line, rear legs on the other. Her dark eyes regard Rich Tozier mildly. He reads interest in those eyes, but no fear. He looks at her in wonder, thinking she's an omen or a portent or some sort of Madame Azonka shit like that. And then, quite unexpectedly, a memory of Mr. Nell comes to him. What a start he had given them that day, busting in on them in the wake of Bill's story, and Ben's story, and Eddie's story. The whole bunch of them had damn near gone up to heaven. Now, looking at the deer, Rich draws in a deep breath and finds himself speaking in one of his voices. But for the first time in 25 years or more, it is the voice of the Irish cop, one he had incorporated into his repertoire after that memorable day. It comes rolling out of the morning silence like a great big bowling ball. It is louder and bigger than Richie would ever have believed. Jesus Christ on a jumped-up chariot-driven crutch! What's a nice girl like you doing out in this wilderness, dear? Jesus Christ! You be getting on home before I decide to tell Father O'Staggers on you! Before the echoes have died away, before the first shocked jay can begin scolding him for his sacrilege, the doe flicks her tail at him like a truce flag and disappears into the smoky-looking firs on the left side of the road, leaving only a small pile of steaming pellets behind to show that, even at 37, Richie Tozier is still capable of getting off a good one from time to time. Richie begins to laugh. He's only chuckling at first, and then his own ludicrousness strikes him, standing here in the dawn light of a Maine morning, 3,400 miles from home, shouting at a deer in the accents of an Irish cop. The chuckles become a string of giggles. The giggles become guffaws. The guffaws become howls, and he's finally reduced to holding on to his car while tears roll down his face, and he wonders dimly if he's going to wet his pants or what. Every time he starts to get control of himself, his eyes fix on that little clump of pellets, and he goes off into fresh gales. Snorting and snickering, he is at last able to get back into the driver's seat and restart the Mustang's engine. An Arinco chemical fertilizer truck snores by in a blast of wind. After it passes him, Rich pulls out and heads for Derry again. He feels better now, in control, or maybe it's just that he's moving again, making miles, and the dream has reasserted itself. He starts thinking about Mr. Nell again, Mr. Nell and that day by the dam. Mr. Nell had asked them who thought this little trick up. He can see the five of them looking uneasily at each other and remembers how Ben finally stepped forward, cheeks pale and eyes downcast, face trembling all over as he fought grimly to keep from blabbering. Poor kid probably thought he was going to get 5 to 10 in Shawshank for backflooding the drains on Witcham Street, Rich thinks now, but he had owned up to it just the same. And by doing that, he had forced the rest of them to come forward and back him up. It was either that or consider themselves bad guys, cowards, all the things their TV heroes were not. And that had welded them together for better or worse. Had apparently welded them together for the last 27 years. Sometimes events are dominoes. The first knocks over the second knocks over the third, and there you are. When, Richie wonders, did it become too late to turn back? When he and Stan showed up and pitched in, helping to build the dam? When Bill told them how the school picture of his brother had turned its head and winked? Maybe, but to Rich Tozier, it seems that the dominoes really began to fall when Ben Hanscom stepped forward and said, "I showed them." 2. how to do it. It's my fault." Mr. Nell simply stood there looking at him, lips pressed together, hands on his creaking black leather belt. He looked from Ben to the spreading pool behind the dam, and then back to Ben again, his face that of a man who can't believe what he is seeing. He was a burly Irishman, his hair a premature white, combed back in neat waves beneath his peaked blue cap. His eyes were bright blue, his nose bright red. There were small nests of burst capillaries in his cheeks. He was a man of no more than medium height, but to the 5 boys arrayed before him he looked at least 8 feet tall. Mr. Nell opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Bill Denbrough had stepped up beside Ben. "It was my idea," he finally managed to say. He heaved in a gigantic, gulping breath, and as Mr. Nell stood there regarding him impassively, the sun tossing back imperial flashes from his badge, Bill managed to stutter out the rest of what he needed to say. It wasn't Ben's fault. Ben just happened to come along and show them how to do better what they were already doing badly. "Me too," Eddie said abruptly and stepped up on Ben's other side. "What's this me too?" Mr. Nell asked. "Is that your name or your address, buckaroo?" Eddie flushed brightly. The color went all the way up to the roots of his hair. "I was with Bill before Ben even came," he said. "That was all I meant." Richie stepped up next to Eddie. The idea that a voice or two might cheer Mr. Nell up a little, get him thinking jolly thoughts, popped into his head. On second thought, and second thoughts were, for Richie, extremely rare and wonderful things, maybe a voice or two might only make things worse. Mr. Nell didn't look like he was in what Richie sometimes thought of as a chuckalicious mood. In fact, Mr. Nell looked like maybe chucks were the last thing on his mind. So he just said, "I was in on it too," in a low voice, and then made his mouth shut up. "And me," Stan said, stepping next to Bill. Now the 5 of them were standing before Mr. Nell in a line. Ben looked from one side to the other, more than dazed. He was almost stupefied by their support. For a moment, Richie thought old Haystack was going to burst into tears of gratitude. "Jesus," Mr. Nell said again, and although he sounded deeply disgusted, his face suddenly looked as if it might like to laugh. "A sorrier bunch of boyos I ain't never seen. If your folks knew where you were, I guess they'd be some hot bottoms tonight. I ain't sure there won't be anyway." Richie could hold back no longer. His mouth simply fell open and then ran away like the gingerbread man, as it so often did.
"How's things back in the old country, Mr. Nell?" it bugled. "Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes, sure and begorra. You're a lovely man, a credit to the old sod."
"I'll be a credit to the seat of your pants in about 3 seconds, my dear little friend," Mr. Nell said dryly. Bill turned on him, snarled, "For God's sake, Richie, shut up!" "Good advice, Master William Denbrough," Mr. Nell said. "I'll bet Zack doesn't know you're down here in the barrens playing amongst the floating turdies, does he?" Bill dropped his eyes, shook his head. Wild roses burned in his cheeks. Mr. Nell looked at Ben. "I don't recall your name, son." "Ben Hanscom, sir," Ben whispered. Mr. Nell nodded and looked back at the dam again. "This was your idea?" "How to build it, yeah." Ben's whisper was now nearly inaudible. "Well, you're a hell of an engineer, big boy. But you don't know jack shit about these here barns or the Derry drainage system, do you?" Ben shook his head. Not unkindly, Mr. Nell told him. "There's 2 parts to the system. One part carries solid human waste, shit, if I'd not be offending your tender ears. The other part carries grey water, water flushed from toilets or run down the drains from sinks and washing machines and showers. It's also the water that runs down the gutters into the city drains. Well, you've caused no problems with the solid waste removal, thank God. All of that gets pumped into the Gunduskig a bit farther down. There's probably some almighty big patties down that way 1/2 a mile drying in the sun thanks to what you done, but you can be pretty sure that there ain't shit sticking to anyone's ceiling because of it. But as for the grey water, well, there's no pumps for grey water. That all runs downhill in what the engineer boyos call gravity drains.
And I'll bet you know where all them gravity drains end up, don't you, big boy?
Up there, Ben said. He pointed to the area behind the dam, the area they had in large part submerged. He did this without looking up. Big tears were beginning to course slowly down his cheeks. Mr. Nell pretended not to notice.
That's right, my large young friend. All them gravity drains feed into streams that feed into the upper barrens. In fact, a good many of them little streams that come trickling down are grey water and grey water only, coming out of drains you can't even see. They're so deep buried in the underbrush. The shit goes one way, and everything else goes the other. God praise the clever mind of man. And did it ever cross your minds that you'd spent the whole livelong day paddling around in Derry's Pea and old washwater?
Eddie suddenly began to gasp and had to use his aspirator.
What you did was back water up into about 6 of the 8 central catch basins that serve Witcham and Jackson and Kansas, and 4 or 5 little streets that run between them.
Mr. Nell fixed Bill Denbrough with a dry glance.
One of them serves your own hearth and home, young Master Denbrough. So there we are, with sinks that won't drain, washing machines that won't drain, outflow pipes pouring merrily into cellars.
Ben let out a dry, barking sob. The others turned toward him and then looked away. Mr. Nell put a large hand on the boy's shoulder. It was calloused and hard, but at the moment it was also gentle.
Now, no need to take on, big boy. Maybe it ain't that bad, at least not yet. Could be I exaggerated just a mite to make sure you took my point. They sent me down to see if a tree blew down across the stream. That happens from time to time. There's no need for anyone but me and you 5 to know it wasn't just that. We've got more important things to worry about in town these days than a little backed-up water. I'll say in my report that I located the blowdown and some boys came along and helped me shift it out of the way of the water. Not that I'll mention ye by name. You'll not be getting any citations for dam building in the barrens.
He surveyed the 5 of them. Ben was furiously wiping his eyes with his handkerchief. Bill was looking thoughtfully at the dam. Eddie was holding his aspirator in one hand. Stan stood close by Richie, with one hand on Richie's arm, ready to squeeze hard if Richie should show the slightest sign of having anything to say other than thank you very much. You boys got no business at all in a dirty place like this, Mr. Nell went on. There's probably 60 different kinds of disease breeding down here. Breeding came out Braden, as in what a girl may do with her hair in the morning. Dumped down one way, streams full of piss and grey water, muck and slop, bugs and brambles, quick mud. You got no business at all in a dirty place like this. 4 clean city parks for you boyos to be playing ball in all the day long, and I catch you down here. Jesus Christ! We like it down here, Bill said suddenly and defiantly. When we come down here, nobody gives us any static. What does he say? Mr. Nell asked Eddie. He said when we come down here, nobody gives us any static, Eddie said. His voice was thin and whistling, but it was also unmistakably firm. And he's right. When guys like us go to the park and say we want to play baseball, the other guys say, sure. You want to be second base or third? Richie cackled. Eddie gets off a good one, and you are there! Mr. Nell swung his head to look at him. Richie shrugged. Sorry, but he's right. And Bill's right, too. We like it down here. Richie thought Mr. Nell would become angry again at that. But the white-haired cop surprised him, surprised them all, with a smile. Yeah, he said. I liked it down here myself as a boy, so I did. And I'll not forbid ye. But hark to what I'm telling you now. He levelled a finger at them, and they all looked at him soberly. If you come down here to play, you come in a gang like you are now, together. Do you understand me? They nodded. That means together all the time. No hide-and-seek games where you split up 1 and 1 and 1.
You all know what's going on in this town. Well, the same, I don't forbid you to come down here, mostly because you'd be down here anyway. But for your own good, here or anywhere around, gang together. He looked at Bill. Do you disagree with me, young Master Bill Denborough? No, sir, Bill said. We'll stay That's good enough for me, Mr. Nell said. Your hand on it. Bill stuck out his hand, and Mr. Nell shook it. Richie shook off Stan and stepped forward. Sure and begorra, Mr. Nell, you're a prince among men, you are. A fine man. A fine man. He stuck out his own hand, seized the Irishman's huge paw, and flagged it furiously, grinning all the time. To the bemused Mr. Nell, the boy looked like a hideous parody of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Thank you, boy, Mr. Nell said, retrieving his hand. You want to work on that a bit. As of now, you sound about as Irish as Groucho Marx. The other boys laughed, mostly in relief. Even as he was laughing, Stan shot Richie a reproachful look. Grow up, Richie. Mr. Nell shook hands all around, gripping Ben's last of all. You've nothing to be ashamed of but bad judgment, big boy. As for that there, do you see how to do it in a book? Ben shook his head. Just figured it out. Yes, sir. Well, if that don't beat Harry, you'll do great things some day, I've no doubt. But the Barrens isn't the place to do 'em. He looked around thoughtfully. No great thing will ever be done here. Nasty place, he sighed. Tear it down, dear boys. Tear it right down. I believe I'll just sit me down in the shade of this bush here and bide a wee as you do it. He looked ironically at Richie as he said this last, as if inviting another manic outburst. Yes, sir, Richie said humbly, and that was all. Mr. Nell nodded, satisfied, and the boys fell to work, once again turning to Ben, this time to show them the quickest way to tear down what he had shown them how to build. Meanwhile, Mr. Nell removed a brown bottle from inside his tunic and helped himself to a large gulp. He coughed, then blew out breath in an explosive sigh and regarded the boys with watery, benign eyes. "And what might ye have in your bottle, sir?" Richie asked from the place where he was standing knee-deep in the water. "Richie, can't you ever shut up?" Eddie hissed. "This?" Mr. Nell regarded Richie with mild surprise and looked at the bottle again. It had no label of any kind on it. "This is the cough medicine of the gods, me boy. Now, let's see if you can bend your back anywhere near as fast as you can wag your tongue." 3. Bill and Richie were walking up Witcham Street together later on. Bill was pushing Silver. After first building and then tearing down the dam, he simply did not have the energy it would have taken to get Silver up to cruising speed. Both boys were dirty, disheveled, and pretty well used up. Stan had asked them if they wanted to come over to his house and play Monopoly or Parcheesi or something, but none of them wanted to. It was getting late. Ben, sounding tired and depressed, said he was going to go home and see if anybody had returned his library books. He had some hope of this, since the Derry Library insisted on writing in the borrower's street address as well as his name on each book's pocket card. Eddie said he was going to watch The Rock Show on TV because Neil Sedaka was going to be on, and he wanted to see if Neil Sedaka was a Negro. Stan told Eddie not to be so stupid. Neil Sedaka was white. You could tell he was white just listening to him. Eddie claimed you couldn't tell anything by listening to them. Until last year, he had been positive Chuck Berry was white, but when he was on Bandstand, he turned out to be a Negro. My mother still thinks he's white, so that's one good thing, Eddie said. If she finds out he's a Negro, she probably won't let me listen to his songs anymore. Stan bet Eddie 4 funny books that Neil Sedaka was white, and the two of them set off together for Eddie's house to settle the issue. And here were Bill and Richie, headed in a direction which would bring them to Bill's house after a while, neither of them talking much. Richie found himself thinking about Bill's story of the picture that had turned its head and winked. And in spite of his tiredness, an idea came to him. It was crazy, but it also held a certain attraction. "Billy, my boy," he said, "let's stop for a while. Take 5. I'm dead." "No such luck," Bill said, but he stopped, laid Silver carefully down on the edge of the green theological seminary lawn,
and the two boys sat on the wide stone steps which led up to the rambling red Victorian structure. "What a day," Bill said glumly. There were dark purplish patches under his eyes. His face looked white and used. "You better call your house when we get to mine, so your folks don't go bananas." "Yeah, you bet." "Listen, Bill." Richie paused for a moment, thinking about Ben's mummy, Eddie's leper, and whatever Stan had almost told them. For a moment something swam in his own mind, something about that Paul Bunyan statue out by the city center. But that had only been a dream, for God's sake. He pushed away such irrelevant thoughts and plunged. "Let's go up to your house. What do you say? Take a look in Georgie's room. I want to see that picture." Bill looked at Richie, shocked. He tried to speak, but could not. His stress was simply too great. He settled for shaking his head violently. Richie said, "You heard Eddie's story and Ben's. Do you believe what they said?" "I don't know. I think they must have seen something." "Yeah, me too. All the kids that have been killed around here, I think all of them would have had stories to tell too. The only difference between Ben and Eddie and those other kids is that Ben and Eddie didn't get caught." Bill raised his eyebrows, but showed no great surprise. Richie had supposed Bill would have taken it that far himself. He couldn't talk so good, but he was no dummy. "So now, dig on this a while, Big Bill," Richie said. "A guy could dress up in a clown suit and kill kids. I don't know why he'd want to, but nobody can tell why crazy people do things, right?" "Right. It's not that much different than the Joker in a Batman funny book." Just hearing his ideas out loud excited Richie. He wondered briefly if he was actually trying to prove something or just throwing up a smokescreen of words so he could see that room, that picture. In the end, it probably didn't matter. In the end, maybe just seeing Bill's eyes light up with their own excitement was enough. But where does the picture fit in?" "What do you think, Billy?" In a low voice, not looking at Richie, Bill said he didn't think it had anything to do with the murders. "I think it was Georgie's ghost." "A ghost in a picture?" Bill nodded. Richie thought about it. The idea of ghosts gave his child's mind no trouble at all. He was sure there were such things. His parents were Methodists, and Richie went to church every Sunday and to Thursday night Methodist youth fellowship meetings as well. He knew a great deal of the Bible already, and he knew the Bible believed in all sorts of weird stuff. According to the Bible, God himself was at least 1/3 ghost, and that was just the beginning. You could tell the Bible believed in demons because Jesus threw a bunch of them out of this guy. Real chuckalicious ones, too. When Jesus asked the guy who had them what his name was, the demons answered and told him to go join the Foreign Legion, or something like that. The Bible believed in witches, or else why would it say, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live"? Some of the stuff in the Bible was even better than the stuff in the horror comics. People getting boiled in oil or hanging themselves like Judas Iscariot. The story about how wicked King Ahaz fell off the tower. All the dogs came and licked up his blood. The mass baby murders that had accompanied the births of both Moses and Jesus Christ. Guys who came out of their graves or flew into the air, soldiers who witched down walls, prophets who saw the future and fought monsters. All of that was in the Bible, and every word of it was true. So said Reverend Craig, and so said Richie's folks, and so said Richie. He was perfectly willing to credit the possibility of Bill's explanation. It was the logic which troubled him. "But you said you were scared. Why would George's ghost want to scare you, Bill?" Bill put a hand to his mouth and wiped it. The hand was trembling slightly. He's probably mad at me for getting him killed. It was my fault. I sent him out with the He was incapable of getting the word out, so he rocked his hand in the air instead. Richie nodded to show he understood what Bill meant, but not to indicate agreement. "I don't think so," he said. "If you stabbed him in the back or shot him, that would be different. Or even if you, gave him a loaded gun that belonged to your dad to play with and he shot himself with it. But it wasn't a gun, it was just a boat. You didn't want to hurt him. In fact, Richie raised one finger and waggled it at Bill in a lawyerly way, you just wanted the kid to have a little fun, right? Bill thought back, thought desperately hard. What Richie had just said had made him feel better about George's death for the first time in months. But there was a part of him which insisted with quiet firmness that he was not supposed to feel better. Of course it was your fault, that part of him insisted. Not entirely, maybe, but at least partly. If not, how come there's that cold place on the couch between your mother and father? If not, how come no one ever says anything at the supper table anymore? Now it's just knives and forks rattling until you can't take it anymore and ask if you can be excused, please. It was as if he were the ghost, a presence that spoke and moved, but was not quite heard or seen, a thing vaguely sensed but still not accepted as real. He did not like the thought that he was to blame, but the only alternative he could think of to explain their behavior was much worse. That all the love and attention his parents had given him before had somehow been the result of George's presence, and with George gone, there was nothing for him. And all of that had happened at random, for no reason at all. And if you put your ear to that door, you could hear the winds of madness blowing outside. So he went over what he had done and felt and said on the day Georgie had died, part of him hoping that what Richie had said was true, part of him hoping just as hard it was not. He hadn't been a saint of a big brother to George, that much was certain. They had had fights, plenty of them. Surely there had been one that day. No fight. For one thing, Bill himself had still been feeling too punk to work up a really good quarrel with George. He'd been sleeping, dreaming something, dreaming about some turtle, funny little animal. He couldn't remember just what. And he had awakened to the sound of the diminishing rain outside and George muttering unhappily to himself in the dining room. He asked George what was wrong. George came in and said he was trying to make a paper boat from the directions in his best book of activities, but it kept coming out wrong. Bill told George to bring his book, and sitting next to Richie on the steps leading up to the seminary, he remembered how Georgie's eyes lit up when the paper boat came out right, and how good that look had made him feel, like Georgie thought he was a real hot shit, a straight shooter, the guy who could do it until it got done, making him feel, in short, like a big brother. The boat had killed George, but Richie was right. It hadn't been like handing George a loaded gun to play with. Bill hadn't known what was going to happen. No way he could. He drew a deep, shuddering breath, feeling something like a rock, something he hadn't even known was there, go rolling off his chest. All at once he felt better about everything. He opened his mouth to tell Richie this, and burst into tears instead. Alarmed, Richie put an arm around Bill's shoulders, after taking a quick glance around to make sure no one who might mistake them for a couple of fagolas was looking. "You're okay," he said. "You're okay, Billy, right? Come on, turn off the waterworks." "I didn't want him to get killed," Bill sobbed. "That wasn't on my mind at all." "Christ, Billy, I know it wasn't," Richie said. "If you'd wanted to scrub him, you would have pushed him downstairs or something." Richie patted Bill's shoulder clumsily and gave him a hard little hug before letting go. "Come on, quit bawling, okay? You sound like a baby." Little by little, Bill stopped. He still hurt, but this hurt seemed cleaner, as if he had cut himself open and taken out something that was rotting inside him. And that feeling of relief was still there. "I didn't want him to get killed," Bill repeated. "And if you tell anybody I was crying, I'll bust your nose." "I won't tell," Richie said. "Don't worry. He was your brother, for gosh sake. If my brother got killed, I'd cry my fucking head off." You don't have a brother." "Yeah, but if I did..." "You would?" course. Richie paused, fixing Bill with a wary eye, trying to decide if Bill was really over it. He was still wiping his red eyes with his snot rag, but Richie decided he probably was. All I meant was that I don't know why George would want to haunt you. So maybe the picture's got something to do with, well, with that other. The clown. Maybe George doesn't know. Maybe he thinks... Richie understood what Bill was trying to say and waved it aside. After you croak, you know everything people ever thought about you, Big Bill. He spoke with the indulgent air of a great teacher correcting a country bumpkin's fatuous ideas. It's in the Bible. It says, "Yea, even though we can't see too much in the mirror right now, we will see through it like it was a window after we die." That's in 1 Thessalonians, or 2 Babylonians, I forget which. It means, I see what it means, Bill said. So what do you say? Huh? Let's go up to his room and take a look. Maybe we'll get a clue about who's killing all the kids. I'm scared to. I am too, Richie said, thinking it was just more sand, something to say that would get Bill moving. And then something heavy turned over in his midsection, and he discovered it was true. He was scared green. 4. The two boys slipped into the Denbrough house like ghosts. Bill's father was still at work. Sharon Denbrough was in the kitchen reading a paperback at the kitchen table. The smell of supper, codfish, drifted out into the front hall. Richie called home so his mom would know he wasn't dead, just at Bill's. "Someone there?" Mrs. Denbrough called as Richie put the phone down. They froze, eyeing each other guiltily. Then Bill called, "Me, Mom, and Richie Tozier, ma'am," Richie yelled. "Hello, Richie," Mrs. Denbrough called back, her voice disconnected, almost not there at all. "Would you like to stay for supper?" "Thanks, ma'am, but my mom's going to pick me up in half an hour or so." "Tell her I said hello, won't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I sure will." Come on, Bill whispered. "That's enough small talk." They went upstairs and down the hall to Bill's room. It was boy neat, which meant it would have given the mother of the boy in question only a mild headache to look at. The shelves were stuffed with a helter-skelter collection of books and comics. There were more comics, plus a few models and toys, and a stack of 45s on the desk. There was also an old Underwood office model typewriter on it. His folks had given it to him for Christmas 2 years ago, and Bill sometimes wrote stories on it. He did this a bit more frequently since George's death. The pretending seemed to ease his mind. There was a phonograph on the floor, across from the bed, with a pile of folded clothes stacked on the lid. Bill put the clothes in the drawers of his bureau, and then took the records from the desk. He shuffled through them, picking half a dozen. He put them on the phonograph's fat spindle and turned the machine on. The Fleetwoods started singing, "Come Softly, Darling." Richie held his nose. Bill grinned in spite of his thumping heart. They don't like rock and roll, he said. They gave me this one for my birthday. Also, 2 Pat Boone records and Tommy Sands. I keep Little Richard and Screamin' Jay Hawkins for when they're not here. But if she hears the music, she'll think we're in my room. Come on. George's room was across the hall. The door was shut. Richie looked at it and licked his lips. "They don't keep it locked?" he whispered to Bill. Suddenly he found himself hoping it was locked. Suddenly he was having trouble believing this had been his idea. Bill, his face pale, shook his head and turned the knob. He stepped in and looked back at Richie. After a moment, Richie followed. Bill shut the door behind them, muffling the Fleetwoods. Richie jumped a little at the soft snick of the latch. He looked around, fearful and intensely curious at the same time. The first thing he noticed was the dry mustiness of the air. No one's opened a window in here for a long time, he thought. Heck, no one's breathed in here for a long time. That's really what it feels like. He shuddered a little at the thought and licked his lips again. His eye fell on George's bed, and he thought of George sleeping now under a comforter of earth in Mount Hope Cemetery, rotting there, his hands not folded because you needed 2 hands to do the old folding routine, and George had been buried with only 1. A little sound escaped Richie's throat. Bill turned and looked at him inquiringly. "You're right," Richie said huskily. "It's spooky in here. I don't see how you could stand to come in alone." He was my brother," Bill said simply. "Sometimes I want to, is all." There were posters on the walls, little kid posters. One showed Tom Terrific, the cartoon character on Captain Kangaroo's program. Tom was springing over the head and clutching hands of Crabby Appleton, who was, of course, rotten to the core. Another showed Donald Duck's nephews, Huey, Louie, and Dewey, marching off into the wilderness in their Junior Woodchuck's coonskin caps. A third, which George had colored himself, showed Mr. Dew holding up traffic so a bunch of little kids headed for school could cross the street. "Mr. Dew says, wait for the crossing guard," it said underneath. Kid wasn't too cool about staying in the lines, Richie thought, and then shuddered. The kid was never going to get any better at it either. Richie looked at the table by the window. Mrs. Denbrough had stood up all of George's rank cards there, half open. Looking at them, knowing there would never be more, knowing that George had died before he could stay in the lines when he colored, knowing his life had ended irrevocably and eternally, with only those few kindergarten and first-grade rank cards, all the idiot truth of death crashed home to Richie for the first time. It was as if a large iron safe had fallen into his brain and buried itself there. "I could die," his mind screamed at him suddenly in tones of betrayed horror. "Anybody could! Anybody could!" "Boy, oh boy," he said in a shaky voice. He could manage no more. "Yeah," Bill said in a near whisper. He sat down on George's bed. "Look." Richie followed Bill's pointing finger and saw the photo album lying closed on the floor. "My photographs," Richie read. "George Elmer Denbrough, age 6. Age 6? His mind shrieked in those same tones of shrill betrayal. "Age 6 forever! Anybody could! Shit! Fucking anybody!" "It was open," Bill said, "before." "So it closed," Richie said uneasily. He sat down on the bed beside Bill and looked at the photo album. Lots of books close on their own. The pages, maybe, but not the cover. It closed itself. He looked at Richie solemnly, his eyes very dark in his pale, tired face. "But it wants you to open it up again. That's what I think." Richie got up and walked slowly over to the photograph album. It lay at the base of a window screened with light curtains. Looking out, he could see the apple tree in the Denbrough backyard. A swing rocked slowly back and forth from one gnarled black limb. He looked down at George's book again. A dried maroon stain colored the thickness of the pages in the middle of the book. It could have been old ketchup. Sure. It was easy enough to see George looking at his photo album while eating a hot dog or a big sloppy hamburger. He takes a big bite and some ketchup squirts out onto the book. Little kids were always doing spasmoid stuff like that. It could be ketchup. But Richie knew it was not. He touched the album briefly and then drew his hand away. It felt cold. It had been lying in a place where the strong summer sunlight, only slightly filtered by those light curtains, would have been falling on it all day, but it felt cold. "Well, I'll just leave it alone," Richie thought. "I don't want to look in his stupid old album anyway, see a lot of people I don't know. I think maybe I'll tell Bill I changed my mind, and we can go to his room and read comic books for a while, and then I'll go home and eat supper and go to bed early because I'm pretty tired, and when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll be sure that stuff was just ketchup. That's just what I'll do. Yowza." So he opened the album with hands that seemed 1,000 miles away from him, at the end of long plastic arms, and he looked at the faces and places in George's album, the aunts, the uncles, the babies, the houses, the old Fords and Studebakers, the telephone lines, the mailboxes, the picket fences, The wheel ruts with muddy water in them, the Ferris wheel at the Este County Fair, the standpipe, the ruins of the Kitchener Ironworks. His fingers flipped faster and faster, and suddenly the pages were blank. He turned back, not wanting to, but unable to help himself. Here was a picture of downtown Derry, Main Street, and Canal Street from around 1930, and beyond it there was nothing. "There's no school picture of George in here," Richie said. He looked at Bill with a mixture of relief and exasperation. "What kind of line were you handing me, Big Bill?" "What?" "This picture of downtown in the olden days is the last one in the book. All the rest of the pages are blank." Bill got off the bed and joined Richie. He looked at the picture of downtown Derry, as it had been almost 30 years ago. Old-fashioned cars and trucks, old-fashioned streetlights with clusters of globes like big white grapes, pedestrians by the canal, caught in mid-stride by the click of a shutter. He turned the page, and, just as Richie had said, there was nothing. No, wait, not quite nothing. There was one studio corner, the sort of item you use to mount photographs. "It was here," he said, and tapped the studio corner. "Look!" "Jeepers. What do you think happened to it?" "I don't know." Bill had taken the album from Richie and was now holding it on his own lap. He turned back through the pages, looking for George's picture. He gave up after a minute, but the pages did not. They turned themselves, flipping slowly but steadily, with big, deliberate, riffling sounds. Bill and Richie looked at each other, wide-eyed, and then back down. It arrived at that last picture again, and the pages stopped turning. Here was downtown Derry in sepia tones, the city as it had been long before either Bill or Richie had been born. "Say," Richie said suddenly, and took the album back from Bill. There was no fear in his voice now, and his face was suddenly full of wonder. "Holy shit!" "What? What is it?" "Us. That's what it is. Holy Cheesley Crow. Look!" Bill took one side of the book, bent over it, sharing it. They looked like boys at choir practice. Bill drew in breath sharply, and Richie knew he had seen it too. Caught under the shiny surface of this old black-and-white photograph, two small boys were walking along Main Street toward the point where Main and Center intersected, the point where the canal went underground for a mile and a half or so. The two boys showed up clearly against the low concrete wall at the edge of the canal. One was wearing knickers. The other was wearing something that looked almost like a sailor suit. A tweed cap was perched on his head. They were turned in three-quarter profile toward the camera, looking at something on the far side of the street. The boy in the knickers was Richie Tozier, beyond a doubt. And the boy in the sailor suit and the tweed cap was Stuttering Bill. They stared at themselves in a picture, almost 3 times as old as they were, hypnotized. The inside of Richie's mouth suddenly felt as dry as dust and as smooth as glass. A few steps ahead of the boys in the picture, there was a man holding the brim of his fedora, his topcoat frozen forever as it flapped out behind him in a sudden gust of wind. There were Model Ts on the street, a Pierce Arrow, Chevrolets with running boards. I don't believe, Bill began. And that was when the picture began to move. The Model T that should have remained eternally in the middle of the intersection, or at least until the chemicals in the old photo finally dissolved completely, passed through it, a haze of exhaust puffing out of its tailpipe. It went on toward Up Mile Hill. A small white hand shot out of the driver's side window and signaled a left turn. It swung onto Court Street and passed beyond the photo's white border, and so out of sight. The Pierce Arrow, the Chevrolets, the Packards, they all began to roll along, dodging their separate ways through the intersection. After 28 years or so, the skirt of the man's topcoat finally finished its flap. He settled his hat more firmly on his head and walked on. The two boys completed their turn, coming full face, and a moment later Richie saw what they had been looking at, as a mangy dog came trotting across Center Street. The boy in the sailor suit, Bill, raised 2 fingers to the corners of his mouth and whistled. Stunned beyond any ability to move or think, Richie realized he could hear the whistle, could hear the car's irregular sewing machine engines. The sounds were faint, like sounds heard through thick glass, but they were there. The dog glanced toward the two boys, then trotted on. The boys glanced at each other and laughed like chipmunks. They started to walk on, and then the Richie in knickers grabbed Bill's arm and pointed toward the canal. They turned in that direction. No, Richie thought. Don't do that. Don't! They went to the low concrete wall, and suddenly the clown popped up over its edge, like a horrible jack-in-the-box, a clown with Georgie Denbrough's face, his hair slicked back, his mouth a hideous grin full of bleeding grease paint, his eyes black holes. One hand clutched 3 balloons on a string. With the other, he reached for the boy in the sailor suit and seized his neck. No! Bill cried and reached for the picture. Reached into the picture. Stop it, Bill! Richie shouted and grabbed for him. He was almost too late. He saw the tips of Bill's fingers go through the surface of the photograph and into that other world. He saw the fingertips go from the warm pink of living flesh to the mummified cream color that passed for white in old photos. At the same time, they became small and disconnected. It was like the peculiar optical illusion one sees when one thrusts a hand into a glass bowl of water. The part of the hand underwater seems to be floating, disembodied, inches away from the part which is still out of the water. A series of diagonal cuts slashed across Bill's fingers at the point where they ceased being his fingers and became photo fingers. It was as if he had stuck his hand into the blades of a fan instead of into a picture. Richie seized his forearm and gave a tremendous yank. They both fell over. George's album hit the floor and snapped itself shut with a dry clap. Bill stuck his fingers in his mouth. Tears of pain stood in his eyes. Richie could see blood running down his palm to his wrists in thin streams. "Let me see," he said. "Hurts," Bill said. He held his hand out to Richie, palm down. There were ladder-like slash cuts running up his index, second, and third fingers. The pinky had barely touched the surface of the photograph, if it had a surface. And although that finger had not been cut, Bill told Richie later that the nail had been neatly clipped, as if with a pair of manicurist scissors. "Jesus, Bill," Richie said. Band-aids. That was all he could think of. God, they had been lucky. If he hadn't pulled Bill's arm when he did, his fingers might have been amputated instead of just badly cut. "We got to fix those up. Your mother can..." Never mind my mother," Bill said. He grabbed the photo album again, spilling drops of blood on the floor. "Don't open that again!" Richie cried, grabbing frantically at Bill's shoulder. "Jesus Christ, Billy! You almost lost your fingers!" Bill shook him off. He flipped through the pages, and there was a grim determination on his face that scared Richie more than anything else. Bill's eyes looked almost mad. His wounded fingers printed George's album with new blood. It didn't look like ketchup yet, but when it had a little time to dry, it would. Of course it would. And here was the downtown scene again. The Model T stood in the middle of the intersection. The other cars were frozen in the places where they had been before. The man walking toward the intersection held the brim of his fedora. His coat once more belled out in mid-flap. The two boys were gone. There were no boys in the picture anywhere. "But, look," Richie whispered and pointed. He was careful to keep the tip of his finger well away from the picture. An arc showed just over the low concrete wall at the edge of the canal, the top of something round, something like a balloon. 5. They got out of George's room just in time. Bill's mother was a voice at the foot of the stairs, and a shadow on the wall. "Have you boys been wrestling?" she asked sharply. "I heard a thud." "Just a little, Mom." Bill threw a sharp glance at Richie. "Be quiet," it said. "Well, I want you to stop it. I thought the ceiling was going to come down right on my head." We will." They heard her go back toward the front of the house. Bill had wrapped his handkerchief around his bleeding hand. It was turning red, and in a moment would start to drip. The boys went down to the bathroom where Bill held his hand under the faucet until the bleeding stopped. Cleaned, the cuts looked thin but cruelly deep. Looking at their white lips and the red meat just inside them made Richie feel sick to his stomach. He wrapped them with Band-Aids as fast as he could.
hurts like hell, Bill said. Well, why'd you want to go and put your hand in there, you wet end? Bill looked solemnly at the rings of Band-Aids on his fingers, then up at Richie. It was the clown, he said. It was the clown pretending to be George. That's right, Richie said. Like it was the clown pretending to be the mummy when Ben saw it. Like it was the clown pretending to be that sick bum Eddie saw. The leper? Right. But is it really a clown? It's a monster, Richie said flatly. Some kind of monster. Some kind of monster right here in Derry. And it's killing kids. 6. On a Saturday, not long after the incident of the dam in the Barrens, Mr. Nell, and the picture that moved, Richie, Ben, and Beverly Marsh came face to face with not one monster, but 2. And they paid to do it. Richie did, anyway. These monsters were scary, but not really dangerous. They stalked their victims on the screen of the Aladdin Theater, while Richie, Ben, and Bev watched from the balcony. One of the monsters was a werewolf, played by Michael Landon, and he was cool because even when he was the werewolf, he still had sort of a duck's-ass haircut. The other was this smashed-up hot rodder, played by Gary Conway. He was brought back to life by a descendant of Victor Frankenstein, who fed all parts he didn't need to a bunch of alligators he kept in the basement. Also on the program, a Movietone newsreel that showed the latest Paris fashions and the latest Vanguard rocket explosions at Cape Canaveral, 2 Warner Brothers cartoons, 1 Popeye cartoon, and a Chilly Willy cartoon. For some reason, the hat Chilly Willy wore always cracked Richie up. And previews of coming attractions. The coming attractions included 2 pictures Richie immediately put on his gotta-see list. I Married a Monster from Outer Space, and The Blob. Ben was very quiet during the show. Old Haystack had nearly been spotted by Henry, Belch, and Victor earlier, and Richie assumed that was all that was troubling him. Ben, however, had forgotten all about the creeps. They were sitting close to the screen down below, chucking popcorn boxes at each other and hooting. Beverly was the reason for his silence. Her nearness was so overwhelming that he was almost ill with it. His body would break out in goosebumps, and then, if she should so much as shift in her seat, his skin would flash hot, as if with a tropical fever. When her hand brushed his, reaching for the popcorn, he trembled with exultation. He thought later that those 3 hours in the dark next to Beverly had been both the longest and shortest hours of his life. Richie, unaware that Ben was in deep throes of calf love, was feeling just as fine as paint. In his book, the only thing any better than a couple of Francis the Talking Mule pictures was a couple of horror pictures in a theater filled with kids, all of them yelling and screaming at the gory parts. He certainly did not connect any of the goings-on in the 2 low-budget American International pictures they were watching with what was going on in town. Not then, at least. He had seen the Twin Shock Show Saturday matinee ad in the news on Friday morning, and had almost immediately forgotten how badly he had slept the night before, and how he had finally gotten up and turned on the light in his closet. A real baby trick, for sure, but he hadn't been able to get a wink of sleep until he'd done it. But by the following morning, things had seemed normal again. Well, almost. He began to think that maybe he and Bill had just shared a hallucination. Of course, the cuts on Bill's fingers weren't a hallucination, but maybe they'd just been paper cuts from some of the sheets in Georgie's album. Pretty thick paper. Could have been, maybe. Besides, there was no law saying he had to spend the next 10 years thinking about it, was there? Nope. And so, following an experience that might well have sent an adult running for the nearest head shrinker, Richie Tozier got up, ate a giant pancake breakfast, saw the ad for the 2 horror movies on the amusements page of the paper, checked his funds, found them a little low, well, non-existent might actually have been a better word, and began to pester his father for chores. His dad, who had come to the table already wearing his white dentist's tunic, put down the sports pages and poured himself a second cup of coffee. He was a pleasant-looking man with a rather thin face. He wore steel-rimmed spectacles, was developing a bald spot at the back of his head, and would die of cancer of the larynx in 1973. He looked at the ad to which Richie was pointing.
horror movies, Wentworth Tozier said.
Yeah, Richie said, grinning.
Feel like you have to go, Wentworth Tozier said.
Yeah.
Feel like you'll probably die in convulsions of disappointment if you don't get to see those 2 trashy movies.
Yeah, I would. I know I would. Richie fell out of his chair onto the floor, clutching his throat, his tongue sticking out. This was Richie's admittedly peculiar way of turning on the charm. Oh, God, Richie, will you please stop it? His mother asked him from the stove, where she was frying him a couple of eggs to top off the pancakes.
Gee, Rich, his father said as Richie got back into his chair. I guess I must have forgotten to pay you your allowance on Monday. That's the only reason I could think of for you needing more money on Friday.
Well...
Gone?
Well...
That's an extremely deep subject for a boy with such a shallow mind, Wentworth Tozier said.
He put his elbow on the table and then cupped his chin on the palm of his hand, regarding his only son with what appeared to be deep fascination.
Where'd it go?
Richie immediately fell into the voice of Toodles, the English butler. Why, I spent it, didn't I, Governor? Pip, pip, cheerio, and all that rot. Am I part of the war effort? All got to do our bit to beat back the bloody Hun, don't we? Bit of a sticky wicket, eh, what? Bit of a wet hedgehog, what? Bit of a
pile of bullshit,
Went said amiably, and reached for the strawberry preserves. Spare me the vulgarity of the breakfast table, if you please, Maggie Tozier said to her husband as she brought Richie's eggs over to the table. And to Richie, I don't know why you want to fill your head up with such awful junk anyway. Oh, Mom, Richie said. He was outwardly crushed, inwardly jubilant. He could read both of his parents like books, well-worn and well-loved books, and he was pretty sure he was going to get what he wanted, chores, and permission to go to the show Saturday afternoon. Went leaned forward toward Richie and smiled widely.
I think I have you right where I want you, he said.
Is that right, Dad? Richie said and smiled back a trifle uneasily.
Oh, yes. You know our lawn, Richie? You are familiar with our lawn.
Indeed I am, Governor, Richie said, becoming Toodles again, or trying to. Bit shaggy, eh, what?
What? Went agreed. And you, Richie, will remedy that condition.
I will?
You will. Mow it, Richie.
Okay, Dad, sure, Richie said, but a terrible suspicion had suddenly blossomed in his mind. Maybe his dad didn't mean just the front lawn. Wentworth Tozier's smile widened to a predatory shark's grin. All of it, oh, idiot child of my loins, front, back, sides, and when you finish, I will cross your palm with 2 green pieces of paper with the likeness of George Washington on one side and a picture of a pyramid, or topped with the ever-watching oculary on the other. I don't get you, Dad, Richie said, but he was afraid he did. $2. $2 for the whole lawn? Richie cried, genuinely wounded. It's the biggest lawn on the block! Geez, Dad! Went sighed and picked the paper up again. Richie could read the front page headline, Missing Boy Prompts New Fears. He thought briefly of George Denborough's strange scrapbook, but that had surely been a hallucination. And even if it hadn't been, that was yesterday and this was today.
Guess you didn't want to see those movies as bad as you thought,
Went said from behind the paper. A moment later his eyes appeared over the top, studying Richie. Studying him a trifle smugly, in truth. Studying him the way a man with 4 of a kind studies his poker opponent over the fan of his cards. When the Clark twins do it all, you give them $2 each.
That's true, Went admitted. But as far as I know, they don't want to go to the movies tomorrow. Or if they do, they must have funds sufficient to the occasion because they haven't popped by to check the state of the herbage surrounding our domicile lately. You, on the other hand, do want to go and find yourself lacking the funds to do so. That pressure you feel in your midsection may be the 5 pancakes and 2 eggs you ate for breakfast, Richie. Or it may just be the barrel I have you over.
What? Went's eyes submerged behind the paper again. He's blackmailing me, Richie said to his mother, who was eating dry toast. She was trying to lose weight again. This is blackmail. I just hope you know that.
Yes, dear, I know that, his mother said. There's egg on your chin. Richie wiped the egg off his chin. $3 if I have it all done when you get home tonight? He asked the newspaper. His father's eyes appeared again briefly. $2.50. Oh, man, Richie said. You and Jack Benny. My idol, Went said from behind the paper. Make up your mind, Richie. I want to read these box scores. Deal, Richie said and sighed. When your folks had you by the balls, they really knew how to squeeze. It was pretty chuckalicious when you thought it over. As he mowed, he practiced his voices. 7. He finished, front, back, and sides, by 3 o'clock Friday afternoon, and began Saturday with $2.50 in his jeans. Pretty damn near a fortune. He called Bill up, but Bill told him glumly that he had to go up to Bangor and take some kind of speech therapy test. Richie sympathized, and then added in his best stuttering Bill voice, Give him hell, big Bill. Your face, my butt, Tozier, Bill said and hung up. He called Eddie Kasprak next, but Eddie sounded even more depressed than Bill. His mother had gotten them each a full-day bus pass, he said, and they were going to visit Eddie's aunts in Haven and Bangor and Hampton. All 3 of them were fat, like Mrs. Kasprak, and all 3 of them were single. They'll all pinch my cheek and tell me how much I've grown, Eddie said. That's 'cause they know how cute you are, Eds. Just like me. I saw what a cutie you were the first time I met you. Sometimes you're really a turd, Richie. It takes one to know one, Eds, and you know 'em all. You gonna be down in the Barrens next week? I guess so if you guys are. Want to play guns? Maybe. But I think me and Big Bill have got something to tell you. What? It's really Bill's story, I guess. I'll see you. Enjoy your aunts. Very funny. His third call was to Stan the man, but Stan was in Dutch with his folks for breaking their picture window. He'd been playing flying saucer with a pie plate, and it took a bad bank. Key rash. He had to do chores all weekend, probably next weekend, too. Richie commiserated and then asked Stan if he would be coming down to the Barrens next week. Stan said he guessed so, if his father didn't decide to ground him or something. Geez, Stan, it was just a window. Yeah, but a big one, Stan said and hung up. Richie started to leave the living room, then thought of Ben Hanscom. He thumbed through the telephone book and found a listing for an Arlene Hanscom. Since she was the only Lady Hanscom among the 4 listed, Richie figured it had to be Ben's number and called. I'd like to go, but I already spent my allowance, Ben said. He sounded depressed and ashamed by the admission. He had, in fact, spent it all on candy, soda, chips, and beef jerky strips. Richie, who was rolling in dough, and who didn't like to go to the movies alone, said, I got plenty of money. You can give me Ozies. Yeah? Really? You do that? Sure, Richie said, puzzled. Why not? Okay, Ben said happily. Okay, that'd be great. 2 horror movies. Did you say one was a werewolf picture? Yeah, man, I love werewolf pictures. Jeez, Haystack, don't wet your pants. Ben laughed. I'll see you out in front of the Aladdin, okay? Yeah, great. Richie hung up and looked at the phone thoughtfully. It suddenly occurred to him that Ben Hanscom was lonely, and that in turn made him feel rather heroic. He was whistling as he ran upstairs to get some comics to read before the show. 8. The day was sunny, breezy, and cool. Richie jived along Center Street toward the Aladdin, popping his fingers and singing Rockin' Robin under his breath. He was feeling good. Going to the movies always made him feel good. He loved that magic world, those magic dreams. He felt sorry for anyone who had dull duties to discharge on such a day. Bill, with his speech therapy. Eddie, with his aunts. Poor old Stan the man, who would be spending the afternoon scraping down the front porch steps or sweeping the garage because the pie plate he'd been throwing around swept right when it was supposed to sweep left. Richie had his yo-yo tucked in his back pocket. Now he took it out and tried to get it to sleep. This was an ability Richie lusted to acquire, but so far no soap. Crazy little fucker just wouldn't do it. Either it went down and popped right back up, or it went down and dropped dead at the end of its string. Halfway up Center Street Hill, he he saw a girl in a beige pleated skirt and a white sleeveless blouse sitting on a bench outside Shook's drugstore. She was eating what looked like a pistachio ice cream cone. Bright red auburn hair, its highlights seeming coppery or sometimes almost blonde, hung down to her shoulder blades. Richie knew only one girl with hair of that particular shade. It was Beverly Marsh. Richie liked Bev a lot. Well, he liked her, but not that way. He admired her looks, and knew he wasn't alone. Girls like Sally Muller and Greta Bowie hated Beverly like fire. Still too young to understand how they could have everything else so easily and still have to compete in the matter of looks with a girl who lived in one of those slummy apartments on Lower Main Street. But mostly, he liked her because she was tough and she had a really good sense of humor. Also, she usually had cigarettes. He liked her, in short, because she was a good guy. Still, he had once or twice caught himself wondering what color underwear she was wearing under her small selection of rather faded skirts. And that was not the sort of thing you wondered about the other guys, was it? And, Richie had to admit, she was one hell of a pretty guy. Approaching the bench where she sat eating her ice cream, Richie belted an invisible topcoat around his middle, pulled down an invisible slouch hat, and pretended to be Humphrey Bogart. Adding the correct voice, he became Humphrey Bogart, at least to himself. To others, he would have sounded like Richie Tozier with a mild head cold. "Hello, sweetheart," he said, gliding up to the bench where she was sitting and looking out at the traffic. "No sense waiting for a bus here. The Nazis have cut off our retreat. The last plane leaves at midnight. You'll be on it. He needs you, sweetheart, so do I. But I'll get along somehow." "Hi, Richie," Bev said, and when she turned toward him, he saw a purple blackish bruise on her right cheek, like the shadow of a crow's wing. He was again struck by her good looks, only it occurred to him now that she might actually be beautiful. It had never really occurred to him until that moment that there might be beautiful girls outside of the movies, or that he himself might know one. Perhaps it was the bruise that allowed him to see the possibility of her beauty. An essential contrast, a particular flaw which first drew attention to itself and then somehow defined the rest. The gray-blue eyes, the naturally red lips, the creamy, unblemished child's skin. There was a tiny spray of freckles across her nose. "See anything green?" she asked, tossing her head pertly. "You, sweetheart," Richie said. "You've turned green as Limburger cheese. But when we get you out of Casablanca, you're going into the finest hospital money can buy. We'll turn you white again, I swear it on my mother's name." "You're an asshole, Richie. That doesn't sound like Humphrey Bogart at all." But she smiled a little as she said it. Richie sat down next to her. "You going to the movies?" "I don't have any money," she said. "Can I see your yo-yo?" He handed it over. "I ought to take it back," he told her. "It's supposed to sleep, but it doesn't. I got japped." She poked her finger through the loop of string, and Richie pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose so he could watch what she was doing better. She turned her hand over, palm toward the sky, the Duncan yo-yo tucked neatly into the valley of flesh formed by her cupped hand. She rolled the yo-yo off her index finger. It went down to the end of its string and fell asleep. When she twitched her fingers in a come-on gesture, it promptly woke up and climbed its string to her palm again. "Oh, bug dung, look at that," Richie said. "That's kid stuff," Bev said. "Watch this." She snapped the yo-yo down again. She let it sleep for a moment, and then walked the dog with it in a smart series of snap jerks up the string to her hand again. "Oh, stop it," Richie said. "I hate show-offs." "Or how about this?" Bev asked, smiling sweetly. She got the yo-yo going back and front, making the red wooden Duncan look like a bolo bouncer Richie had had once. She finished with 2 around-the-worlds, almost hitting a shuffling old lady who glared at them. The yo-yo ended up in her cupped palm, its string neatly rolled around its spindle. Bev handed it back to Richie and sat down on the bench again. Richie sat down next to her, his jaw hanging agape in perfectly unaffected admiration. Bev looked at him and giggled. "Shut your mouth, you're drawing flies." Richie shut his mouth with a snap. "Besides, that last part was just luck. First time in my life I did 2 around-the-worlds in a row without fizzing out." Kids were walking past them now, on their way to the show. Peter Gordon walked by with Marcia Fadden. They were supposed to be going together, but Richie figured it was just that they lived next door to each other on West Broadway, and were such a couple of assholes that they needed each other's support and attention. Peter Gordon was already getting a pretty good crop of acne, although he was only 12. He sometimes hung around with Bowers, Chris, and Huggins, but he wasn't quite brave enough to try anything on his own. He glanced over at Richie and Bev sitting together on the bench and chanted, "Richie and Beverly up in a tree, Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage. And here comes Richie with the baby carriage," Marcia finished, cawing laughter. "Sit on this, dear heart," Bev said, and whipped the finger on him. Marcia looked away, disgusted, as if she could not believe anyone could be so uncouth. Gordon slipped an arm around her and called back over his shoulder to Richie, "Maybe I'll see you later, Four Eyes." "Maybe you'll see your mother's girdle," Richie responded smartly, if a little senselessly. Beverly collapsed with laughter. She leaned against Richie's shoulder for a moment, and Richie had just time to reflect that her touch and the sensation of her lightly carried weight was not exactly unpleasant. Then she sat up again. "What a pair of jerks," she said. "Yeah, I think Marcia Fadden pees rosewater," Richie said, and Beverly got the giggles again. "Chanel No. 5, she said, her voice muffled because her hands were over her mouth. "You bet," said Richie, although he hadn't the slightest idea what Chanel No. 5 was. "Bev?" "What?" "Can you show me how to make it sleep?" "I guess so. I never tried to show anyone." "How did you learn? Who showed you?" She gave him a disgusted look. "No one showed me. I just figured it out. Like twirling a baton. I'm great at that." "No conceit in your family," Richie said, rolling his eyes. "Well, I am," she said, "but I didn't take classes or anything." "You really can twirl?" "Sure." "Probably be a cheerleader in junior high, huh?" She smiled. It was a kind of smile Richie had never seen before. It was wise, cynical, and sad all at the same time. He recoiled a little from its unknowing power, as he had recoiled from the picture of downtown in Georgie's album when it had begun to move. "That's for girls like Marcia Fadden," she said. "Her and Sally Muller and Greta Bowie, girls who pee rosewater. Their fathers helped to buy the sports equipment and the uniforms. They got an in. I'll never be a cheerleader." "Geez, Bev, that's no attitude to take." "Sure it is, if it's the truth." She shrugged. "I don't care. Who wants to do somersaults and show your underwear to 1,000,000 people anyway? Look, Richie, watch this." For the next 10 minutes, she worked on showing Richie how to make his yo-yo sleep. Near the end, Richie actually began to get the hang of it, although he could usually only get it to come halfway up the string after waking it up. "You're not jerking your fingers hard enough, that's all," she said. Richie looked at the clock on the Merrill Trust across the street and jumped up, stuffing his yo-yo into his back pocket. "Ah, jeepers, I gotta get going, Bev. I'm supposed to meet old Haystack. He'll think I changed my mind or something." "Who's Haystack?" "Oh, Ben Hanscom. I call him Haystack, though." "You know, like Haystack Calhoun, the wrestler?" Bev frowned at him. "It's not very nice. I like Ben." "Don't whoop me, massa," Richie screeched in his pickaninny voice, rolling his eyes and flapping his hands. "Don't whoop me. I's gwine to be a good darky, ma'am. "Richie," Beverly said thinly. Richie quit it. "I like him, too," he said. "We all built a dam down in the Barrens a couple of days ago, and you go down there? You and Ben play down there?" "Sure. Bunch of us guys do. Sort of cool down there." Richie glanced at the clock again. "I really got to split for the scene. Ben'll be waiting." "Okay." He paused, thought, and said, "If you're not doing anything, come on with me." "I told you I don't have any money." "I'll pay your way. I got a couple of bucks." She tossed the remains of her ice cream cone in a nearby litter barrel. Her eyes, that fine, clear shade of blue-gray, turned up to his. They were coolly amused. She pretended to primp her hair and asked him, "Oh, dear, am I being asked out on a date?" For a moment, Richie was uncharacteristically flustered. He actually felt a blush rising in his cheeks. He had made the offer in a perfectly natural way, just as he had made it to Ben, except hadn't he said something to Ben about Ozies? Yes, but he hadn't said anything about Ozies to Beverly. Richie suddenly felt a bit weird. He had dropped his eyes, retreating from her amused glance, and realized now that her skirt had ridden up a bit, when she shifted forward to drop the ice cream cone in the litter barrel, and he could see her knees. He raised his eyes, but that was no help. Now he was looking at the beginning swells of her bosoms. Richie, as he usually did in such moments of confusion, took refuge in absurdity. "Yes, a date!" he screamed, throwing himself on his knees before her and holding his clasped hands up. "Please come! Please come! I shall ruddy kill myself if you say no, eh, what? What? Richie, you're such a fuzzbrain," she said, giggling again. But weren't her cheeks also a trifle flushed? If so, it made her look prettier than ever. "Get up before you get arrested." He got up and plopped down beside her again. He felt as if his equilibrium had returned. A little foolishness always helped when you had a dizzy spell, he believed. "You want to go?" "Sure," she said. "Thank you very much. Think of it! My first date! Just wait until I write it in my diary tonight." She clasped her hands together between her budding breasts, fluttered her eyelashes rapidly, and then laughed. "I wish you'd stop calling it that," Richie said. She sighed. "You don't have much romance in your soul." "Damn right I don't." But he felt somehow delighted with himself. The world seemed suddenly very clear to him and very friendly. He found himself glancing sideways at her from time to time. She was looking in the shop windows at the dresses and nightgowns in Cornell Hopley's, at the towels and pots in the window of the discount barn, and he stole glances at her hair, the line of her jaw. He observed the way her bare arms came out of the round holes of her blouse. He saw the edge of her slip strap. All of these things delighted him. He could not have said why, but what had happened in George Denborough's bedroom had never seemed more distant to him than it did right then. It was time to go, time to meet Ben, but he would sit here just a moment longer while her eyes window-shopped, because it was good to look at her and be with her. 9. Kids were ponying up their quarter admissions at the Aladdin's box office window and going into the lobby. Looking through the bank of glass doors, Richie could see a crowd around the candy counter. The popcorn machine was in overdrive, spilling out drifts of the stuff, its greasy, hinged lid jittering up and down. He didn't see Ben anywhere. He asked Beverly if she had spotted him. She shook her head. Maybe he already went in. He said he didn't have any money, and the daughter of Frankenstein there would never let him in without a ticket. Richie cocked a thumb at Mrs. Cole, who had been the ticket-taker at the Aladdin since a time well before the pictures had begun to talk. Her hair, dyed a bright red, was so thin you could see her scalp beneath. She had enormous hanging lips, which she painted with plum-colored lipstick. Wild blotches of rouge covered her cheeks. Her eyebrows were drawn on in black pencil. Mrs. Cole was a perfect Democrat. She hated all kids equally. "Boy, I don't want to go in without him, but the show's going to start," Richie said. "Where in heck is he?" "You can buy him a ticket and leave it at the box office," Bev said, reasonably enough. "Then, when he comes—" But just then Ben came around the corner of Center and Macklin Streets. He was puffing, and his belly joggled beneath his sweatshirt. He saw Richie and raised one hand to wave. Then he saw Bev, and his hand stopped in mid-flap. His eyes widened momentarily. He finished his wave, and then walked slowly to where they stood under the Aladdin's marquee. "Hi, Richie," he said, and then looked at Bev briefly. It was as if he was afraid that an overlong look might result in a flash burn. "Hi, Bev." "Hello, Ben," she said, and a strange silence fell between the two of them. It was not precisely awkward. It was, Richie thought, almost powerful. And he felt a vague twinge of jealousy, because something had passed between them, and whatever it had been, he had been excluded from it. "Howdy, Haystack," he said. "Thought you went chicken on me. These movies gon' scare 10 pounds off your pudgy body. I say, they gon' turn your hair white, boy. When you come out of this theater, you gon' need an usher to help you up the aisle. You gon' be shaking so bad." Richie started for the box office, and Ben touched his arm. Ben started to speak, glanced at Bev, who was smiling at him, and had to start over again. "I was here," he said, "but I went up the street and around the corner when those guys came along." "What guys?" Richie asked, but he thought he already knew. "Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins, some other guys, too." Richie whistled. "They must have already gone inside the theater. I don't see 'em buying candy." "Yeah, I guess so." If I was them, I wouldn't bother paying to see a couple of horror movies, Richie said. I'd just stay home and look in a mirror, save some bread. Bev laughed merrily at that, but Ben only smiled a little. Henry Bowers had maybe only started out to hurt him that day last week, but he had ended up meaning to kill him. Ben was quite sure of that. Tell you what, Richie said. We'll go up in the balcony. They'll all be sitting down in the second or third row with their feet up. You positive? Ben asked. He was not at all sure Richie understood what bad news those kids were, Henry, of course, being the worst news of all. Richie, who had barely escaped what might have been a really bad beating at the hands of Henry and his spasmoid friends 3 months ago, he had managed to elude them in the toy department of Freeze's department store, of all places, understood more about Henry and his merry crew than Ben thought he did. If I wasn't fairly positive, I wouldn't go in, he said. I want to see those movies, Haystack, but I don't want to, die for 'em. Besides, if they give us any trouble, we'll just tell Foxy to kick them out, Bev said. Foxy was Mr. Foxworth, the thin, sallow, glum-looking man who managed the Aladdin. He was now selling candy and popcorn, chanting his litany of, "Wait your turn, wait your turn, wait your turn!" in his threadbare tux and yellowing boiled shirt. He looked like an undertaker who had fallen on hard times. Ben looked doubtfully from Bev to Foxy to Richie. "You can't let him run your life, man," Richie said softly. "Don't you know that?" "I guess so," Ben said and sighed. Actually, he knew no such thing. But Beverly's being here had given the equation a crazy skew. If she hadn't come, he would have tried to persuade Richie to go to the movies another day. And if Richie had persisted, Ben might have bowed out. But Bev was here. He didn't want to look like a chicken in front of her. And the thought of being with her in the balcony, in the dark, even if Richie was between them, as he probably would be, was a powerful attraction. "We'll wait until the show starts before we go in," Richie said. He grinned and punched Ben on the arm. "Shit, Haystack. You want to live forever?" Ben's brows drew together, and then he snorted laughter. Richie also laughed. Looking at them, Beverly laughed too. Richie approached the ticket booth again. Liverlips Cole looked at him sourly. "Good afternoon, dear lady," Richie said in his best barren butthole voice. "I'm in dire need of 3 ticky-tickies to your dear old American flick tunes." "Cut the crap and tell me what you want, kid," Liverlips barked through the round hole cut in the glass, and something about the way her painted eyebrows were going up and down unsettled Richie so much that he simply pushed a rumpled dollar through the slot and muttered, "3, please." 3 tickets popped out of the slot. Richie took them. Liverlips rammed a quarter back at him. "Don't be smart. Don't throw popcorn boxes. Don't holler. Don't run in the lobby. Don't run in the aisles." "No, ma'am," Richie said, backing away to where Ben and Bev stood. He said to them, "It always warms my heart to see an old fart like that who really likes kids." They stood outside a while longer, waiting for the show to start. Liverlips glared at them suspiciously from her glass cage. Richie regaled Bev with the story of the dam and the barons, trumpeting Mr. Nell's lines in his new Irish cop voice. Beverly was giggling before long, laughing hard not long after that. Even Ben was grinning a little, although his eyes kept shifting, either toward the Aladdin's glass doors or to Beverly's face. 10. The balcony was okay. During the first reel of I Was a Teenage Frankenstein, Richie spotted Henry Bowers and his shit-kicking friends. They were down in the second row, just as he had figured they would be. There were 5 or 6 of them in all, 5th, 6th, and 7th graders, all of them with their motor huckle boots cocked up on the seats in front of them. Foxy would come down and tell them to put their feet on the floor. They would. Foxy would leave. Up went the motor huckle boots again as soon as he did. 5 or 10 minutes later, Foxy would return and the entire charade would be acted out again. Foxy didn't quite have the guts to kick them out, and they knew it. The movies were great. The Teenage Frankenstein was suitably gross. The Teenage Werewolf was somehow scarier, though, perhaps because he also seemed a little sad. What had happened wasn't his own fault. There was this hypnotist who had fucked him up, but the only reason he'd been able to was that the kid who turned into the werewolf was full of anger and bad feelings. Richie found himself wondering if there were many people in the world hiding bad feelings like that. Henry Bowers was just overflowing with bad feelings, but he sure didn't bother hiding them. Beverly sat between the boys, ate popcorn from their boxes, screamed, covered her eyes, sometimes laughed. When the werewolf was stalking the girl doing exercises in the gym after school, she pressed her face against Ben's arm, and Richie heard Ben's gasp of surprise even over the screams of the 200 kids below them. The werewolf was finally killed. In the last scene, one cop solemnly told another that this should teach people not to fiddle with things best left to God. The curtain came down and the lights came up. There was applause. Richie felt totally satisfied, if a little headachy. He'd probably have to go to the eye doctor pretty soon and get his lenses changed again. He really would be wearing Coke bottles on his eyes by the time he got to high school, he thought glumly. Ben twitched at his sleeve. "They saw us, Richie," he said in a dry, dismayed voice. "Huh?" "Bowers and Chris. They looked up here on their way out. They saw us." Okay, Richie said. "Calm down, Haystack. Just calm down. We'll go out the side door. Nothing to worry about." They went down the stairs, Richie in the lead, Beverly in the middle, Ben bringing up the rear and looking back over his shoulder every 2 steps or so. "Have those guys really got it in for you, Ben?" Beverly asked. "Yeah, I guess they do," Ben said. "I got in a fight with Henry Bowers on the last day of school." "Did he beat you up?" "Not as much as he wanted to," Ben said. "That's why he's still mad, I guess." "Old Hank the Tank also lost a fair amount of skin," Richie murmured. "Or so I heard. I don't think he was very pleased about that, either." He pushed open the exit door, and the 3 of them stepped out into the alley that ran between the Aladdin and Nan's luncheonette. A cat, which had been rooting in a garbage can, hissed and ran past them down the alley, which was blocked at the far end by a board fence. The cat scrambled up and over. A trash can lid clattered. Bev jumped, grabbed Richie's arm, and then laughed nervously. "I guess I'm still scared from the movie," she said. "You won't," Richie began. "Hello, fuckface," Henry Bowers said from behind them. Startled, the 3 of them turned around. Henry, Victor, and Belch were standing at the mouth of the alley. There were 2 other guys behind them. "Oh, shit, I knew this was going to happen," Ben moaned. Richie turned quickly back toward the Aladdin, but the exit door had closed behind them, and there was no way to open it from the outside. "Say goodbye, fuckface," Henry said, and suddenly ran at Ben. The things that happened next seemed to Richie both then and later like something out of a movie. Such things simply did not happen in real life. In real life, the little kids took their beatings, picked up their teeth, and went home. It didn't happen that way this time. Beverly stepped forward and to one side, almost as if she intended to meet Henry, perhaps shake his hand. Richie could hear the cleats on his boots rapping. Victor and Belch were coming after him. The other 2 boys stood at the mouth of the alley, guarding it. "Leave him alone!" Beverly shouted. "Pick on someone your own size." "He's as big as a fucking Mack truck, bitch!" Henry, no gentleman, snarled. "Now get out of my—" Richie stuck out his foot. He didn't think he meant to. His foot went out the same way wisecracks, dangerous to his health, sometimes emerged, all on their own, from his mouth. Henry ran into it and fell forward. The brick surface of the alley was slippery with spilled garbage from the overflowing cans on the luncheonette side. Henry went skidding like a shuffleboard weight. He started to get up, his shirt blotched with coffee grounds, mud, and bits of lettuce. "Oh, you guys are gonna die!" he screamed. Until this moment, Ben had been terrified. Now something in him snapped. He let out a roar and grabbed one of the garbage cans. For just a moment, holding it up, garbage spilling everywhere, he really did look like Haystack Calhoun. His face was pale and furious. He threw the garbage can. It struck Henry in the small of the back and knocked him flat again. "Let's get out of here!" Richie screamed. They ran toward the mouth of the alley. Victor Chris jumped in front of them. Bellowing, Ben lowered his head and rammed it into Victor's middle. "Woof!" Victor grunted and sat down. Belch grabbed a handful of Beverly's ponytail and whipped her smartly against the Aladdin's brick wall. Beverly bounced off and ran down the alley, rubbing her arm. Richie ran after her, grabbing a garbage can lid on the way. Belch Huggins swung a fist almost the size of a daisy ham at him. Richie pistoned out the galvanized steel lid. Belch's fist met it. There was a loud bong, a sound that was almost mellow. Richie felt the shock travel all the way up his arm to the shoulder. Belch screamed and began to hop up and down, holding his swelling hand. "Yonder lies the tent of my father," Richie said confidentially, doing a very passable Tony Curtis voice, and then ran after Ben and Beverly. One of the boys at the mouth of the alley had caught Beverly. Ben was tussling with him. The other boy began to rabbit punch Ben in the small of the back. Richie swung his foot. It connected with the rabbit puncher's buttocks. The boy howled with pain. Richie grabbed Beverly's arm in one hand, Ben's in the other. "Run!" he shouted. The boy Ben had been tussling with let go of Beverly and looped a punch at Richie. His ear exploded with momentary pain, then went numb and became very warm. A high whistling sound began to whine in his head. It sounded like the noise you were supposed to listen for when the school nurse put the earphones on you to test your hearing. They ran down Center Street. People turned to look at them. Ben's large stomach pogoed up and down. Beverly's ponytail bounced. Richie let go of Ben and held his glasses against his forehead with his left thumb so he wouldn't lose them. His head was still ringing, and he believed his ear was going to swell, but he felt wonderful. He started laughing. Beverly joined him. Soon Ben was laughing, too. They cut up Court Street and collapsed on a bench in front of the police station. At that moment, it seemed the only place in Derry where they might possibly be safe. Beverly looped an arm around Ben's neck and Richie's. She gave them a furious hug. "That was great!" Her eyes sparkled. "Did you see those guys? Did you see them?" "I saw them all right," Ben gasped, "and I never want to see them again." This sent them off into another storm of hysterical laughter. Richie kept expecting Henry's gang to come around the corner onto Court Street and take after them again, police station or not. Still, he could not stop laughing. Beverly was right. It had been great. "The Losers Club gets off a good one," Richie yelled exuberantly. "Waka, waka, waka!" He cupped his hands around his mouth and put on his Ben Burney voice. "Yowza, yowza, yowza, childrens!" A cop poked his head out of an open second-floor window and shouted, "You kids get out of here right now! Take a walk!" Richie opened his mouth to say something brilliant, quite possibly in his brand-new Irish cop voice, and Ben kicked his foot. "Shut up, Richie," he said, and promptly had trouble believing that he had said such a thing. "Right, Richie," Bev said, looking at him fondly. "Beep, beep." "Okay," Richie said. "What do you guys want to do? Want to go find Henry Bowers and ask him if he wants to work it out over a game of Monopoly?" "Bite your tongue," Bev said. "Huh? What does that mean?" "Never mind," Bev said. "Some guys are so ignorant." Hesitantly, blushing furiously, Ben asked, "Did that guy hurt your hair, Beverly?" She smiled at him gently, and in that moment she became sure of something she had only guessed at before, that it had been Ben Hanscom who had sent her the postcard with the beautiful little haiku on it. "No, it wasn't bad," she said. "Let's go down in the Barrens," Richie proposed. And so that was where they went, or where they escaped. Richie would think later that it set a pattern for the rest of the summer. The Barrens had become their place. Beverly, like Ben on the day of his first encounter with the big boys, had never been down there before. She walked between Richie and Ben as the three of them moved single file down the path. Her skirt twitched prettily, and looking at her, Ben was aware of waves of feeling, as powerful as stomach cramps. She was wearing her ankle bracelet. It flashed in the afternoon sun. They crossed the arm of the Kenduskeag the boys had dammed up. The stream divided about 70 yards farther up along its course and became one again, about 200 yards farther on toward town. Using stepping stones downstream of the place where the dam had been, found another path, and eventually came out on the bank of the stream's eastern fork, which was much wider than the other. It sparkled in the afternoon light. To his left, Ben could see two of those concrete cylinders with the manhole covers on top. Below them, jutting out over the stream, were large concrete pipes. Thin streams of muddy water poured over the lips of these outflow pipes and into the Kenduskeag. Someone takes a crap uptown, and here's where it comes out, Ben thought, remembering Mr. Nell's explanation of Derry's drainage system. He felt a dull sort of helpless anger. Once, there had probably been fish in this river. Now your chances of catching a trout wouldn't be so hot. Your chances of catching a used wad of toilet paper would be better. "It's so beautiful here," Bev sighed. "Yeah, not bad," Richie agreed. "The black flies are gone, and there's enough of a breeze to keep the mosquitoes away. He looked at her hopefully. "Got any cigarettes?" "No," she said. "I had a couple, but I smoked them yesterday." "Too bad," Richie said. There was the blast of an air horn, and they all watched as a long freight rumbled across the embankment on the far side of the Barrens and toward the train yards. Geez, if it was a passenger train, they'd have a great view, Richie thought. First, the poor folks' houses of the old Cape, then the bamboo swamps on the other side of the Kenduskeag, and finally, before leaving the Barrens, the smoldering gravel pit that was the town dump. For just a moment he found himself thinking about Eddie's story again, the leper under the abandoned house on Neibolt Street. He pushed it out of his mind and turned to Ben. "So, what was your best part, Haystack?" "Huh?" Ben turned to him guiltily. As Bev looked out across the Kenduskeag, lost in thoughts of her own, he'd been looking at her profile, and at the bruise on her cheekbone. "Of the movies, Dumbo. What was your best part?" I liked it when Dr. Frankenstein started tossing the bodies to the crocodiles under his house," Ben said. "That was my best part." "That was gross," Beverly said, and shivered. "I hate things like that. Crocodiles and piranhas and sharks." "Yeah? What's piranhas?" Richie asked, immediately interested. "Little tiny fish," Beverly said. "And they've got all these little tiny teeth, but they're wicked sharp. And if you go into a river where they are, they eat you right down to the bone." "Wow." "I saw this movie once, and these natives wanted to cross a river, but the footbridge was down," she said. "So they put a cow in the water on a rope and crossed while the piranhas were eating the cow. When they pulled it out, the cow was nothing but a skeleton. I had nightmares for a week." "Man, I wish I had some of those fish," Richie said happily. "I'd put them in Henry Bauer's bathtub." Ben began to giggle. "I don't think he takes baths." "I don't know about that, but I do know we better watch out for those guys," Beverly said. Her fingers touched the bruise on her cheek. "My dad went up the side of my head day before yesterday for breaking a pile of dishes. One a week is enough." There was a moment of silence that might have been awkward, but was not. Richie broke it by saying his best part was when the teenage werewolf got the evil hypnotist. They talked about the movies, and other horror movies they had seen, and Alfred Hitchcock Presents on TV, for an hour or more. Bev spotted daisies growing on the riverbank and picked one. She held it first under Richie's chin, and then under Ben's chin, to see if they liked butter. She said they both did. As she held the flower under their chins, each was conscious of her light touch on their shoulders and the clean scent of her hair. Her face was close to Ben's only for a moment or two, but that night he dreamed of how her eyes had looked during that brief, endless span of time. Conversation was fading a little when they heard the crackling sounds of people approaching along the path. The three of them turned quickly toward the sound, and Richie was suddenly acutely aware that the river was at their backs. There was no place to run. The voices drew closer. They got to their feet, Richie and Ben moving a little in front of Beverly without even thinking about it. The screen of bushes at the end of the path shook, and suddenly Bill Denbrough emerged. Another kid was with him, a fellow Richie knew a little bit. His name was Bradley something, and he had a terrible lisp. Probably went up to Bangor with Bill for that speech therapy thing, Richie thought. "Big Bill," he said, and then in the voice of Toodles, "We're glad to see you, Mr. Denbrough, Master." Bill looked at them and grinned, and a peculiar certainty stole over Richie as Bill looked from him to Ben to Beverly, and then back to Bradley, whatever his name was. Beverly was a part of them. Bill's eyes said so. Bradley what's-his-name was not. He might stay for a while today, might even come down to the Barrens again. No one would tell him no. "So sorry, the Losers Club membership is full. We already have our speech impediment member." But he was not part of it. He was not part of them. This thought led to a sudden, irrational fear. For a moment he felt the way you did when you suddenly realized you had swum out too far and the water was over your head. There was an intuitive flash. We're being drawn into something, being picked and chosen. None of this is accidental. Are we all here yet? Then the intuition fell into a meaningless jumble of thought, like the smash of a glass pane on a stone floor. Besides, it didn't matter. Bill was here, and Bill would take care. Bill would not let things get out of control. He was the tallest of them, and surely the most handsome. Richie only had to look sideways at Bev's eyes fixed on Bill, and then farther to Ben's eyes, fixed knowingly and unhappily on Bev's face to know that. Bill was also the strongest of them, and not just physically. There was a good deal more to it than that. But since Richie did not know either the word charisma or the full meaning of the word magnetism, he only felt that Bill's strength ran deep and might manifest itself in many ways, some of them probably unexpected. And Richie suspected if Beverly fell for him, or got a crush on him, or whatever they called it, Ben would not be jealous, like he would, Richie thought, if she got a crush on me. He would accept it as nothing but natural. And there was something else. Bill was good. It was stupid to think such a thing. He did not, in fact, precisely think it. He felt it. But there it was. Goodness and strength seemed to radiate from Bill. He was like a knight in an old movie. A movie that was corny, but still had the power to make you cry and cheer and clap at the end. Strong and good. And 5 years later, after his memories of what had happened in Derry both during and before that summer had begun to fade rapidly, it occurred to a Richie Tozier in his mid-teens that John Kennedy reminded him of Stuttering Bill. Who? His mind would respond. He would look up, faintly puzzled, and shake his head. Some guy I used to know, he would think, and would dismiss vague unease by pushing his glasses up on his nose and turning to his homework again. Some guy I used to know a long time ago. Bill Denbrough put his hands on his hips, smiled sunnily, and said, "Well, here we are. Now, what are we doing?" "Got any cigarettes?" Richie asked hopefully. 11. 5 days later, as June drew towards its end, Bill told Richie that he wanted to go down to Niebolt Street and investigate under the porch where Eddie had seen the leper. They had just arrived back at Richie's house, and Bill was walking Silver. He had ridden Richie double most of the way home, an exhilarating speed trip across Derry, but he had been careful to let Richie dismount a block away from his house. If Richie's mother saw Bill riding Richie double, she'd have a bird. Silver's wire basket was full of place six-shooters, 2 of them Bill's, 3 of them Richie's. They had been down in the Barrens for most of the afternoon playing guns. Beverly Marsh had shown up around 3 o'clock wearing faded jeans and toting a very old Daisy air rifle that had lost most of its pop. When you pulled its tape-wrapped trigger, it uttered a wheeze that sounded to Richie more like someone sitting on a very old whoopee cushion than a rifle shot. Her specialty was Japanese sniper. She was very good at climbing trees and shooting the unwary as they passed below. The bruise on her cheekbone had faded to a faint yellow. "What did you say?" Richie asked. He was shocked, but also a little intrigued. "I want to take a look under the porch," Bill said. His voice was stubborn, but he wouldn't look at Richie. There was a hard spot of flush high on each of his cheekbones. They had arrived in front of Richie's house. Maggie Tozier was on the porch reading a book. She waved to them and called, "Hi, boys, want some iced tea?" "We'll be right there, Mom," Richie said, and then to Bill, "There isn't going to be anything there. You probably just saw a hobo and got all bent out of shape, for God's sake. You know Eddie?" "Yeah, I know Eddie, but remember the picture in the album?" Richie shifted his feet, uncomfortable. Bill raised his right hand. The Band-Aids were gone now, but Richie could see circlets of healing scab on Bill's first 3 fingers. "Yeah, but listen to me," Bill said. He began to speak very slowly, holding Richie's eyes with his own. Once more he related the similarities between Ben's story and Eddie's, and tied those to what they had seen in the picture that moved. He suggested again that the clown had murdered the boys and girls who had been found dead in Derry since the previous December. And maybe not just them, Bill finished. What about all the ones who disappeared? What about Eddie Corcoran? "Oh, shit, his stepfather scared him off," Richie said. "Well, maybe he did, and maybe he didn't," Bill said. "I knew him a little bit, too, and I know his dad beat him. And I also know he used to stay out at night sometimes to get away from him." So maybe the clown got him while he was staying away, Richie said thoughtfully. Is that it? Bill nodded. What do you want then? Its autograph? If the clown killed the others, then he killed Georgie, Bill said. His eyes caught Richie's. They were like slate, hard, uncompromising, unforgiving. I want to kill it. Jesus Christ, Richie said, frightened. How are you going to do that? My dad's got a pistol, Bill said. A little spittle flew from his lips, but Richie barely noticed. He doesn't know I know, but I do. It's on the top shelf in his closet. That's great if it's a man, Richie said. And if we can find him sitting on a pile of kids' bones. I poured the tea, boys, Richie's mom called cheerily. Better come and get it. Right there, Mom, Richie called again, offering a big false smile. It disappeared immediately as he turned back to Bill. Because I wouldn't shoot a guy just because he was wearing a clown suit, Billy. You're my best friend. But I wouldn't do it, and I wouldn't let you do it if I could stop you. What if there really was a pile of bones? Richie licked his lips and said nothing for a moment. Then he asked Bill, what are you going to do if it's not a man, Billy? What if it really is some kind of monster? What if they really are such things? Ben Hanscom said it was the mummy and the balloons were floating against the wind and it didn't cast a shadow. The picture in Georgie's album. Either we imagined that or it was magic. And I gotta tell you, man, I don't think we just imagined it. Your fingers sure didn't imagine it, did they? Bill shook his head. So what are we gonna do if it's not a man, Billy? Then we'll have to figure something else out. Oh, yeah, Richie said. I can see it. After you shoot it 4 or 5 times, and it keeps coming at us like the teenage werewolf in that movie me and Ben and Bev saw, you can try your bullseye on it. And if the bullseye doesn't work, I'll throw some of my sneezing powder at it. And if it keeps on coming after that, we'll just call time and say, hey now, hold on. This ain't getting it, Mr. Monster. Look, I got to read up on it at the library. I'll be back. Pardon me. Is that what you're going to say, Big Bill? He looked at his friend, his head thudding rapidly. Part of him wanted Bill to press on with his idea to check under the porch of that old house, but another part wanted, desperately wanted, Bill to give the idea up. In some ways, all of this was like having stepped into one of those Saturday afternoon horror movies at the Aladdin, but in another way, a crucial way, it wasn't like that at all. Because this wasn't safe like a movie, where you knew everything would turn out all right, and even if it didn't, it was no skin off your ass. The picture in Georgie's room hadn't been like a movie. He had thought he was forgetting that, but apparently he had been fooling himself, because now he could see those cuts whirling up Billy's fingers. If he hadn't pulled Bill back... Incredibly, Bill was grinning, actually grinning. You wanted me to take you to look at a picture, he said. Now I want to take you to look at a house. Tit for tat. You got no tits, Richie said, and they both burst out laughing. Tomorrow morning, Bill said, as if it had been resolved. And if it's a monster? Richie asked, holding Bill's eyes. If your dad's gun doesn't stop it, Big Bill, if it just keeps coming, we'll think of something else, Bill said again. We'll have to. He threw back his head and laughed like a loon. After a moment, Richie joined him. It was impossible not to. They walked up the crazy paving to Richie's porch together. Maggie had set out huge glasses of iced tea with mint sprigs in them and a plate of vanilla wafers. You want to? Well, no, Richie said, but I will. Bill clapped him on the back, hard, and that seemed to make the fear bearable, although Richie was suddenly sure, and he was not wrong, that sleep would be long coming that night. You boys looked like you were having a serious discussion out there, Mrs. Tozier said, sitting down with her book in one hand and a glass of iced tea in the other. She looked at the boys expectantly. Denbro's got this crazy idea the Red Sox are going to finish in the first division, Richie said. Me and my dad think that they got a shot at third, Bill said, and sipped his iced tea. This is very good, Mrs. Tozier.
Thank you, Bill. The year the Sox finish in the first division will be the year you stop stuttering, mushmouth, Richie said. Richie! Mrs. Tozier screamed, shocked. She nearly dropped her glass of iced tea, but both Richie and Bill Denbrough were laughing hysterically, totally cracked up. She looked from her son to Bill, and back to her son again, touched by wonder. That was mostly simple perplexity, but partly a fear so thin and sharp that it found its way deep into her inner heart and vibrated there like a tuning fork made of clear ice. I don't understand either of them, she thought. Where they go, what they do, what they want, what will become of them. Sometimes their eyes are wild, and sometimes I'm afraid for them, and sometimes I'm afraid of them. She found herself thinking, not for the first time, that it would have been nice if she and Went could have had a girl as well, a pretty blonde girl, that she could have dressed in skirts and matching bows and black patent leather shoes on Sundays. A pretty little girl who would ask to bake cupcakes after school and who would want dolls instead of books on ventriloquism and Revell models of cars that went fast. A pretty little girl she could have understood.
12. Did you get it? Richie asked anxiously. They were walking their bikes up Kansas Street beside the Barrens at 10 o'clock the next morning. The sky was a dull gray. Rain had been forecast for that afternoon. Richie hadn't gotten to sleep until after midnight, and he thought Denbrough looked as if he'd spent a fairly restless night himself. Old Big Bill was toting a matched set of Samsonite bags, one under each eye. I got it, Bill said. He patted the green duffel coat he was wearing. Let me see, Richie said, fascinated. Not now, Bill said, and then grinned. Someone else might see, too, but look what else I brought. He reached behind him under the coat and brought his bullseye slingshot out of his back pocket. Oh, shit, we're in trouble, Richie said, beginning to laugh. Bill pretended to be hurt. It was your idea, Tozier. Bill had gotten the custom aluminum slingshot for his birthday the year before. It had been Zach's compromise between the .22 Bill had wanted and his mother's adamant refusal to even consider giving a boy Bill's age a firearm. The instruction booklet said a slingshot could be a fine hunting weapon once you learned to use it. In the right hands, your bullseye slingshot is as deadly and effective as a good ash bow or a high-powered firearm, the booklet proclaimed. With such virtues dutifully extolled, the booklet went on to warn that a slingshot could be dangerous. The owner should no more aim one of the 20 ball-bearing slugs which came with it at a person than he would aim a loaded pistol at a person. Bill wasn't very good at it yet, and guessed privately he probably never would be. But he thought the booklet's caution was merited. The slingshot's thick elastic had a hard pull, and when you hit a can with it, it made one hell of a hole. You doing any better with it, Big Bill? Richie asked. Oh, a little, Bill said. This was only partly true. After much study of the pictures in the booklet, which were labeled figs, as in Fig 1, Fig 2, and so on, and enough practice in Derry Park to lame his arm, he had gotten so he could hit the paper target, which had also come with the slingshot, maybe 3 times out of every 10 tries, and once he had gotten a bullseye, almost. Richie pulled the sling back by the cup, twanged it, then handed it back. He said nothing, but privately doubted if it would count for as much as Zach Denbrough's pistol when it came to killing monsters. Yeah, he said. You brought your slingshot. Okay, big deal. That's nothing. Look what I brought, Denbrough. And from his own jacket, he hauled out a packet with a cartoon picture on it of a bald man saying, "Achoo," as his cheeks puffed out like Dizzy Gillespie's. Dr. Wacky's sneezing powder, the packet said. It's a laugh riot. The two of them stared at each other for a long moment, and then broke up, screaming with laughter, pounding each other on the back. We're prepared for anything, Bill said finally, still giggling and wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket. Your face in my ass, stuttering Bill, Richie said. I thought it was the other way around, Bill said. Now listen, we're going to stash your bike down in the Barrens, where I put silver when we play. You ride double behind me in case we have to make a quick getaway." Richie nodded, feeling no urge to argue. His 22-inch Raleigh, he sometimes whammed his kneecaps on the handlebars when he was pedaling fast, looked like a pygmy bike next to the scrawny, gantry-like edifice that was Silver. He knew that Bill was stronger and Silver was faster. They got to the little bridge, and Bill helped Richie stow his bike underneath. Then they sat down, and, with the occasional rumble of traffic passing over their heads, Bill unzipped his duffel and took out his father's pistol. You be goddamn careful," Bill said, handing it over after Richie had whistled his frank approval. "There's no safety on a pistol like that." "Is it loaded?" Richie asked, awed. The pistol, a PPK Walther that Zach Denbrough picked up during the occupation, seemed unbelievably heavy. "Not yet," Bill said. He patted his pocket. "I got some bullets in here, but my dad says sometimes you look, and then if the gun thinks you're not being careful, it loads itself so it can shoot you." His face uttered a strange smile, which said that, while he didn't believe anything so silly, he believed it completely. Richie understood. There was a caged deadliness in the thing that he had never sensed in his dad's .22, .30-30, or even the shotgun, although there was something about the shotgun, wasn't there? Something about the way it leaned, mute and oily, in the corner of the garage closet, as if it might say, "I could be mean if I wanted to. Plenty mean. You bet." If it could speak. But this pistol, this Walther, it was as if it had been made for the express purpose of shooting people. With a chill, Richie realized that was why it had been made. What else could you do with a pistol? Use it to light your cigarettes? He turned the muzzle toward him, being careful to keep his hands far away from the trigger. One look into the Walther's black, lidless eye made him understand Bill's peculiar smile perfectly. He remembered his father saying, "If you remember there's no such thing as an unloaded gun, you'll be okay with firearms or your life, Richie." He handed the gun back to Bill, glad to be rid of it. Bill stowed it in his duffel coat again. Suddenly the house on Neibolt Street seemed less frightening to Richie, but the possibility that blood might actually be spilled, that seemed much stronger. He looked at Bill, perhaps meaning to appeal this idea again, but he saw Bill's face, read it, and only said, "You ready?" 13. As always, when Bill finally pulled his second foot up from the ground, Richie felt sure that they would crash, splitting their silly skulls on unyielding cement. The big bike wavered crazily from side to side, the cards close-pinned to the fender struts, stopped firing single shots, and started machine gunning. The bike's drunken wavers became more pronounced. Richie closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. Then Bill bellowed, "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" The bike picked up more speed and finally stopped that C6 side-to-side wavering. Richie loosened his death grip on Bill's middle and held the front of the package carrier over the rear wheel instead. Bill crossed Kansas Street on a slant, raced down side streets at an ever-quickening pace, heading for Witcham as if racing down a set of geographical steps. They came bulleting out of Strapham Street and on to Witcham at an exorbitant rate of speed. Bill laid Silver damn near over on his side and bellowed, "Hi-yo, Silver!" again. "Ride it, Big Bill!" Richie screamed, so scared he was nearly creaming his jeans, but laughing wildly all the same. "Stand on this baby!" Bill suited the action to the word, getting up and leaning over the handlebars and pumping the pedals at a lunatic rate. Looking at Bill's back, which was amazingly broad for a boy of 11 going on 12, watching it work under the duffel coat, the shoulders slanting first one way and then the other as he shifted his weight from one pedal to the other, Richie suddenly became sure that they were invulnerable. They would live forever and ever. Well, perhaps not they, but Bill would. Bill had no idea of how strong he was, how somehow sure and perfect. They sped along, the houses thinning out a little now, the streets crossing Witcham at longer intervals. "Hi-yo, Silver!" Bill yelled, and Richie hollered in his nigger Jim voice, high and shrill. "Hi-yo, Silver, massa, that's right! You is riding this here bike for show, lawks a mussy! Hi-yo, Silver, away!" Now they were passing green fields that looked flat and depthless under the gray sky. Richie could see the old brick train station up ahead in the distance. To the right of it, Quonset warehouses marched off in a row. Silver bumped over one set of train tracks, then another. And here was Neibolt Street, cutting off to the right. Derry Train Yards, a blue sign under the street sign read. It was rusty and hung askew. Below this was a much bigger sign, yellow field, black letters. It was almost like a comment on the train yards themselves. Dead End, it read. Bill turned onto Neibolt Street, coasted to the sidewalk, and put his foot back down. "Let's walk from here." Richie slipped off the package carrier with mingled feelings of relief and regret. "Okay." They walked along the sidewalk, which was cracked and weedy. Up ahead of them, in the train yards, a diesel engine revved slowly up, faded off, and then began all over again. Once or twice they heard the metallic music of couplings being smashed together. "You scared?" Richie asked Bill. Bill, walking Silver by the handlebars, looked over at Richie briefly and then nodded. "Yeah. You?" "I sure am," Richie said. Bill told Richie he had asked his father about Neibolt Street the night before. His father said that a lot of trainmen had lived out this way until the end of World War II. Engineers, conductors, signalmen, yard workers, baggage handlers. The street had declined with the train yards, and as Bill and Richie moved farther along it, the houses became farther apart, seedier, dirtier. The last 3 or 4 on both sides were empty and boarded up, their yards overgrown. A "For Sale" sign flapped forlornly from the porch of one. To Richie, the sign looked about 1,000 years old. The sidewalk stopped, and now they were walking along a beaten track from which weeds grew half-heartedly. Bill stopped and pointed. "There it is," he said softly. 29 Neibolt Street had once been a trim red Cape Cod. Maybe, Richie thought, an engineer used to live there, a bachelor with no pants but jeans and lots of those gloves with the big stiff cuffs and 4 or 5 pillow-tick caps. A fellow who would come home once or twice a month for stretches of 3 or 4 days and listen to the radio while he pottered in the garden. A fellow who would eat mostly fried foods and no vegetables, although he would grow them for his friends, and who would, on windy nights, think about the girl he left behind. Now the red paint had faded to a wishy-washy pink that was peeling away in ugly patches that looked like sores. The windows were blind eyes boarded up. Most of the shingles were gone. Weeds grew rankly down both sides of the house, and the lawn was covered with the season's first bumper crop of dandelions. To the left, a high-board fence, perhaps once a neat white but now faded to a dull gray that almost matched the lowering sky, lurched drunkenly in and out of the dank shrubbery. About halfway down this fence, Richie could see a monstrous grove of sunflowers. The tallest looked 5 feet tall or more. They had a bloated, nasty look he didn't like. The breeze rustled them, and they seemed to nod together. "The boys are here. Isn't that nice? More boys. Our boys." Richie shivered. While Bill leaned Silver carefully against an elm, Richie surveyed the house. He saw a wheel sticking out of the thick grass near the porch, and pointed it out to Bill. Bill nodded. It was the overturned trike Eddie had mentioned. They looked up and down Neibolt Street. The chug of the diesel engine rose and fell off, then began again. The sound seemed to hang in the overcast like a charm. The street was utterly deserted. Richie could hear occasional cars passing on Route 2, but could not see them. The diesel engine chugged and faded, chugged and faded. The huge sunflowers nodded sagely together. Fresh boys. Good boys. Our boys. You ready?" Bill asked, and Richie jumped a little. "You know, I was just thinking that maybe the last bunch of library books I took out are due today," Richie said. "Maybe I ought to cut the crap, Richie. Are you ready or not?" "I guess I am," Richie said. knowing he was not ready at all. He was never going to be ready for this scene. They crossed the overgrown lawn to the porch. "Look, there," Bill said. At the far left-hand side, the porch's latticework skirt leaned out against a tangle of bushes. Both boys could see the rusty nails that had been pulled free. There were old rose bushes here, and while the roses both to the right and the left of the unanchored stretch of latticework were blooming in a lackadaisical way, those directly around and in front of it were skeletal and dead. Bill and Richie looked at each other grimly. Everything Eddie said seemed true enough. 7 weeks later, the evidence was still here. "You don't really want to go under there, do you?" Richie asked. He was almost pleading. "No," Bill said, "but I'm gonna." And with a sinking heart, Richie saw that he absolutely meant it. That gray light was back in Billy's eyes, shining steadily. There was a stony eagerness in the lines of his face that made him look older. Richie thought, "I think he really does mean to kill it, if it's still there. Kill it and maybe cut off its head and take it to his father and say, 'Look, this is what killed Georgie. Now will you talk to me again at night? Maybe just tell me how your day was, or who lost when you guys were flipping to see who paid for the morning coffee.'" "Bill," he said, but Bill was no longer there. He was walking around to the right-hand end of the porch, where Eddie must have crawled under. Richie had to chase after him, and he almost fell over the trike caught in the weeds and slowly rusting its way into the ground. He caught up as Bill squatted, looking under the porch. There was no skirt at all on this end. Someone, some hobo, had pried it off long ago to gain access to the shelter underneath, out of the January snow or the cold November rain or a summer thundershower. Richie squatted beside him, his heart thudding like a drum. There was nothing under the porch but drifts of moldering leaves, yellowing newspapers, and shadows. Too many shadows. "Bill," he repeated. "What?" Bill had produced his father's Walther again. He pulled the clip carefully from the grip, and then took 4 bullets from his pants pocket. He loaded them in one at a time. Richie watched this, fascinated, and then looked under the porch again. He saw something else this time. Broken glass. Faintly glinting shards of glass. His stomach cramped painfully. He was not a stupid boy, and he understood this came close to completely confirming Eddie's story. Splinters of glass on the moldering leaves under the porch meant that the window had been broken from inside, from the cellar. "What?" Bill asked again, looking up at Richie. His face was grim and white. Looking at that set face, Richie mentally threw in the towel. "Nothing," he said. "You coming?" "Yeah." They crawled under the porch. The smell of decaying leaves was a smell Richie usually liked, but there was nothing pleasant about the smell under here. The leaves felt spongy under his hands and knees, and he had an impression that they might go down for 2 or 3 feet. He suddenly wondered what he would do if a hand or claw sprang out of those leaves and seized him. Bill was examining the broken window. Glass had sprayed everywhere. The wooden strip which had been between the panes lay in 2 splintered pieces under the porch steps. The top of the window frame jutted out like a broken bone. "Something hit that fucker wicked hard," Richie breathed. Bill, now peering inside, or trying to, nodded. Richie elbowed him aside enough so he could look too. The basement was a dim litter of crates and boxes. The floor was earth, and, like the leaves, it gave off a damp and humid aroma. A furnace bulked to the left, thrusting round pipes at the low ceiling. Beyond it, at the end of the cellar, Richie could see a large stall with wooden sides. A horse stall was his first thought, but who kept horses in the Jeesley cellar? Then he realized that in a house as old as this one, the furnace must have burned coal instead of oil. Nobody had bothered to convert the furnace because no one wanted the house. That thing with the sides was a coal bin. To the far right, Richie could make out a flight of stairs going up to ground level. Now Bill was sitting down, hunching himself forward, and before Richie could actually believe what he was up to, his friend's legs were disappearing into the window. "Bill! Christ's sake!" he hissed. "What are you doing? Get out of there!" Bill didn't reply. He slithered through, scraping his duffel coat up from the small of his back, barely missing a chunk of glass that would have cut him a good one. A second later, Richie heard his tennies smack down on the hard earth inside. "Piss on this action," Richie muttered frantically to himself, looking at the square of darkness into which his friend had disappeared. "Bill! You gone out of your mind?" Bill's voice floated up. You can stay up there if you want, Richie. Stand guard." Instead, he rolled over on his belly and shoved his legs through the cellar window before his nerve could go bad on him, hoping he wouldn't cut his hands or his stomach on the broken glass. Something clutched his legs. Richie screamed. "It's just me," Bill hissed. And a moment later, Richie was standing beside him in the cellar, pulling down his shirt and his jacket. Who did you think it was?" "The boogeyman," Richie said, and laughed shakily. You go that way, and I'll fuck that," Richie said. He could actually hear his heartbeat in his voice, making it sound bumpy and uneven, first up and then down. "I'm sticking with you, Big Bill." They moved toward the coal pit first. Bill slightly in the lead, the gun in his hand, Richie close behind him, trying to look everywhere at once. Bill stood beyond one of the coal pit's jutting wooden sides for a moment, and then suddenly darted around it, pointing the gun with both hands. Richie squinched his eyes shut, steeling himself for the explosion. It didn't come. He opened his eyes again, cautiously. "Nothing but coal," Bill said, and giggled nervously. Richie stepped up beside Bill and looked. There was still a drift of old coal in here, piled up almost to the ceiling at the back of the stall and trickling away to a lump or two by their feet. It was as black as a crow's wing. Richie began, and then the door at the head of the cellar stairs crashed open against the wall with a violent bang, spilling thin white daylight down the stairs. Both boys screamed. Richie heard snarling sounds. They were very loud, the sounds a wild animal in a cage might make. He saw loafers descend the steps, faded jeans on top of them, swinging hands. But they weren't hands. They were paws, huge, misshapen paws. "Climb the coal!" Bill was screaming, but Richie stood frozen, suddenly knowing what was coming for them, what was going to kill them in this cellar that stank of damp earth and the cheap wine that had been spilled in the corners. Knowing, but needing to see. "There's a window at the top of the coal!" The paws were covered with dense brown hair that curled and coiled like wire. The fingers were tipped with jagged nails. Now Richie saw a silk jacket. It was black with orange piping. The Derry High School colors. "Go!" Bill screamed and gave Richie a gigantic shove. Richie went sprawling into the coal. Sharp jags and corners of it poked him painfully, breaking through his daze. More coal avalanched over his hands. That mad snarling went on and on. Panic slipped its hood over Richie's mind. Barely aware of what he was doing, he scrambled up the mountain of coal, gaining ground, sliding back, lunging upward again, screaming as he went. The window at the top was grimed black with coal dust and let in next to no light at all. It was latched shut. Richie seized the latch, which was of the sort that turned, and threw all his weight against it. The latch moved not at all. The snarling was closer now. The gun went off below him, the sound nearly deafening in the closed room. Gunsmoke, sharp and acrid, stung Richie's nose. It shocked him back to some sort of awareness, and he realized that he'd been trying to turn the thumb latch the wrong way. He reversed the direction of the force he was applying, and the latch gave with a protracted rusty squeal. Coal dust sifted down on his hands like pepper. The gun went off again with a second deafening bang. Bill Denbrough shouted, "You killed my brother, you fucker!" For a moment, the creature which had come down the stairs seemed to laugh, seemed to speak. It was as if a vicious dog had suddenly begun to bark out garbled words. And for a moment, Richie thought the thing in the high school jacket snarled back, "I'm going to kill you, too." "Richie!" Bill screamed then, and Richie heard coal clattering and falling again as Bill scrambled up. The snarls and roars continued, wood splintered. There were mingled barks and howls, sounds out of a cold nightmare. Richie gave the window a tremendous shove, not caring if the glass broke and cut his hands to ribbons. He was beyond caring. It did not break. It swung outward on an old steel hinge flaked with rust. More coal dust sifted down, this time on Richie's face. He wriggled out into the side yard like an eel, smelling sweet, fresh air, feeling the long grass whip at his face. He was dimly aware that it was raining. He could see the thick stalks of the giant sunflowers, green and hairy. The Walther went off a third time, and the beast in the cellar screamed a primitive sound of pure rage. Then Bill cried, "It's got me! Richie, help! It's got me!" Richie turned around on his hands and knees and saw the terrified circle of his friend's upturned face in the square of the oversized cellar window through which a winter's load of coal had once been funneled each October. Bill was lying spread-eagled on the coal. His hands waved and clutched fruitlessly for the window frame, which was just out of reach. His shirt and jacket were rucked up almost to his breastbone, and he was sliding backward. No, he was being pulled backward by something Richie could barely see. It was a moving, bulking shadow behind Bill, a shadow that snarled and gibbered and sounded almost human. Richie didn't need to see it. He had seen it the previous Saturday on the screen of the Aladdin Theater. It was mad, totally mad, but even so it never occurred to Richie to doubt either his own sanity or his conclusion. The teenage werewolf had Bill Denbrough. Only it wasn't that guy Michael Landon with a lot of makeup on his face and a lot of fake fur. It was real. As if to prove it, Bill screamed again. Richie reached in and caught Bill's hands in his own. The Walther pistol was in one of them, and for the second time that day, Richie looked into its black eye, only this time it was loaded. They tussled for Bill, Richie gripping his hands, the werewolf gripping his ankles. "Get out of here, Richie!" Bill screamed. "Get!" The face of the werewolf suddenly swam out of the dark. Its forehead was low and prognathous, covered with scant hair. Its cheeks were hollow and furry. Its eyes were a dark brown filled with horrible intelligence, horrible awareness. Its mouth dropped open, and it began to snarl. White foam ran from the corners of its thick lower lip in twin streams that dripped from its chin. The hair on its head was swept back in a gruesome parody of a teenager's D.A. It threw its head back and roared, its eyes never leaving Richie's. Bill scrambled up the coal. Richie seized his forearms and pulled. For a moment, he thought he was actually going to win. Then the werewolf laid hold of Bill's legs again, and he was yanked backward toward the darkness once more. It was stronger. It had laid hold of Bill, and it meant to have him. Then, with no thought at all about what he was doing or why he was doing it, Richie heard the voice of the Irish cop coming out of his mouth. Mr. Nell's voice. But this was not Richie Tozier doing a bad imitation. It wasn't even precisely Mr. Nell. It was the voice of every Irish beat cop that had ever lived and twirled a billy by its rawhide rope as he tried the doors of closed shops after midnight. "Let go of him, boyo, or I'll crack your thick head. I swear to Jesus. Leave go of him now, or I'll serve you your own arse on a platter." The creature in the cellar let out an ear-splitting roar of rage. But it seemed to Richie that there was another note in that bellow as well, perhaps fear or pain. He gave one more tremendous tug, and Bill flew out of the window and onto the grass. He stared up at Richie with dark, horrified eyes. The front of his jacket was smeared black with coal dust. "Quick!" Bill panted. He was nearly moaning. He grabbed at Richie's shirt. "We gotta..." Richie could hear coal tumbling and avalanching down again. A moment later, the werewolf's face filled the cellar window. It snarled at them. Its paws clutched at the listless grass. Bill still had the Walther. He had held onto the gun through all of it. Now he held it out in both hands, his eyes squinched down to slits, and pulled the trigger. There was another deafening bang. Richie saw a chunk of the werewolf's skull tear free, and a torrent of blood spilled down the side of its face, matting the fur there and soaking the collar of the school jacket it wore. Roaring, it began to climb out of the window. Moving slowly, dreamily, Richie reached under his coat and into his back pocket. He brought out the envelope with the picture of the sneezing man on it. He tore it open as the bleeding, roaring creature pulled itself out of the window, forcing its way, claws digging deep furrows in the earth. Richie tore the packet open and squeezed it. "Get back in your place, boyo!" he ordered in the voice of the Irish cop. A white cloud puffed into the werewolf's face. Its roars suddenly stopped. It stared at Richie with almost comic surprise and made a choked, wheezing sound. Its eyes, red and bleary, rolled toward Richie and seemed to mark him once and forever. Then it began to sneeze. It sneezed again and again and again. Ropey strings of saliva flew from its muzzle. Greenish-black clots of snot flew out of its nostrils. One of these splattered against Richie's skin and burned there like acid. He wiped it away with a scream of hurt and disgust. There was still anger in its face, but there was also pain. It was unmistakable. Bill might have heard it with its dad's pistol, but Richie had heard it more. First with the voice of the Irish cop, and then with the sneezing powder. Jesus, if I had some itching powder too, and maybe a joy buzzer, I might be able to kill it, Richie thought. And then Bill grabbed the collar of his jacket and jerked him backward. It was well that he did. The werewolf stopped sneezing as suddenly as it had started and lunged at Richie. It was quick, too. Incredibly quick. Richie might have only sat there with the empty envelope of Dr. Wacky's sneezing powder in one hand, staring at the werewolf with a kind of drugged wonder, thinking how brown its fur was, how red the blood was, how nothing was in black and white in real life. He might have sat there until its paws closed around his neck and its long nails pulled his throat out, but Bill grabbed him again and pulled him to his feet. Richie stumbled after him. They ran around to the front of the house, and Richie thought, "It won't dare chase us anymore. We're on the street now. It won't dare chase us. Won't dare. Won't dare." But it was coming. He could hear it just behind them, gibbering and snarling and slobbering. There was Silver still leaning against the tree. Bill jumped onto the seat and threw his father's pistol into the carrier basket where they had carried so many play guns. Richie chanced a glance behind him as he flung himself onto the package carrier and saw the werewolf crossing the lawn toward them, less than 20 feet away now. Blood and slobber mixed on its high school jacket. White bone gleamed through its pelt about the right temple. There were white smudges of sneezing powder on the sides of its nose, and Richie saw two other things, which seemed to complete the horror. There was no zipper on the thing's jacket. Instead, there were big, fluffy, orange buttons like pom-poms. The other thing was worse. It was the other thing that made him feel as if he might faint or just give up and let it kill him. A name was stitched on the jacket in gold thread. The kind of thing you could get done down at Machen's for $1 if you wanted it. Stitched on the bloody left breast of the werewolf's jacket, stained but readable, were the words, Richie Tozier. It lunged at them. "Go, Bill!" Richie screamed. Silver began to move, but slowly, much too slowly. It took Bill so long to get going. The werewolf crossed the rutted path just as Bill pedaled into the middle of Neibolt Street. Blood spattered its faded jeans, and looking back over his shoulder, filled with a kind of dreadful, unbreakable fascination that was akin to hypnosis, Richie saw that the seams of the jeans were giving way in places, and tufts of coarse brown fur had sprung through. Silver wavered wildly back and forth. Bill was standing up, gripping the bike's handlebars from underneath, head turned up toward the cloudy sky, cords standing out on his neck. And still the playing cards were only firing single shots. One paw groped for Richie. He screamed miserably and ducked away from it. The werewolf snarled and grinned. It was close enough so Richie could see the yellowing corneas of its eyes, could smell sweet, rotten meat on its breath. Its teeth were crooked fangs. Richie screamed again as it swung a paw at him. He was sure it was going to take his head off, but the paw passed in front of him, missing by no more than an inch. The force of the swing blew Richie's sweaty hair back from his forehead. "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Bill screamed at the top of his voice. He had reached the top of a short, shallow hill. Not much, but enough to get Silver rolling. The playing cards picked up speed and began to burr along. Bill pumped the pedals madly. Silver stopped wavering and cut a straight course down Neibolt Street toward Route 2. Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Richie thought incoherently. Thank... The werewolf roared again. Oh my God! It sounds like it's right beside me! and Richie's wind was cut off as his shirt and jacket were jerked back against his windpipe. He made a gargling, choking sound and managed to grip Bill's middle just before he was pulled off the back of the bike. Bill tilted backward, but held on to Silver's handlebar grips. For one moment, Richie thought the big bike would simply do a wheelie and spill both of them off the back. Then his jacket, which had been just about ready for the rag bag anyway, parted down the back with a loud ripping noise that sounded weirdly like a big fart. Richie could breathe again. He looked around and stared directly into those muddy, murderous eyes. "Bill!" He tried to howl it, but the word had no force, no sound. Bill seemed to hear him anyway. He pedaled even harder, harder than he ever had in his life. All his guts seemed to be rising, coming unanchored. He could taste thick, coppery blood in the back of his throat. His eyeballs were starting from their sockets. His mouth hung open, scooping air, and a crazy, ineluctable sense of exhilaration filled him, something that was wild and free and all his own, a desire. He stood on the pedals, coaxed them, battered them. Silver continued to pick up speed. He was beginning to feel the road now, beginning to fly. Bill could feel him go. "Hi-oh, Silver!" he screamed again. "Hi-oh, Silver! Away!" Richie could hear the fast rattle thud of loafers on the macadam. He turned. The werewolf's paw struck him above the eyes with stunning force, and for a moment Richie really did think the top of his head had come off. Things suddenly seemed dim, unimportant. Sounds faded in and out. The color washed out of the world. He turned back, clinging desperately to Bill. Warm blood ran into his right eye, stinging. The paw swung again, striking the back fender this time. Richie felt the bike waver crazily, for a moment on the verge of tipping over. Finally straightening out again, Bill yelled, "Hi-oh, Silver! Away!" again, but that was distant too, like an echo heard just before it dies out. Richie closed his eyes and held on to Bill and waited for the end. 14. Bill had also heard the running steps and understood that the clown hadn't given up yet, but he didn't dare turn around and look. He would know if it caught up and knocked them flat. That was really all he needed to know. "Come on, boy," he thought. "Give me everything now. Everything you got. Go, Silver, go!" So once again, Bill Denbrough found himself racing to beat the devil, only now the devil was a hideously grinning clown whose face sweated white grease paint, whose mouth curved up in a leering red vampire smile, whose eyes were bright silver coins. A clown who was, for some lunatic reason, wearing a Derry high school jacket over its silvery suit with the orange ruff and the orange pom-pom buttons. "Go, boy, go! Silver, what do you say?" Neibolt Street blurred by him now. Silver was starting to hum good now. Had those running footfalls faded back a bit? He still didn't dare turn around to see. Richie had him in a death grip. He was pinching off his wind, and Bill wanted to tell Richie to loosen up a little, but he didn't dare waste breath on that either. There, up ahead like a beautiful dream, was the stop sign marking the intersection of Neibolt Street and Route 2. Cars were passing back and forth on Witcham. In his state of exhausted terror, this seemed somehow like a miracle to Bill. Now, because he would have to put on his brakes in a moment or do something really inventive, he risked a look back over his shoulder. What he saw caused him to reverse Silver's pedals with a single snap jerk. Silver skidded, laying rubber with its locked rear tire, and Richie's head smacked painfully into the hollow of Bill's right shoulder. The street was completely empty. But 25 yards or so behind them, by the first of the abandoned houses, which formed a kind of funeral cortege leading up to the train yards, there was a bright flick of orange. It lay close to a storm drain cut into the curbing. Almost too late, Bill realized that Richie was sliding off the back of Silver. Richie's eyes were turned up, so Bill could only see the lower rims of the irises below his upper lids. The mended bow of his glasses hung askew. Blood was flowing slowly from his forehead. Bill grabbed his arm. They both slipped to the right, and Silver overbalanced. They crashed to the street in a tangle of arms and legs. Bill barked his crazy bone a good one and shouted with pain. Richie's eyes flickered at the sound.
"I'm going to show you how to get to this treasure, senor, but this man Dobbs, he's plenty dangerous,
Richie said in a snoring gasp. It was his Pancho Vanilla voice, but its floating, unconnected quality scared Bill badly. He saw several coarse brown hairs clinging to the shallow head wound on Richie's forehead. They were slightly kinky, like his father's pubic hair. They made him feel even more afraid, and he fetched Richie a strong smack upside the head. "Youch!" Richie cried. His eyes fluttered, then opened wide. What do you hit me for, Big Bill? You'll break my glasses. They ain't in very good shape anyway, just in case you didn't notice. I thought you were dying or something, Bill said. Richie sat up slowly in the street and put a hand to his head. He groaned. What happened? And then he remembered. His eyes widened in sudden shock and terror, and he scrambled around on his knees, gasping harshly. "Don't," Bill said. "It's gone, Richie. It's gone." Richie saw the empty street where nothing moved, and suddenly burst into tears. Bill looked at him for a moment, and then put his arms around Richie and hugged him. Richie clutched at Bill's neck and hugged him back. He wanted to say something clever, something about how Bill should have tried the bullseye on the werewolf, but nothing would come out. Nothing except sobs. "Don't, Richie," Bill said. Then he burst into tears himself, and they only hugged each other on their knees in the street beside Bill's spilled bike, and their tears made clean streaks down their cheeks, which were sooted with coal dust. Chapter 9. Cleaning Up. 1. Somewhere high over New York State, on the afternoon of May 29th, 1985, Beverly Rogan begins to laugh again. She stifles it in both hands, afraid someone will think she is crazy, but can't quite stop. "We laughed a lot back then," she thinks. It is something else, another light on in the dark. "We were afraid all the time, but we couldn't stop laughing, any more than I can stop now." The guy sitting next to her in the aisle seat is young, long-haired, good-looking. He has given her several appreciative glances since the plane took off in Milwaukee at 2:30, almost 2.5 hours ago now, with a stop in Cleveland and another one in Philly, but has respected her clear desire not to talk. After a couple of conversational gambits, to which she has responded with politeness but no more, he opens his tote bag and takes out a Robert Ludlum novel. Now he closes it, holding his place with his finger, and says with some concern, "Everything cool with you?" She nods, trying to make her face serious, and then snorts more laughter. He smiles a little, puzzled, questioning. "It's nothing," she says, once again trying to be serious, but it's no good. The more she tries to be serious, the more her face wants to crack up, just like the old days. "It's just that, all at once, I realized that I didn't know what airline I was on, only that there is a great big duck on the side." But the thought is too much. She goes off into gales of merry laughter. People look around at her, some frowning. "Republic," he says. "Pardon?" "You are whizzing through the air at 470 miles an hour courtesy of Republic Airlines." It's on the KYAG folder in the seat pocket. KYAG? He pulls the folder, which does indeed have the Republic logo on the front, out of the pocket. It shows where the emergency exits are, where the flotation devices are, how to use the oxygen masks, how to assume the crash landing position. The kiss your ass goodbye folder, he says. And this time they both burst out laughing. He really is good looking, she thinks suddenly. It is a fresh thought, somehow clear-eyed, the sort of thought you might expect to have upon waking, when your mind isn't all junked up. He's wearing a pullover sweater and faded jeans. His darkish blonde hair is tied back with a piece of rawhide, and this makes her think of the ponytail she always wore her hair in when she was a kid. She thinks, I bet he's got a nice, polite college boy's cock. Long enough to jazz with, not thick enough to be really arrogant. She starts to laugh again, totally unable to help it. She realizes she doesn't even have a handkerchief with which to wipe her streaming eyes, and this makes her laugh harder. "You better get yourself under control or the stewardess will throw you off the plane," he says solemnly, and she only shakes her head, laughing. Her sides and her stomach hurt now. He hands her a clean white handkerchief and she uses it. Somehow this helps her to get it under control finally. She doesn't stop all at once, though. It just sort of tapers off into little hitchings and gaspings. Every now and then, she thinks of the big duck on the side of the plane and belches out another little stream of giggles. She passes his handkerchief back after a bit. "Thank you." "Jesus, ma'am. What happened to your hand?" He holds it for a moment, concerned. She looks down at it and sees the torn fingernails, the ones she ripped down to the quick, tipping the vanity over on Tom. The memory of doing that hurts more than the fingernails themselves, and that stops the laughter for good. She takes her hand away from him, but gently. "I slammed it in the car door at the airport," she says, thinking of all the times she has lied about things Tom has done to her, and all the times she lied about the bruises her father put on her. Is this the last time, the last lie? How wonderful that would be. Almost too wonderful to be believed. She thinks of a doctor coming in to see a terminal cancer patient and saying, "The x-rays show the tumor is shrinking. We don't have any idea why, but it's happening." "It must hurt like hell," he says. "I took some aspirin." She opens the in-flight magazine again, although he probably knows she's been through it twice already. "Where are you headed?" She closes the magazine, looks at him, smiles. "You're very nice," she says, "but I don't want to talk. All right?" "All right," he says, smiling back. "But if you want to drink to the big duck on the side of the plane when we get to Boston, I'm buying." "Thank you, but I have another plane to catch." "Boy, was my horoscope ever wrong this morning," he says, and reopens his novel. "But you sound great when you laugh. A guy could fall in love." She opens the magazine again, but finds herself looking at her jagged nails instead of the article on the pleasures of New Orleans. There are purple blood blisters under two of them. In her mind, she hears Tom screaming down the stairwell, "I'll kill you, you bitch! You fucking bitch!" She shivers cold. A bitch to Tom. A bitch to the seamstresses who goofed up before important shows and took a Beverly Rogan reaming for it. A bitch to her father long before either Tom or the hapless seamstresses became part of their lives. A bitch. You bitch. You fucking bitch. She closes her eyes momentarily. Her foot, cut on a shard of perfume bottle as she fled their bedroom, throbs more than her fingers. Kay gave her a Band-Aid, a pair of shoes, and a check for $1,000, which Beverly cashed promptly at 9 o'clock at the First Bank of Chicago in Water Tower Square. Over Kay's protests, Beverly wrote her own check for $1,000 on a plain sheet of typing paper. "I read once that they have to take a check no matter what it's written on," she told Kay. Her voice seemed to be coming from somewhere else. A radio in another room, maybe. "Someone cashed a check once that was written on an artillery shell. I read that in the Book of Lists, I think." She paused, then laughed uneasily. Kay looked at her soberly, even solemnly. "But I'd cash it fast before Tom thinks to freeze the accounts." Although she doesn't feel tired, she is aware, however, that by now she must be going purely on nerves and Kay's black coffee. The previous night seems like something she must have dreamed. She can remember being followed by 3 teenaged boys who called and whistled but didn't quite dare come right up to her. She remembers the relief that washed over her when she saw the white fluorescent glow of a 7-Eleven store spilling out onto the sidewalks at an intersection. She went in and let the pimply-faced counterman look down the front of her old blouse and talked him into loaning her 40 cents for the payphone. It wasn't hard, the view being what it was. She called Kay McCall first, dialing from memory. The phone rang a dozen times, and she began to fear that Kay was in New York. Kay's sleepy voice mumbled, "Better be good, whoever you are," just as Beverly was about to hang up. "It's Bev, Kay," she said, hesitated, and then plunged. "I need help." There was a moment of silence, and then Kay spoke again, sounding fully awake now. "Where are you? What happened?" "I'm at a 7-Eleven. on the corner of Strayland Avenue and some other street. Kay, I've left Tom. Kay, quick and emphatic and excited. Good! Finally! Hooray! I'll come and get you, that son of a bitch. That piece of shit. I'll come and get you in the fucking Mercedes. I'll hire a 40-piece band. I'll take a cab, Bev said, holding the other 2 dimes in one sweating palm. In the round mirror at the back of the store, she could see the pimply clerk staring at her ass with deep and dreamy concentration. But you'll have to pay the tab when I get there. I don't have any money. Not a cent. I'll tip the bastard $5, Kay cried. This is the best fucking news since Nixon resigned. You get your buns over here, girl. And... She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was serious and so full of kindness and love that Beverly felt she might weep. Thank God you finally did it, Bev. I mean that. Thank God. Kay McCall is a former designer who married rich, divorced richer, and discovered feminist politics in 1972, about 3 years before Beverly first met her. At the time of her greatest popularity/controversy, she was accused of having embraced feminism after using archaic chauvinistic laws to take her manufacturer husband for every cent the law would allow her. Bullshit, Kay had once exclaimed to Beverly. The people who say that stuff never had to go to bed with Sam Chakowitz. 2 pumps, a tickle, and a squirt. That was old Sammy's motto. The only time he could keep it up for longer than 70 seconds was when he was pulling off in the tub. I didn't cheat him. I just took my combat pay retroactively. She wrote 3 books, one on feminism and the working woman, one on feminism and the family, one on feminism and spirituality. The first 2 were quite popular. In the 3 years since her last, she had fallen out of fashion to a degree, and Beverly thought it was something of a relief to her. Her investments had done well. Feminism and capitalism are not mutually exclusive, thank God, she had once told Bev. And now she was a wealthy woman with a townhouse, a place in the country, and 2 or 3 lovers virile enough to go the distance with her in the sack, but not quite virile enough to beat her at tennis. When they get that good, I drop them at once, she said. And although Kay clearly thought this was a joke, Beverly wondered if it really was. Beverly called a cab, and when it came, she piled into the back with her suitcase, glad to be away from the clerk's eyes, and gave the driver Kay's address. She was waiting at the end of her driveway, wearing her mink coat over a flannel nightgown. Pink fuzzy mules with great big pom-poms were on her feet. Not orange pom-poms, thank God. That might have sent Beverly screaming into the night again. The ride over to Kay's had been weird. Things were coming back to her, memories pouring in so fast and so clearly that it was frightening. She felt as if someone had started up a big bulldozer in her head and begun excavating a mental graveyard she hadn't even known was there. Only it was names instead of bodies that were turning up. Names she hadn't thought of in years. Ben Hanscom, Richie Tozier, Greta Bowie, Henry Bowers, Eddie Kasprak, Bill Denbrough. Especially Bill. Stuttering Bill, they had called him with that openness of children that is sometimes called candor, sometimes cruelty. He had seemed so tall to her, so perfect, until he opened his mouth and started to talk, that was. Names, places, things that had happened. Alternately hot and cold, she had remembered the voices from the drain, and the blood. She had screamed, and her father had popped her one, her father. Tom. Tears threatened. And then Kay was paying the cab driver and tipping him big enough to make the startled cabbie exclaim, "Thanks, lady, wow!" Kay took her into the house, got her into the shower, gave her a robe when she got out, made coffee, examined her injuries, mercurochromed her cut foot, and put a Band-Aid on it. She poured a generous dollop of brandy into Bev's second cup of coffee and hectored her into drinking every drop. Then she cooked them each a rare strip steak and sautéed fresh mushrooms to go with them. "All right," she said. "What happened? Do we call the cops or just send you to Reno to do your residency?" "I can't tell you too much," Beverly said. "It would sound too crazy, but it was my fault, mostly." Kay slammed her hand down on the table. It made a sound on the polished mahogany like a small-caliber pistol shot. Bev jumped. "Don't you say that," Kay said. There was a high color in her cheeks, and her brown eyes were blazing. How long have we been friends? 9 years? 10? If I hear you say it was your fault one more time, I'm going to puke. You hear me? I'm just gonna fucking puke. It wasn't your fault this time, or last time, or the time before, or any of the times. Don't you know most of your friends thought that sooner or later he'd put you in a body cast, or maybe even kill you? Beverly was looking at her wide-eyed. And that would have been your fault, at least to a degree, for staying there and letting it happen. But now you're gone. Thank God for small favors. But don't you sit there, with half of your fingernails ripped off and your foot cut open, and belt marks on your shoulders, and tell me it was your fault. He didn't use his belt on me, Bev said. The lie was automatic, and so was the deep shame which brought a miserable flush to her cheeks. If you're done with Tom, you ought to be done with the lies as well, Kay said quietly, and she looked at Bev so long and so lovingly that Bev had to drop her eyes. She could taste salt tears in the back of her throat. Who did you think you were fooling? Kay asked, still speaking quietly. She reached across the table and took Bev's hands, the dark glasses, the blouses with high necks and long sleeves. Maybe you fooled a buyer or two, but you can't fool your friends, Bev. Not the people who love you. And then Beverly did cry, long and hard, and Kay held her, and later, just before going to bed, she told Kay what she could. That an old friend from Derry, Maine, where she had grown up, had called and had reminded her of a promise she had made long ago. The time to fulfill the promise had arrived, he said. Would she come? She said she would. Then the trouble with Tom had started. What was this promise? Kay asked. Beverly shook her head slowly. I can't tell you that, Kay, much as I'd like to. Kay chewed on this and then nodded. All right, fair enough. What are you going to do about Tom when you get back from Maine? And Bev, who had begun to feel more and more that she wouldn't be coming back from Derry, ever, said only, I'll come to you first and we'll decide together. Okay? Very much okay, Kay said. Is that a promise, too? As soon as I'm back, Bev said steadily. You can count on it. And she hugged Kay hard. With Kay's check cashed and Kay's shoes on her feet, she had taken a Greyhound north to Milwaukee, afraid that Tom might have gone out to O'Hare to look for her. Kay, who had gone with her to the bank and the bus depot, tried to talk her out of it. O'Hare's lousy with security people, dear, she said. You don't have to worry about him. If he comes near you, what you do is scream your fucking head off. Beverly shook her head. I want to avoid him altogether. This is the way to do it. Kay looked at her shrewdly. You're afraid he might talk you out of it, aren't you? Beverly thought of the 7 of them standing in the stream, of Stanley and his piece of broken Coke bottle glinting in the sun. She thought of the thin pain as he cut her palm lightly on a slant. She thought of them clasping hands in a children's circle, promising to come back if it ever started again, to come back and kill it for good. No, she said. He couldn't talk me out of this. But he might hurt me, security guards or not. You didn't see him last night, Kay. I've seen him enough on other occasions, Kay said, her brows drawing together. The asshole that walks like a man. He was crazy, Bev said. Security guards might not stop him. This is better. Believe me. All right, Kay said reluctantly, and Bev thought with some amusement that Kay was disappointed that there was going to be no confrontation, no big blow-off. Cash the check quick, Beverly told her again, before he can think to freeze the accounts. He will, you know. Sure, Kay said. If he does that, I'll go see the son of a bitch with a horsewhip and take it out in trade. You stay away from him, Beverly said sharply. He's dangerous, Kay. Believe me. He was like my father, was what trembled on her lips. Instead, she said, he was like a wild man. Okay, Kay said. Be easy in your mind, dear. Go, keep your promise. And do some thinking about what comes after. I will, Bev said, but that was a lie. She had too many other things to think about. What had happened the summer she was 11, for instance. Showing Richie Tozier how to make his yo-yo sleep, for instance. Voices from the drain, for instance. And something she had seen, something so horrible that even then, embracing Kay for the last time by the long silvery side of the grumbling Greyhound bus, her mind would not quite let her see it. Now, as the plane with the duck on the side begins its long descent into the Boston area, her mind turns to that again, and to Stan Uris, and to an unsigned poem that came on a postcard, and the voices, and to those few seconds when she had been eye to eye with something that was perhaps infinite. She looks out the window, looks down, and thinks that Tom's evil is a small and petty thing compared with the evil waiting for her in Derry. If there is a compensation, it is that Bill Denbrough will be there. And there was a time when an 11-year-old girl named Beverly Marsh loved Bill Denbrough. She remembers the postcard with the lovely poem written on the back, and remembers that she once knew who wrote it. She doesn't remember any more than she remembers exactly what the poem said. But she thinks it might have been Bill. Yes, it might well have been stuttering Bill Denbrough. She thinks suddenly of getting ready for bed the night after Richie and Ben took her to see those 2 horror movies. After her first date. She had cracked wise with Richie about it. In those days, that had been her defense when she was out on the street, but a part of her had been touched and excited and a little scared. It really had been her first date, even though there had been 2 boys instead of 1. Richie had paid her way and everything, just like a real date. Then, afterward, there had been those boys who chased them, and they had spent the rest of the afternoon in the Barrens. And Bill Denbrough had come down with another kid, she couldn't remember who, but she remembered the way Bill's eyes had rested on hers for a moment, and the electric shock she had felt, the shock and a flush that seemed to warm her entire body. She remembers thinking of all these things as she pulled on her nightgown and went into the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. She remembers thinking that it would take her a long time to get to sleep that night, because there was so much to think about. And to think about in a good way, because they seemed like good kids, like kids you could maybe goof with, and maybe even trust a little bit. That would be nice. That would be, well, like heaven. And thinking these things, she took her washcloth and leaned over the basin to get some water. And the voice, too, came whispering out of the drain. "Help me!" Beverly drew back, startled, the dry washcloth dropping onto the floor. She shook her head a little, as if to clear it, and then she bent over the basin again and looked curiously at the drain. The bathroom was at the back of their 4-room apartment. She could hear, faintly, some Western program going on the TV. When it was over, her father would probably switch over to a baseball game or the fights and then go to sleep in his easy chair. The wallpaper in here was a hideous pattern of frogs on lily pads. It bulged and swayed over the lumpy plaster beneath. It was watermarked in some places, actually peeling away in others. The tub was rust-marked, the toilet seat cracked. 1 naked 40-watt bulb jutted from a porcelain socket over the basin. Beverly could remember, vaguely, there had once been a light fixture, but it had been broken some years ago and never replaced. The floor was covered with linoleum from which the pattern had faded, except for a small patch under the sink. Not a very cheery room, but Beverly had used it so long that she no longer noticed what it looked like. The wash basin was also water-stained. The drain was a simple cross-hatched circle about 2 inches in diameter. There had once been a chrome facing, but that was also long gone. A rubber drain plug on a chain was looped nonchalantly over the faucet marked C. The drain hole was pipe dark, and as she leaned over it, she noticed for the first time that there was a faint, unpleasant smell, a slightly fishy smell, coming from the drain. She wrinkled her nose a little, in disgust. "Help me!" she gasped. It was a voice. She had thought perhaps a rattle in the pipes, or maybe just her imagination, some holdover from those movies. "Help me, Beverly." Alternate waves of coldness and warmth swept her. She had taken the rubber band out of her hair, which lay spread across her shoulders in a bright cascade. She could feel the roots trying to stiffen. Unaware that she meant to speak, she bent over the basin again and half whispered, "Hello? Is someone there?" The voice from the drain had been that of a very young child who had perhaps just learned to talk. and in spite of the gooseflesh on her arms, her mind searched for some rational explanation. It was an apartment house. The Marshes lived in the back apartment on the ground floor. There were 4 other apartments. Maybe there was a kid in the building amusing himself by calling into the drain, and some trick of sound. "Is someone there?" she asked the drain in the bathroom, louder this time. It suddenly occurred to her that if her father happened to come in just now, he would think her crazy. There was no answer from the drain, but that unpleasant smell seemed stronger. It made her think of the bamboo patch in the Barrens and the dump beyond it. It called up images of slow, bitter smokes and black mud that wanted to suck the shoes off your feet. There were no really little kids in the building, that was the thing. The Tremonts had had a boy who was 5 and girls who were 3 and 6 months, but Mr. Tremont had lost his job at the shoe shop on Tracker Avenue. They got behind on the rent, and one day not long before school let out, they had all just disappeared in Mr. Tremont's rusty old Power Flight Buick. There was Skipper Bolton in the front apartment on the 2nd floor, but Skipper was 14.
"We all want to meet you, Beverly."
Her hand went to her mouth, and her eyes widened in horror. For a moment, just for a moment, she believed she had seen something moving down there. She was suddenly aware that her hair was now hanging over her shoulders in 2 thick sheaves, and that they dangled close, very close, to that drain hole. Some clear instinct made her straighten up quick and get her hair away from there. She looked around. The bathroom door was firmly closed. She could hear the TV faintly, Cheyenne Bodie warning the bad guy to put the gun down before someone got hurt. She was alone, except, of course, for that voice. "Who are you?" she called into the basin, pitching her voice low.
"Matthew Clements," the voice whispered. "The clown took me down here in the pipes, and I died. And pretty soon he'll come and take you, Beverly, and Ben Hanscom, and Bill Denbrough, and Eddie." Her hands flew to her cheeks and clutched them. Her eyes widened. She felt her body growing cold. Now the voice sounded choked and ancient, and still it crawled with corrupted glee.
"You'll float down here with your friends, Beverly. We all float down here. Tell Bill that Georgie says hello. Tell Bill that Georgie misses him, but he'll see him soon. Tell him Georgie will be in the closet some night with a piece of piano wire to stick in his eye. Tell him."
The voice broke up in a series of choking hiccups, and suddenly a bright red bubble backed up the drain and popped, spraying beads of blood on the disdained porcelain. The choking voice spoke rapidly now, and as it spoke, it changed. Now it was the young voice of the child that she had first heard. Now it was a teenage girl's voice. Now, horribly, it became the voice of a girl Beverly had known. Veronica Grogan. But Veronica was dead. She'd been found dead in a sewer drain.
"I'm Matthew. I'm Betty. I'm Veronica. We're down here with the clown,
And the creature, and the mummy, and the werewolf. And you, Beverly, we're down here with you. And we float. We change."
A gout of blood suddenly belched from the drain, splattering the sink and the mirror and the wallpaper with its frogs and lily pads pattern. Beverly screamed. Suddenly and piercingly, she backed away from the sink, struck the door, rebounded, clawed it open, and ran for the living room where her father was just getting to his feet. "What the Sam Hill's wrong with you?" he asked, his brows drawing together. The 2 of them were here alone this evening. Bev's mom was working the 3 to 11 shift at Green's Farm, Derry's best restaurant. "The bathroom!" she cried hysterically. "The bathroom, Daddy! In the bathroom!" "Was someone peeking at you, Beverly? Huh?" His arm shot out and his hand gripped her arm hard, sinking into the flesh. There was concern on his face, but it was a predatory concern, somehow more frightening than comforting. "No. The sink. In the sink. The..." Samantha! She burst into hysterical tears before she could say anything more. Her heart was thundering so hard in her chest that she thought it would choke her. Al Marsh thrust her aside with an "Oh, Jesus Christ, what next?" expression on his face and went into the bathroom. He was in there so long that Beverly became afraid again. Then he bawled, "Beverly, you come here, girl!" There was no question of not going. If the two of them had been standing on the edge of a high cliff and he had told her to step off, "Right now, girl!" her instinctive obedience would almost certainly have carried her over the edge before her rational mind could have intervened. The bathroom door was open. There her father stood, a big man who was now losing the auburn hair he had passed on to Beverly. He was still wearing his gray fatigue pants and his gray shirt. He was a janitor at the Derry Home Hospital, and he was looking hard at Beverly. He did not drink. He did not smoke. He did not chase after women. "I got all the women I need at home," he said on occasion. And when he said it, a peculiar, secretive smile would cross his face. It did not brighten it, but did quite the opposite. Watching that smile was like watching the shadow of a cloud travel rapidly across a rocky field. "They take care of me, and when they need it, I take care of them." "Now, just what the Sam Hill is this foolishness all about?" he asked as she came in. Beverly felt as if her throat had been lined with slate. Her heart raced in her chest. She thought that she might vomit soon. There was blood on the mirror, running in long drips. There were spots of blood on the light over the sink. She could smell it cooking onto the 40-watt bulb. Blood ran down the porcelain sides of the sink and plopped in fat drops on the linoleum floor. "Daddy," she whispered huskily. He turned, disgusted with her, as he was so often, and began casually to wash his hands in the bloody sink. "Good God, girl. Speak up! You scared hell out of me. Explain yourself, for Lord's sake." He was washing his hands in the basin. She could see blood staining the gray fabric of his pants where they rubbed against the lip of the sink, and if his forehead touched the mirror, it was close. It would be on his skin. She made a choked noise in her throat. He turned off the water, grabbed a towel on which 2 fans of blood from the drain had splashed, and began to dry his hands. She watched, near swooning, as he grimed blood into his big knuckles and the lines of his palms. She could see blood under his fingernails like marks of guilt. "Well, I'm waiting." He tossed the bloody towel back over the rod. There was blood. Blood everywhere. And her father didn't see it. "Daddy!" She had no idea what might have come next, but her father interrupted her. "I worry about you," Al Marsh said. "I don't think you're ever going to grow up, Beverly. You go out running around, you don't do hardly any of the housework around here, you can't cook, you can't sew. Half the time you're off on a cloud someplace with your nose stuck in a book, and the other half you got vapors and megrims. I worry." His hand suddenly swung and spatted painfully against her buttocks. She uttered a cry, her eyes fixed on his. There was a tiny stipple of blood caught in his bushy right eyebrow. "If I look at that long enough, I'll just go crazy and none of this will matter," she thought dimly. "I worry a lot," he said, and hit her again harder on the arm above the elbow. That arm cried out, and then seemed to go to sleep. She would have a spreading yellowish-purple bruise there the next day. "An awful lot," he said, and punched her in the stomach. He pulled the punch at the last second, and Beverly lost only half of her air. She doubled over, gasping, tears starting in her eyes. Her father looked at her impassively. He shoved his bloody hands in the pockets of his trousers. "You've got to grow up, Beverly," he said. And now his voice was kind and forgiving. "Isn't that so?" She nodded. Her head throbbed. She cried, but silently. If she sobbed aloud, started what her father called that baby whining, he might go to work on her in earnest. Al Marsh had lived his entire life in Derry and told people who asked, and sometimes those who did not, that he intended to be buried here, hopefully at the age of 110. "No reason why I shouldn't live forever," he sometimes told Roger Orlett, who cut his hair once each month. "I have no vices." "Now explain yourself," he said, "and make it quick." There was... She swallowed, and it hurt because there was no moisture in her throat, none at all. "There was a spider, a big, fat, black
spider. It crawled out of the drain, and I guess it crawled back down.
Oh! He smiled a little at her now, as if pleased by this explanation. Was that it? Damn! If you'd told me, Beverly, I never would have hit you. All girls are scared of spiders. Sam Hill, why didn't you speak up? He bent over the drain, and she had to bite her lip to keep from crying out a warning. And some other voice spoke deep inside her, some terrible voice, which could not have been a part of her. Surely it was the voice of the devil himself. Let it get him if it wants him. Let it pull him down. Good fucking riddance. She turned away from that voice in horror. To allow such a thought to stay for even a moment in her head would surely damn her to hell. He peered into the eye of the drain. His hands squelched in the blood on the rim of the basin. Beverly fought grimly with her gorge. Her belly ached where her dad had hit her. Don't see a thing, he said. All these buildings are old, Bev. Got drains the size of freeways, you know it. When I was janitor and down in the old high school, we used to get drowned rats in the toilet bowls once in a while. It drove the girls crazy. He laughed fondly at the thought of such female vapors and megrims. Mostly when the Kenduskeag was high. Less wildlife in the pipes since they put in the new drain system, though. He put an arm around her and hugged her. Look, you go to bed. Don't think about it anymore, okay? She felt her love for him. I never hit you when you didn't deserve it, Beverly, he told her once, when she had cried out that some punishment had been unfair. And surely that had to be true, because he was capable of love. Sometimes he would spend a whole day with her, showing her how to do things, or just telling her stuff, or walking around town with her. And when he was kind like that, she thought her heart would swell with happiness until it killed her. She loved him, and tried to understand that he had to correct her often because it was, as he said, his God-given job. Daughters, Al Marsh said, need more correction than sons. He had no sons, and she felt vaguely as if that might partly be her fault as well. Okay, Daddy, she said. I won't. They walked into her small bedroom together. Her right arm now ached fiercely from the blow it had taken. She looked back over her shoulder and saw the bloody sink, bloody mirror, bloody wall, bloody floor, the bloody towel her father had used and then hung casually over the rod. She thought, how can I ever go in there to wash up again? Please, God, dear God, I'm sorry if I had a bad thought about my dad, and you can punish me for it if you want. I deserve to be punished. Make me fall down and hurt myself, or make me have the flu like last winter when I coughed so hard once I threw up. But please, God, make the blood be gone in the morning. Pretty please, God, okay? Okay? Her father tucked her in, as he always did, and kissed her forehead. Then he only stood there for a moment in what she would always think of as his way of standing, perhaps of being, bent slightly forward, hands plunged deep to above the wrist, in his pockets, the bright blue eyes in his mournful basset hound's face looking down at her from above. In later years, long after she stopped thinking about Derry at all, she would see a man sitting on the bus or maybe standing on a corner with his dinner bucket in his hand. Shapes, oh, shapes of men. Sometimes seen as day closed down, sometimes seen across Water Tower Square in the noonlight of a clear, windy autumn day. Shapes of men, rules of men, desires of men. Or Tom, so like her father when he took off his shirt and stood slightly slumped in front of the bathroom mirror to shave. Shapes of men. Sometimes I worry about you, Bev, he said, but there was no trouble or anger in his voice now. He touched her hair gently, smoothing it back from her forehead. The bathroom is full of blood, Daddy, she almost screamed then. Didn't you see it? It's everywhere, cooking onto the light over the sink even. Didn't you see it? But she kept her silence as he went out and closed the door behind him, filling her room with darkness. She was still awake, still staring into the darkness when her mother came in at 11:30 and the TV went off. She heard her parents go into their room, and she heard the bed springs creaking steadily as they did their sex act thing. Beverly had overheard Greta Bowie telling Sally Muller that the sex act thing hurt like fire, and no nice girl ever wanted to do it. At the end of it, the man pees all over your bug, Greta said, and Sally had cried, oh, yuck! I'd never let a boy do that to me. If it hurt as badly as Greta said, then Bev's mother kept the hurt to herself. Bev had heard her mom cry out once or twice in a low voice, but it hadn't sounded at all like a pain cry. The slow creak of the springs speeded up to a beat so rapid it was just short of frantic, and then stopped. There was a period of silence, then some low talk, then the sound of her mother's footsteps as she went into the bathroom. Beverly held her breath, waiting for her mother to scream or not. There was no scream, only the sound of water running into the basin. That was followed by some low splashing. Then the water ran out of the basin with its familiar gurgling sound. Her mother was brushing her teeth now. Moments later, the bed springs in her parents' room creaked again as her mom got back into bed. 5 minutes or so after that, her father began to snore. A black fear stole over her heart and closed her throat. She found herself afraid to turn over on her right side, her favorite sleeping position, because she might see something looking in the window at her. So she just lay on her back, stiff as a poker, looking up at the pressed tin ceiling. Some time later, minutes or hours, there was no way of telling, she fell into a thin, troubled sleep. 3. Beverly always woke up when the alarm went off in her parents' bedroom. You had to be fast, because the alarm no more than got started before her father banged it off. She dressed quickly while her father used the bathroom. She paused briefly, as she now almost always did, to look at her chest in the mirror, trying to decide if her breasts had gotten any bigger in the night. She had started getting them late last year. There had been some faint pain at first, but that was gone now. They were extremely small, not much more than spring apples, really, but they were there. It was true. Childhood would end. She would be a woman. She smiled at her reflection and put a hand behind her head, pushing her hair up and sticking her chest out. She giggled, a little girl's unaffected giggle, and suddenly remembered the blood spewing out of the bathroom drain the night before. The giggles stopped abruptly. She looked at her arm and saw the bruise that had formed there in the night, an ugly stain between her shoulder and elbow, a stain with many discolored fingers. The toilet went with a bang and a flush. Moving quickly, not wanting him to be mad with her this morning, not wanting him to even notice her this morning, Beverly pulled on a pair of jeans and her Derry High School sweatshirt. And then, because it could no longer be put off, she left her room for the bathroom. Her father passed her in the living room on his way back to his room to get dressed. His blue pajama suit flapped loosely around him. He grunted something at her she didn't understand. "Okay, Daddy," she replied nevertheless. She stood in front of the closed bathroom door for a moment, trying to get her mind ready for what she might see inside. At least it's daytime, she thought, and that brought some comfort. Not much, but some. She grasped the doorknob, turned it, and stepped inside. 4. That was a busy morning for Beverly. She got her father his breakfast, orange juice, scrambled eggs, Al Marsh's version of toast, the bread hot but not really toasted at all. He sat at the table barricaded behind the news and ate it all. "Where's the bacon?" "Gone, Daddy. We finished it yesterday." "Cook me a hamburger." "There's only a little bit of that left." The paper rustled, then dropped. His blue stare fell on her like a weight. "What did you say?" he asked softly. "I said right away, Daddy." He looked at her a moment longer. Then the paper went back up and Beverly hurried to the refrigerator to get the meat. She cooked him a hamburger, mashing the little bit of ground meat that was left in the icebox as hard as she could to make it look bigger. He ate it reading the sports page, and Beverly made his lunch. A couple of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, a big piece of cake her mother had brought back from Green's farm last night, a thermos of hot coffee heavily laced with sugar. "You tell your mother I said to get this place cleaned up today," he said, taking his dinner bucket. "Looks like a damn old pigsty. Sam Hill, I spend the whole day cleaning up messes over the hospital. I don't need to come home to a pigsty. You mind me, Beverly." "Okay, Daddy, I will." He kissed her cheek, gave her a rough hug, and left. As she always did, Beverly went to the window of her room and watched him walk down the street. And as she always did, she felt a sneaking sense of relief when he turned the corner. And hated herself for it. She did the dishes and then took the book she was reading out on the back steps for a while. Lars Teramenius, his long blonde hair glowing with its own serene inner light, toddled over from the next building to show Beverly his new Tonka truck and the new scrapes on his knees. Beverly exclaimed over both. Then her mother was calling her. They changed both beds, washed the floors, and waxed the kitchen linoleum. Her mother did the bathroom floor, for which Beverly was profoundly grateful. Elfrida Marsh was a small woman with graying hair and a grim look. Her lined face told the world that she had been around for a while and intended to stay around a while longer. It also told the world that none of it had been easy, and she did not look for an early change in that state of affairs. "Will you do the living room windows, Bevy?" she asked, coming back into the kitchen. She'd changed into her waitress uniform. "I have to go up to St. Joe's in Bangor to see Cheryl Tarrant. She broke her leg last night." "Yeah, I'll do them," Beverly said. "What happened to Mrs. Tarrant? Did she fall down or something?" Cheryl Tarrant was a woman Elfrida worked with at the restaurant. "She and that no-good she's married to were in a car wreck," Beverly's mother said grimly. "He was drinking. You want to thank God in your prayers every night that your father doesn't drink, Bevy." "I do," Beverly said. She did. "She's going to lose her job, I guess, and he can't hold one." Now tones of grim horror crept into Elfrida's voice. "They'll have to go on the county, I guess." It was the worst thing Elfrida Marsh could think of. Losing a child or finding out you had cancer didn't hold a candle to it. You could be poor, you could spend your life doing what she called scratching, but at the bottom of everything, below even the gutter, was a time when you might have to go on the county and drink the work sweat from the brows of others as a gift. This, she knew, was the prospect that now faced Cheryl Tarrant. "Once you got the windows washed and take the trash out, you can go and play a while if you want. It's your father's bowling night, so you won't have to fix his supper, but I want you in before dark. You know why." "Okay, Mom." "My God, you're growing up fast," Elfrida said. She looked for a moment at the nubs in Beverly's sweatshirt. Her glance was loving but pitiless. "I don't know what I'm going to do around here once you're married and have a place of your own." "I'll be around for just about ever," Beverly said, smiling. Her mother hugged her briefly and kissed the corner of her mouth with her warm, dry lips. "I know better," she said. "But I love you, Bevy." "I love you too, Mama." "You make sure there aren't any streaks on those windows when you're done," she said, picking up her purse and going to the door. "If there are, you'll catch the blue devil from your father." "I'll be careful." As her mother opened the door to go out, Beverly asked, in a tone she hoped was casual, "Did you see anything funny in the bathroom, Mom?" Elfrida looked back at her, frowning a little. "Funny? Well, I saw a spider in there last night. It crawled out of the drain. Didn't Daddy tell you?" "Did you get your dad angry at you last night, Bevy?" "No! I told him a spider crawled out of the drain and scared me, and he said sometimes they used to find drowned rats in the toilets at the old high school because of the drains. He didn't tell you about the spider I saw?" "No." "Oh. Well, it doesn't matter. I just wondered if you saw it." "I didn't see any spider. I wish we could afford a little new linoleum for that bathroom floor." She glanced at the sky, which was blue and cloudless. "They say if you kill a spider, it brings rain. You didn't kill it, did you?" "No," Beverly said. "I didn't kill it." Her mother looked back at her, her lips pressed together so tightly they almost weren't there. "You sure your dad wasn't angry with you last night?" "No." "Bevy, does he ever touch you?" "What?" Beverly looked at her mother, totally perplexed. God, her father touched her every day. "I don't get what you—" "Never mind," Elfrida said shortly. "Don't forget the trash, and if those windows are streaked, you won't need your father to give you Blue Devil." "I won't." "Does he ever touch you?" "Forget. And be in before dark." "I will." "Does he?" "Worry an awful lot." Elfrida left. Beverly went into her room again and watched her around the corner and out of view, as she had her father. Then, when she was sure her mother was well on her way to the bus stop, Beverly got the floor bucket, the Windex, and some rags from under the sink. She went into the living room and began on the windows. The apartment seemed too quiet. Each time the floor creaked or a door slammed, she jumped a little. When the Bolton's toilet flushed above her, she uttered a gasp that was nearly a scream. and she kept looking toward the closed bathroom door. At last she walked down there and drew it open and looked inside. Her mother had cleaned in here this morning, and most of the blood which had pooled under the sink was gone. So was the blood on the sink's rim. But there were still maroon streaks drying on the sink itself, spots and splashes of it on the mirror and on the wallpaper. Beverly looked at her pale reflection and realized with sudden, superstitious dread that the blood on the mirror made it seem as if her face was bleeding. She thought again, what am I going to do about this? Have I gone crazy? Am I imagining it? The drain suddenly gave a burping chuckle. Beverly screamed and slammed the door, and 5 minutes later her hands were still trembling so badly that she almost dropped the bottle of Windex as she washed the windows in the living room. 5. It was around 3 o'clock that afternoon, the apartment locked up and the extra key tucked snugly away in the pocket of her jeans, when Beverly Marsh happened to turn up Richard's Alley, a narrow walk-through which connected Main and Center Streets, and came upon Ben Hanscom, Eddie Kasprak, and a boy named Bradley Donovan pitching pennies. "Hi, Bev," Eddie said. "You get any nightmares from those movies?" "Nope," Beverly said, squatting down to watch the game. "How'd you know about that?" "Haystack told me," Eddie said, jerking a thumb at Ben, who was blushing wildly for no good reason Beverly could see. "What movies?" Bradley asked, and now Beverly recognized him. He'd come down to the Barrens a week ago with Bill Denbrough. They had a speech class together in Bangor. Beverly more or less dismissed him from her mind. If asked, she might have said he seemed somehow less important than Ben and Eddie, less there. "Couple of creature features," she said to him, and duck-walked closer until she was between Ben and Eddie. "You pitchin'?" "Yes," Ben said. He looked at her quickly, then looked away. "Who's winning?" "Eddie," Ben said. "Eddie's real good." She looked at Eddie, who polished his nails solemnly on the front of his shirt, and then giggled. "Can I play?" "Okay with me," Eddie said. "You got pence?" She felt in her pocket and brought out 3. "Jeez, how do you dare go out of the house with such a wad?" Eddie asked. "I'd be scared." Ben and Bradley Donovan laughed. "Girls can be brave, too," Beverly said gravely, and a moment later they were all laughing. Bradley pitched first, then Ben, then Beverly. Because he was winning, Eddie had lasties. They tossed the pennies toward the back wall of the Center Street drugstore. Sometimes they landed short, sometimes they struck and bounced back. At the end of each round, the shooter with the penny closest to the wall collected all 4 pennies. 5 minutes later, Beverly had 24 cents. She had lost only a single round. "Girls cheat," Bradley said, disgusted, and got up to go. His good humor was gone, and he looked at Beverly with both anger and humiliation. "Girls shouldn't be allowed to—" Ben bounced to his feet. It was awesome to watch Ben Hanscom bounce. "Take that back!" Bradley looked at Ben, his mouth open. "What?" "Take it back! She didn't cheat." Bradley looked from Ben to Eddie to Beverly, who was still on her knees. Then he looked back at Ben again. "You want a fat lip to match the rest of you, asshole?" "Sure," Ben said, and a grin suddenly crossed his face. Something in its quality caused Bradley to take a surprised, uneasy step backward. Perhaps what he saw in that grin was the simple fact that after tangling with Henry Bowers and coming out ahead not once but twice, Ben Hanscom was not about to be terrorized by skinny, old Bradley Donovan, who had warts all over his hands as well as that cataclysmic lisp. "Yeah. And then you all gang up on me," Bradley said, taking another step backward. His voice had picked up an uncertain waver, and tears stood out in his eyes. "All a bunch of cheaters." "You just take back what you said about her," Ben said. "Never mind, Ben," Beverly said. She held out a handful of coppers to Bradley. "Take what's yours. I wasn't playing for keepsies anyway." Tears of humiliation spilled over Bradley's lower lashes. He struck the pennies from Beverly's hand and ran for the Center Street end of Richard's Alley. The others stood looking at him, open-mouthed. With safety within reach, Bradley turned around and shouted, "You're just a little bitch, that's all. Cheater! Cheater! Your mother's a whore!" Beverly gasped. Ben ran up the alley toward Bradley and succeeded in doing no more than tripping over an empty crate and falling down. Bradley was gone, and Ben knew better than to believe he could ever catch him. He turned toward Beverly instead to see if she was all right. That word had shocked him as much as it had her. She saw the concern in his face. She opened her mouth to say she was okay, not to worry. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And that odd question her mother had asked, "Does he ever touch you?" recurred. Odd question, yes. Simple, yet nonsensical. Full of somehow ominous undertones, murky as old coffee. Instead of saying that names would never hurt her, she burst into tears. Eddie looked at her uncomfortably, took his aspirator from his pants pocket and sucked on it. Then he bent down and began picking up the scattered pennies. There was a fussy, careful expression on his face as he did this. Ben moved toward her instinctively, wanting to hug and give comfort, and then stopped. She was too pretty. In the face of that prettiness, he felt helpless. "Cheer up," he said, knowing it must sound idiotic, but unable to think of anything more useful. He touched her shoulders lightly. She had put her hands over her face to hide her wet eyes and blotchy cheeks, and then took them away, as if she were too hot to touch. He was now blushing so hard he looked apoplectic. "Cheer up, Beverly." She lowered her hands and cried out in a shrill, furious voice, "My mother is not a whore! She's a waitress!" This was greeted by absolute silence. Ben stared at her with his lower jaw sprung ajar. Eddie looked up at her from the cobbled surface of the alley, his hands full of pennies, and suddenly, all three of them were laughing hysterically. "Waitress!" Eddie cackled. He had only the faintest idea of what a whore was, but something about this comparison struck him as delicious just the same. "Is that what she is?" "Yes! Yes, she is!" Beverly gasped, laughing and crying at the same time. Ben was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. He sat heavily on a trash can. His bulk drove the lid into the can and spilled him into the alley on his side. Eddie pointed at him and howled with laughter. Beverly helped him to his feet. A window went up above them, and a woman yelled, "You kids get out of there! There's people that have to work the night shift, you know. Get lost!" Without thinking, the three of them linked hands, Beverly in the middle, and ran for Center Street. They were still laughing. 6. They pooled their money and discovered they had 40 cents, enough for 2 ice cream frappes from the drugstore. Because old Mr. Keene was a grouch and wouldn't let kids under 12 eat their stuff at the soda fountain, he claimed the pinball machines in the back room might corrupt them. They took the frappes in 2 huge waxed containers up to Bassey Park and sat on the grass to drink them. Ben had coffee, Eddie strawberry. Beverly sat between the 2 boys with a straw, sampling each in turn like a bee at flowers. She felt okay again for the first time since the drain had coughed up its gout of blood the night before. Washed out and emotionally exhausted, but okay, at peace with herself. For the time being, anyway. "I just don't get what was wrong with Bradley," Eddie said at last. It had the tone of awkward apology. He never acted like that before. "You stood up for me," Beverly said, and suddenly kissed Ben on one cheek. "Thank you." Ben went scarlet again. "You weren't cheating," he mumbled, and abruptly gulped down half of his coffee frappe in 3 monster swallows. This was followed by a burp as loud as a shotgun blast. "Get me on you, Daddy-O?" Eddie asked, and Beverly laughed helplessly, holding her stomach. "No more," she giggled. "My stomach hurts. Please, no more." Ben was smiling. That night before sleep, he would play the moment when she had kissed him over and over again in his mind. "Are you really okay now?" he asked. She nodded. "It wasn't him. It really wasn't even what he said about my mother. It was something that happened last night." She hesitated, looking from Ben to Eddie and back to Ben again. I have to tell somebody, or show somebody, or something. I guess I cried because I've been scared. I'm going Looney Tunes." "What are you talking about, Looney Tunes?" a new voice asked. It was Stanley Uris. As always, he looked small, slim, and preternaturally neat, much too neat for a kid who was just barely 11. In his white shirt, neatly tucked into his fresh jeans all the way around, his hair combed, the toes of his high-top keds spotlessly clean, he looked instead like the world's smallest adult. Then he smiled, and the illusion was broken. She won't say whatever she was going to say, Eddie thought, because he wasn't there when Bradley called her mother that name. But after a moment's hesitation, Beverly did tell, because somehow Stanley was different from Bradley. He was there in a way Bradley had not been. Stanley's one of us, Beverly thought, and wondered why that should cause her arms to suddenly break out in bumps. I'm not doing any of them any favors by telling, she thought. Not them, and not me neither. But it was too late. She was already speaking. Stan sat down with them, his face still and grave. Eddie offered him the last of the strawberry frappé, and Stan only shook his head, his eyes never leaving Beverly's face. None of the boys spoke. She told them about the voices, about recognizing Ronnie Grogan's voice. She knew Ronnie was dead, but it was her voice all the same. She told them about the blood, and how her father had not seen it or felt it, and how her mother had not seen it this morning. When she finished, she looked around at their faces, afraid of what she might see there. But she saw no disbelief. Terror, but no disbelief. Finally, Ben said, "Let's go look." 7. They went in by the back door, not just because that was the lock Bev's key fitted, but because she said her father would kill her if Mrs. Bolton saw her going into the apartment with 3 boys while her folks were gone. "Why?" Eddie asked. "You wouldn't understand, numbnuts," Stan said. "Just be quiet." Eddie started to reply, looked again at Stan's white, strained face, and decided to keep his mouth shut. The door gave on the kitchen, which was full of late-afternoon sun and summer silence. The breakfast dishes sparkled in the drainer. The 4 of them stood by the kitchen table, bunched up, and when a door slammed upstairs, they all jumped and then laughed nervously. "Where is it?" Ben asked. He was whispering. Her heart thudding in her temples, Beverly led them down the little hall with her parents' bedroom on one side and the closed bathroom door at the end. She pulled it open, stepped quickly inside, and pulled the chain over the sink. Then she stepped back between Ben and Eddie again. The blood had dried to maroon smears on the mirror and the basin and the wallpaper. She looked at the blood because it was suddenly easier to look at that than at them. In a small voice she could hardly recognize as her own, she asked, "Do you see it? Do any of you see it? Is it there?" Ben stepped forward, and she was again struck by how delicately he moved for such a fat boy. He touched one of the smears of blood, then a second, then a long drip on the mirror. Here, here, here. His voice was flat and authoritative. "Jeepers, it looks like somebody killed a pig in here," Stan said, softly awed. "It all came out of the drain?" Eddie asked. The sight of the blood made him feel ill. His breath was shortening. He clutched at his aspirator. Beverly had to struggle to keep from bursting into fresh tears. She didn't want to do that. She was afraid if she did, they would dismiss her as just another girl. But she had to clutch for the doorknob as relief washed through her in a wave of frightening strength. Until that moment, she hadn't realized how sure she was that she was going crazy, having hallucinations, something. "And your mom and dad never saw it," Ben marveled. He touched a splotch of blood which had dried on the basin, and then pulled his hand away and wiped it on the tail of his shirt. "Jeepers creepers." "I don't know how I can ever come in here again," Beverly said. "Not to wash up or brush my teeth or, you know." "Well, why don't we clean the place up?" Stanley asked suddenly. Beverly looked at him. "Clean it? Sure. Maybe we couldn't get it all off the wallpaper. It looks sort of, on its last legs. But we could get the rest. Haven't you got some rags?" "Under the kitchen sink," Beverly said. "But my mom will wonder where they went if we use them." "I've got 50 cents, Stan said quietly. His eyes never left the blood that had spattered the area of the bathroom around the wash basin. "We'll clean up as good as we can, and then take the rags down to that coin-op laundry place back the way we came. We'll wash them and dry them. They'll all be back under the sink before your folks get home." "My mother says you can't get blood out of cloth," Eddie objected. "She says it sets in or something." Ben uttered a hysterical little giggle. "Doesn't matter if it comes out of the rags or not," he said. "They can't see it." No one had to ask him who he meant by they. "All right," Beverly said. "Let's try it." 8. For the next half hour, the four of them cleaned like grim elves, and as the blood disappeared from the walls and the mirror and the porcelain basin, Beverly felt her heart grow lighter and lighter. Ben and Eddie did the sink and mirror while she scrubbed the floor. Stan worked on the wallpaper with studious care, using a rag that was almost dry. In the end, they got almost all of it. Ben finished by removing the light bulb over the sink and replacing it with one from the box of bulbs in the pantry. There were plenty. Elfrida Marsh had bought a 2-year supply from the Derry Lions during their annual light bulb sale the fall before. They used Elfrida's floor bucket, her Ajax, and plenty of hot water. They dumped the water frequently because none of them liked to have their hands in it once it had turned pink. At last Stanley backed away, looked at the bathroom with the critical eye of a boy in whom neatness and order are not simply ingrained but actually innate, and told them, "It's the best we can do, I think." There were still faint traces of blood on the wallpaper to the left of the sink, where the paper was so thin and ragged that Stanley had dared to do no more than blot it gently. Yet even here the blood had been sapped of its former ominous strength. It was little more than a meaningless pastel smear. "Thank you," Beverly said to all of them. She could not remember ever having meant thanks so deeply. "Thank you all."
"It's okay,"
Ben mumbled. He was, of course, blushing again.
"Sure,"
Eddie agreed.
"Let's get these rags done,"
Stanley said. His face was set, almost stern, and later Beverly would think that perhaps only Stan realized that they had taken another step towards some unthinkable confrontation. 9. They measured out a cup of Mrs. Marsh's Tide and put it in an empty mayonnaise jar. Bev found a paper shopping bag to put the bloody rags in, and the four of them went down to the Clean Clothes washateria on the corner of Main and Coney Streets. 2 blocks farther up, they could see the canal gleaming a bright blue in the afternoon sun. The Clean Clothes was empty except for a woman in a white nurse's uniform who was waiting for her dryer to stop. She glanced at the 4 kids distrustfully, and then went back to her paperback of Peyton Place.
"Cold water," Ben said in a low voice. "My mom says you gotta wash blood in cold water."
They dumped the rags into the washer while Stan changed his 2 quarters for 4 dimes and 2 nickels. He came back and watched as Bev dumped the Tide over the rags and swung the washer's door closed. Then he plugged 2 dimes into the coin-op slot and twisted the start knob. Beverly had chipped in most of the pennies she had won at pitch for the frappes, but she found 4 survivors deep down in the left-hand pocket of her jeans. She fished them out and offered them to Stan, who looked pained. "Geez," he said, "I take a girl on a laundry date and right away she wants to go Dutch." Beverly laughed a little. "You sure?" "I'm sure," Stan said in his dry way. "I mean, it's really breaking my heart to give up those 4 pence, Beverly, but I'm sure." The 4 of them went over to the line of plastic contour chairs against the washateria's cinder-block wall and sat there, not talking. The Maytag with the rags in it chugged and sloshed. Fans of suds slobbered against the thick glass of its round porthole. At first, the suds were reddish. Looking at them made Bev feel a little sick, but she found it was hard to look away. The bloody foam had a gruesome sort of fascination. The lady in the nurse's uniform glanced at them more and more often over the top of her book. She had perhaps been afraid they would be rowdy. Now their very silence seemed to unnerve her. When her dryer stopped, she took her clothes out, folded them, put them into a blue plastic laundry bag, and left, giving them one last puzzled look as she went out the door. As soon as she was gone, Ben said abruptly, almost harshly, "You're not alone." "What?" Beverly asked. "You're not alone," Ben repeated. "You see..." He stopped and looked at Eddie, who nodded. He looked at Stan, who looked unhappy, but who, after a moment, shrugged and also nodded. "What in the world are you talking about?" Beverly asked. She was tired of people saying inexplicable things to her today. She gripped Ben's lower arm. "If you know something about this, tell me." "Do you want to do it?" Ben asked Eddie. Eddie shook his head. He took his aspirator out of his pocket and sucked in on it with a monstrous gasp. Speaking slowly, picking his words, Ben told Beverly how he had happened to meet Bill Denbrough and Eddie Kasprak in the Barrens on the day school let out. That was almost a week ago, as hard as that was to believe. He told her about how they had built the dam in the Barrens the following day. He told Bill's story of how the school photograph of his dead brother had turned its head and winked. He told his own story of the mummy who had walked on the icy canal in the dead heart of winter with balloons that floated against the wind. Beverly listened to all this with growing horror. She could feel her eyes widening, her hands and feet growing cold. Ben stopped and looked at Eddie. Eddie took another wheezing pull on his aspirator and then told the story of the leper again, speaking as rapidly as Ben had slowly, his words tumbling over one another in their urgency to escape and be gone. He finished with a sucking little half-sob, but this time he didn't cry. "And you?" she asked, looking at Stan Uris. There was sudden silence, making them all start the way a sudden explosion might have done. "The washer's done," Stan said. They watched him get up, small, economical, graceful, and open the washer. He pulled out the rags, which were stuck together in a clump, and examined them. "There's a little stain left," he said, "but it's not too bad. Looks like it could be cranberry juice." He showed them, and they all nodded gravely as if over important documents. Beverly felt a relief that was similar to the relief she had felt when the bathroom was clean again. She could stand the faded pastel smear on the peeling wallpaper in there, and she could stand the faint reddish stain on her mother's cleaning rags. They had done something about it. That seemed to be the important thing. Maybe it hadn't worked completely, but she discovered it had worked well enough to give her heart peace. And brother, I was good enough for Al Marsh's daughter, Beverly. Stan tossed them into one of the barrel-shaped dryers and put in 2 nickels. The dryer started to turn, and Stan came back and took his seat between Eddie and Ben. For a moment the 4 of them sat silent again, watching the rags turn and fall, turn and fall. The drone of the gas-fired dryer was soothing, almost soporific. A woman passed by the chalked-open door, wheeling a cart of groceries. She glanced in at them and passed on. "I did see something," Stan said suddenly. "I didn't want to talk about it because I wanted to think it was a dream or something. Maybe even a fit like that Stavier kid has. Any of you guys know that kid?" Ben and Bev shook their heads. Eddie said, "The kid who's got epilepsy? Yeah, right. That's how bad it was. I would rather have thought that I had something like that than that I saw something really real." "What was it?" Bev asked, but she wasn't sure she really wanted to know. This was not like listening to ghost stories around a campfire while you ate wieners and toasted buns and cooked marshmallows over the flames until they were black and crinkly. Here they sat in this stifling laundromat, and she could see great big dust kitties under the washing machines, ghost turds, her father called them. She could see dust motes dancing in the hot shafts of sunlight which fell through the laundromat's dirty plate glass window. She could see old magazines with their covers torn off. These were all normal things, nice and normal and boring. But she was scared, terribly scared, because, she sensed, none of these things were made-up stories, made-up monsters, Ben's mummy, Eddie's leper. Either or both of them might be out tonight when the sun went down. Or Bill Denbrough's brother, one-armed and implacable, cruising through the black drains under the city with silver coins for eyes. Yet, when Stan did not answer immediately, she asked again, "What was it?" Speaking carefully, Stan said, "I was over in that little park where the standpipe is." "Oh, God, I don't like that place," Eddie said dolefully. "If there's a haunted house in Derry, that's it." "What?" Stan said sharply. "What did you say?" "Don't you know about that place?" Eddie asked. "My mom wouldn't let me go near there, even before the kids started getting killed. She takes real good care of me." He offered them an uneasy grin and held his aspirator tighter in his lap. "You see, some kids have been drowned in there. 3 or 4. Stan? Stan, are you all right?" Stan Uris's face had gone a leaden gray. His mouth worked soundlessly. His eyes rolled up until the others could only see the bottommost curves of his irises. One hand clutched weakly at empty air, and then fell against his thigh. Eddie did the only thing he could think of. He leaned over, put one thin arm around Stan's slumping shoulders, jammed his aspirator into Stan's mouth, and triggered off a big blast. Stan began to cough and choke and gag. He sat up straight, his eyes back in focus again. He coughed into his cupped hands. At last, he uttered a huge burping gasp and slumped back against his chair. "What was that?" he managed at last. "My asthma medicine," Eddie said apologetically. "God, tastes like dead dog shit." They all laughed at this, but it was nervous laughter. The others were looking nervously at Stan. Thin color now burned in his cheeks. "It's pretty bad, all right," Eddie said with some pride. "Yeah, but is it kosher?" Stan said, and they all laughed again, although none of them, including Stan, really knew what kosher meant. Stan stopped laughing first and looked at Eddie intently. "Tell me what you know about the standpipe," he said. Eddie started, but both Ben and Beverly also contributed. The Derry standpipe stood on Kansas Street, about a mile and a half west of downtown, near the southern edge of the Barrens. At one time, near the end of the previous century, it had supplied all of Derry's water, holding 1 3/4 million gallons. Because the circular open-air gallery just below the standpipe's roof offered a spectacular view of the town and the surrounding countryside, it had been a popular place until 1930 or so. Families would come out to tiny Memorial Park on a Saturday or Sunday forenoon when the weather was fine, climb the 160 stairs inside the standpipe to the gallery, and take in the view. More often than not, they spread and ate a picnic lunch while they did so. The stairs were between the standpipe's outside, which was shingled a blinding white, and its inner sleeve, a great stainless steel cylinder standing 106 feet high. These stairs wound to the top in a narrow spiral. Just below the gallery level, a thick wooden door in the standpipe's inner jacket gave on a platform over the water itself, a black, gently lapping tarn lit by naked magnesium bulbs screwed into reflective tin hoods. The water was exactly 100 feet deep when the supply was all the way up. "Where did the water come from?" Ben asked. Bev, Eddie, and Stan looked at each other. None of them knew. "Well, what about the kids that drowned, then?" They were only a bit clearer on that. It seemed that in those days, olden days, Ben called them solemnly as he took up this part of the tale, the door leading to the platform over the water had always been left unlocked. One night, a couple of kids, or maybe just one, or as many as 3, had found the ground-level door also unlocked. They had gone up on a dare. They found their way out onto the platform over the water instead of onto the gallery by mistake. In the darkness, they had fallen over the edge before they quite knew where they were. "I heard it from this kid Vic Crumley, who said he heard it from his dad," Beverly said. "So maybe it's true. Vic said his dad said that once they fell into the water, they were as good as dead because there was nothing to hold on to. The platform was just out of reach. He said they paddled around in there yelling for help all night long, probably. Only no one heard them, and they just got tireder and tireder until—" She trailed off, feeling the horror of it sink into her. She could see those boys in her mind's eye, real or made up, paddling around like drenched puppies, going under, coming up sputtering, splashing more and swimming less as panic set in. Soggy sneakers treading water, fingers scrabbling uselessly for any kind of purchase on the smooth steel walls of the sleeve. She could taste the water they must have swallowed. She could hear the flat, echoing quality of their cries. How long? 15 minutes? Half an hour? How long before the cries had ceased, and they had simply floated face down, strange fish for the caretaker to find the next morning? "God," Stan said dryly. "I heard there was a woman who lost her baby, too," Eddie said suddenly. "That was when they closed the place for good. At least, that's what I heard. They did used to let people go up, I know that. But then one time there was this lady and her baby. I don't know how old the baby was, but this platform, it's supposed to go right out over the water, and the lady went to the railing and she was, holding the baby, and either she dropped it or maybe it just wriggled. I heard this guy tried to save it, doing the hero bit, He jumped right in, but the baby was gone. Maybe he was wearing a jacket or something. When your clothes get wet, they drag you down." Eddie abruptly put his hand into his pocket and brought out a small brown glass bottle. He opened it, took out 2 white pills, and swallowed them dry. "What were those?" Beverly asked. "Aspirin. I've got a headache." He looked at her defensively, but Beverly said nothing more. Ben finished. After the incident of the baby, he himself, he said, had heard that it was actually a kid, a little girl of about 3. The town council had voted to lock the standpipe, both downstairs and up, and stop the day trips and picnics on the gallery. It had remained locked from then until now. Oh, the caretaker came and went, and the maintenance men once in a while, and once every season there were guided tours. Interested citizens could follow a lady from the Historical Society up the spiral of stairs to the gallery at the top, where they could ooh and ah over the view and snap Kodaks to show their friends. But the door to the inner sleeve was always locked now. "Is it still full of water?" Stan asked. "I guess so," Ben said. "I've seen fire trucks filling up there during grass fire season. They hook a hose to the pipe at the bottom." Stanley was looking at the dryer again, watching the rags go around and around. The clump had broken up now, and some of them floated like parachutes. "What did you see there?" Bev asked him gently. For a moment, it seemed he would not answer at all. Then he drew a deep, shuddering breath and said something that at first struck them all as being far from the point. They named it Memorial Park, after the 23rd Maine in the Civil War. The Derry Blues, they were called. There used to be a statue, but it blew down during a storm in the 40s. They didn't have money enough to fix the statue, so they put in a bird bath instead, a big stone bird bath. They were all looking at him. Stan swallowed. There was an audible click in his throat. "I watch birds, you see. I have an album, a pair of Zeiss Econ binoculars and everything." He looked at Eddie. "Do you have any more aspirins?" Eddie handed him the bottle. Stan took 2, hesitated, and took another. He gave the bottle back and swallowed the pills, one after another, grimacing. Then he went on with his story. 10. Stan's encounter had happened on a rainy April evening 2 months ago. He had donned his slicker, put his bird book and his binoculars in a waterproof sack with a drawstring at the top, and set out for Memorial Park. He and his father usually went out together, but his father had had to work over that night and had called specially at supper time to talk to Stan. One of his customers at the agency, another bird watcher, had spotted what he believed to be a male cardinal, Fringillidae richmondina, drinking from the bird bath in Memorial Park, he told Stan. They liked to eat, drink, and bathe right around dusk. It was very rare to spot a cardinal this far north of Massachusetts. Would Stan like to go down there and see if he could collect it? He knew the weather was pretty foul, but Stan had been agreeable. His mother made him promise to keep the hood of his slicker up, but Stan would have done that anyway. He was a fastidious boy. There were never any fights about getting him to wear his rubbers or his snow pants in the winter. He walked the 1.5 miles to Memorial Park in a rain so fine and hesitant that it really wasn't even a drizzle. It was more like a constant hanging mist. The air was muted, but somehow exciting just the same. In spite of the last dwindling piles of snow under bushes and in groves of trees, to Stan, they looked like piles of dirty cast-off pillowcases. There was a smell of new growth in the air. Looking at the branches of elms and maples and oaks against the lead-white sky, Stan thought that their silhouettes looked mysteriously thicker. They would burst open in a week or two, unrolling leaves of a delicate, almost transparent green. The air smells green tonight, he thought, and smiled a little. He walked quickly because the light would be gone in an hour or even less. He was as fastidious about his sightings as he was about his dress and study habits, and unless there was enough light left for him to be absolutely sure, he would not allow himself to collect the cardinal, even if he knew in his heart he had really seen it. He cut across Memorial Park on a diagonal. The standpipe was a white, bulking shape to his left. Stan barely glanced at it. He had no interest whatsoever in the standpipe. Memorial Park was a rough rectangle which sloped downhill. The grass, white and dead at this time of year, was kept neatly cut in the summertime, and there were circular beds of flowers. There was no playground equipment, however. This was considered a grown-ups park. At the far end, the grade smoothed out before dropping abruptly down to Kansas Street and the barrens beyond. The bird bath his father had mentioned stood on this flat area. It was a shallow stone dish set into a squat masonry pedestal that was really much too big for the humble function it fulfilled. Stan's father had told him that, Before the money ran out, they had intended to put the statue of the soldier back up here again. "I like the bird bath better, Daddy," Stan said. Mr. Eurus ruffled his hair. "Me too, son," he said. "More baths and less bullets. That's my motto." At the top of this pedestal, a motto had been carved in the stone. Stanley read it, but did not understand it. The only Latin he understood was the genus classifications of the birds in his book. Aperabat Eidolon Senex. Pliny, the inscription read. Stan sat down on a bench, took his bird album out of the bag, and turned over to the picture of the cardinal one more time, going over it, familiarizing himself with the recognizable points. A male cardinal would be hard to mistake for something else. It was as red as a fire engine, if not so large, but Stan was a creature of habit and convention. These things comforted him and reinforced his sense of place and belonging in the world. So he gave the picture a good 3-minute study before closing the book. The moisture in the air was making the corners of the pages turn up, and putting it back into the bag. He uncased his binoculars and put them to his eyes. There was no need to adjust the field of focus because the last time he had used the glasses he had been sitting on this same bench and looking at that same bird bath. Fastidious boy, patient boy. He did not fidget. He did not get up and walk around or swing the binoculars here and there to see what else there might be to be seen. He sat still, field glasses trained on the bird bath, and the mist collected in fat drops on his yellow slicker. He was not bored. He was looking down into the equivalent of an avian convention site. 4 brown sparrows sat there for a while, dipping into the water with their beaks, flicking droplets casually back over their shoulders and onto their backs. Then a blue jay came hauling in like a cop breaking up a gaggle of loiterers. The jay was as big as a house in Stan's glasses, his quarrelsome cries absurdly thin by comparison. After you looked through the binoculars steadily for a while, the magnified birds you saw began to seem not odd, but perfectly correct. The sparrows flew off. The jay, now in charge, strutted, bathed, grew bored, departed. The sparrows returned, then flew off again as a pair of robins cruised in to bathe and, perhaps, to discuss matters of importance to the hollow-boned set. Stan's father had laughed at Stan's hesitant suggestion that maybe birds talked, and he was sure his dad was right when he said birds weren't smart enough to talk, that their brain pans were too small, but by gosh, they sure looked like they were talking. A new bird joined them. It was red. Stan hastily adjusted the field of focus on the binoculars a bit. Was it? Nah. It was a scarlet tanager, a good bird, but not the cardinal he was looking for. It was joined by a flicker that was a frequent visitor to the Memorial Park bird bath. Stan recognized him by the tattered right wing. As always, he speculated on how that might have happened. A close call with some cat seemed the most likely explanation. Other birds came and went. Stan saw a grackle, as clumsy and ugly as a flying boxcar, a bluebird, another flicker. He was finally rewarded by a new bird, not the cardinal, but a cowbird, that looked vast and stupid in the eyepieces of the binoculars. He dropped them against his chest and fumbled the bird book out of the bag again, hoping that the cowbird wouldn't fly away before he could confirm the sighting. He would have something to take home to his father, at least. And it was time to go. The light was fading fast. He felt cold and damp. He checked the book, then looked through the glasses again. It was still there, not bathing, but only standing on the rim of the bird bath, looking dumb. It was almost surely a cowbird, with no distinctive markings, at least none he could pick up at this distance, and in the fading light it was hard to be 100% sure. But maybe he had just enough time and light for one more check. He looked at the picture in the book, studying it with a fierce frown of concentration, and then picked up the glasses again. He had only fixed them on the bird bath when a hollow, rolling boom sent the cowbird, if it had been a cowbird, winging. Stan tried to follow it with the glasses, knowing how slim his chances were of picking it up again. He lost it and made a hissing sound of disgust between his teeth. Well, if it had come once, it would perhaps come again. And it had only been a cowbird, probably a cowbird. After all, not a golden eagle or a great auk. Stan recased his binoculars and put away his bird album. Then he got up and looked around to see if he could tell what had been responsible for that sudden loud noise. It hadn't sounded like a gun or a car backfire, more like a door being thrown open in a spooky movie about castles and dungeons. complete with hokey echo effects. He could see nothing. He got up and started toward the slope down to Kansas Street. The standpipe was now on his right, a chalky white cylinder, phantom-like in the mist and the growing darkness. It seemed almost to float. That was an odd thought. He supposed it must have come from his own head. Where else could a thought come from? But it somehow did not seem like his own thought at all. He looked at the standpipe more closely, and then veered in that direction without even thinking about it. Windows circled the building at intervals, rising around it in a spiral that made Stan think of the barber pole in front of Mr. Orlette's shop, where he and his dad got their haircuts. The bone-white shingles bulged out over each of those dark windows like brows over eyes. Wonder how they did that, Stan thought. Not with as much interest as Ben Hanscom would have felt, but with some, and that was when he saw there was a much larger space of darkness at the foot of the standpipe, a clear oblong in the circular base. He stopped, frowning, thinking that was a funny place for a window. It was completely out of symmetry with the others. Then he realized it wasn't a window, it was a door. The noise I heard, he thought. It was that door blowing open. He looked around. Early, gloomy dusk. White sky now fading to a dull, dusky purple, mist thickening a bit more toward the steady rain which would fall most of the night. Dusk and mist, and no wind at all. So, if it hadn't blown open, had someone pushed it open? Why? And it looked like an awfully heavy door to slam open hard enough to make a noise like that boom. He supposed a very big person. Maybe. Curious, Stan walked over for a closer look. The door was bigger than he had first supposed, 6 feet high and 2 feet thick, the boards which composed it bound with brass strips. Stan swung it half-closed. It moved smoothly and easily on its hinges in spite of its size. It also moved silently. There was not a single squeak. He had moved it to see how much damage it had done to the shingles, blasting open like that. There was no damage at all. Not so much as a single mark. Weirdsville, as Richie would say. Well, it wasn't the door you heard, that's all, he thought. Maybe a jet from Loring boomed over Derry or something. The door was probably open all along. His foot struck something. Stan looked down and saw it was a padlock. Correction, it was the remains of a padlock. It had been burst wide open. It looked, in fact, as if someone had rammed the lock's keyway full of gunpowder and then set a match to it. Flowers of metal, deadly sharp, stood out from the body of the lock in a stiff spray. Stan could see the layers of steel inside. The thick hasp hung askew by one bolt which had been yanked 3/4 of the way out of the wood. The other 3 hasp bolts lay on the wet grass. They had been twisted like pretzels. Frowning, Stan swung the door open again and peered inside. Narrow stairs led upward, circling around and out of sight. The outer wall of the staircase was bare wood supported by giant crossbeams which had been pegged together rather than nailed. To Stan, some of the pegs looked thicker than his own upper arm. The inner wall was steel, from which gigantic rivets swelled like boils. "Is anyone here?" Stan asked. There was no answer. He hesitated, then stepped inside so he could see up the narrow throat of the staircase a little better. Nothing. And it was Creep City in here, as Richie would also say. He turned to leave and heard music. It was faint, but still instantly recognizable. Calliope music. He cocked his head, listening, the frown on his face starting to dissolve a little. Calliope music, all right. The music of carnivals and county fairs. It conjured up trace memories which were as delightful as they were ephemeral. Popcorn, cotton candy, doughboys frying in hot grease, the chain-driven clatter of rides like the Wild Mouse, the Whip, the Coaster Cups. Now the frown had become a tentative grin. Stan went up 1 step, then 2 more, head still cocked. He paused again, as if thinking about carnivals could actually create one. He could now actually smell the popcorn, the cotton candy, the doughboys, and more. Peppers, chili dogs, cigarette smoke, and sawdust. There was the sharp smell of white vinegar, the kind you could shake over your French fries through a hole in the tin cap. He could smell mustard, bright yellow and stinging hot, that you spread on your hot dog with a wooden paddle. This was amazing. Incredible. Irresistible. He took another step up, and that was when he heard the rustling, eager footsteps above him, descending the stairs. He cocked his head again. The calliope music had gotten suddenly louder, as if to mask the sound of the footsteps. He could recognize the tune now. It was Camptown Races. Footsteps, yeah. But they weren't exactly rustling footsteps, were they? They actually sounded kind of squishy, didn't they? The sound was like people walking in rubbers full of water. Camptown ladies sing this song, doo-dah, squish, squish. Camptown racetrack 9 miles long, doo-dah, squish, slosh. Closer now. Ride around all night, ride around all day. Now there were shadows bobbing on the wall above him. The terror leaped down Stan's throat all at once. It was like swallowing something hot and horrible, bad medicine that suddenly galvanized you like electricity. It was the shadows that did it. He saw them only for a moment. He had just that small bit of time to observe that there were two of them, that they were slumped and somehow unnatural. He had only that moment because the light in here was fading too fast, and as he turned, the heavy standpipe door swung ponderously shut behind him. Stanley ran back down the stairs. Somehow he had climbed more than a dozen, although he could only remember climbing 2, 3 at most. Very much afraid now. It was too dark in here to see anything. He could hear his own breathing. He could hear the calliope tootling away somewhere above him. What's a calliope doing up there in the dark? Who's playing it? And he could hear those wet footsteps approaching him now, getting closer. He hit the door with his hands splayed out in front of him, hit it hard enough to send sparkly tingles of pain all the way up to his elbows. It had swung so easily before, and now it would not move at all. No, that was not quite true. At first it had moved just a bit, just enough for him to see a mocking strip of gray light running vertically down its left side, then gone again, as if someone was on the other side of it, holding the door closed. Panting, terrified, Stan pushed against the door with all of his strength. He could feel the brass bindings digging into his hands. Nothing. He whirled around, now pressing his back and his splayed hands against the door. He could feel sweat, oily and hot, running down his forehead. The calliope music had gotten louder yet. It drifted and echoed down the spiral staircase. There was nothing cheery about it now. It had changed. It had become a dirge. It screamed like wind and water, and in his mind's eye Stan saw a county fair at the end of autumn, wind and rain blowing up a deserted midway, pennons flapping, tents bulging, falling over, wheeling away like canvas bats. He saw empty rides standing against the sky like scaffolds. The wind drummed and hooted in the weird angles of their struts. He suddenly understood that death was in this place with him, that death was coming for him out of the dark, and he could not run. A sudden rush of water spilled down the stairs. Now it was not popcorn and doughboys and cotton candy he smelled, but wet decay, the stench of dead pork which has exploded in a fury of maggots in a place hidden away from the sun. "Who's here?" he screamed in a high, trembling voice. He was answered by a low, bubbling voice that seemed choked with mud and old water.
"The dead ones, Stanley. We're the dead ones. We sank, but now we float. And you'll float, too."
He could feel water washing around his feet. He cringed back against the door in an agony of fear. They were very close now. He could feel their nearness. He could smell them. Something was digging into his hip as he struck the door again and again in a mindless, useless effort to get away.
"We're dead, but sometimes we clown around a little, Stanley. Sometimes we..."
It was his bird book. Without thinking, Stan grabbed for it. It was stuck in his slicker pocket and wouldn't come out. One of them was down now. He could hear it shuffling across the little stone areaway where he had come in. It would reach for him in a moment, and he would feel its cold flesh. He gave one more tremendous yank, and the bird book was in his hands. He held it in front of him like a puny shield, not thinking of what he was doing, but suddenly sure that this was right. "Robbins!" he screamed into the darkness, and for a moment the thing approaching, it was surely less than 5 steps away now, hesitated. He was almost sure it did, and for a moment hadn't he felt some give in the door against which he was now cringing? But he wasn't cringing anymore. He was standing up straight in the darkness. When had that happened? No time to wonder. Stan licked his dry lips and began to chant, "Robins, grey egrets, loons, scarlet tanagers, grackles, hammerhead woodpeckers, red-headed woodpeckers, chickadees, wrens, pella—" The door opened with a protesting scream, and Stan took a giant step backward into thin, misty air. He fell sprawling on the dead grass. He had bent the bird book nearly in half, and later that night he would see the clear impressions of his fingers sunken into its cover as if it had been bound in Play-Doh instead of hard pressboard. He didn't try to get up, but began to dig in with his heels instead, his butt grooving through the slick grass. His lips were pulled back over his teeth. Inside that dim oblong he could see 2 sets of legs below the diagonal shadow line thrown by the door, which now stood half open. He could see jeans that had decayed to a purplish black. Orange threads lay plastered limply against the seams, and water dripped from the cuffs to puddle around shoes that had mostly rotted away, revealing swelled, purple toes within. Their hands lay limply at their sides, too long, too waxy white. Depending from each finger was a small orange pom-pom. Holding his bent bird book in front of him, his face wet with drizzle, sweat, and tears, Stan whispered in a husky monotone, "Chicken hawks, grosbeaks, hummingbirds, albatrosses, kiwis." One of those hands turned over, showing a palm from which endless water had eroded all the lines, leaving something as idiot-smooth as the hand of a department store dummy. One finger unrolled, then rolled up again. The pom-pom bounced and dangled and bounced. It was beckoning him. Stan Uris, who would die in a bathtub with crosses slashed into his forearms 27 years later, got to his knees, then to his feet, then ran. He ran across Kansas Street without looking either way for traffic and paused, panting, on the far sidewalk to look back. From this angle he couldn't see the door in the base of the standpipe, only the standpipe itself, thick and yet somehow graceful, standing in the murk. They were dead, Stan whispered to himself. Shocked, he wheeled suddenly and ran for home. 11. The dryer had stopped. So had Stan. The 3 others only looked at him for a long moment. His skin was nearly as gray as the April evening of which he had just told them. "Wow," Ben said at last. He let out his breath in a ragged, whistling sigh. "It's true," Stan said in a low voice. "I swear to God it is." "I believe you," Beverly said. "After what happened at my house, I'd believe anything." She got up suddenly, almost knocking over her chair, and went to the dryer. She began to pull out the rags one by one, folding them. Her back was turned, but Ben suspected she was crying. He wanted to go to her, and lacked the courage. "We got to talk to Bill about this," Eddie said. "Bill will know what to do." "Do?" Stan said, turning to look at him. "What do you mean, do?" Eddie looked at him, uncomfortable. "Well, I don't want to do anything," Stan said. He was looking at Eddie with such a hard, fierce stare that Eddie squirmed in his chair. "I want to forget about it. That's all I want to do." "Not that easy," Beverly said quietly, turning around. Ben had been right. The hot sunlight slanting in through the washateria's dirty windows reflected off bright lines of tears on her cheeks. "It's not just us. I heard Ronnie Grogan. And the little boy I heard first, I think maybe it was that little Clements kid. The one who disappeared off his trike. So what? Stan said defiantly. So what if it gets more? She asked. What if it gets more kids? His eyes, a hot brown, locked with her blue ones, answering the question without speaking. So what if it does? But Beverly did not look down or away, and at last Stan dropped his own eyes, perhaps only because she was still crying, but perhaps because her concern somehow made her stronger. Eddie's right, she said. We ought to talk to Bill. Then maybe to the police chief. Right, Stan said. If he was trying to sound contemptuous, it didn't work. His voice came out sounding only tired. Dead kids in the standpipe, blood that only kids can see, not grown-ups. Clowns walking on the canal, balloons that blow against the wind, mummies, lepers under porches. Chief Borton will laugh his bum off, and then stick us in the loony bin. If we all went to him, Ben said, troubled. If we all went together. Sure, Stan said. Right. Tell me more, Haystack. Write me a book. He got up and went to the window, hands in pockets, looking angry and upset and scared. He stared out for a moment, shoulders stiff and rejecting beneath his neat shirt. Without turning back to them, he repeated, Write me a frigging book. No, Ben said quietly. Bill's going to write the books. Stan wheeled back, surprised, and the others looked at him. There was a shocked look on Ben Hanscom's face, as if he had suddenly and unexpectedly slapped himself. Bev folded the last of the rags. Birds, Eddie said. What? Bev and Ben said together. Eddie was looking at Stan. You got out by yelling birds' names at them? Maybe, Stan said reluctantly. Or maybe the door was just stuck and finally popped open. Without you leaning on it? Bev asked. Stan shrugged. It was not a sullen shrug, it only said he didn't know. I think it was the birds you shouted at them, Eddie said. But why? In the movies you hold up a cross, or say the Lord's Prayer, Ben added, or the 23rd Psalm, Beverly put in. I know the 23rd Psalm, Stan said angrily, but I wouldn't do so good with the old crucifix business. I'm Jewish, remember? They looked away from him, embarrassed, either for his having been born that way or for their having forgotten it. Birds, Eddie said again. Jesus! Then he glanced guiltily at Stan again, but Stan was looking moodily across the street at the Bangor Hydro office. Bill will know what to do, Ben said suddenly, as if finally agreeing with Bev and Eddie. Bet you anything. Bet you any amount of money. Look, Stan said, looking at all of them earnestly. That's okay. We can talk to Bill about it if you want. But that's where things stop for me. You can call me a chicken or yellow, I don't care. I'm not a chicken, I don't think. It's just that those things in the standpipe... If you weren't afraid of something like that, you'd have to be crazy, Stan, Beverly said softly. Yeah, I was scared, but that's not the problem, Stan said hotly. It's not even what I'm talking about. Don't you see? They were looking at him expectantly, their eyes both troubled and faintly hopeful, but Stan found he could not explain how he felt. The words had run out. There was a brick of feeling inside him, almost choking him, and he could not get it out of his throat. Neat as he was, sure as he was still only an 11-year-old boy who had that year finished the 4th grade. He wanted to tell them that there were worse things than being frightened. You could be frightened by things like almost having a car hit you while you were riding your bike, or, before the Salk vaccine, getting polio. You could be frightened of that crazy man Khrushchev, or of drowning if you went out over your head. You could be frightened of all those things and still function. But those things in the standpipe... He wanted to tell them that those dead boys who had lurched and shambled their way down the spiral staircase had done something worse than frighten him. They had offended him. Offended, yes. It was the only word he could think of, and if he used it, they would laugh. They liked him, he knew that, and they had accepted him as one of them, but they would still laugh. All the same, there were things that were not supposed to be. They offended any sane person's sense of order. They offended the central idea that God had given the earth a final tilt on its axis, so that twilight would only last about 12 minutes at the equator and linger for an hour or more up where the Eskimos built their ice cube houses. that he had done that, and then he had said, in effect, okay, if you can figure out the tilt, you can figure out any damn thing you choose, because even light has weight. And when the note of a train whistle suddenly drops, it's the Doppler effect. And when an airplane breaks the sound barrier, that bang isn't the applause of the angels or the flatulence of demons, but only air collapsing back into place. I gave you the tilt, and then I sat back about halfway up the auditorium to watch the show. I got nothing else to say, except that 2 and 2 makes 4, the lights in the sky are stars, if there's blood, grown-ups can see it as well as kids, and dead boys stay dead. You can live with fear, I think, Stan would have said if he could. Maybe not forever, but for a long, long time. It's a fence you maybe can't live with, because it opens up a crack inside your thinking. And if you look down into it, you see there are live things down there. And they have little yellow eyes that don't blink. And there's a stink down in that dark. And after a while, you think maybe there's a whole other universe down there, a universe where a square moon rises in the sky, and the stars laugh in cold voices, and some of the triangles have 4 sides, and some have 5, and some of them have 5 raised to the 5th power of sides. In this universe, there might grow roses which sing. Everything leads to everything, he would have told them if he could. Go to your church and listen to your stories about Jesus walking on the water, but if I saw a guy doing that, I'd scream and scream and scream. Because it wouldn't look like a miracle to me. It would look like an offense. Because he could say none of these things. He just reiterated, being scared isn't the problem. I just don't want to be involved in something that will land me in the nuthatch. Will you at least go with us to talk to him? Bev asked. Listen to what he says? Sure, Stan said, and then laughed. Maybe I ought to bring my bird book. They all laughed then, and it was a little easier. 12. Beverly left them outside the clean clothes and took the rags back home by herself. The apartment was still empty. She put them under the kitchen sink and closed the cupboard. She stood up and looked down toward the bathroom. I'm not going down there, she thought. I'm going to watch Bandstand on TV, see if I can't learn how to do the dog. So she went into the living room and turned on the TV, and 5 minutes later, she turned it off while Dick Clark was showing how much oil just one Stridex medicated pad could take off the face of your average teenager. If you think you can get clean with just soap and water, Dick said, holding the dirty pad up to the glassy eye of the camera so that every teenager in America could get a good look, you ought to take a good look at this. She went back to the kitchen cupboard over the sink, where her father kept his tools. Among them was a pocket tape, the kind that runs out a long yellow tongue of inches. She folded this into one cold hand and went down to the bathroom. It was sparkling clean, silent. Somewhere, far distant it seemed, she could hear Mrs. Doyen yelling for her boy Jim to get in out of the road, right now. She went to the bathroom basin and looked down into the dark eye of the drain. She stood there for some time, her legs as cold as marble inside her jeans, her nipples feeling sharp enough and hard enough to cut paper, her lips dead dry. She waited for the voices. No voices came. A little shuddery sigh came from her. She began to feed the thin steel tape into the drain. It went down smoothly, like a sword into the gullet of a county fair sideshow performer. 6 inches, 8 inches, 10. It stopped, bound up in the elbow bend under the sink, Beverly supposed. She wiggled it, pushing gently at the same time, and eventually the tape began to feed into the drain again. 16 inches now, then 2 feet, then 3. She watched the yellow tape slipping out of the chromed steel case, which had been worn black on the sides by her father's big hand. In her mind's eye, she saw it sliding through the black bore of the pipe, picking up some muck, scraping away flakes of rust. Down there, where the sun never shines and the night never stops, she thought. She imagined the head of the tape, with its small steel butt plate no bigger than a fingernail, sliding farther and farther into the darkness, and part of her mind screamed, "What are you doing?" She did not ignore that voice, but she seemed helpless to heed it. She saw the end of the tape going straight down now, descending into the cellar. She saw it striking the sewage pipe. And even as she saw it, the tape bound up again. She wiggled it again, and the tape, thin enough to be limber, made a faint, eerie sound that reminded her a little bit of the way a saw sounds when you bend it back and forth across your legs. She could see its tip wiggling against the bottom of this wider pipe, which would have a baked ceramic surface. She could see it bending, and then she was able to push it forward again. She ran out 6 feet, 7, 9, and suddenly the tape began to run through her hands by itself, as if something down there was pulling the other end. Not just pulling it, running with it. She stared at the flowing tape, her eyes wide, her mouth a sagging O of fear. Fear, yes, but no surprise. Hadn't she known? Hadn't she known something like this was going to happen? The tape ran out to its final stop, 18 feet and even 6 yards. A soft chuckle came wafting out of the drain, followed by a low whisper that was almost reproachful. "Beverly, Beverly, Beverly, you can't fight us. You'll die if you try. Die if you try. Die if you try. Beverly. Beverly. Beverly." Something clicked inside the tape measure's housing, and it suddenly began to run rapidly back into its case, the numbers and hash marks blurring by. Near the end, the last 5 or 6 feet, the yellow became a dark, dripping red, and she screamed and dropped it on the floor as if the tape had suddenly turned into a live snake. Fresh blood trickled over the clean white porcelain of the basin and back down into the drain's wide eye. She bent, sobbing now, her fear of freezing weight in her stomach, and picked the tape up. She tweezed it between the thumb and first finger of her right hand and, holding it in front of her, took it into the kitchen. As she walked, blood dripped from the tape onto the faded linoleum of the hall and the kitchen. She steadied herself by thinking of what her father would say to her, what he would do to her if he found that she had gotten his measuring tape all bloody. Of course he wouldn't be able to see the blood, but it helped to think that. She took one of the clean rags, still as warm as fresh bread from the dryer, and went back into the bathroom. Before she began to clean, she put the hard rubber plug in the drain, closing that eye. The blood was fresh, and it cleaned up easily. She went up her own trail, wiping away the dime-sized drops on the linoleum, then rinsing the rag, wringing it out, and putting it aside. She got a second rag and used it to clean her father's measuring tape. The blood was thick, viscous. In 2 places there were clots of the stuff, black and spongy. Although the blood only went back 5 or 6 feet, she cleaned the entire length of the tape, removing from it all traces of pipe muck. That done, she put it back into the cupboard over the sink and took the 2 stained rags out and back of the apartment. Mrs. Doyen was yelling at Jim again. Her voice was clear, almost bell-like in the still hot late afternoon. In the backyard, which was mostly bare dirt, weeds, and clotheslines, there was a rusty incinerator. Beverly threw the rags into it, then sat down on the back steps. Tears came suddenly with surprising violence, and this time she made no effort to hold them back. She put her arms on her knees, her head in her arms, and wept while Mrs. Doyen called for Jim to come out of that road. Did he want to get hit by a car and be killed? Derry, the second interlude. Quique ipsa miserrima vidi, et quorum pars magna fui. Virgil. You don't fuck around with the infinite. Mean Streets. February 14th, 1985, Valentine's Day. 2 more disappearances in the past week, both children. Just as I was beginning to relax. One of them a 16-year-old boy named Dennis Torrio, the other a girl of just 5 who was sledding in back of her house on West Broadway. The hysterical mother found her sled, one of those blue plastic flying saucers, but nothing else. There had been a fresh fall of snow the night before, 4 inches or so. No tracks but hers, Chief Rademacher said when I called him. He's becoming extremely annoyed with me, I think. Not anything that's going to keep me awake nights. I have worse things to do than that, don't I? Asked him if I could see the police photos. He refused. Asked him if her tracks led away toward any sort of drain or sewer grating. This was followed by a long period of silence. Then Rademacher said, "I'm beginning to wonder if maybe you shouldn't see a doctor, Hamlin. The head peeper kind of doctor. The kid was snatched by her father. Don't you read the papers?" "Was the Torrio boy snatched by his father?" I asked. Another long pause. "Give it a rest, Hanlon," he said. "Give me a rest." He hung up. Of course I read the papers. Don't I put them out in the reading room of the public library each morning myself? The little girl, Laurie Ann Winterbarger, had been in custody of her mother following an acrimonious divorce proceeding in the spring of 1982. The police are operating on the theory that Horst Winterbarger, who is supposedly working as a machinery maintenance man somewhere in Florida, drove up to Maine to snatch his daughter. They further theorize that he parked his car beside the house and called to his daughter, who then joined him, hence the lack of any tracks other than the little girl's. They have less to say about the fact that the girl had not seen her father since she was 2. Part of the deep bitterness which accompanied the Winterbargers' divorce came from Mrs. Winterbarger's allegations that on at least 2 occasions Horst Winterbarger had sexually molested the child. She asked the court to deny Winterbarger all visitation rights, a request the court granted in spite of Winterbarger's hot denials. Rademacher claims the court's decision, which had the effect of cutting Winterbarger off completely from his only child, may have pushed Winterbarger into taking his daughter. That, at least, has some dim plausibility, but ask yourself this. Would little Laurie Ann have recognized him after 3 years and run to him when he called her? Rademacher says yes, even though she was 2 the last time she saw him. I don't think so. And her mother says Laurie Ann had been well trained about not approaching or talking to strangers, a lesson most Derry children learn early and well. Rademacher says he's got Florida State Police looking for Winterbarger, and that his responsibility ends there. Matters of custody are more the province of the lawyers than that of the police, this pompous, overweight asshole is quoted as saying in last Friday's Derry News. But the Torrio boy, that's something else. Wonderful home life. Played football for the Derry Tigers, honor roll student, had gone through the Outward Bound Survival School in the summer of '84 and passed with flying colors. No history of drug use, had a girlfriend that he was apparently head over heels about, had everything to live for, everything to stay in Derry for, at least for the next couple of years. All the same, he's gone. What happened to him? A sudden attack of wanderlust? A drunk driver who maybe hit him, killed him, and buried him? Or is he maybe still in Derry? Is he maybe on the night side of Derry, keeping company with folks like Betty Ripsum and Patrick Hochstetter and Eddie Corcoran and all the rest? Is it... Later. I'm doing it again. Going over and over the same ground, doing nothing constructive, only cranking myself up to the screaming point. I jump when the iron stairs leading up to the stacks creak. I jump at shadows. I find myself wondering how I'd react if I was shelving books up there in the stacks, pushing my little rubber-wheeled trolley in front of me, and a hand reached from between 2 leaning rows of books, a groping hand. Had again a well-nigh insurmountable desire to begin calling them this afternoon. At one point I even got as far as dialing 404, the Atlanta area code, with Stanley Uris's number in front of me. Then I just held the phone against my ear, asking myself if I wanted to call them simply because I was really sure, 100% sure, or simply because I'm now so badly spooked that I can't stand to be alone, that I have to talk to someone who knows, or will know, what it is I'm spooked about. For a moment I could hear Richie saying, "Batches! Batches! We don't need no stinking batches, senor," in his poncho vanilla voice, as clearly as if he were standing beside me, and I hung up the phone. Because when you want to see someone as badly as I wanted to see Richie, or any of them, at that moment, you just can't trust your own motivations. We lie best when we lie to ourselves. The fact is, I'm still not 100% sure. If another body should turn up, I will call, but for now I must suppose that even such a pompous ass as Rademacher might be right. She could have remembered her father. There may have been pictures of him. And I suppose a really persuasive adult could talk a kid into coming to his car. no matter what that child had been taught. There's another fear that haunts me. Rademacher suggested that I might be going crazy. I don't believe that, but if I call them now, they may think I'm crazy. Worse than that. What if they should not remember me at all? Mike Hanlon? Who? I don't remember any Mike Hanlon. I don't remember you at all. What promise? I feel that there will come a right time to call them. And when that time comes, I'll know that it's right. Their own circuits will open at the same time. It's as if there are two great wheels slowly coming into some sort of powerful convergence with each other. Myself and the rest of Derry on one, and all my childhood friends on the other. When the time comes, they will hear the voice of the turtle. So I'll wait, and sooner or later I'll know. I don't believe it's a question anymore of calling them or not calling them, only a question of when. February 20th, 1985. The fire at the Black Spot.
A perfect example of how the Chamber of Commerce will try to rewrite history, Mike.
Old Albert Carson would have told me, probably cackling as he said it.
They'll try, and sometimes they almost succeed. But the old people remember how things really went. They'll always remember. And sometimes they'll tell you, if you ask them right.
There are people who have lived in Derry for 20 years and don't know that there was once a special barracks for non-coms at the old Derry Army Air Corps base. A barracks that was a good half a mile from the rest of the base, and in the middle of February, with the temperature standing right around zero and a 40-mile-an-hour wind howling across those flat runways and whopping the wind chill factor down to something you could hardly believe, that extra half a mile became something that could give you frost freeze or frostbite or maybe even kill you. The other 7 barracks had oil heat, storm windows, and insulation. They were toasty and cozy. The special barracks, which housed the 27 men of Company E, was heated by a balky old wood furnace. Supplies of wood for it were catch as catch can. The only insulation was the deep bank of pine and spruce boughs the men laid around the outside. One of the men promoted a complete set of storm windows for the place one day. But the 27 inmates of the special barracks were detailed up to Bangor that same day to help with some work at the base up there, and when they came back that night, tired and cold, all of those windows had been broken. Every one. This was in 1930, when half of America's Air Force still had consisted of biplanes. In Washington, Billy Mitchell had been court-martialed and demoted to flying a desk because his gadfly insistence on trying to build a more modern Air Force had finally irritated his elders enough for them to slap him down hard. Not long after, he would resign. So there was precious little flying that went on at the Derry base, in spite of its 3 runways, one of which was actually paved. Most of the soldiering that went on there was of the make-work variety. One of the Company E soldiers who returned to Derry after his service tour came to an end in 1937 was my dad. He told me this story. One day in the spring of 1930, this was about 6 months before the fire at the Black Spot, I was coming back with 4 of my buddies from a 3-day pass we had spent down in Boston. When we came through the gate, there was this big old boy standing just inside the checkpoint, leaning on a shovel and picking the seat of his suntans out of his ass. A sergeant from someplace down south, carroty red hair, bad teeth, pimples, not much more than an ape without the body hair, if you know what I mean. There were a lot of them like that in the Army during the Depression. So, here we come, 4 young guys back from leave, all of us still feeling fine. And we could see in his eyes that he was just looking for something to bust us with. So we snapped him salutes as if he was General Blackjack Pershing himself. I guess we might have been all right, but it was one fine late April day, sun shining down, and I had to shoot off my lip. "A good afternoon to you, Sergeant Wilson, sir," said I, and he landed on me with both feet. "Did I give you any permission to speak to me?" he asks. "No, sir," I say. He looks around at the rest of them, Trevor Dawson, Carl Roon, and Henry Whitson, who was killed in the fire that fall, and he says to him, "This here smart nigger's in hack with me. If the rest of you jigaboos don't want to join him in one hard-working dirty bitch of an afternoon, you get over to your barracks, stow your gear,
and get your asses over to the OD, you understand? Well, they got going, and Wilson hollers, "Double time, you fuckers! Let me see the soles of your 80 fucking nines!" So they double-timed off, and Wilson took me over to one of the equipment sheds, and he got me a spade. He took me out into the big field that used to be just about where the Northeast Airlines Airbus terminal stands today. And he looks at me, kind of grinning, and he points to the ground and he says, "You see that hole there, nigger?" There was no hole there, but I figured it was best for me to agree with whatever he said, so I looked down at the ground where he was pointing and said I sure did see it. So then he busted me one in the nose, knocked me over, and there I was on the ground, with blood running down over the last fresh shirt I had. "You don't see it, because some big-mouthed jig bastard filled it up," he shouted at me. And he had two big blotches of color on his cheeks. But he was grinning, too. You could tell he was enjoying himself. "So what do you do, Mr. A Good Afternoon to you? What you do is get the dirt out of my hole. Double time." So I dug for most 2 hours. Pretty soon I was in that hole up to my chin. The last couple of feet was clay. By the time I finished, I was standing in water up to my ankles, and my shoes were soaked right through. "Get out of there, Hanlon," Sergeant Wilson said. He was sitting there on the grass, smoking a cigarette. He didn't offer me any help. I was dirt and muck from top to bottom, not to mention the blood drying on the blouse of my suntans. He stood up and walked over. He pointed at the hole. "What do you see there, nigger?" he asked me. "Your hole, Sergeant Wilson," says I. "Yeah, well, I decided I don't want it," he says. "I don't want no hole dug by a nigger. Put my dirt back in, Private Hanlon." So I filled it back in, and by the time I was done, the sun was going down and it was getting cold. He comes over, he looks at it after I finished patting down the last of the dirt with the flat of the spade. "Now what do you see there, nigger?" he asks. "Bunch of dirt, sir," I said, and he hit me again. My God, Mikey, I came this close to just bouncing up off in the ground and splitting his head open with the edge of that shovel. But if I'd done that, I never would have looked at the sky again, except through a set of bars. Still, there were times when I almost think it would have been worth it. I managed to hold my peace somehow, though. "That ain't a bunch of dirt, you stupid coontail night fighter," he screams at me, the spit flying off in his lips. "That's my hole, and you best get the dirt out of it right now, double time." So I dug the dirt out of his hole, and then I filled it in again. And then he asks me why I went and filled in his hole just when he was getting ready to take a crap in it. So I dug it out again, and he drops his pants and hangs his skinny shanks cracker redneck ass over the hole, and he grins up at me while he's doing his business and says, "How you doing, Hanlon?" "I am doing just fine, sir," I says right back, because I had decided I wasn't going to give up until I fell unconscious or dropped dead. I had my dander up. "Well, I aim to fix that," he says. "To start with, you better just fill that hole in, Private Hanlon. And I want to see some life. You're slowing down." So I got her filled in again, and I could see by the way he was grinning that he was only warming up. But just then, this friend of his came humping across the field with a gas lantern and told him there'd been a surprise inspection and Wilson was in hack for having missed it. My friends covered for me, and I was okay, but Wilson's friends, if that's what he called them, couldn't be bothered. He let me go then, and I waited to see if his name would go up on the punishment roster the next day, but it never did. I guess he must have just told the loot he missed the inspection because he was teaching a smart-mouthed nigger who it was owned all the holes at the Derry base, those that had already been dug and those that hadn't been. They probably gave him a medal instead of potatoes to peel. And that's how things were for Company E here in Derry. It was right around 1958 that my father told me the story, and I guess he was pushing 50, although my mother was only 40 or so. I asked him if that was the way Derry was, why had he come back? "Well, I was only 16 when I joined the Army, Mikey," he said. "Lied about my age to get in. Wasn't my idea, either. My mother told me to do it. I was big, and that's the only reason the lie stuck, I guess. I was born and grew up in Burgaw, North Carolina, and the only time we saw meat was right after the tobacco was in, or sometimes in the winter if my father shot a coon or a possum.
The only good thing I remember about Burgaw is possum pie with hoe cakes spread around her, just as pretty as you could want. So when my dad died in an accident with some farm machinery, my ma said she was going to take Philly Lou Bird up to Corinth, where she had people. Philly Lou Bird was the baby of the family. You mean my Uncle Phil? I asked, smiling to think of anybody calling him Philly Lou Bird. He was a lawyer in Tucson, Arizona, and had been on the city council there for 6 years. When I was a kid, I thought Uncle Phil was rich. For a black man in 1958, I suppose he was. He made $20,000 a year. That's who I mean, my dad said. But in those days, he was just a 12-year-old kid who wore a rice paper sailor hat and mended bibballs and had no shoes. He was the youngest. I was the second youngest. All the others were gone. 2 dead, 2 married, 1 in jail. That was Howard. He never was any good. "You all going to join the Army," your Grandma Shirley told me. "I don't know if they start paying you right away or not, but once they do, you're going to send me allotment every month. I hate to send you away, son, but if you don't take care of me and Philly, I don't know what's going to become of us." She gave me my birth certificate to show the recruiter, and I seen she fixed the year on it somehow to make me 18. So I went to the courthouse where the Army recruiter was and asked about joining up. He showed me the papers and the line where I could make my mark. "I can write my name," I said, and he laughed like he didn't believe me. "Well then, you go on and write it, black boy," he says. "Hang on a minute," I says back. "I want to ask you a couple of questions." "Fire away then," he says. "I can answer anything you can ask." "Do they have meat twice a week in the Army?" I asked. "My mama says they do, but she's powerful set on me joining up." "No, they don't have it twice a week," he says. "Well, that's about what I thought," I says, thinking that the man surely does seem like a booger, but at least he's an honest booger. Then he says, "They got it every night," making me wonder how I ever could have thought he was honest. "You must think I'm a pure D fool," I says. "You got that right, nigger," he says. "Well, if I join up, I got to do something for my mama and Philly Lou Bird," I says. "Mama says it's allotment." "That's this here," he says, and taps the allotment form. "Now what else is on your mind?" "Well," says I, "what about training to be an officer?" He threw his head back when I said that and laughed until I thought he was going to choke on his own spit. Then he says, "Son, the day they got nigger officers in this man's army will be the day you see the bleeding Jesus Christ doing the Charleston at Birdland. Now you sign or you don't sign. I'm out of patience. Also, you're stinking the place up." So I signed and watched him staple the allotment form to my muster sheet. And then he gave me the oath, and then I was a soldier. I was thinking that they'd send me up to New Jersey, where the Army was building bridges on account of there being no wars to fight. Instead, I got Derry, Maine, and Company E. He sighed and shifted in his chair, a big man with white hair that curled close to his skull. At that time, we had one of the bigger farms in Derry and probably the best roadside produce stand south of Bangor. The 3 of us worked hard, and my father had to hire on extra help during harvesting time, and we made out. He said, "I came back because I'd seen the South and I'd seen the North, and there was the same hate in both places. It wasn't Sergeant Wilson that convinced me of that. He was nothing but a Georgia cracker, and he took the South with him wherever he went. He didn't have to be south of the Mason-Dixon line to hate niggers. He just did. No, it was the fire at the Black Spot that convinced me of that. You know, Mikey, in a way..." He glanced over at my mother, who was knitting. She hadn't looked up, but I knew she was listening closely, and my father knew it too, I think. "In a way, it was the fire made me a man. There were 60 people killed in that fire, 18 of them from Company E. There really wasn't any company left when that fire was over. Henry Whitson, Stork Anson, Alan Snopes, Everett McCaslin, Horton Sartoris, all my friends, all dead in that fire. And that fire wasn't set by old Sarge Wilson and his grits and cornpone friends. It was set by the Derry branch of the Maine Legion of White Decency. Some of the kids you go to school with, son. Their fathers struck the matches that lit the Black Spot on fire. And I'm not talking about the poor kids, neither." "Why, Daddy? Why did they?" Well, part of it was just Derry, my father said, frowning. He lit his pipe slowly and shook out the wooden match. I don't know why it happened here, I can't explain it, but at the same time I ain't surprised by it. The Legion of White Decency was the Northerners' version of the Ku Klux Klan, you see. They marched in the same white sheets, they burned the same crosses. They wrote the same hate notes to black folks they felt were getting above their station or taking jobs that were meant for white men. In churches where the preachers talked about black equality, they sometimes planted charges of dynamite. Most of the history books talk more about the KKK than they do about the Legion of White Decency, and a lot of people don't even know there was such a thing. I think it might be because most of the histories have been written by Northerners, and they're ashamed. It was most popular in the big cities and the manufacturing areas. New York, New Jersey, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston, Portsmouth. They all had their chapters. They tried to organize in Maine, but Derry was the only place they had any real success. Oh, for a while, there was a pretty good chapter in Lewiston. This was around the same time as the fire at the Black Spot. But they weren't worried about niggers raping white women or taking jobs that should have belonged to white men because there weren't any niggers to speak of up here. In Lewiston, they were worried about tramps and hobos, and that something called the Bonus Army would join up with something they called the Communist Riffraff Army, by which they meant any man who was out of work. The Legion of Decency used to send these fellows out of town just as fast as they came in. Sometimes they stuffed poison ivy down the backs of their pants. Sometimes they set their shirts on fire. Well, the Legion was pretty much done up here after the fire at the Black Spot. Things got out of hand, you see. The way things seem to do in this town, sometimes. He paused, puffing. It's like the Legion of White Decency was just another seed, Mikey, and it found some earth that nourished it well here. It was a regular rich man's club. And after the fire, they all just laid away their sheets and lied each other up, and it was papered over. Now there was a kind of vicious contempt in his voice that made my mother look up, frowning. After all, who got killed? 18 army niggers, 14 or 15 town niggers, 4 members of a nigger jazz band, and a bunch of nigger lovers. What did it matter? Will, my mother said softly, that's enough. No, I said. I want to hear. It's getting to be your bedtime, Mikey, he said, ruffling my hair with his big hard hand. I just want to tell you one thing more, and I don't think you'll understand it because I'm not sure I understand it myself. What happened that night at the Black Spot, bad as it was, I don't really think it happened because we was black. Not even because the spot was close behind West Broadway, where the rich whites in Derry lived then and still live today. I don't think that the Legion of White Decency happened to get along so well here because they hated black people and bums more in Derry than they did in Portland or Lewiston or Brunswick. It's because of that soil. It seems that bad things, hurtful things, do right well in the soil of this town. I've thought so again and again over the years. I don't know why it should be, but it is. But there are good folks here, too. And there were good folks here then. When the funerals were held afterward, thousands of people turned out. And they turned out for the blacks as well as the whites. Businesses closed up for most of a week. The hospitals treated the hurt ones free of charge. There were food baskets and letters of condolence that were honestly meant. And there were helping hands held out. I met my friend Dewey Conroy during that time, and, he's just as white as vanilla ice cream, but I feel like he's my brother. I'd die for Dewey if he asked me to. And although no man really knows another man's heart, I'd think he'd die for me if it came to that. Anyway, the Army sent away those of us that were left after that fire, like they were ashamed. And I guess they were. I ended up down at Fort Hood, and I stayed there for 6 years. I met your mother there, and we were married in Galveston at her folks' house. But all through the years between, Derry never escaped my mind. And after the war, I brought your mom back here, and we had you. And here we are, not 3 miles from where the Black Spot stood in 1930. And I think it's your bedtime, Mr. Man. I want to hear about the fire, I yelled. Tell me about it, Daddy. And he looked at me in that frowning way that always shut me up. Maybe because he didn't look that way often. Mostly he was a smiling man. "That's no story for a boy," he said. "Another time, Mikey, when we've both walked around a few more years." As it turned out, we both walked around another 4 years before I heard the story of what happened at the Black Spot that night, and by then my father's walking days were all done. He told me from the hospital bed where he lay, full of dope, dozing in and out of reality as the cancer worked away inside of his intestines, eating him up. February 26th, 1985. I got reading over what I had written last in this notebook and surprised myself by bursting into tears over my father, who has now been dead for 23 years. I can remember my grief for him. It lasted for almost 2 years. Then, when I graduated from high school in 1965, and my mother looked at me and said, "How proud your father would have been," we cried in each other's arms. And I thought that was the end, that we had finished the job of burying him with those late tears. But who knows how long a grief may last? Isn't it possible that even 30 or 40 years after the death of a child or a brother or a sister, one may half waken thinking of that person with that same lost emptiness, that feeling of places which may never be filled, perhaps not even in death? He left the Army in 1937 with a disability pension. By that year, my father's army had become a good deal more warlike. Anyone with half an eye, he told me once, could see by then that soon all the guns would be coming out of storage again. He had risen to the rank of sergeant in the interim, and he had lost most of his left foot when a new recruit who was so scared he was almost shitting peach pits pulled the pin on a hand grenade and then dropped it instead of throwing it. It rolled over to my father and exploded with a sound that was, he said, like a cough in the middle of the night. A lot of the ordnance those long-ago soldiers had to train with was either defective or had sat so long in almost forgotten supply depots that it was impotent. They had bullets that wouldn't fire, rifles that sometimes exploded in their hands when the bullets did fire. The Navy had torpedoes that usually didn't go where they were aimed and didn't explode when they did. The Army Air Corps and the Navy Air Arm had planes whose wings fell off if they landed hard, and at Pensacola in 1939, I have read, a supply officer discovered a whole fleet of government trucks that wouldn't run because cockroaches had eaten the rubber hoses and the fan belts. So my father's life was saved, including, of course, the part of him that became your obedient servant, Michael Hanlon, by a combination of bureaucratic pork-barreling folderol and defective equipment. The grenade only half exploded, and he just lost part of one foot instead of everything from the breastbone on down. Because of the disability money, he was able to marry my mother a year earlier than he had planned. They didn't come to Derry at once. They moved to Houston, where they did war work until 1945. My father was a foreman in a factory that made bomb casings. My mother was a Rosie the Riveter. But as he told me that night when I was 11, the thought of Derry never escaped his mind. And now I wonder if that blind thing might not have been at work even then, drawing him back so I could take my place in that circle in the Barrens that August evening. If the wheels of the universe are and true, then good always compensates for evil. But good can be awful as well. My father had a subscription to the Derry News. He kept his eye on the ads announcing land for sale. They had saved up a good bit of money. At last, he saw a farm for sale that looked like a good proposition, on paper, at least. The two of them rode up from Texas on a Trailways bus, looked at it, and bought it the same day. The first merchants of Penobscot County issued my father a 10-year mortgage, and they settled down. "We had some problems at first," my father said another time. "There were people who didn't want Negroes in the neighborhood. We knew it was going to be that way. I hadn't forgotten about the Black Spot. And we just hunkered down to wait it out. Kids would go by and throw rocks or beer cans. I must have replaced 20 windows that first year. And some of them weren't just kids either. One day when we got up, there was a swastika painted on the side of the chicken house, and all the chickens were dead. Someone had poisoned their feed. Those were the last chickens I ever tried to keep. But the county sheriff, there wasn't any police chief in those days. Derry wasn't quite big enough for such a thing. Got to work on the matter, and he worked hard. That's what I mean, Mikey, when I say There is good here as well as bad. It didn't make any difference to that man, Sullivan, that my skin was brown, my hair was kinky. He come out half a dozen times, he talked to people, and finally found out who done it. And who do you think it was? I give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. I don't know, I said. My father laughed until tears spouted out of his eyes. He took a big white handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped them away. Why, it was Butch Bowers, that's who. The father of the kid you say is the biggest bully at your school. The father's a turd, and the son's a little fart. There are kids at school who say Henry's father is crazy, I told him. I think I was in the 4th grade at that time. Far enough along to have had my can righteously kicked by Henry Bowers more than once, anyway. And now that I think about it, most of the pejorative terms for black or Negro I've ever heard, I heard first from the lips of Henry Bowers between grades 1 and 4. Well, I'll tell you, he said, the idea that Butch Bowers is crazy might not be far wrong. People said he was never right after he come back from the Pacific. He was in the Marines over there. Anyway, the sheriff took him into custody, and Butch was hollering that it was a put-up job, and they were all just a bunch of nigger lovers. Oh, he was going to sue everybody. I guess he had a list that would have stretched from here to Witcham Street. I doubt if he had a single pair of underdrawers that was whole in the seat, but he was going to sue me, Sheriff Sullivan, the town of Derry, the county of Penobscot, and God alone knows who else. As to what happened next, well, I can't swear it's true, but this is how I heard it from Dewey Conroy. Dewey said the sheriff went in to see Butch at the jail up in Bangor. And Sheriff Sullivan says, "It's time for you to shut your mouth and do some listening, Butch. That black guy, he don't want to press charges. He don't want to send you to Shawshank. He just wants the worth of his chickens. He figures $200 would do her." Butch tells the sheriff he can put his $200 where the sun don't shine. And Sheriff Sullivan, he tells Butch, "They got a lime pit down at the Shank, Butch. And they tell me after you've been working there about 2 years, your tongue goes as green as a lime popsicle. Now you pick. 2 years peeling lime or $200. What do you think?" "No jury in Maine will convict me," Butch says. "Not for killing a nigger's chickens." "I know that," Sullivan says. "And what the Christ are we chinning about?" Butch asks him. "You better wake up, Butch. They won't put you away for the chickens, but they will put you away for the swastika you painted on the door after you killed him." Well, Dewey said, Butch's mouth just kind of dropped open, and Sullivan went away to let him think about it. About 3 days later, Butch told his brother, the one that froze to death a couple of years after while out hunting drunk, to sell his new Mercury, which Butch had bought with his muster-out pay and was mighty sweet on. So I got my $200, and Butch swore he was going to burn me out. He went around telling all his friends that. So I caught up with him one afternoon. He bought an old pre-war Ford to replace the Merc, and I had my pickup. I cut him off out on Witcham Street by the train yards and got out with my Winchester rifle. "And he fires out my way, and you got one bad black man gunning for you, old hoss," I told him. "You can't talk to me that way, nigger," he said, and it was damn near to blubbering between being mad and being scared. "You can't talk to no white man that way, not a jig like you." Well, I'd had enough of the whole thing, Mikey. And I knew, if I didn't scare him off for good right then, I'd never be shed of him. There wasn't nobody around. I reached in that Ford with one hand and caught him by the hair of the head. I put the stock of my rifle against the buckle of my belt and got the muzzle right up under his chin. I said, "The next time you call me a nigger or a jig, your brains are going to be dripping off the dome light of your car. And you believe me, Butch. And he fires out my way, and I'm gunning for you. I may come gunning for your wife and your brat and your no-count brother as well. I have had enough." Then he did start to cry, and I never saw an uglier sight in my life. "Look what things has come to here," he says. When a feller can put a gun to a working man's head in broad daylight by the side of the road. Yeah, the world must be going to a camp meeting hell when something like that can happen," I agreed. "But that don't matter now. All that matters now is,
Do we have an understanding here? Or do you want to see if you can learn how to breathe through your forehead? He allowed us how we had an understanding. And that was the last bit of trouble I ever had with Butch Bowers. Except for maybe when your dog, Mr. Chips, died. And I've got no proof that was Bowers' doing. Chippy might have just got a poison bait or something. Since that day, we've been pretty much left alone to make our way, and when I look back on it, there ain't much I regret. We've got a good life here. And if there are nights when I dream about that fire, well, there isn't nobody that can live a natural life without having a few bad dreams. February 28th, 1985. It's been days since I sat down to write the story of the fire at the Black Spot as my father told it to me, and I haven't gotten to it yet. It's in The Lord of the Rings, I think, where one of the characters says that way leads on to way, that you could start at a path leading nowhere more fantastic than your own front steps to the sidewalk, and from there you could go, well, anywhere at all. It's the same way with stories. One leads to the next, and to the next. Maybe they go in the direction you wanted to go, but maybe they don't. Maybe, in the end, it's the voice that tells the stories more than the stories themselves that matters. It's his voice that I remember, certainly. My father's voice, low and slow. How he would chuckle sometimes or laugh outright. The pauses to light his pipe, or to blow his nose, or to go and get a can of Narragansett, nasty Gansett, he called it, from the icebox. That voice, which is for me somehow the voice of all voices, the voice of all years, the ultimate voice of this place, one that's in none of the Ives interviews, nor in any of the poor histories of this place, nor on any of my own tapes. My father's voice. Now it's 10 o'clock. The library closed an hour ago, and a proper old geezer is starting to crank up outside. I can hear tiny spicules of sleet striking the windows in here and in the glassed-in corridor which leads to the children's library. I can hear other sounds, too. Stealthy creaks and bumps outside the circle of light where I sit. Writing on the lined yellow pages of a legal pad. Just the sounds of an old building settling, I tell myself, but I wonder. As I wonder if somewhere out in this storm there was a clown selling balloons tonight. Well, never mind. I think I finally found my way to my father's final story. I heard it in his hospital room no more than 6 weeks before he died. I went to see him with my mother every afternoon after school and alone every evening. My mother had to stay home and do the chores then, but she insisted that I go. I rode my bike. She wouldn't let me hook rides, not even 4 years after the murders had ended. That was a hard 6 weeks for a boy who was only 15. I loved my father, but I came to hate those evening visits, watching him shrink and shrivel, watching the pain lines spread and deepen on his face. Sometimes he would cry, although he tried not to. And going home, it would be getting dark, and I would think back to the summer of '58, and I'd be afraid to look behind me because the clown might be there, or the werewolf, or Ben's mummy, or my bird. But I was mostly afraid that no matter what shape it took, it would have my father's cancer-rattled face. So I would pedal as fast as I could, no matter how hard my heart thundered in my chest, and come in flushed and sweaty-haired and out of breath, and my mother would say, "Why do you want to ride so fast, Mikey? You'll make yourself sick." And I'd say, "I wanted to get back in time to help you with the chores." And she'd give me a hug and a kiss and tell me I was a good boy. As time went on, it got so I could hardly think of things to talk about with him anymore. Riding at the town, I'd rack my brain for subjects of conversation, dreading the moment when both of us would run out of things to say. His dying scared me and enraged me, but it embarrassed me, too. It seemed to me then, and it seems to me now, that when a man or woman goes, it should be a quick thing. The cancer was doing more than killing him. It was degrading him, demeaning him. We never spoke of the cancer, and in some of those silences I thought that we must speak of it, that there would be nothing else, and we would be stuck with it like kids caught without a place to sit in a game of musical chairs when the piano stops, and I would become almost frantic, trying to think of something, anything, to say, so that we would not have to acknowledge the thing which was now destroying my daddy,
who had once taken Butch Bowers by the hair and jammed his rifle into the shelf of his chin and demanded of Butch to be left alone. We would be forced to speak of it, and if we were, I would cry. I wouldn't be able to help it. And at 15, I think the thought of crying in front of my father scared and distressed me more than anything else. It was during one of those interminable, scary pauses that I asked him again about the fire at the Black Spot. They'd filled him full of dope that evening because the pain was very bad, and he had been drifting in and out of consciousness, sometimes speaking clearly, sometimes speaking in that exotic language I think of as sleep mud. Sometimes I knew he was talking to me, but at other times he seemed to have me confused with his brother Phil. I asked him about the Black Spot for no real reason. It had just jumped into my mind, and I seized on it. His eyes sharpened, and he smiled a little. "You ain't never forgot that, have you, Mikey?" "No, sir," I said, and although I hadn't thought about it in 3 years or better, I added what he sometimes said, "It hasn't ever escaped my mind." "Well, I'll tell you now," he said. 15 is old enough, I guess, and your mother ain't here to stop me. Besides, you ought to know. I think something like it could only have happened in Derry, and you need to know that, too. So you can beware. The conditions for such things have always seemed right here. You're careful, aren't you, Mikey?" "Yes, sir," I said. "Good," he said, and his head dropped back on his pillow. "That's good." I thought he was going to drift off again. His eyes had slipped closed, but instead he began to talk. "When I was at the Army base here in 29 and 30, he said, there was an NCO club up there on the hill where Derry Community College is now. It was right behind the PX, where you used to be able to get a pack of Lucky Strike greens for 7 cents. The NCO club was only a big old Quonset hut, but they'd fixed it up nice inside. Carpet on the floor, booths along the walls, a jukebox, and you can get soft drinks on the weekend. If you were white, that was. They would have bands in most Saturday nights, and it was quite a place to go. It was just pop over the bar, it being Prohibition, but we heard you can get stronger stuff if you wanted it, and if you had a little green star on your Army card. That was like a secret sign they had. Homebrew beer mostly, but on weekends you could sometimes get stronger stuff, if you were white. Us Company E boys weren't allowed any place near it, of course. So we went on the town if we had a pass in the evening. In those days, Derry was still something of a logging town, and there were 8 or 10 bars, most of them down in a part of town they called Hell's Half Acre. They wasn't speakeasies. That was too grand a name for 'em. Wasn't anybody in 'em spoke very easy, anyhow. They was what folks called blind pigs, and that was about right, because most of the customers acted like pigs when they were in there, and they was about blind when they turned 'em out. The sheriff knew and the cops knew, but those places roared all night long, same as they'd done since the logging days in the 1890s. I suppose palms got greased, but maybe not as many or with so much as you might think. In Derry, people have a way of looking the other way. Some served hard stuff as well as beer, and by all accounts I ever heard, the stuff you could get in town was 10 times as good as the rot-gut whiskey and bathtub gin you can get at the White Boys NCO on Friday and Saturday nights. The downtown hooch came over the border from Canada in pulp trucks. Most of them bottles had what the labels said. The good stuff was expensive, but there was plenty of furnace oil, too, and it might hang you over, but it didn't kill you. And if you did go blind, it didn't last. On any given night, you'd have to duck your head when the bottles came flying by. There was Nan's, the Paradise, Wally's Spa, the Silver Dollar, and one bar, the Powderhorn, where you could sometimes get a whore. Well, you could pick up a woman at any pig. You didn't even have to work at it that hard. There was a lot of them wanted to find out if a slice off in a rye loaf was any different. To kids like me and Trevor Dawson and Carl Ruin, my friends in those days, the thought of buying a whore, a white whore, that was something you had to sit down and consider. As I've told you, he was heavily doped that night. I don't believe he would have said any of that stuff, not to his 15-year-old son, if he had not been. Well, it wasn't very long before a representative of the town council showed up, wanting to see Major Fuller. He said he wanted to talk about some problems between the townspeople and the enlisted men, and concerns of the electorate and questions of propriety, but what he really wanted Fuller to know was as clear as a window pane. They didn't want no army niggers and their pigs, bothering white women and drinking illegal hooch, at a bar where only white men were supposed to be standing and drinking illegal hooch. All of which was a laugh, all right, the flower of white womanhood they were so worried about was mostly a bunch of bar bags. And as far as getting in the way of the men, well, all I can say is that I never saw a member of the Derry Town Council down in the Silver Dollar or in the Powder Horn. The men who drank in those dives were pulp cutters in those big red and black checked lumbermen's jackets, scars and scabs all over their hands, some of them missing eyes or fingers, all of them missing most of their teeth, all of them smelling like wood chips and sawdust and sap. They wore green flannel pants and green gum rubber boots and tracked snow across the floor until it was black with it. They smelled big, Mikey, and they walked big, and they talked big. They were big. I was in Wally's spa one night when I saw a fellow split his shirt right down one arm while he was arm wrestling this other fella. Didn't just rip. You probably think that's what I mean, but it ain't. Arm of that man's shirt damn near exploded, sort of blew off his arm in rags. And everybody cheered and applauded, and somebody slapped me on the back and said, "That's what you call an arm wrestler's fart, blackface." What I'm telling you is that if the men who use those blind pigs on Friday and Saturday nights, when they come out of the woods to drink whiskey and fuck women instead of knotholes greased up with lard, if those men hadn't wanted us there, they would have thrown us out on our asses. But the fact of it was, Mikey, they didn't seem to give much of a toot one way or the other. One of them took me aside one night. He was 6 foot, which was damn big for those days, and he was dead drunk, and he smelled as high as a basket of month-old peaches. If he'd stepped out of his clothes, I think they would have stood up alone. He looks at me and says, "Mister, I'm gonna ask you something, me. Are you be a Negro?" "That's right," I says. "Comment ça va?" he says in the St. John Valley French. That sounds almost like Cajun talk, and grinned so big I saw all 4 of his teeth. "I knew you was, me. Hey, I seen one in a book once. Had the same..." And he couldn't think how to say what was on his mind, so he reaches out and flaps at my mouth. "Big lips," I says. "Yeah, yeah," he says, laughing like a kid. "Big lips. Épée big lips. Gonna buy you a beer, me." "Buy away," I says, not wanting to get on his bad side. He laughed at that, too, and clapped me on the back, almost knocking me on my face, and pushed his way up to the plankwood bar where there must have been 70 men and maybe 15 women lined up. "I need 2 beers before I tear this dump apart," he yells at the bartender, who was a big lug with a broken nose named Romeo Dupree. "One for me and one pour l'homme avec les épais lèvres." And they all laughed like hell at that, but not in a mean way, Mikey. So he gets the beers, gives me mine, and he says, "What's your name? I don't want to call you Big Lips, me. Don't sound good." "William Hanlon," I says. "Well, here's to you, William Hanlon," he says. "No, here's to you," I says. "You're the first white man who ever bought me a drink," which was true. So we drank those beers down, and then we had 2 more, and he says, "You sure you're a Negro? Except for them épais lips, you look like a white man with brown skin to me." My father got to laughing at this, and so did I. He laughed so hard his stomach started to hurt him, and he held it, grimacing, his eyes turned up, his upper plate biting down on his lower lip. "You want me to ring for the nurse, Daddy?" I asked, alarmed. No, I'm going to be okay. The worst thing of this, Mikey, is that you can't even laugh anymore when you feel like it, which is damn seldom. He fell silent for a few moments, and I realized now that that was the only time we came close to talking about what was killing him. Maybe it would have been better for both of us, if we had done more. He took a sip of water and then went on. "Anyway, it wasn't the few women who traveled the pigs, and it wasn't the lumberjacks that made up their main custom, who wanted us out. It was those 5 old men on the town council who were really offended, them and the dozen or so men that stood behind them, Derry's old line, you know. None of them had ever stepped foot inside of the Paradise or Wally's Spa. They did their boozing at the country club, which then stood over on Derry Heights. They wanted to make sure that none of those bar bags or peavy swingers got polluted by the blacks of Company E. So Major Fuller says, 'I never wanted them here in the first place.
I keep thinking it's an oversight and they'll get sent back down south or maybe to New Jersey. That's not my problem, this old fart tells him. Muller, I think his name was.
Sally Muller's father? I asked, startled. Sally Muller was in the same high school class with me.
My father grinned a sour, crooked little grin. Nah, this would have been her uncle. Sally Muller's dad was off in college somewhere then. But if he'd been in Derry, he would have been there, I guess, standing with his brother. And in case you're wondering how true this part of the story is, all I can tell you is that the conversation was repeated to me by Trevor Dawson, who was swabbing the floors over there in officers' country that day, and heard it all. Where the government sends the black boys is your problem, not mine, Muller tells Major Fuller. My problem is where you're letting them go on Friday and Saturday nights. If they go on whooping it up downtown, there's going to be trouble. We've got the Legion in this town, you know. Well, but I am in a bit of a tight here, Mr. Muller, he says. I can't let them drink over at the NCO club. Not only is it against the regulations for the Negroes to drink with the whites, they couldn't anyway. It's an NCO club, don't you see? Every one of those black boys is a bucky-tail private. That's not my problem either. I simply trust you will take care of the matter. Responsibility accompanies rank. And off he goes. Well, Fuller solved the problem. The Derry Army base was a damn big patch of land in those days, although there wasn't a hell of a lot on it. Better than 100 acres, all told. Going north, it ended right behind West Broadway, where a sort of green belt was planted. Where Memorial Park is now, that was where the Black Spot stood. It was just an old requisition shed in early 1930 when all of this happened, but Major Fuller mustered in Company E and told us it was going to be our club. Acted like he was Daddy Warbucks or something, and maybe he even felt that way, giving a bunch of black privates their own place, even if it was nothing but a shed. Then he added, like it was nothing, that the pigs downtown were off limits to us. There was a lot of bitterness about it, but what could we do? We had no real power. It was this young fellow, a PFC named Dick Halloran, who was a mess cook, who suggested that maybe we could fix it up pretty nice if we really tried. So we did. We really tried. And we made out pretty well, all things considered. The first time a bunch of us went in there to look it over, we were pretty depressed. It was dark and smelly, full of old tools and boxes of papers that had gone moldy. There was only 2 little windows and no electricity. The floor was dirt. Carl Roon laughed in a kind of bitter way, I remember that, and said, "The old mage, he a real prince, ain't he? Give us our own club, show." And George Brannock, who was also killed in the fire that fall, he said, "Yeah, it's a hell of a black spot, all right." And the name just stuck. Halloran got us going, though. Halloran and Carl and me. I guess God will forgive us for what we did, though, because he knows we had no idea how it would turn out. After a while, the rest of the fellows pitched in. With most of Derry off limits, there wasn't much else we could do. We hammered, and nailed, and cleaned. Trev Dawson was a pretty good jackleg carpenter, and he showed us how to cut some more windows along the side, and damned if Alan Snopes didn't come up with panes of glass for them that were different colors, sort of a cross between carnival glass and the sort you see in church windows. "Where'd you get this?" I asked him. Alan was the oldest of us. He was about 42, old enough so that most of us called him Pop Snopes. He stuck a camel in his mouth and tipped me a wink. "Midnight requisitions," he says, and would say no more. So the place come along pretty good. By the middle of the summer, we was using it. Trev Dawson, some of the others had partitioned off the back quarter of the building and got a little kitchen set up in there, not much more than a grill and a couple of deep fryers, so that you could get a hamburger and some French fries if you wanted. There was a bar down one side, but it was just meant for sodas and drinks like Virgin Marys. Shit, we knew our place. Hadn't we been taught it? If we wanted to drink hard, we'd do it in the dark. The floor was still dirt, but we kept it oiled down nice. Trev and Pop Snopes ran in electric line. More midnight requisitions, I imagine. By July, you can go in there any Saturday night and sit down and have a cola and a hamburger, or a slaw dog. It was nice. It never really got finished. We was still working on it when the fire burned it down. Got to be a kind of hobby, or a way of thumbing our noses at Fuller and Muller and the town council. But I guess we knew it was ours when Ev McCaslin and I put up a sign one Friday night that said, "The Black Spot." And just below that, Company E and guests. Like we were exclusive, you know? It got looking nice enough that the white boys started to grumble about it. Next thing you know, the white boys' NCO was looking finer than ever. They was adding on a special lounge and a little cafeteria. It was like they wanted a race. But that was one race that we didn't want to run. My dad smiled at me from his hospital bed. We were young, except for Snopesy, but we weren't entirely foolish. We knew that the white boys let you race against them, but if it starts to look like you're getting ahead, why, somebody just breaks your leg so you can't run as fast. We had what we wanted, and that was enough. But then, something happened. He fell silent, frowning. What was that, Daddy? We found out that we had a pretty decent jazz band among us, he said slowly. Martin Devereaux, who was a corporal, played drums. Ace Stevenson played cornet. Pop Snopes played a pretty decent barrelhouse piano. He wasn't great, but he wasn't no slouch either. There was another fellow who played clarinet, and George Brannock played the saxophone. There were others of us who sat in from time to time playing guitar or harmonica or juice harp or even just a comb with waxed paper over it. This didn't all happen at once, you understand, but by the end of that August, there was a pretty hot little Dixieland combo playing Friday and Saturday nights at the Black Spot. They got better and better as the fall drew on, and while they were never great, I don't want to give you that idea, they played in a way that was different, hotter somehow. He waved his skinny hand above the bedclothes. They played bodacious, I suggested, grinning. That's right, he exclaimed, grinning back. You got it. They played bodacious Dixieland. And the next thing you know, people from town started to show up at our club. Even some of the white soldiers from the base. It got so the place was getting crowded a right smart every weekend. That didn't happen all at once either. At first those white faces looked like sprinkles of salt in a pepper pot, but more and more of them turned up as time went on. When those white people showed up, that's when we forgot to be careful. They were bringing in their own booze in brown bags, most of it the finest high-tension stuff there is. Made the stuff you can get in the pigs downtown look like soda pop. Country club booze is what I mean, Mikey. Rich people's booze. Chivas, Glenfiddich, kind of champagne they serve to first-class passengers on ocean liners. Champers, some of them called it. Same as we used to call ugly-minded mules back home. We should have found a way to stop it, but we didn't know how. They was town. Hell, they was white. And, like I said, we were young and proud of what we'd done. And we underestimated how bad things might get. We all knew that Muller and his friends must have known what was going on, but I don't think any of us realized that it was driving them crazy. And I mean what I say, crazy. There they were in their grand old Victorian houses on West Broadway, not a quarter of a mile away from where we were, listening to things like Aunt Hagar's Blues and Digging My Potatoes. That was bad. Knowing that their young people were there too, whooping it up right cheek by jowl with the blacks. That must have been ever so much worse. Because it wasn't just the lumberjacks and the bar bags that were turning up as September came into October. Got to be kind of a thing in town. Young folks would come to drink and to dance to that no-name jazz band until 1 in the morning came and shut us down. They didn't just come from Derry either. They come from Bangor and Newport, and Haven and Cleves Mills and Old Town and all the little burgs around these parts. You could see fraternity boys from the University of Maine at Orono, cutting capers with their sorority girlfriends, and when the band learned how to play a ragtime version of the Maine Stein song, they just about ripped the roof off. Of course it was an enlisted men's club, technically at least, and off-limits to civilians who didn't have an invitation. But in fact, Mikey, we just opened the door at 7 and let her stand open until 1. By the middle of October, it got so that any time you went out on the dance floor, you were standing hip to hip with 6 other people. There wasn't no room to dance, so you had to just sort of stand there and wiggle. But, if anyone minded, I never heard 'em let on. By midnight, it was like an empty freight car rocking and reeling on an express run. He paused, took another drink of water, and then went on. His eyes were bright now. Well, well, Fuller would have put an end to it sooner or later. If it had been sooner, a lot less people would have died. All he had to do was send in MPs and have them confiscate all the bottles of liquor that people had brought in with them. That would have been good enough. Just what he wanted, in fact. He would have shut us down good and proper. There would have been court-martials and the stockade and rye for some of us, and transfers for all the rest, but Fuller was slow. I think he was afraid of the same thing some of us was afraid of, that some of the townies would be mad. Muller hadn't been back to see him, and I think Major Fuller must have been scared to go downtown and see Muller. He talked big, Fuller did, but he had all the spine of a jellyfish. So instead of the thing ending in some put-up way that would have at least left all those that burned up that night still alive, the Legion of Decency ended it. They came in their white sheets early that November and cooked themselves a barbecue. He fell silent again, not sipping at his water this time, only looking moodily into the far corner of his room, while outside a bell dinged softly somewhere, and a nurse passed the open doorway, the soles of her shoes squeaking on the linoleum. I could hear a TV someplace, a radio someplace else. I remember that I could hear the wind blowing outside, snuffling up the side of the building. And although it was August, the wind made a cold sound. It knew nothing of Kane's 100 on the television, or the Four Seasons singing Walk Like a Man on the radio. Some of them came through that green belt between the base and West Broadway, he resumed at last. They must have met at someone's house over there, maybe in the basement, to get their sheets on and to make the torches that they used. I've heard that others came right onto the base by Ridgeline Road, which was the main way onto the base back then. I heard, I won't say where, that they came in a brand new Packard automobile, dressed in their white sheets, with their white goblin hats on their laps and torches on the floor. The torches were Louisville sluggers with big hunks of burlap snugged down over the fat parts with red rubber gaskets, the kind ladies use when they put up preserves. There was a booth where Ridgeline Road branched off Witcham Road and came onto the base, and the OD passed that Packard right along. It was Saturday night. The joint was jumping, going round and round. There might have been 200 people there, maybe 3. And here came these white men, 6 or 8 in their bottle green Packard, and more coming through the trees between the base and the fancy houses on West Broadway. They wasn't young, not many of them. And sometimes I wonder how many cases of angina and bleeding ulcers there were the next day. I hope there was a lot. Those dirty, sneaking, murdering bastards. The Packard parked on the hill and flashed its lights twice. About 4 men got out of it and joined the rest. Some had those 2-gallon tins of gasoline that you could buy at service stations back in those days. All of them had torches. One of them stayed behind the wheel of that Packard. Muller had a Packard, you know. Yes, he did. A green one. They got together at the back of the black spot and doused their torches with gas. Maybe they only meant to scare us. I've heard it the other way, but I've heard it that way, too. I'd rather believe that's how they meant it, because I ain't got feeling mean enough even yet to want to believe the worst. It could have been that the gas stripped down to the handles of some of those torches, and when they lit them, why, those holding them panicked and threw them any which way just to get rid of them. Whatever, that black November night was suddenly blazing with torches. Some was holding them up and waving them around, little flaming pieces of burlap falling off in the tops of them. Some of them were laughing. But, like I say, some of the others up and threw them through the back windows into what was our kitchen. The place was burning merry hell in a minute and a half. The men outside, they were all wearing their peaky white hoods by then. Some of them were chanting, "Come out, niggers! Come out, niggers! Come out, niggers!" Maybe some of them were chanting to scare us, but I like to believe most of them were trying to warn us. Same way as I like to believe that maybe those torches going into the kitchen the way they did was an accident. Either way, it didn't much matter. The band was playing louder than a factory whistle. Everybody was whooping it up and having a good time. Nobody inside knew anything was wrong until Jerry McGrew, who was playing assistant cook that night, opened the door to the kitchen and damn near got blowtorched. Flames shot out 10 feet and burned his mess jacket right off. Burned most of his hair off as well. I was sitting about halfway down the east wall with Trev Dawson and Dick Halloran when it happened, and at first I had an idea the gas stove had exploded.
I'd no more than got on my feet when I was knocked down by people headed for the door. About 24 of them went marching right up my back, and I guess that was the only time during the whole thing when I really felt scared. I could hear people screaming, telling each other they had to get out, the place was on fire, but every time I tried to get up, someone footed me right back down again. Someone landed his big shoe square on the back of my head, and I saw stars. My nose mashed on that oiled floor, and I snuffled up dirt and began to cough and sneeze at the same time. Someone else stepped on the small of my back. I felt a lady's high heel slam down between the cheeks of my butt, and son, I never want another half-ass animal like that one. If the seat of my khakis had ripped, I believe I'd be bleeding down there to this day. It sounds funny now, but I damn near died in that stampede. I was whopped, whapped, stomped, walked on, and kicked in so many places, I couldn't walk tall the next day. I was screaming. None of those people topside heard me or paid any mind. It was Trev saved me. I seen this big brown hand in front of me, and I grabbed it like a drowning man grabs a life preserver. I grabbed, and he hauled, and up I came. Someone's foot got me in the side of my neck, right here. He massaged that area where the jaw turns up toward the ear, and I nodded. And it hurt so bad that I guess I blacked out for a minute. But I never let go of Trev's hand, and he never let go of mine. I got to my feet finally, just as the wall we'd put up between the kitchen and the hall fell over. It made a noise like floomp, the noise a puddle of gasoline makes when you light it. I saw it go over in a big bundle of sparks, and I saw the people running to get out of its way as it fell. Some of them made it, some didn't. One of our fellas, I think it might have been Hort Sartoris, was buried under it, and for just 1 second I seen his hand underneath all those blazing coals opening and closing. There was a white girl, surely no more than 20. The back of her dress went up. She was with a college boy, and I heard her screaming at him, begging him to help her. He took just about 2 swipes at it and then ran away with the others. She stood there screaming as her dress went up on her. It was like hell out where the kitchen had been. The flames were so bright you couldn't look at them. The heat was baking hot, Mikey, roasting hot. You could feel your skin going shiny. You could feel the hairs in your nose getting crispy. "We gotta break out of here," Trev yells and starts to drag me along the wall. "Come on!" Then Dick Halloran catches hold of him. He couldn't have been no more than 19, and his eyes was as big as billiard balls, but he kept his head better than we did. He saved our lives. "Not that way," he yells. "This way." And he pointed back toward the bandstand, towards the fire, you know. "You're crazy," Trevor screamed back. He had a big bull voice, and you could barely hear him over the thunder of the fire and the screaming people. "Die if you want to, but me and Willie are getting out." He still had me by the hand, and he started to haul me toward the door again, although there were so many people around it by then, you couldn't see it at all. I would have gone with him. I was so shell-shocked I didn't know what end was up. All I knew was that I didn't want to be baked like a human turkey. Dick grabbed Trev by the hair of the head just as hard as he could, and when Trev turned back, Dick slapped his face. I remember seeing Trev's head bounce off the wall and thinking Dick had gone crazy. Then he was hollering in Trev's face, "You go that way and you gonna die. They jammed up against that door, nigga." "You don't know that," Trev screamed back at him. And then there was this loud bang like a firecracker. Only what it was the heat exploding Marty Devereaux's bass drum. The fire was running along the beams overhead, and the oil on the floor was catching. "I know it!" Dick screams back. "I know it!" He grabbed my other hand, and for a minute there I felt like the rope in a tug-of-war game. Then Trev took a good look at the door and went Dick's way. Dick got us down to a window and grabbed a chair to bust it out, but before he could swing it, the heat blew it out for him. Then he grabbed Trev Dawson by the back of his pants and hauled him up. "Climb!" he shouts. "Climb, motherfucker!" And Trev went, head up and tail over the dashboard. He boosted me next, and I went up. I grabbed the sides of the window and hauled. I had a good crop of blisters all over my palms the next day. That wood was already smoking. I come out head first, and if Trev hadn't grabbed me, I might have broke my neck. We turned back around, and it was like something from the worst nightmare you ever had, Mikey. That window was just a yellow, blazing square of light. Flames were shooting up through that tin roof in a dozen places. We could hear people screaming inside. I saw 2 brown hands waving around in front of the fire, Dick's hands. Trev Dawson made me a step with his own hands, and I reached through that window and grabbed Dick. When I took his weight, my gut went against the side of the building, and it was like having your belly against a stove that's just starting to get real good and hot. Dick's face came up, and for a few seconds, I didn't think we was going to be able to get him. He'd taken a right smart of smoke, and he was close to passing out. His lips had cracked open. The back of his shirt was smoldering. And then I damn near let go because I could smell the people burning inside. I heard people say that smell is like barbecuing pork ribs, but it ain't like that. It's more like what happens sometimes after they geld horses. They build a big fire and throw all that shit into it, and when the fire gets hot enough, you can hear them hoss balls popping like chestnuts. And that's what people smell like when they start to cook right inside their clothes. You could smell that, and I knew I couldn't take it for long, so I gave one more great big yank, and out came Dick. He lost one of his shoes. I tumbled off Trev's hands and went down. Dick come down on top of me, and I'm here to tell you that nigger's head was hard. I lost most of my breath and just laid there on the dirt for a few seconds, rolling around and holding my belly guts. Presently, I was able to get to my knees, then to my feet, and I seen these shapes running off toward the greenbelt. At first, I thought they were ghosts, and then I seen shoes. By then, it was so bright around the black spot, it was like daylight. I seen shoes and understood it was men wearing sheets. One of them had fallen a little bit behind the others, and I saw... He trailed off, licking his lips. "What did you see, Daddy?" I asked. "Never you mind," he said. "Give me my water, Mikey." I did. He drank most of it and then got coughing. A passing nurse looked in and said, "Do you need anything, Mr. Hanlon?" "New set of testings," my dad said. "You got any handy, Rhoda?" She smiled a nervous, doubtful smile and passed on. My dad handed the glass to me, and I put it back on his table. "It's longer telling than it is remembering," he said. "You go and fill that glass up for me before you leave?" "Sure, Daddy. This story gonna give you nightmares, Mikey?" I opened my mouth to lie and then thought better of it. And I think now that if I had lied, he would have stopped right there. He was far gone by then, but maybe not that far gone. "I guess so," I said. "That's not such a bad thing," he said to me. "In nightmares, we can think the worst. That's what they're for, I guess." He reached out his hand, and I took it. Then we held hands while he finished. I looked around just in time to see Trev and Dick going round the front of the building, and I chased after them, still trying to catch my wind. There was maybe 40 or 50 people out there, some of them crying, some of them puking, some of them screaming, some of them doing all three things at once, it seemed like. Others were laying on the grass, fainted dead away with the smoke. The door was shut, and we heard people screaming on the other side, screaming to let them out, out, for the love of Jesus, they were burning up. It was the only door, except for the one that went out through the kitchen to where the garbage cans and things were, you see. To go in, you pushed the door open. To go out, you had to pull it. Some people had gotten out, and then they started to jam up at that door and push. The door got slammed shut. The ones in the back kept pushing forward to get away from the fire, and everybody got jammed up. The ones right up front were squashed. Wasn't no way they could get that door open against the weight of all those behind. So there they were, trapped. And the fire raged. It was Trev Dawson that made it so it was only 80 or so that died instead of 100 or maybe 200. And what he got for his pains wasn't a medal, but 2 years in the Rye Stockade. See, right about then, this big old cargo truck pulled up, and who should be behind the wheel but my old friend Sergeant Wilson, the fella who owned all the holes there on the base. He gets out and starts shouting orders that didn't make much sense and which people couldn't hear anyway. Trev grabbed my arm and we run over to him. I'd lost all track of Dick Halloran by then and didn't even see him until the next day. "Sergeant, I have to use your truck," Trev yells in his face. "Get out of my way, nigger," Wilson says and pushes him down. And he starts yelling all that confused shit again. Wasn't nobody paying any attention to him, and he didn't go on for long anyway because Trevor Dawson popped up like a jack-in-a-box and decked him. Trev could hit damned hard, and almost any other man would have stayed down, but that cracker had a hard head. He got up, blood pouring out of his mouth and nose,
and he said, "I'm going to kill you for that." Well, Trev hit him in the belly just as hard as he could, and when he doubled over, I put my hands together and pounded the back of his neck just as hard as I could. It was a cowardly thing to do, hitting a man from behind like that, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And I would be lying, Mikey, if I didn't tell you that hitting that poor-mouthed son of a bitch didn't give me a bit of pleasure. Down he went just like a steer hit with a poleaxe. Trev run to the truck, fired it up, and drove it round so it was facing the front of the black spot, but to the left of the door. He throwed it into first, popped the clutch on that cocksucker, and here he come. "Look out there!" I shouted at that crowd of people standing around. "Where that truck?" They scattered like quail, and for a wonder, Trev didn't hit none of them. He hit the side of the building going maybe 30, and cracked his face a good one on the steering wheel of the truck. I seen the blood fly from his nose when he shook his head to clear it. He punched out reverse, backed up 50 yards, and come down on her again. Wham! The black spot wasn't nothing but corrugated tin, and that second hit did her. The whole side of that oven fell in, and the flames come roaring out. How anything could have still been alive in there, I don't know, but there was. People are a lot tougher than you'd believe, Mikey. And if you don't believe it, just take a look at me, sliding off the skin of the world by my fingernails. That place was like a smelting furnace. It was a hell of flames and smoke, but people came running out in a regular torrent. There were so many that Trev didn't even dare back the truck up again, for fear he'd run over some of them. So he got out and ran back to me, leaving it where it was. We stood there, watching it end. It hadn't been 5 minutes all told, but it felt like forever. The last dozen or so that made it out were on fire. People grabbed him and started to roll him around on the ground, trying to put him out. Looking in, we could see other people trying to come, and we knew they wasn't never going to make it. Trev grabbed my hand, and I grabbed him back twice as hard. We stood there holding hands just like you and me are doing now, Mikey. Him with his nose broke and blood running down his face and his eyes puffing shut. And we watched them people. They were the real ghosts we saw that night. Nothing but shimmers shaped like men and women in that fire, walking toward the opening Trev had bashed with Sergeant Wilson's truck. Some of them had their arms held out, like they expected someone to save them. The others just walked, but they didn't seem to get nowhere. Their clothes were blazing, their faces were running, and one after another they just toppled over and you didn't see them no more. The last one was a woman. Her dress had burned off her, and there she was in her slip. She was burning like a candle. She seemed to look right at me at the end, and I seen her eyelids was on fire. When she fell down, it was over. The whole place went up in a pillar of fire. By the time the base fire trucks and 2 more from the Main Street fire station got there, it was already burning itself out. That was the fire at the black spot, Mikey. He drank the last of his water and handed me the glass to fill at the drinking fountain in the hall. Going to piss the bed tonight, I guess, Mikey. I kissed his cheek, and then went out into the hall to fill his glass. When I returned, he was drifting away again, his eyes glassy and contemplative. When I put the glass on the night table, he mumbled a thank you I could barely understand. I looked at the west clocks on his table and saw it was almost 8. Time for me to go home. I leaned over to kiss him goodbye, and instead heard myself whisper, "What did you see?" His eyes, which were now slipping shut, barely turned toward the sound of my voice. He might have known it was me, or might have believed he was hearing the voice of his own thoughts. "Oh?" "The thing you saw," I whispered. I didn't want to hear, but I had to hear. I was both hot and cold, my eyes burning, my hands freezing, but I had to hear. As I suppose Lot's wife had to turn back and look at the destruction of Sodom. "'Twas a bird," he said. "Right over the last of those running men, a hawk, maybe. What they call a kestrel. But it was big. Never told no one. Would have been locked up. That bird was maybe 60 feet from wingtip to wingtip. It was the size of a Japanese Zero. But I seen its eyes. And I think it seen me."
His head slipped over to the side, toward the window, where the dark was coming. It swooped down and grabbed that last man up. Got him right by the sheet, it did. And I heard that bird's wings. The sound was like fire, and it hovered. And I thought, birds can't hover. But this one could, because... He fell silent. "Why, Daddy?" I whispered. "Why could it hover?" "It didn't hover," he said. I sat there in silence, thinking he had gone to sleep for sure this time. I'd never been so afraid in my life, because 4 years before, I had seen that bird. Somehow, in some unimaginable way, I had nearly forgotten that nightmare. It was my father who brought it back. "It didn't hover," he said. "It floated. It floated. There were big bunches of balloons tied to each wing, and it floated." My father went to sleep. March 1st, 1985. It's come again. I know that now. I'll wait, but in my heart I know it. I'm not sure I could stand it. As a kid, I was able to deal with it, but it's different with kids. In some fundamental way, it's different. I wrote all of that last night in a kind of frenzy. Not that I could have gone home anyway. Derry has been blanketed in a thick glaze of ice, and although the sun is out this morning, nothing is moving. I wrote until long after 3 this morning, pushing the pen faster and faster, trying to get it all out. I'd forgotten about seeing the giant bird when I was 11. It was my father's story that brought it back, and I never forgot it again, not any of it. In a way, I suppose it was his final gift to me, a terrible gift, you would say, but wonderful in its way. I slept where I was, my head in my arms, my notebook and pen on the table in front of me. I woke up this morning with a numb ass and an aching back, but feeling free, somehow, purged of that old story. And then I saw that I had had company in the night as I slept. The tracks, drying to faint, muddy impressions, led from the front door of the library, which I locked, I always lock it, to the desk where I slept. There were no tracks leading away. Whatever it was, it came to me in the night, left its talisman, and then simply disappeared. Tied to my reading lamp was a single balloon. Filled with helium, it floated in a morning sun ray which slanted in through one of the high windows. On it was a picture of my face, the eyes gone, blood running down from the ragged sockets, a scream distorting the mouth on the balloon's thin and bulging rubber skin. I looked at it, and I screamed. The scream echoed through the library, echoing back, vibrating from the circular iron staircase leading to the stacks. The balloon burst with a bang. Part 3. Grown-ups. The descent, made up of despairs and without accomplishment, realizes a new awakening, which is a reversal of despair. For what we cannot accomplish, what is denied to love, what we have lost in the anticipation, a descent follows, endless and indestructible. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Don't it make you want to go home now? Don't it make you want to go home? All God's children get weary when they roam. Don't it make you want to go home? Don't it make you want to go home? Joe South. Chapter 10. The Reunion. 1. Bill Denbrough gets a cab. The telephone was ringing, bringing him up and out of a sleep too deep for dreams. He groped for it without opening his eyes, without coming more than halfway awake. If it had stopped ringing just then, he would have slipped back down into sleep without a hitch. He would have done it as simply and easily as he had once slipped down the snow-covered hills in McCarran Park on his flexible flyer. You ran with the sled, threw yourself onto it, and down you went, seemingly at the speed of sound. You couldn't do that as a grown-up. It racked the hell out of your balls. His fingers walked over the telephone's dial, slipped off, climbed it again. He had a dim premonition that it would be Mike Hanlon calling from Derry, telling him he had to come back, telling him he had to remember, telling him they had made a promise. Stan Uris had cut their palms with a sliver of Coke bottle, and they had made a promise. Except all of that had already happened. He had gotten in late yesterday afternoon, just before 6 p.m., actually. He supposed that, if he had been the last call on Mike's list, all of them must have gotten in at varying times. Some might even have spent most of the day here. He himself had seen none of them, felt no urge to see any of them. He had simply checked in, gone up to his room, ordered a meal from room service, which he found he could not eat once it was laid out before him, and then had tumbled into bed and slept dreamlessly until now. Bill cracked one eye open and fumbled for the telephone's handset. It fell off onto the table and he groped for it, opening his other eye. He felt totally blank inside his head, totally unplugged, running on batteries. He finally managed to scoop up the phone. He got up on one elbow and put it against his ear. "Hello? Bill?" It was Mike Hanlon's voice. He'd at least had that much right. Last week he didn't remember Mike at all, and now a single word was enough to identify him. It was rather marvelous, but in an ominous way. "Yeah, Mike." "Woke you up, huh?" "Yeah, you did. That's okay." On the wall above the TV was an abysmal painting of lobstermen in yellow slickers and rain hats pulling lobster traps. Looking at it, Bill remembered where he was, the Derry townhouse on Upper Main Street. Half a mile farther up and across the street was Bassey Park, the Kissing Bridge, the canal. "What time is it, Mike?" 10:15. "What day?" "The 30th. Mike sounded a little amused. "Yeah. 'Kay." "I've arranged a little reunion," Mike said. He sounded diffident now. "Yeah?" Bill swung his legs out of bed. "They all came?" "All but Stan Uris," Mike said. Now there was something in his voice that Bill couldn't read. "Bev was the last one. She got in late last evening." "Where do you say the last one, Mike? Stan might show up today." "Bill, Stan's dead." "What? How? Did his plane—" "Nothing like that," Mike said. "Look, if it's all the same to you, I think it ought to wait until we get together. It'd be better if I could tell all of you at the same time." "It has to do with this?" "Yes, I think so." Mike paused briefly. "I'm sure it does." Bill felt the familiar weight of dread settle around his heart again. Was it something you could get used to so quickly then? Or had it been something he had carried all along, simply unfelt and unthought of like the inevitable fact of his own death? He reached for his cigarettes, lit one, and blew out the match with the first drag. "None of them got together yesterday?" "No, I don't believe so." "And you haven't seen any of us yet?" "No. Just talked to you on the phone." "Okay," he said. "Where's the reunion?" "You remember where the old ironworks used to be?" "Pasture Road, sure." "You're behind the times, old chum. That's Mall Road these days. We've got the third biggest shopping mall in the state out there. 48 different merchants under one roof for your shopping convenience." "Sounds really, American, all right." "Bill?" "What?" "You all right?" "Yes." But his heart was beating too fast, the tip of his cigarette jittering a tiny bit. He had stuttered. Mike had heard it. There was a moment of silence, and then Mike said, "Just out past the mall, there's a restaurant called Jade of the Orient. They have private rooms for parties. I arranged for one of them yesterday. We could have it the whole afternoon if we wanted." "You think this might take that long?" "I just don't know." "A cab will know how to get there?" "Sure." "All right," Bill said. He wrote the name of the restaurant down on the pad by the phone. "Why there?" "Because it's new, I guess," Mike said slowly. "It seemed like, I don't know." "Neutral ground," Bill suggested.
Yes, I guess that's it. Food any good? I don't know, Mike said. How's your appetite? Bill chuffed out smoke and half laughed, half coughed. Ain't so good, old pal. Yeah, Mike said. I hear you. Noon? More like 1, I guess. We'll let Beverly catch a few more Z's. Bill snuffed the cigarette. She married? Mike hesitated again. We'll catch up on everything, he said. Just like when you go back to your high school reunion 10 years later, huh? Bill said. You get to see who got fat, who got bald, who got kids. I wish it was like that, Mike said. Yeah, me too, Mikey, me too. He hung up the phone, took a long shower, and ordered a breakfast that he didn't want and which he only picked at. No, his appetite was really not much good at all. Bill dialed a big yellow cab company and asked to be picked up at 1:15. Thinking that 15 minutes would be plenty of time to get him out to Pasture Road, he found himself totally unable to think of it as Mall Road, even when he actually saw the mall. But he had underestimated the lunch-hour traffic flow, and how much Derry had grown. In 1958, it had been a big town, not much more. There were maybe 30,000 people inside the Derry Incorporated city limits, and maybe another 7,000 beyond that in the surrounding burgs. Now it had become a city. A very small city by London or New York standards, but doing just fine by Maine standards, where Portland, the state's largest, could boast barely 300,000. As the cab moved slowly down Main Street, "We're over the canal now," Bill thought. "Can't see it, but it's down there, running in the dark." And then turned up center. His first thought was predictable enough: how much had changed. But the predictable thought was accompanied by a deep dismay that he never would have expected. He remembered his childhood here as a fearful, nervous time, not only because of the summer of '58, when the 7 of them had faced the terror, but because of George's death, the deep dream his parents seemed to have fallen into following that death, the constant ragging about his stutter, Bowers and Huggins and Chris constantly on the prod for them after the rock fight in the Barrens. Bowers and Huggins and Chris, oh my! Bowers and Huggins and Chris, oh my! And just a feeling that Derry was cold, that Derry was hard, that Derry didn't much give a shit if any of them lived or died, and certainly not if they triumphed over Pennywise the Clown. Derry folk had lived with Pennywise in all his guises for a long time, and maybe in some mad way they had even come to understand him, to like him, need him, love him? Maybe. Yes, maybe that too. So why this dismay? Perhaps only because it seemed such dull change somehow, or perhaps because Derry seemed to have lost its essential face for him. The Bijou Theater was gone, replaced with a parking lot by permit only, the sign over the ramp announced. Violators subject to tow. The shoe boat and Bailey's Lunch, which had stood next to it, were also gone. They had been replaced by a branch of the Northern National Bank. A digital readout jutted from the front of the bland cinder-block structure, showing the time and the temperature, the latter in both degrees Fahrenheit and degrees Celsius. The Center Street Drug, lair of Mr. Keene and the place where Bill had gotten Eddie his asthma medicine that day, was also gone. Richard's Alley had become some strange hybrid called a mini-mall. Looking inside as the cab idled at a stoplight, Bill could see a record shop, a natural food store, and a toys and games shop which was featuring a clearance sale on all Dungeons and Dragons supplies. The cab pulled forward with a jerk. "Gonna take a while," the driver said. "I wish all these goddamn banks would stagger their lunch hours. Pardon my French if you're a religious man." "It's all right," Bill said. It was overcast outside, and now a few splatters of rain hit the cab's windshield. The radio muttered about an escaped mental patient from somewhere who's supposed to be very dangerous, and then began muttering about the Red Sox who weren't. Showers early, then clearing. When Barry Manilow began moaning about Mandy, who came and who gave without taking, the cabbie snapped the radio off. Bill asked, "When did they go up?" "What? The banks?" "Uh-huh." "Oh, late 60s, early 70s, most of them," the cabbie said. He was a big man with a thick neck. He wore a red and black checkered hunter's jacket. A fluorescent orange cap was jammed down squarely on his head. It was smudged with engine oil. "They got this urban renewal money. Revenue sharing, they call it. So how they shared it was rip down everything. And the banks come in. I guess that was all that could afford to come in. Hell of a note, ain't it? Urban renewal, says they. Shit for dinner, says I. Pardon my French if you're a religious man. There was a lot of talk about how they was going to revitalize the downtown. Yep, they revitalized it just fine. Tore down most of the old stores and put up a lot of banks and parking lots. And you know you still can't find a fucking slot to park your car in, or to string the whole city council up by their cocks. Except for that Pollock woman that's on it. String her up by her tits. Now, on second thought, it don't seem like she's got any. Flat as a fucking board. Pardon my French if you're a religious man. I am, Bill said, grinning. Then get out of my cab and go to fucking church, the cabbie said, and they both burst out laughing. You lived here long? Bill asked. My whole life. Born in Derry Home Hospital. And they'll bury my fucking remains out in Mount Hope Cemetery. Good deal, Bill said. Yeah, right, the cabbie said. He hawked, rolled down his window, and spat an extremely large yellow-green lunger into the rainy air. His attitude, contradictory but somehow attractive, almost piquant, was one of glum good cheer. Guy who catches that won't have to buy no fucking chewing gum for a week. Pardon my French, if you're a religious man. It hasn't all changed, Bill said. The depressing promenade of banks and parking lots was slipping behind them as they climbed Center Street. Over the hill and past the First National, they began to pick up some speed. The Aladdin's still there. Yeah, the cabbie conceded, but just barely. Suckers tried to tear that down, too. For another bank? Bill asked, a part of him amused to find that another part of him stood aghast at the idea. He couldn't believe that anyone in his right mind would want to tear down that stately pleasure dome with its glittering glass chandelier, its sweeping right and left staircases which spiraled up to the balcony, and its mammoth curtain, which did not simply pull apart when the show started, but which instead rose in magical folds and tucks and gathers, all underlit in fabulous shades of red and blue and yellow and green, while pulleys off stage ratcheted and groaned. Not the Aladdin, that shocked part of him cried out. How could they ever even think of tearing down the Aladdin for a bank? Yep, a bank, the cabbie said. You fucking A, pardon my French if you're a religious man. It was the first merchants of Penobscot County had its eye on the Aladdin. Wanted to pull it down and put up what they called a complete banking mall. Got all the papers from the city council, and the Aladdin was condemned. Then a bunch of folks formed a committee, folks that had lived here a long time, and they petitioned, and they marched, and they hollered, and finally they had a public city council meeting about it, and Hanlon blew those suckers out. The cabbie sounded extremely satisfied. Hanlon? Bill asked, startled. Mike Hanlon? Yep, the cabbie said. He twisted around briefly to look at Bill, revealing a round, chapped face and horn-rimmed glasses with old specks of white paint on the bows. Librarian, black fella. You know him? I did, Bill said, remembering how he had met Mike back in July 1958. It had been Bowers and Huggins and Chris again, of course. Bowers and Huggins and Chris, oh my. At every turn, playing their own part. Unwitting vice grips driving the seven of them together. Tight, tighter, tightest. We played together when we were kids, before I moved away. Well, there you go, cabbie said. It's a small fucking world, pardon my French if you're a religious man, Bill finished with him. There you go, the cabbie repeated comfortably. And they rode in silence for a while before he said, It's changed a lot, Derry has, but yeah, a lot of it's still here. The townhouse, where I picked you up, the standpipe in Memorial Park. You remember that place, mister? When we were kids, we used to think that place was haunted. I remember it, Bill said. Look, there's the hospital. You recognize it? They were passing the Derry Home Hospital on the right now. Behind it, the Penobscot flowed toward its meeting place with the Kenduskeag. Under the rainy spring sky, the river was dull pewter. The hospital that Bill remembered, a white wood-frame building with 2 wings, 3 stories high, was still there, but now it was surrounded, dwarfed, by a whole complex of buildings, maybe a dozen in all. He could see a parking lot off to the left, and what looked like better than 500 cars parked there. My God, that's not a hospital, it's a fucking college campus, Bill exclaimed. The cab driver cackled. And not being a religious man, I'll pardon your French. Yeah, it's almost as big as the Eastern Main up in Bangor now. They got radiation labs and a therapy center and 600 rooms in their own laundry. And God knows what else. The old hospital's still there, but it's all administration now.
Bill felt a queer doubling sensation in his mind, the sort of sensation he remembered getting the first time he watched a 3D movie, trying to bring together two images that didn't quite jibe. You could fool your eyes and your brain into doing that trick, he remembered, but you were apt to end up with a whopper of a headache, and he could feel his own headache coming on now. New Derry, fine, but the old Derry was still here, like the wooden home hospital building. The old Derry was mostly buried under all the new construction, but your eye was somehow dragged helplessly back to look at it, to look for it. The train yard's probably gone, isn't it? Bill asked. The cabbie laughed again, delighted. For someone who's moved away when he was just a kid, you got a good memory, mister. Bill thought, should have met me last week, my French-speaking friend. It's all still out there, but it's nothing but ruins and rusty tracks now. The freights don't even stop no more. Fella wanted to buy the land and put up a whole roadside entertainment thing. Pitch and putt, batting cages, driving ranges, mini golf, go-karts, little shack full of video games, I don't know what all. But there's some kind of big mix-up about who owns the land now. I guess he'll get it eventually. He's a persistent fella. But right now, it's in the courts. And the canal, Bill murmured as they turned off Outer Center Street and onto Pasture Road, which, as Mike had said, was now marked with a green road sign reading Mall Road. The canal's still here. Yep, the cabbie said. That'll always be here, I guess. Now the Derry Mall was on Bill's left, and as they rolled past it, he felt that queer doubling sensation again. When they had been kids, all of this had been a great long field full of rank grasses and gigantic nodding sunflowers which marked the northeastern end of the Barrens. Behind it, to the west, was the old Cape low-income housing development. He could remember them exploring this field, being careful not to fall into the gaping cellar hold of the Kitchener Ironworks, which had exploded on Easter Sunday in the year 1906. The field had been full of relics, and they had unearthed them, with all the solemn interest of archaeologists exploring Egyptian ruins, bricks, dippers, chunks of iron with rusty bolts hanging from them, panes of glass, bottles full of unnamable gunk that smelled like the worst poison in the world. Something bad had happened near here, too, in the gravel pit close to the dump, but he could not remember it yet. He could only remember a name, Patrick Humboldt, and that it had something to do with a refrigerator, and something about a bird that had chased Mike Hanlon. What? He shook his head. Fragments, straws in the wind, that was all. The field was gone now, as were the remains of the ironworks. Bill remembered the great chimney of the ironworks suddenly, faced with tile, caked black with soot for the final 10 feet of its length. It had lain in the high grass like a gigantic pipe. They had scrambled up somehow and had walked along it, arms held out like tight-wire walkers, laughing. He shook his head as if to dismiss the mirage of the mall, an ugly collection of buildings with signs that said Sears and J.C. Penney and Woolworths and CVS and York's Steakhouse and Walden Books and dozens of others. Roads wove in and out of parking lots. The mall did not go away because it was no mirage. The Kitchener Ironworks was gone, and the field that had grown up around its ruins was likewise gone. The mall was the reality, not the memories. But somehow he didn't believe that. "Here you go, mister," the cabbie said. He pulled into the parking lot of a building that looked like a large plastic pagoda. "A little late, but better late than never, am I right?" "Indeed you are," Bill said. Gave the cab driver a $5. "Keep the change." "Good fucking deal," the cabbie exclaimed. "You need someone to drive you? Call Big Yellow and ask for Dave. Ask for me by name." "I'll just ask for the religious fella," Bill said, grinning. "The one who's got his plot all picked out in Mount Hope." "You got it," Dave said, laughing. "Have a good one, mister." "You too, Dave." He stood in the light rain for a moment, watching the cab draw away. He realized that he had meant to ask the driver one more question and had forgotten, perhaps on purpose. He had meant to ask Dave if he liked living in Derry. Abruptly, Bill Denbrough turned and walked into the jade of the Orient. Mike Hanlon was in the lobby, sitting in a wicker chair with a huge flaring back. He got to his feet, and Bill felt deep unreality wash over him, through him. That sensation of doubling was back. Now it was much, much worse. He remembered a boy who had been about 5'3", trim and agile. Before him was a man who stood about 5'7". He was skinny. His clothes seemed to hang on him. And the lines in his face, said that he was on the darker side of 40 instead of only 38 or so. Bill's shock must have shown on his face because Mike said quietly, "I know how I look." Bill flushed and said, "It's not that bad, Mike. It's just that I remember you as a kid, that's all it is." "Is it? You look a little tired." "I am a little tired," Mike said. "But I'll make it, I guess." He smiled then, and the smile lit his face. In it, Bill saw the boy he had known 27 years ago. As the old wood-frame home hospital had been overwhelmed with modern glass and cinder block, so had the boy that Bill had known been overwhelmed with the inevitable accessories of adulthood. There were wrinkles on his forehead, lines had grooved themselves from the corners of his mouth nearly to his chin, and his hair was graying on both sides above the ears. But as the old hospital, although overwhelmed, was still there, still visible, so was the boy Bill had known. Mike stuck out his hand and said, "Welcome back to Derry, Big Bill." Bill ignored the hand and embraced Mike. Mike hugged him back fiercely, and Bill could feel his hair stiff and kinky against his own shoulder and the side of his neck. "Whatever's wrong, Mike, we'll take care of it," Bill said. He heard the rough sound of tears in his throat and didn't care. "We beat it once, and we can beat it again." Mike pulled away from him, held him at arm's length. Although he was still smiling, there was too much sparkle in his eyes. He took out his handkerchief and wiped them. "Sure, Bill," he said. "You bet." "Would you gentlemen like to follow me?" the hostess asked. She was a smiling Oriental woman in a delicate pink kimono, upon which a dragon cavorted and curled its plaited tail. Her dark hair was piled high on her head and held with ivory combs. "I know the way, Rose," Mike said. "Very good, Mr. Hanlon." She smiled at both of them. "You are well met in friendship, I think." "I think we are," Mike said. "This way, Bill." He led him down a dim corridor, past the main dining room and toward a door where a beaded curtain hung. "The others," Bill began. "All here now," Mike said. "All that could come." Bill hesitated for a moment outside the door, suddenly frightened. It was not the unknown that scared him, not the supernatural. It was the simple knowledge that he was 15 inches taller than he had been in 1958, minus most of his hair. He was suddenly uneasy, almost terrified, at the thought of seeing them all again, their children's faces almost worn away, almost buried under change as the old hospital had been buried. Banks erected inside their heads, where once magic picture palaces had stood. If we grew up, he thought. We didn't think it would happen, not then, not to us. But it did. And if I go in there, it'll be real. We're all grown-ups now. He looked at Mike, suddenly bewildered and timid. "How do they look?" he heard himself asking in a faltering voice. "Mike, how do they look?" "Come in and find out," Mike said, kindly enough, and led Bill into the small private room. 2. Bill Denbrough Gets a Look. Perhaps it was simply the dimness of the room that caused the illusion, which lasted for only the briefest moment. But Bill wondered later if it wasn't some sort of message meant strictly for him, that fate could also be kind. In that brief moment, it seemed to him that none of them had grown up, that his friends had somehow done a Peter Pan act and were all still children. Richie Tozier was rocked back in his chair so that he was leaning against the wall, caught in the act of saying something to Beverly Marsh, who had a hand cupped over her mouth to hide a giggle. Richie had a wise-ass grin on his face that was perfectly familiar. And there was Eddie Kasprak, sitting on Beverly's left, and in front of him on the table, next to his water glass, was a plastic squeeze bottle with a pistol grip handle curving down from its top. The trimmings were a little more state-of-the-art, but the purpose was obviously the same. It was an aspirator. Sitting at one end of the table, watching this trio with an expression of mixed anxiety, amusement, and concentration, was Ben Hanscom. Bill found his hand, wanting to go to his head, and realized with a sorry kind of amusement that in that second he had almost rubbed his pate to see if his hair had magically come back, that red, fine hair that he had begun to lose when he was only a college sophomore. That broke the bubble. Richie was not wearing glasses, he saw, and thought, he probably has contacts now. He would. He hated those glasses. The T-shirts and cord pants he'd habitually worn had been replaced by a suit that hadn't been purchased off any rack. Bill estimated that he was looking at $900 worth of tailor-made on the hoof. Beverly Marsh, if her name still was Marsh, had become a stunningly beautiful woman. Instead of the casual ponytail, her hair, which was almost exactly the same shade his own had been, spilled over the shoulders of her plain white ship-and-shore blouse in a torrent of subdued color. In this dim light it merely glowed like a well-banked bed of embers. In daylight, even the light of such a subdued day as this one, Bill imagined it would flame, and he found himself wondering what it would feel like to plunge his hands into that hair. The world's oldest story, he thought wryly. I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Eddie, it was weird but true, had grown up to look quite a little bit like Anthony Perkins. His face was prematurely lined, although in his movements he seemed somehow younger than either Richie or Ben, and made older still by the rimless spectacles he wore, spectacles you would imagine a British barrister wearing as he approached the bench or leafed through a legal brief. His hair was short, worn in an out-of-date style that had been known as Ivy League in the late 50s and early 60s. He was wearing a loud, checked sport coat that looked like something grabbed from the distress sale rack of a men's clothing store that would shortly be out of business, but the watch on one wrist was a Patek Philippe, and the ring on the little finger of his right hand was a ruby. The stone was too hugely vulgar and too ostentatious to be anything but real. Ben was the one who had really changed, and, looking at him again, Bill felt unreality wash easily over him. His face was the same, and his hair, although graying and longer, was combed in the same unusual right-side part. But Ben had gotten thin. He sat easily enough in his chair, his unadorned leather vest open to show the blue chambray work shirt beneath. He wore Levi's with straight legs, cowboy boots, and a wide belt with a beaten silver buckle. These clothes clung easily to a body which was slim and narrow-hipped. He wore a bracelet with heavy links on one wrist, not gold links, but copper ones. He got thin, Bill thought. He's a shadow of his former self, so to speak. Old Ben got thin. Wonders never cease. There was a moment of silence among the six of them that was beyond description. It was one of the strangest moments Bill Denbrough ever passed in his life. Stan was not here, but a seventh had come nonetheless. Here in this private restaurant dining room, Bill felt its presence so fully that it was almost personified, but not as an old man in a white robe with a scythe on his shoulder. It was the white spot on the map which lay between 1958 and 1985, an area an explorer might have called the Great Don't Know. Bill wondered what exactly was there. Beverly Marsh in a short skirt which showed most of her long, coltish legs, a Beverly Marsh in white go-go boots, her hair parted in the middle and ironed. Richie Tozier carrying a sign which said, "Stop the War" on one side and "Get ROTC off campus" on the other. Ben Hanscom in a yellow hard hat with a flag decal on the front, running a bulldozer under a canvas parasol, his shirt off, showing a stomach which protruded less and less over the waistband of his pants. Was this seventh creature black? No relation to either H. Rap Brown or Grandmaster Flash, not this fellow. This fellow wore plain white shirts and fade-into-the-woodwork J.C. Penney slacks, and he sat in a library carrel at the University of Maine writing papers on the origin of footnotes and the possible advantages of ISBN numbers in book cataloging, while the marchers marched outside and Phil Oakes sang "Richard Nixon, Find Yourself Another Country to Be Part Of," and men died with their stomachs blown out for villages whose names they could not pronounce. He sat there studiously bent over his work. Bill saw him, which lay in a slant of crisp white winter light, his face sober and absorbed, knowing that to be a librarian was to come as close as any human being can to sitting in the peak seat of eternity's engine. Was he the seventh? Or was it a young man, standing before his mirror, looking at the way his forehead was growing, looking at a comb full of pulled-out red hairs, looking at a pile of university notebooks on the desk reflected in the mirror, notebooks which held the completed, messy first draft of a novel entitled Joanna, which would be published a year later. Some of the above, all of the above, none of the above. It didn't matter, really. The seventh was there, and in that one moment they all felt it. and perhaps understood best the dreadful power of the thing that had brought them back. It lives, Bill thought, cold inside his clothes. Eye of newt, tail of dragon, hand of glory. Whatever it was, it's here again in Derry. It. And he felt suddenly that it was the seventh, that it and time were somehow interchangeable, that it wore all their faces as well as the 1,000 others with which it had terrified and killed, and the idea that it might be them was somehow the most frightening idea of all. How much of us was left behind here, he thought with sudden rising terror. How much of us never left the drains and the sewers where it lived and where it fed? Is that why we forgot? Because part of each of us never had any future, never grew, never left Derry. Is that why? He saw no answers on their faces, only his own questions reflected back at him. Thoughts form and pass in a matter of seconds or milliseconds and create their own time frames, and all of this passed through Bill Denborough's mind in the space of no more than 5 seconds. Then Richie Tozier, leaning back against the wall, grinned again and said, "Oh my, look at this. Bill Denborough went for the Chrome Dome look. How long you been turtle waxing your head, Big Bill?" And Bill, with no idea at all of what might come out, opened his mouth and heard himself say, "Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, trash mouth." There was a moment of silence, and then the room exploded with laughter. Bill crossed to them and began to shake hands, and while there was something horrible in what he now felt, there was also something comforting about it, this sensation of having come home for good. 3. Ben Hanscom gets skinny. Mike Hanlon ordered drinks, and as if to make up for the prior silence, everyone began to talk at once. Beverly Marsh was now Beverly Rogan, it turned out. She said she was married to a wonderful man in Chicago who had turned her whole life around and who had, by some benign magic, been able to transform his wife's simple talent for sewing into a successful dress business. Eddie Kasprak owned a limousine company in New York. "For all I know, my wife could be in bed with Al Pacino right now," he said, smiling mildly, and the room broke up. They all knew what Bill and Ben had been up to, but Bill had a peculiar sense that there had been no personal association of their names, Ben as an architect, himself as a writer, with people they had known as children until very, very recently. Beverly had paperback copies of Joanna and The Black Rapids in her purse, and asked him if he would sign them. Bill did so, noticing, as he did, that both books were in mint condition, as if they had been purchased in the airport newsstand as she got off the plane. In like fashion, Richie told Ben how much he had admired the BBC Communications Centre in London. But there was a puzzled sort of light in his eyes, as if he could not quite reconcile that building with this man, or with the fat, earnest boy who had showed them how to flood out half the barrens with scrounged boards and a rusty car door. Richie was a disc jockey in California. He told them he was known as the man of 1,000 voices, and Bill groaned, "God, Richie, your voices were always so terrible." "Flattery will get you nowhere, master," Richie replied loftily. When Beverly asked him if he wore contacts now, Richie said in a low voice, "Come a little closer, baby. Look at my eyes." Beverly did, and exclaimed delightedly as Richie tilted his head a little so she could see the lower rims of the Hydramist soft lenses he wore. "Is the library still the same?" Ben asked Mike Hanlon. Mike took out his wallet and produced a snap of the library, taken from above. He did it with the proud air of a man producing snapshots of his kids when asked about his family. "Guy in a light plane took this," he said, as the picture went from hand to hand. "I've been trying to get either the city council or some well-heeled private donor to supply enough cash to get it blown up to mural size for the children's library. So far, no soap. But it's a good picture, huh?" They all agreed that it was. Ben held it longest, looking at it fixedly. Finally, he tapped the glass corridor which connected the two buildings. "Do you recognize this from anywhere else, Mike?" Mike smiled. "It's your communications center," he said, and all 6 of them burst out laughing. The drinks came. They sat down. That silence, sudden, awkward, and perplexing, fell again. They looked at each other. "Well?" Beverly asked in her sweet, slightly husky voice. "What do we drink to?" "To us," Richie said suddenly. And now he wasn't smiling. His eyes caught Bill's, and with a force so great he could barely deal with it, Bill remembered himself and Richie in the middle of Neibolt Street, after the thing, which might have been a clown or which might have been a werewolf, had disappeared, embracing each other and weeping. When he picked up his glass, his hand was trembling, and some of his drink spilled on the napery. Richie rose slowly to his feet, and one by one, the others followed suit. Bill first, then Ben and Eddie, Beverly, and finally Mike Hanlon. "To us," Richie said, and like Bill's hand, his voice trembled a little. "To the Losers' Club of 1958. "The Losers," Beverly said, slightly amused. "The Losers," Eddie said. His face was pale and old behind his rimless glasses. "The Losers," Ben agreed. A faint and painful smile ghosted at the corners of his mouth. "The Losers," Mike Hanlon said softly. "The Losers," Bill finished. Their glasses touched. They drank. That silence fell again, and this time Richie did not break it. This time the silence seemed necessary. They sat back down, and Bill said, "So, spill it, Mike. Tell us what's been happening here, and what we can do." "Eat first," Mike said. "We'll talk afterward." So they ate, and they ate long and well. Like that old joke about the condemned man, Bill thought, but his own appetite was better than it had been in ages. Since he was a kid, he was tempted to think. The food was not stunningly good, but it was far from bad, and there was a lot of it. The six of them began trading stuff back and forth: spare ribs, mugu gai pan, chicken wings that had been delicately braised, egg rolls, water chestnuts wrapped in bacon, strips of beef that had been threaded onto wooden skewers. They began with poo-poo platters, and Richie made a childish but amusing business of broiling a little bit of everything over the flaming pot in the center of the platter he was sharing with Beverly, including half an egg roll and a few red kidney beans. "Flambé at my table, I love it," he told Ben. "I'd eat shit on a shingle if it was flambé at my table." "And probably has," Bill remarked. Beverly laughed so hard at this she had to spit a mouthful of food into her napkin. "Oh, God, I think I'm gonna Ralph," Richie said in an eerily exact imitation of Don Pardo, and Beverly laughed harder, blushing a bright red. "Stop it, Richie," she said. "I'm warning you." "The warning is taken," Richie said. "Eat well, dear." Rose herself brought them their dessert, a great mound of baked Alaska, which she ignited at the head of the table, where Mike sat. "More flambé at my table," Richie said in the voice of a man who has died and gone to heaven. "This may be the best meal I have ever eaten in my life." "But of course," Rose said demurely. "If I blow that out, do I get my wish?" he asked her. "At Jade of the Orient, all wishes are granted, sir." Richie's smile faltered suddenly. "I applaud the sentiment," he said, "but, I really doubt the veracity." They almost demolished the baked Alaska. As Bill sat back, his belly straining the waistband of his pants, he happened to notice the glasses on the table. There seemed to be hundreds of them. He grinned a little, realizing that he himself had sunk 2 martinis before the meal, and God knew how many bottles of Kirin beer with it. The others had done about as well. In their state, fried chunks of bowling pin would probably have tasted okay, and yet he didn't feel drunk. "I haven't eaten like that since I was a kid," Ben said. They looked at him, and a faint flush of color tinged his cheeks. "I mean it literally. That may be the biggest meal I've eaten since I was a sophomore in high school." "You went on a diet?" Eddie asked. "Yeah," Ben said, "I did. The Ben Hanscom Freedom Diet." "What got you going?" Richie asked. "You don't want to hear all that ancient history." Ben shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know about the rest of them," Bill said, "but I do. Come on, Ben, give. What turned Haystack Calhoun into the magazine model we see before us today?" Richie snorted a little. "Haystack, right. I'd forgotten that." "It's not much of a story," Ben said. "No story at all, really. After that summer, After 1958, we stayed in Derry another 2 years. Then my mom lost her job and we ended up moving to Nebraska because she had a sister there who offered to take us in until my mother got on her feet again. It wasn't so great. Her sister, my Aunt Jean, was a miserly bitch who had to keep telling you what your place in the great scheme of things was. How lucky we were that my mom had a sister who could give us charity. How lucky we were not to be on welfare, all that sort of thing. I was so fat, I disgusted her. She couldn't leave it alone. Ben, you ought to get more exercise. Ben, you'll have a heart attack before you're 40 if you don't lose weight. Ben, with little children starving in the world, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. He paused for a moment and sipped some water. The thing was, she also trotted the starving children out if I didn't clean my plate. Richie laughed and nodded. Anyway, the country was just pulling out of a recession and my mother was almost a year finding steady work. By the time we moved out of Aunt Jean's place in La Vista and got our own in Omaha, I'd put on about 90 pounds over when you guys knew me. I think I put on most of it just to spite my Aunt Jean. Eddie whistled. That would have put you at about 210. Ben said gravely. Anyway, I was going to East Side High School in Omaha, and the phys ed periods were, well, pretty bad. The other kids called me Jugs. That ought to give you the idea. The ragging went on for about 7 months, and then one day, while we were getting dressed in the locker room after the period, 2 or 3 of the guys started to kind of slap my gut. They called it fat paddling. Pretty soon 2 or 3 others got in on it. Then 4 or 5 more. Pretty soon it was all of them, chasing me around the locker room and up the hall, whacking my gut, my butt, my back, my legs. I got scared and started to scream. That made the rest of them laugh like crazy. You know, he said, looking down and carefully rearranging his silverware, that's the last time I can remember thinking of Henry Bowers until Mike called me 2 days ago. The kid who started it was a farm boy with his big old hands. And while they were chasing after me, I remember thinking that Henry had come back. I know. That's when I panicked. They chased me up the hall past the lockers where the guys who played sports kept their stuff. I was naked and red as a lobster. I'd lost any sense of dignity or of myself, I guess you'd say. Where myself was. I was screaming for help. And here they came after me, screaming, "Fat paddling! Fat paddling! Fat paddling!" There was a bench. Ben, you don't have to put yourself through this, Beverly said suddenly. Her face had gone ashy pale. She toyed with her water glass and almost spilled it. Let him finish, Bill said. Ben looked at him for a moment and then nodded. There was a bench at the end of the corridor. I fell over it and hit my head. They were all around me in another minute or 2, and then this voice said, "Okay, that's enough. You guys go change up." It was Coach, standing there in the doorway, wearing his blue sweatpants with the white stripe up the sides and his white T-shirt. There was no way of telling how long he'd been standing there. They all looked at him, some of them grinning, some of them guilty, some of them just looking sort of vacant. They went away, and I burst into tears. Coach just stood there in the doorway leading back to the gym watching me, watching this naked fat boy with his skin all red from the fat paddling, watching this fat kid crying on the floor. And finally he said, "Benny, why don't you just fucking shut up?" It shocked me so much to hear a teacher use that word that I did. I looked up at him, and he came over and sat down on the bench I'd fallen over. He leaned over me, and the whistle around his neck swung out and bonked me on the forehead. For a second, I thought he was going to kiss me or something, and I shrank back from him. But what he did was grab one of my tits in each hand and squeeze. Then he took his hands away and rubbed them on his pants like he touched something dirty. "You think I'm going to comfort you?" he asked me. "I'm not. You disgust them, and you disgust me as well. We got different reasons, but that's because they're kids and I'm not. They don't know why you disgust them. I do know. It's because I see you burying that good body God gave you in a great big mess of fat. It's a lot of stupid self-indulgence, and it makes me want to puke. Now listen to me, Benny, because this is the only time I'm going to say it to you. I got a football team to coach, and basketball, and track, and somewhere in between I've got swimming team. So I'll just say it once. You're fat up here. And he tapped my forehead right where his damned whistle had bonked me. That's where everybody's fat. You put what's between your ears on a diet, and you're going to lose weight. But guys like you never do. What a bastard, Beverly said indignantly. Yeah, Ben said, grinning. But he didn't know he was a bastard. That's how dumb he was. He'd probably seen Jack Webb in that movie The D.I. about 60 times, and he actually thought he was doing me a favor. And, as it turned out, he was. Because I thought of something right then. I thought... He looked away, frowning, and Bill had the strangest feeling that he knew what Ben was going to say before he said it. I told you that the last time I can remember thinking of Henry Bowers was when the other boys were chasing after me and fat-paddling. Well, when the coach was getting up to go, that was the last time I really thought of what we'd done in the summer of '58. I thought... He hesitated again, looking at each of them in turn, seeming to search their faces. He went on carefully. I thought of how good we were together. I thought of what we did and how we did it, and all at once it hit me that if Coach had to face anything like that, his hair would probably have turned white all at once and his heart would have stopped dead in his chest like an old watch. It wasn't fair, of course, but he hadn't been fair to me. What happened was simple enough. You got mad, Bill said. Ben smiled. Yeah, that's right, he said. I called Coach. He turned around and looked at me. You say you coach track? I asked him. That's right, he said. Not that it's anything to you. You listen to me, you stupid stone-brained son of a bitch, I said, and his mouth dropped open and his eyes bugged out. I'll be out there for the track team in March. What do you think about that? I think you better shut your mouth before it gets you into big trouble, he said. I'm going to run down everyone you get out, I said. I'm going to run down your best. And then I want a fucking apology from you. His fists clenched. And for a minute I thought he was going to come back in there and let me have it. Then they unclenched again. You just keep talking, fat boy, he said softly. You got the motor mouth. But the day you can outrun my best will be the day I quit this place and go back to picking corn on the circuit. And he left. You lost the weight? Richie asked. Well, I did, Ben said. But Coach was wrong. It didn't start in my head. It started with my mother. I went home that night and told her I wanted to lose some weight. We ended up having a hell of a fight, both of us crying. She started out with that same old song and dance. I wasn't really fat, I just had big bones, and a big boy who was going to be a big man had to eat big just to stay even. It was a kind of security thing with her, I think. It was scary for her, trying to raise a boy on her own. She had no education and no real skills, just a willingness to work hard. And when she could give me a second helping, when she could look across the table at me and see that I was looking solid, she felt like she was winning the battle, Mike said. Uh-huh. Ben drank off the last of his beer and wiped a small mustache of foam off his upper lip with the heel of his hand. So the biggest fight wasn't with my head. It was with her. She just wouldn't accept it, not for months. She wouldn't take in my clothes, and she wouldn't buy me new ones. I was running by then. I ran everywhere, and sometimes my heart pounded so hard I felt like I was going to pass out. The first of my mile runs I finished by puking and then fainting. Then for a while I just puked. And after a while, I was holding up my pants while I ran. I got a paper route, and I ran with the bag around my neck, bouncing against my chest while I held up my pants. My shirts started to look like sails. And nights when I went home and would only eat half the stuff on my plate, my mother would burst into tears and say that I was starving myself, killing myself, that I didn't love her anymore, that I didn't care about how hard she had worked for me. Christ, Richie muttered, lighting a cigarette. I don't know how you handled it, Ben. I just kept the coach's face in front of me, Ben said. I just kept remembering the way he looked after he grabbed my tits in the hallway to the boys' locker room that time. That's how I did it. I got myself some new jeans and stuff with the paper route money, and the old guy in the first-floor apartment used his awl to punch some new holes in my belt. About 5 of them, as I remember. I think that I might have remembered the other time I had to buy a pair of new jeans. That was when Henry pushed me into the Barrens that day. They just about got torn off my body. Yeah, Eddie said, grinning. And you told me about the chocolate milk, remember that? Ben nodded. If I did remember, he went on. It was just for a second, there and gone. About that same time, I had started taking health and nutrition at school, and I found out you could eat just about all the raw green stuff you wanted and not gain weight. So one night, my mother put on a salad with lettuce and raw spinach in it, chunks of apple, and maybe a little leftover ham. Now, I've never liked rabbit food that much, but I had 3 helpings and just raved on and on to my mother about how good it was. That went a long way towards solving the problem. She didn't care so much what I ate as long as I ate a lot of it. She buried me in salads. I ate them for the next 3 years. There were times when I had to look in the mirror to make sure my nose wasn't wriggling. So what happened about the coach? Eddie asked. Did you go out for track? He touched his aspirator, as if the thought of running had reminded him of it. Oh yeah, I went out, Ben said. The 220 and the 440. By then I'd lost 70 pounds and I'd sprung up 2 inches, so that what was left was better distributed. On the first day of trials, I won the 220 by 6 lengths and the 440 by 8. Then I went over to Coach, who looked mad enough to chew nails and spit out staples, and I said, "Looks like it's time you got out on the circuit and started picking corn. When are you heading down Kansas way?" He didn't say a thing at first, just swung a roundhouse and knocked me flat on my back. Then he told me to get off the field, said he didn't want a smart-mouthed bastard like me on his track team. I wouldn't be on it if President Kennedy appointed me to it, I said, wiping blood out of the corner of my mouth. And since you got me going, I won't hold you to it. The next time you sit down to a big plate of corn on the cob, spare me a thought. He told me if I didn't get out right then, he was going to beat the living crap out of me. Ben was smiling a little. There was nothing very pleasant about that smile, certainly nothing nostalgic. Those were his exact words. Everyone was watching us, including the kids I'd beaten. They looked pretty embarrassed, so I just said, "I'll tell you what, Coach. You get one free on account of you're a sore loser but too old to learn any better now. But you put one more on me, and I'll try to see to it that you lose your job. I'm not sure I can do it, but I can make a good try. I lost the weight so I could have a little dignity and a little peace. Those are things worth fighting for." Bill said, "All of that sounds wonderful, Ben, but the writer in me wonders if any kid ever really talked like that." Ben nodded, still smiling that peculiar smile. "I doubt if any kid who hadn't been through the things we went through ever did," he said. "But I said them, and I meant them." Bill thought about this and then nodded. "All right." The coach stood back with his hands on the hips of his sweatpants, Ben said. He opened his mouth, and then he closed it again. Nobody said anything. I walked off, and that was the last I had to do with Coach Woodley. When my homeroom teacher handed me my course sheet for my junior year, someone had typed the word "excused" next to phys ed, and he'd initialed it. "You beat him!" Richie exclaimed, and shook his clenched hands over his head. "Way to go, Ben!" Ben shrugged. "I think what I did was beat part of myself. Coach got me going, I guess. But it was thinking of you guys that made me really believe that I could do it. And I did do it." Ben shrugged charmingly, but Bill believed he could see fine drops of sweat at his hairline. "End of true confessions. Except I sure could use another beer. Talking's thirsty work." Mike signaled the waitress. All 6 of them ended up ordering another round, and they talked of light matters until the drinks came. Bill looked into his beer, watching the way the bubbles crawled up the sides of the glass. He was both amused and appalled to realize he was hoping someone else would begin the story about the years between, that Beverly would tell them about the wonderful man she had married, even if he was boring, as most wonderful men were, or that Richie Tozier would begin to expound on funny incidents in the broadcasting studio, or that Eddie Kasprak would tell them what Teddy Kennedy was really like, how much Robert Redford tipped, or maybe offer some insights into why Ben had been able to give up the extra pounds while he had needed to hang on to his aspirator. The fact is, Bill thought, Mike is going to start talking any minute now, and I'm not sure I want to hear what he has to say. The fact is, my heart is beating just a little too fast, and my hands are just a little too cold. The fact is, I'm just about 25 years too old to be this scared. We all are. So say something, someone. Let's talk of careers and spouses and what it's like to look at your old playmates and realize that you've taken a few really good shots in the nose from time itself. Let's talk about sex, baseball, the price of gas, the future of the Warsaw Pact nations. Anything but what we came here to talk about. So say something, somebody. Someone did. Eddie Kasprak did. But it was not what Teddy Kennedy was really like, or how much Redford tipped, or even why he had found it necessary to keep what Richie had sometimes called Eddie's lung sucker in the old days. He asked Mike when Stan Uris had died. The night before last, when I made the calls. Did it have to do with why we're here? I could beg the question and say that, since he didn't leave a note, no one can know for sure, Mike answered. But since it happened almost immediately after I called him, I think the assumption is safe enough. He killed himself, didn't he? Beverly said dully. Oh, God. Poor Stan. The others were looking at Mike, who finished his drink and said, He committed suicide, yes. Apparently, went up to the bathroom shortly after I called him, drew a bath, got into it, and cut his wrists. Bill looked down the table, which seemed suddenly lined with shocked, pale faces. No bodies, only those faces like white circles, like white balloons. Moon balloons tethered here by an old promise that should have long since lapsed. How did you find out? Richie asked. Was it carried in the papers up here? No. For some time now I've subscribed to the newspapers of those towns closest to all of you. I have kept tabs over the years. I spy. Richie's face was sour. Thanks, Mike. It was my job, Mike said simply. Poor Stan, Beverly repeated. She seemed stunned, unable to cope with the news. But he was so brave back then, so determined. People change, Eddie said. Do they? Bill asked. Stan was... He moved his hands on the tablecloth, trying to catch the right words. He was an ordered person, the kind of person who has to have his books divided up into fiction and nonfiction on his shelves, and then wants to have each section in alphabetical order. I can remember something he said once. I don't remember where we were or what we were doing, at least not yet, but I think it was toward the end of things. He said he could stand to be scared, but he hated being dirty. That seemed to me the essence of Stan. Maybe it was just too much when Mike called. He saw his choices as being only two: stay alive and get dirty, or die clean. Maybe people really don't change as much as we think. Maybe they just stiffen up. There was a moment of silence, and then Richie said, All right, Mike. What's happening in Derry? Tell us. I can tell you some, Mike said. I can tell you, for instance, what's happening now, and I can tell you some things about yourselves. But I can't tell you everything that happened back in the summer of 1958, and I don't believe I'll ever have to. Eventually, you'll remember it for yourselves. And I think if I told you too much before your minds were ready to remember what happened to Stan, might happen to us, Ben asked quietly. Mike nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Bill said, Then tell us what you can, Mike. All right, he said. I will. 4. The losers get the scoop. The murders have started again, Mike said flatly. He looked up and down the table, and then his eyes fixed on Bill's. The first of the new murders, if you'll allow me that rather grisly conceit, began on the Main Street Bridge and ended underneath it. The victim was a gay and rather childlike man named Adrian Mellon. He had a bad case of asthma. Eddie's hand stole out and touched the side of his aspirator. It happened last summer on July 21st, the last night of the Canal Days Festival, which was kind of a celebration. A Derry ritual, Bill said in a low voice. His long fingers were slowly massaging his temples, and it was not hard to guess he was thinking about his brother George. George, who had almost certainly opened the way the last time this had happened. A ritual, Mike said quietly, yes. He told them the story of what had happened to Adrian Mellon quickly, watching with no pleasure as their eyes got bigger and bigger. He told them what the news had reported and what it had not, the latter including the testimony of Don Haggerty and Christopher Unwin about a certain clown which had been under the bridge like the troll in the fabled story of yore, a clown which had looked like a cross between Ronald McDonald and Bozo, according to Haggerty. It was him, Ben said in a sick, hoarse voice. It was that fucker Pennywise. There's one other thing, Mike said, looking at Bill. One of the investigating officers, the one who actually pulled Adrian Mellon out of the canal, was a town cop named Harold Gardner. Oh, Jesus Christ, Bill said in a weak, teary voice. Bill? Beverly looked at him, then put a hand on his arm. Her voice was full of startled concern. Bill, what's wrong? Harold would have been about 5 then, Bill said. His stunned eyes searched Mike's face for confirmation. Yes. What is it, Bill? Richie asked. Harold Gardner was the son of Dave Gardner, Bill said. Dave lived down the street from us back then when George was killed. He was the one who got to my brother first and brought him up to the house wrapped in a piece of quilt. They sat silently, saying nothing. Beverly put a hand briefly over her eyes. It all fits rather too well, doesn't it? Mike said finally. Yes, Bill said in a low voice. It fits all right. I'd kept tabs on the 6 of you over the years, as I said, Mike went on. But it wasn't until then that I began to understand just why I had been doing it, that it had a real and concrete purpose. Still, I held off, waiting to see how things would develop. You see, I felt that I had to be absolutely sure before I disturbed your lives. Not 90%, not even 95%. 100 was all that would do it. In December of last year, an 8-year-old boy named Stephen Johnson was found dead in Memorial Park. Like Adrian Mellon, he had been badly mutilated just before or just after his death, but he looked as if he could have died of just plain fright. Sexually assaulted? Eddie asked. No, just plain mutilated. How many in all? Eddie asked, not looking as if he really wanted to know. It's bad, Mike said. How many? Bill repeated. 9, so far. It can't be, Beverly cried. I would have read about it in the paper, seen it on the news, when that crazy cop killed all those women in Castle Rock, Maine, and those children that were murdered in Atlanta. Yes, that, Mike said. I've thought about that a lot. It's really the closest correlative to what's going on here, and Bev's right. That really was coast-to-coast news. In some ways, the Atlanta comparison is the thing about all of this that frightens me the most. The murder of 9 children. We should have TV news correspondents here, and phony psychics and reporters from the Atlantic Monthly and Rolling Stone, the whole media circus, in short. But it hasn't happened, Bill said. No, Mike answered. It hasn't. Oh, there was a Sunday supplement piece about it in the Portland Sunday Telegram, and another one in the Boston Globe after the last 2. A Boston-based television program called Good Day did a segment this February on unsolved murders, and one of the experts mentioned the Derry murders, but only passingly. And he certainly gave no indication of knowing there had been a similar batch of murders in 1957-58 and another in 1929-30. There are some ostensible reasons, of course. Atlanta, New York, Chicago, Detroit, those are big media towns. And in big media towns, when something happens, it makes a bang. There isn't a single TV or radio station in Derry, unless you count the little FM the English and Speech Department runs up at the high school. Bangor's got the corner on the market when it comes to the media. Except for the Derry News, Eddie said, and they all laughed. But we all know that doesn't really cut it with the way the world is today. The communication web is there, and at some point the story should have broken nationally, but it didn't. And I think the reason is just this. It doesn't want it to. It, Bill mused, almost to himself. It, Mike agreed. If you have to call it something, it might as well be what we used to call it. I've begun to think, you see, that it has been here so long, whatever it really is, that it's become a part of Derry. Something as much a part of the town as the Standpipe or the canal or Bassey Park or the library. Only it's not a matter of outward geography, you understand. Maybe that was true once, but now it's inside. Somehow it's gotten inside. That's the only way I know to understand all of the terrible things that have happened here. The nominally explicable, as well as the utterly inexplicable. There was a fire at a Negro nightclub called the Black Spot in 1930. A year before that, a bunch of half-bright Depression outlaws was gunned down on Canal Street in the middle of the afternoon. The Bradley Gang, Bill said. The FBI got them, right? That's what the histories say, but that's not precisely true. So far as I've been able to find out, and I'd give a lot to believe that it wasn't so, because I love this town. The Bradley Gang, all 7 of them, were actually gunned down by the good citizens of Derry. I'll tell you about it sometime. There was the explosion at the Kitchener Iron Works during an Easter egg hunt in 1906. There was a horrible series of animal mutilations that same year that was finally traced to Andrew Rulin, the granduncle of the man who now runs the Rulin Farms. He was apparently bludgeoned to death by the 3 deputies who were supposed to bring him in. None of the deputies were ever brought to trial. Mike Hanlon produced a small notebook from an inner pocket and paged through it, talking without looking up. In 1877, there were 4 lynchings inside the incorporated town limits. One of those that climbed a rope was the lay preacher of the Methodist Church, who apparently drowned all 4 of his children in the bathtub as if they were kittens, and then shot his wife in the head. He put the gun in her hand to make it look like suicide, but no one was fooled. A year before that, 4 loggers were found dead in a cabin downstream on the Kenduskeag, literally torn apart. Disappearances of children of whole families are recorded in old diary extracts, but not in any public document. It goes on, but perhaps you get the idea. I get the idea, all right, Ben said. Something's going on here, but it's private. Mike closed his notebook, replaced it in his inner pocket, and looked at them soberly. If I were an insurance man instead of a librarian, I'd draw you a graph, maybe. It would show an unusually high rate of every violent crime we know of, not excluding rape, incest, breaking and entering, auto theft, child abuse, spouse abuse, assault. There's a medium-sized city in Texas where the violent crime rate is far below what you'd expect for a city of its size and mixed racial makeup. The extraordinary placidity of the people who live there has been traced to something in the water, a natural trank of some kind. The exact opposite holds true here. Derry is a violent place to live in an ordinary year. But every 27 years, although the cycle has never been perfectly exact, that violence has escalated to a furious peak, and it has never been national news. You're saying there's a cancer at work here, Beverly said. Not at all. An untreated cancer invariably kills. Derry hasn't died. On the contrary, it has thrived. In an unspectacular, unnewsworthy way, of course. It is simply a fairly prosperous, small city in a relatively unpopulous state where bad things happen too often and where ferocious things happen every quarter of a century or so. That holds true all down the line? Ben asked. Mike nodded. All down the line. 1715 to 16, 1740 until roughly 1743. That must have been a bad one. 1769 to 70, and on, right up to the present time. I have a feeling that it's been getting steadily worse, maybe because there have been more people in Derry at the end of each cycle, maybe for some other reason. And, in 1958, the cycle appears to have come to a premature end, for which we were responsible. Bill Denbrough leaned forward, his eyes suddenly bright. You sure of that? Sure? Yes, Mike said. All the other cycles reached their peak around September and then ended in a big way. Life usually took on its more or less normal tenor by Christmas, Easter at the latest. In other words, there were bad years of 14 to 20 months every 27 years. But the bad year that began when your brother was killed in October of 1957 ended quite abruptly in August of 1958. Why? Eddie asked urgently. His breath had thinned. Bill remembered that high whistle as Eddie inhaled breath and knew that he would soon be tooting on the old lung sucker. What did we do? The question hung there. Mike seemed to regard it, and at last he shook his head. You'll remember, he said. In time, you'll remember. What if we don't? Ben asked. And God help us all. 9 children dead this year, Rich said. Christ! Lisa Albrecht and Stephen Johnson in late 1984, Mike said. In February, a boy named Dennis Torrio disappeared, a high school boy. His body was found in mid-March in the Barrens, mutilated. This was nearby. He took a photograph from the same pocket into which he had replaced the notebook. It made its way around the table. Beverly and Eddie looked at it, puzzled, but Richie Tozier reacted violently. He dropped it as if it were hot. Jesus! Jesus, Mike! He looked up, his eyes wide and shocked. A moment later, he passed the picture to Bill. Bill looked at it and felt the world swim into gray tones all around him. For a moment, he was sure he would pass out. He heard a groan, and he knew he had made the sound. He dropped the picture. What is it? He heard Beverly saying. What does it mean, Bill? It's my brother's school picture, Bill said at last. It's Georgie. The picture from his album. The one that moved. The one that winked. They handed it around again then, while Bill sat as still as stone at the head of the table looking out into space. It was a photograph of a photograph. The picture showed a tattered school photo propped up against a white background, smiling lips parted to exhibit 2 holes where new teeth had never grown. Unless they grow in your coffin, Bill thought and shuddered. On the margin below George's picture were the words, School Friends, 1957-58. It was found this year? Beverly asked again. Mike nodded, and she turned to Bill. When did you last see it, Bill? He wet his lips, tried to speak. Nothing came out. He tried again, hearing the words echo in his head, aware of the stutter coming back, fighting it, fighting the terror. I haven't seen that picture since 1958. That spring, the year after George died, when I tried to show it to Richie, it was gone. There was an explosive, gasping sound that made them all look around. Eddie was setting his aspirator back on the table and looking slightly embarrassed. Eddie Kasprak blasts off, Richie cried cheerfully, and then suddenly and eerily, the voice of the movie-tone newsreel narrator came from Rich's mouth. Today in Derry, a whole city turns out for Asthmatics on Parade, and the star of the show is Big Ed the Snothead, known all over New England as... He stopped abruptly, and one hand moved toward his face as if to cover his eyes, and Bill suddenly thought, no, that's not it. Not to cover his eyes, but to push his glasses up on his nose. The glasses that aren't even there anymore. Oh, dear Christ, what's going on here? Eddie, I'm sorry, Rich said. That was cruel. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about. He looked around at the others, bewildered. Mike Hanlon spoke into the silence. I promised myself after Stephen Johnson's body was discovered that if anything else happened, if there was one more clear case, I would make the calls that I ended up not making for another 2 months. It was as if I was hypnotized by what was happening, by the consciousness of it, the deliberateness of it. George's picture was found by a fallen log less than 10 feet from the Torrio boy's body. It wasn't hidden. Quite the contrary. It was as if the killer wanted it to be found, as I'm sure the killer did. How did you get the police photo, Mike? Ben asked. That's what it is, isn't it? Yes, that's what it is. There's a fellow in the police department who isn't averse to making a little extra money. I pay him $20 a month, all that I can afford. He's a pipeline. The body of Dawn Roy was found 4 days after the Torio boy, McCarran Park, 13 years old. Decapitated. April 23rd of this year, Adam Terrault, 16, reported missing when he didn't come home from band practice, found the next day just off the path that runs through the Greenbelt behind West Broadway, also decapitated. May 6th, Frederick Cowan, 2.5, found in an upstairs bathroom, drowned in the toilet.
"Oh, Mike,"
Beverly cried. "Yeah, it's bad," he said, almost angrily. "Don't you think I know that?"
"The police are convinced that it couldn't have been, well, some kind of accident?"
Bev asked. Mike shook his head. His mother was hanging clothes in the backyard. She heard sounds of a struggle, heard her son screaming. She ran as fast as she could. As she went up the stairs, she said she heard the sound of the toilet flushing repeatedly. That, and someone laughing. She said it didn't sound human. "And she saw nothing at all?" Eddie asked. "Her son," Mike said simply. His back had been broken, his skull fractured. The glass door of the shower stall was broken. There was blood everywhere. The mother is in the Bangor Mental Health Institute now. My police department source says she's quite lost her mind."
"No fucking wonder," Richie said hoarsely. "Who's got a cigarette?"
Beverly gave him one. Rich lit it with hands that shook badly. The police line is that the killer came in through the front door while the Cowan boy's mother was hanging her clothes in the backyard. Then, when she ran up the back stairs, he supposedly jumped from the bathroom window into the yard she just left and